Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Marvel 199999 Universe. After the 2012 New York War. Having just defeated the Chitauri army, the Avengers were in a very good mood at the moment. After hearing Tony Stark say that there is one of the most delicious burger restaurants in the world in New York, everyone immediately planned to try it. After all, fighting for so long was very tiring, and everyone felt hungry. After a while, the Avengers came to an alley. This place escaped the fighting and the burger restaurant is still there. That's really good news. Thor laughed and walked in first. 10 minutes later. Thor felt that he was happy too early. Everyone was sitting around the round table with expressionless faces, chewing food but refusing to swallow it, and no one said anything as they ate. Tony was a little embarrassed. This burger restaurant is obviously very delicious, but why does it smell like rotten vegetable leaves today? He wanted to spit out something he said, but he was embarrassed. But if you don't spit it out, it will be chewed into paste. Just then, a loud noise came from outside. The Avengers' eyes suddenly changed, and then they rushed out at the same time. And in the process, everyone tacitly spit out the garbage in their mouths. When they came outside, everyone's expressions changed instantly, and they all looked to the sky with shocked eyes. The originally blue sky was completely occupied by two huge amounts of light curtains at the moment. One is surrounded by dark green haze. And the other one. The edges are crisscrossed with shining lines that look like emeralds being lit. It actually has a sacred feeling. This change makes everyone extremely uneasy. This situation occurred just after Chitauri was defeated. Could it be that the master behind these invaders took action? The citizens who had just come out on the street hid in the building in fear at the moment. Thor stared at the sky. For some reason, he felt inexplicably familiar with that dark green mist. And just then, something even more terrifying happened. He felt a powerful wave sweep over him, and the next second his divine power was instantly sealed. At the same moment, Kamartaj, Wong and Modu ran into the pavilion where the Sorcerer Supreme was with sweat on their faces. Modu looked surprised and uncertain, and quickly said to the figure in front of him, "Sir, something went wrong. Now all magician secrets and magic are. It's sealed, right?" Ancient One said calmly while looking at the light curtain in the sky without looking back. Hearing that Sorcerer Supreme had understood everything, the two of them felt relieved. But the next second, I heard Ancient One continue. "Me too." In an instant, Wang and Modu's expressions changed drastically. Even the Sorcerer Supreme has been sealed, what kind of terrifying power is it? Ancient One did not continue to say anything. He just frowned and looked at the entangled lines of emerald light. For some reason, she felt familiar. Holy place number 2. Thanos looked at the light curtain in space with a gloomy expression. Now not only the physical power is sealed. Moreover, Ebony Maw just reported that the spacecraft's engine was also stagnated by an inexplicable force. He doesn't like such uncontrollable accidents. Damn it! Inside the ruined Moon God Temple. With only a skeleton left, Kong Sul looked at the sky, with a hint of uneasiness in his empty eye holes. What on earth are these two light curtains? He has never seen this kind of power that seals all things. Pocket Dimension. Dark Supreme Strange looked at the two light curtains in the small world with a shocked expression. This is a pocket world completely created and controlled by him. But at the moment, he was invaded by an inexplicable force. And all of his magic power has been sealed. And that kind of power gives him a feeling of facing time. Quantum Realm. TVA, which was originally full of order and well guarded, has become a mess at the moment. Not just because of the appearance of two light curtains. But there is a problem with the timeline. The control center shows that countless time branches appear instantly, as if they have always existed. But how is this possible? The purpose of TVA's existence is to cut off those branches and protect the sacred timeline. At the same time, the strange thing is that even though the branch exists, no alarm goes off. This is completely contradictory. What's even more terrifying is that Mobius discovered that the time tablet was also malfunctioning. At the moment everyone is sealed within TVA. Justice Rensselaer decisively contacted Miss Minute, but after more than 10 seconds his face turned pale. She couldn't get any response. End of time. In the lonely castle, Kong, the remaining man, frowned. All these changes were so unexpected that they were not detected by his time watch. What makes him even more uneasy? The flowing sacred timeline actually stagnated, and at some point it was infected with a hint of green. Just then, the roar sounded again. The next second, a layer of majestic sound sounded. Ding! The comparison playback screen is generated successfully. Any form of high-energy reaction isolation is completed, and the time seal of all things is generated. The live broadcast room is generated successfully. Ding! The calculation and analysis of the existence related to the comparison characters is completed, and the extraction is starting. Chapter 2. Just for a moment. Iron Man, Thor, Strange, God King Odin. Even other multi-universe Illuminati such as Black Bolt, Professor. Ding! Poll completed. Everyone in the chat room can speak at will. Answer questions will appear randomly in the live broadcast room, and those who answer successfully will be given random rewards. Including but not limited to super technology, abilities, spells, secrets, witchcraft, blood, magic potions, strange items, artifacts, etc. The chat room has been opened. As the sound rang out, everyone who was polled was shocked to find that their consciousness had been connected to a green ball of light. With just a thought, you can speak in it. But many people think all this is too weird and don't intend to stand out. Some powerful beings remained completely silent, spying on everything secretly. But after all, I couldn't help it. Just like Deadpool, 10,005 Universe. Hello. 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 Anyone there? Star-Lord, 199,999 Universe. What a mean voice. Who are you? Deadpool, haha, I'm your dad. Ding! Ban Deadpool for 5 minutes. In the spaceship, Star-Lord was about to yell back, but the guy was banned directly. But he still couldn't bear it. It's just a ban. Star-Lord, I'm your grandpa, BCH. Ding! Ban Star-Lord for 5 minutes. Many people in the chat room twitched their mouths. Why were the two idiots the first to speak? But even though I was brainless, I did test one thing. Swearing will result in a ban. New York. Thor didn't care about these two weirdos, he cared about one thing most at the moment. Thor, Universe 199,999 Loki. Are you making trouble? Don't deny it, I can feel that the green aura is similar to your power. Nick Fury, you're overestimating him, Thor. Your brother is also confused. Thor, no, I can't feel wrong. Thor, father, are you also in the chat room? Have you felt it too? Asgard. Odin shook his head slightly when he heard the question. My son still can't calm down. In the current weird situation, the best choice is to secretly observe others speaking and collect information yourself. But before he could answer Thor, someone else spoke in the chat room. Hela, goddess of death, Father Odin? Haha, now that I say that, are you the son of this hypocrite? Thor, be bold. Who are you to insult the king of gods? Capital offense. Hela, haha, Odin, you gave birth to such a thing? Not only does he have no brain at all when he talks, he is also blind. Black Bolt Black Card, Universe 838 is your prefix the goddess of death? Is there really such a god in the universe? Flame Giant Surti, haha, they are just a bunch of false gods. But I am merciful and will give them the true Ragnarok. Thor, humph. A loser who can't even keep his flaming sword as an Asgard collectible dares to scream. Thor, and you, the goddess of death, right? I'll give you a taste of what death feels like. Hela, I have never heard such a stupid request in my life. I hope you won't be scared when the time comes. God King Zeus, you are joking, Goddess Hela, for the glory of Asgard, how could he go back on his word? Zeus, you say so, Thor. In the Pantheon, Zeus sneered. He definitely knows Hela's true identity and wishes that the Aesir clan would be in civil strife. After all, it is enough to have the king of God. Why even have a father of God? Inside the temple of the moon god, Kong So laughed inwardly and remained silent. Although the Ai Zhan Pantheon was in dire straits, he still looked down upon Zeus. A trash who spends all day partying can only do these little things. No wonder he was expelled from the Earth by Agamotto. Chat room. Spider-Man Peter Parker, 120,703 cool. I saw your names displayed, so are all myths true? Spider-Man Peter Parker, 3441 be careful, your name is exposed. Spider-Man Peter Parker, 66,598 idiot. You, shit. I forgot to. Spider-Man Peter Parker, 120,703 thanks. Oh, I'll shut up. Tony Stark, are you performing any new form of talk show? Spider Alliance headquarters. A bunch of Peter Parker Spider-Men covered their faces at the same time. I'll probably feel a little uncomfortable when I return to my own universe. If Kingpin is in the chat room, that guy won't give up trying to find them. Perhaps we should try asking Doctor Strange to cast the Oblivion spell later. 2368 Peter Parkers thought at the same time. New York Underground Base. Nick Fury looked at these names and his face became more and more ugly. Not only the prefixes of which gods, but also the universe number. Obviously this universe. No. It should be that this multi-universe is far more dangerous than I thought. At this moment, a loud voice came from the light curtain again. Ding! Content loading completed, the double comparison is 199,999 Universe Loki. Play countdown. 9.8.7. Countless people outside the light curtain stared wide-eyed for a moment. Especially the 4 warriors of Asgard, Sif, and the 4 of Volstagg, looked shocked and unbelievable. Comparison man. Loki? That Asgard trash? Chapter 3. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in New York. Loki, whose face was pale as he was locked tightly, looked surprised. Although I don't know why this contrasting light curtain appears, it must be special to be chosen. Sure enough, you are your destiny. Holy place number 2. There was a hint of murderous intent in Thanos' eyes. He was already irritated by the changes, but he didn't expect that the chosen one would be Loki. He doesn't like this kind of unknown that is beyond control. Inside TVA, Mobius and the female judge looked at each other, and both saw surprise in each other's eyes. One of the regulars at Time Authority is Loki. They don't know how many variants of Loki they've dealt with, but it's all garbage. How could such a person appear in the light curtain and be selected? Unable to understand. At this time, as the countdown ends, the surrounding green light lights up. In the deep space of the endless universe, the phantom of the world tree is looming. And at the top of it, a bright pearl shines brightly, extremely dazzling. The next second, as the camera zooms in. What kind of pearl is that? It is clearly a continent stable in the void of the universe. I saw countless magnificent and huge buildings located in the mountains, majestic and sacred. Fairies and flowers are flying in the sea, elves are playing in the forest, and magnificent waterfalls flow into the void. There are obviously no fixed stars around the continent, but it is bright and bright above. There are just faint runes flashing in the void, emitting powerful fluctuations. This is the realm of God, Asgard. Looking at such a scene, Tony Stark was suddenly speechless. He had always thought that Thor was just a relatively powerful alien, and Asgard was just another planet. But the miracle in front of me undoubtedly caused a crack in this idea. Nick Fury felt even more nervous. Whether it's technology or miracles, everything in front of us shows that Asgard is an existence completely beyond the Earth. Although Thor is now a friend of the Earth. But what about the future? Will it really not change? He knew that Thor's lifespan was at least thousands of years. And that God King Odin. What does he think of the Earth? The more Nick Fury thought about it, the worse his face became. This feeling of not being able to control your own life is so bad. Sure enough, the Earth still needs its own protector. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt melancholy. There was originally one, but that woman's eyes never seemed to be on the Earth. We said goodbye that year and never came back even once. The planet that promised Skrull didn't even see a hair. At this time, someone spoke in the chat room. Fantastic Richard, 838 Universe. What a spectacular sight. But I'm more curious about what principle supports a continent floating in space and completing the ecological cycle. I really want to study it myself. Dwarf King Ai Kui, Universe 199,999. Asgard is the most powerful existence in the 9 realms, and its resistance to the cosmic environment is only the most superficial thing you can see. Surti, Humph. Dog of Asgard, sooner or later I will personally destroy all of this and turn you into a wild dog. Peter Parker, it's so strange. Why does this flame giant have such a hatred for Asgard? Thor, because it's mentally ill. Surti, definitely because of the great prophecy. The Fire King, the Flame Giant, will bring the true Ragnarok to Asgard. This is what is meant to be. Magician. Wong, 199,999 Universe. Speaking of this, I am really curious. Who foresaw this prophecy? Surti, then leave it alone. Magician King. Outside the light curtain. The flame giant sitting on the throne couldn't help scratching his head. He didn't know why he knew this prophecy, it was as if it had always been in his mind and was deeply ingrained. Strange, why is this happening? Surti thought about it for a second and then gave up. Never mind. My brain feels so itchy, but I still don't want to think about it anymore. Meanwhile, Asgard. Odin looked at the chat room and the haze disappeared from his eyes. It's not time yet, it's far from time. Thor cannot be allowed to know the truth. The screen continues to zoom in at this time. Inside Asgard, in a garden, 2 teenagers are sparring. One has blonde hair and one has black hair. Not long after, with a bang, the black-haired boy was thrown to the ground, grinning in pain. Seeing this, Thor put his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. Loki, you are as soft as a girl, your strength is really bad. I don't think you can even beat Sif. Loki's face turned red as he fell on the golden floor tiles, he gritted his teeth and retorted. You are a warrior and you are definitely powerful. I learned magic from my mother, so my physical strength is definitely not as good as yours. What's there to be proud of? Thor curled his lips when he heard this. It sounds like you can beat me with that crappy magic. Besides, we are Odin's sons, shouldn't we charge as warriors? I don't know whether it was the previous sentence or the latter sentence that stung Loki. There was anger in his eyes, and he shook his hands hard without any hesitation. Suddenly a green magic ball condensed out and hit Thor quickly. Inside the New York base. Nick Fury sneered when he saw this scene. I didn't expect Loki to be so mean as a child. Although agents are like this, they are all enemies. Loki was facing his own brother, who unexpectedly attacked him without mercy. All I can say is that he is a born bad guy. However, when he turned his head, he saw a lonely face. Boom! The sound drew Nick Fury's attention again. He saw the green ball smash into Thor's body, and it didn't even break his clothes. I saw Thor standing there motionless, laughing heartlessly. Haha, let me tell you, you can't beat me with magic. However, after laughing for several seconds, Thor noticed that Loki was stunned and had no reaction, and suddenly felt that it was meaningless, so he said, "It's time to exercise." After saying this, he ignored Loki, grabbed 2 huge amounts of iron blocks on one side and started practicing silently. Natasha Romanoff was thoughtful when she saw this scene. But when she turned to look at Thor and found that his eyes only showed the emotion of memories, she didn't say much. Chapter 4. At this time, there was loud laughter in the chat room. Thor, haha, Loki. See, the reason why I became so strong is because I started building muscles since I was a child. Outside the light curtain. Listening to these words, a picture appeared in the minds of Tony and the other Avengers. That was Thor wearing armor, holding his waist with one hand, pointing his thumb at himself with the other hand, and said proudly, "Smirk, under the sun. Isn't it very strong? It's because of brain changes." In the cell, Loki, who was a little sad at first, was speechless. "I really can't think about being angry with this fool." At this time, the dark green light curtain dimmed. The other side was illuminated by a screen of emerald light. It is still the looming phantom of the world. As the camera advances, the scene once again comes to a garden of huge amounts. Young Thor and Loki are both there, but this time they are not wrestling. I saw Thor shirtless, holding on to 2 huge amounts of iron blocks and exercising vigorously. And Loki is sitting on a gorgeous blanket, surrounded by exquisite snacks and black tea, flipping through a book in his hand. One is sweating profusely and the other is enjoying life. This moment forms a sharp contrast. Seeing this scene, Zeus showed contempt. Even though the previous Loki looked weak. But at least he had the guts to sneak up on Thor. Well, it looks like a complete waste. At the same time, he is not the only one, there are many people who have this idea. Chat room. Thor, the Loki of this world, is so lazy. He even eats tea and reads a book. He is really unmotivated at all. Sif, haha, maybe this is the essence of Loki. Outside the light curtain, Loki didn't reply, but looked envious. Damn it, this is the life you yearn for, okay. Asgard. Not only was Queen Frigga not disappointed, but she felt that maybe this was better. At least a Loki who only knows how to enjoy is far better than a villain who is obsessed with hatred, colludes with darkness, and starts war. She doesn't care whether the child is strong or not, she only cares about whether the other person is living well. At this time, Thor continued to speak. Thor, speaking of which, I am also unqualified in this light curtain. I don't even know how to urge Loki to exercise. Fondrel, it's not your fault, Thor, the only one to blame is Loki for not having a strong heart. Sword fighting Karluk, Universe 199,999. That's right. A strong man walks by himself step by step. He doesn't understand this. Even if you push him, he is just a bigger loser. Thor, well, that's true. Loki, really shit. In addition to beating me when you were a child, when did you help me train? Thor, hey? Isn't that just helping you? Outside the light curtain, Loki was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he heard this answer. Tony and Steve looked at each other and instantly felt that it wasn't just the BDS fault that Loki was like this. Hoop hoop hoop. After completing 1,000 sets of training, Thor, who was already soaked through, put down the 2 iron blocks. He picked up the towel nearby and wiped it, glanced at Loki without leaving a trace, and then suddenly muttered to himself. I'm covered in sweat and my underwear is soaked through. I feel so uncomfortable. I have to change clothes first. Holy place number 2. Ebony Moore raised his eyebrows. As the most observant person among the Dark Legion, he felt something was wrong. And apparently, he wasn't the only one to discover this. Chat room. Spider-Man Peter Parker, 10,207. I don't know if it's an illusion. Do you think Thor's words are a little too deliberate? Black Widow, yes, it's not like I'm talking to myself, but it's like I'm talking to Loki. Hawkeye, when you say that, it seems like it is indeed the case, otherwise it would be too strange. Thor, impossible, that is definitely your illusion. But at this moment, the screen suddenly paused, and then a majestic voice sounded. Chat room conversation triggers questions. Excuse me, why did Thor Odinson suddenly talk to himself? A. He didn't mean anything, he just said it casually. B. Thor was actually mocking Loki for not exercising and not sweating at all, in order to stimulate his self-esteem. C. Thor is hinting to Loki to take a bath with him. D. Thor was actually explaining why Loki himself needed to take a shower. Respondents this time are randomly selected. They are, Nebula, Magician King, Thor, Deadpool. Thor, haha, this is not easy, the answer must be B. It must be that the great elder brother had to use his own wisdom in order to motivate the stupid younger brother. Hearing this, Tony and the others in real life turned to look at Thor, who looked proud. Mad, this guy is so shameless. That's not what you just said. But I have to say that this answer is indeed the most reasonable reason why Thor is talking to himself in the light screen. There are 3 left. If A is still possible, C and D are 100% wrong. C said Thor as if he was gay. And D is even more outrageous. Taking a bath still requires explaining to Loki, making it seem like Thor is afraid and needs the other person's consent. This is nonsense. At this time. Ding. Thor makes a choice, answer B. Ding. Nebula chose B. The selection failed. Please choose the answer that was not selected. Holy place number 2. Xingyun immediately knelt on the ground, trembling all over and said, Father, Father, I'm sorry, I didn't expect that I couldn't make a repeated choice. After speaking, she buried her head on the ground, not daring to look at the huge figure sitting on the throne above. Thanos glanced down, his eyes cold. It seems that the brain should be replaced, otherwise the reaction will be too slow. Kamartaj, the king looked annoyed. He never imagined that he couldn't make repeated choices and had to answer quickly. Ding. King Magician chose answer A. Ding. Deadpool chose answer C. Ding. Nebula chose answer D. At this moment, Thor outside the light screen looked excited, and he was already looking forward to what the reward would be. Ding. The answer to this question is D. Nebula's answer is correct. For a moment, the smile on Thor's face froze. Not just him, almost everyone was stunned for a moment with shocked expressions. How could it be D? Thor wanted to take a shower, but he had to explain to Loki? What the hell is this? Chapter 5. Ding. Reward analysis in progress. The analysis is completed, and the reward is the technology side, electronic control. You can interfere with or control any technology item, the specific strength is determined by the main body's brain power. Distributing. Holy place number 2. The moment Thanos's voice appeared, he stared at Nebula. The next second, he clearly didn't perceive any fluctuations, but he saw his daughter floating up uncontrollably. The next second, a dazzling green force appeared out of thin air and wrapped directly around the opponent. At this time, Nebula's replaced mechanical right eye also turned green. No, that's not turning green. Instead, countless green garbled codes are flowing crazily inside. In an instant, a piercing siren sounded. The lights of the entire space battleship began to flicker, and the cabin shook violently. Ebony Maw was even more horrified to see that the control screen showed that the main control firewall of the battleship was being invaded by an unknown force and was infected at an extremely fast speed. At this time, boom! The floating nebula suddenly fell to the ground, and all abnormalities disappeared completely. Thanos looked down and looked at Nebula, who seemed to be lying on the ground because he could not adapt to the new power, with a look of satisfaction. This weapon has been upgraded, which is good. But what he didn't know was that Nebula, who was lying on the ground, had an extremely clear mind at that moment. That kind of reward has no side effects at all, and the current state is exactly what she acted for this father. At the moment she only had one idea. That is to finally have the opportunity to return all these pains. You can even get one step closer. For example, transform Thanos into a 100% robot and control it yourself. Answer the question once. Destiny has completely changed. Distribution has been completed. Seeing these words appear in the light screen, Thor said he couldn't accept it. Not because of the reward, but because he couldn't figure out why the answer was D. Iron Man on the side looked a little gloomy. Electronic control. This skill is simply perfect for you. He can only pray that he will not encounter this person called Nebula in the future. At this time, the originally paused picture began to flow again. After Thor finished talking to himself, he turned around and walked towards the palace, looking quite anxious. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded from behind. Did I tell you to leave? Squeak. Thor really stopped following Loki's voice, and his body even trembled. Fandral, Odin, here is what I see. Thor is really afraid of Loki? Sif, I must be dreaming. Thor, fake. Absolutely fake. At this moment, it's not just Thor. Throughout Asgard, everyone who was familiar with the nature of the two princes showed shocked expressions. What's happening here? Thor swallowed his throat, turned his head and forced a smile, and laughed dryly. Well, I'm just going back and taking a shower. I'll be back in a while. I'm a brother, how could I lie to you? Loki put down the book in his hand and looked over expressionlessly. He didn't even bother to expose it and said directly. 5 runes. If you can't memorize their functions today, let alone take a shower, you won't even have dinner. Thor suddenly became anxious and prayed. Brother, no, you are my eldest brother. Can we have 2, otherwise I will have to carry it until tomorrow morning. Loki shook his head ruthlessly. No. Sweat breaks out on Thor's forehead again, but this time it's cold sweat. He stretched out 3 fingers and begged again. Can those 3 be okay? We really can't have more. His brain capacity can only remember 3 loony runes, any more will be overloaded. Loki said nothing and expressed his meaning with his eyes. It's very simple, no. Thor's pleading expression suddenly turned into anger, and he said loudly. I don't accept it. Why does Mother let you watch me learn the runes? Can't I learn it myself? Can you? Loki said speechlessly. Thor was choked for a moment, but immediately retorted. What's the use of that crap? It's enough for Asgard men to have power. As he spoke, he raised his arms vigorously to show off his muscles. Loki raised his head and glanced at Thor, who looked like an angry 2-headed beast. Not only was there no fear in his eyes, but he sneered. Definitely to prevent you from turning your brain into a muscle. Upon hearing this, Thor and Iron Man all showed expressions of realization. Loki is pretending to be powerful, and Thor in the light curtain is afraid of the Queen. Thor is not convinced. I'm going to see my father. He will definitely not force me to learn these things. Loki said calmly. Father has also decided this. I advise you not to get scolded. I do not believe. Have I lied to you? Thor was immediately stunned. Even my father has decided this way, and his whole life is not doomed. He froze in place, thinking about the miserable life he would have in the future, and the more he thought about it, the colder his back became. The next second, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and let out a desperate roar. Then bang bang bang, rushed towards Loki. Loki couldn't bear to look outside the light curtain. Why did you provoke this idiot? Isn't this just looking for a beating? He sighed. The other self looks really unintelligent. I will probably have to lie down for 10 days and a half at this time. The next second, Thor ran a dozen steps and looked at Loki, who had not made any move, with a hint of joy on his face. Then he made a decisive leap towards Loki. But just then, Loki moved. However, he did not stand up, but raised his left arm and pressed it in Thor's direction. In an instant, a green energy surged out from his palm, forming 3 mysterious runes in the air. They emitted light and flickered slightly, and suddenly a huge amount of energy shield was generated out of thin air. Boom! Thor hit the top straight up, letting out a painful groan, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Although this scene is somewhat unexpected, it is also reasonable. After all, Loki from the previous light screen could also use magic, but he was just a little weaker. But just when many people thought Thor would stand up again and continue to resist. But what I saw was a jaw-dropping scene. I saw Thor holding his head, which had been smashed into a big bump, with both hands. Without saying a word, he got up and turned around and ran away. Chapter 6. Look, this is mindless behavior. Loki looked at Thor's running back, shook his head slightly and said, "Why bother?" As the voice fell, Loki raised his right hand and waved. Suddenly there was a flash of green light, and a giant shield exactly like before appeared in front of Thor. The painful experience just now is still vivid in my mind. Thor suddenly braked suddenly, stopped dead in his tracks, and put his hands in front of himself to protect his upper body from being too painful. However, what he didn't expect was that the extremely strong shield turned into a green light and disappeared the moment he hit it. There is no barrier at all, that phantom created by Loki. But it's too late. Thor's eyes widened, as if he had tripped over himself. He flew out and hit the golden floor tiles with a loud thud. At this moment, countless people outside the light curtain showed expressions as if their teeth were sore. This fall looks very painful. But Thor is also tough. He remained silent, covering the 2 big bumps on his head, and stood up strong again. But just when he was about to continue running, he suddenly froze. Because another giant shield that was exactly the same as before appeared in front of him, blocking his way out. At this time, Loki's demon-like voice came from behind. "It's still fake this time, do you want to give it a try?" Thor feels a chill run down his spine. He didn't dare to move, standing there wondering if his head could withstand the 3rd big bag. After a few seconds, he came to the conclusion that it was enough. If this is true, I might have to faint. Damn it, there is no way to escape again? Thor gritted his teeth and turned around, looking at Loki with a calm expression in the distance and shouted out what he had said hundreds of times before. "I will not surrender." As he spoke, he roared and rushed towards Loki again. Seeing this scene, Loki nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's right this time." As he spoke, he took steps towards Thor. It's just that one Feng King Yundan seems to be taking a walk, while the other is running with strong momentum. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter. Just when the two were about to collide, 4 runes appeared on Loki's legs and arms. Next second, his speed suddenly increased, a dazzling green light flashed on his arm, and he punched the running Thor in the chest. Boom! Thor couldn't even resist, he was punched and flew into the flowers. Immediately after, Loki jumped in, and suddenly there were screams from inside. After a full minute, Loki dragged the bruised Thor out of the flowers. Outside the light curtain, Thor was completely stunned. When he saw this Loki using the power of runes, he had a hunch that the other one would be defeated. After all, you are still young. But this is too tragic. I'm afraid even my mother wouldn't be able to recognize me. But he believed that when his other self grew up, Loki would definitely be unable to defeat him even if he knew more runes. Strong power can crush everything, that is the kingly way. Chat room. Tony Stark, is this magic? It looks a bit strange, it can actually make Loki defeat Thor. This time I understand why Thor is afraid of Loki, he probably got beaten less. Agatha the Witch, actually it's not just magic. If I guessed correctly, apart from the illusory shield, the other power should be the legendary rune. King Magician, it is indeed the rune. According to Kamartaj records, this power was created by God King Odin under the World Tree, and it is very difficult to learn. Natasha Romanoff, so, this Loki ability is pretty good? King Dwarf, this is not necessarily true. These runes are at the elementary level and are relatively easy to master. Tony Stark, easy to control? Then why does Thor feel like he's dying just to remember it? By the way, Thor, can you? In reality, Thor turned around with a bullseye look. We are standing together, you will not turn around to ask me, you have to ask in the chat room? Are you polite? He was speechless and couldn't speak, but at this time, a kind person in the chat room answered for him. Loki, ha ha ha, don't say you know it, if you ask Thor what elementary level runes do, he won't even know. Thor, haha, it sounds like you know the same thing. Loki, but at least I know what a lot of the runes do. Thor, that's useless. Loki, humph, I'm better than you. Thor, I just don't want to learn. Loki, haha, I think your muscles and brain don't support your understanding of the runes. Hela, Tisk, Odin. Why don't you unlock the seal? There's no tomorrow for Asgard if you leave it to these two losers. As teammates, Tony and other Avengers instinctively wanted to help Thor refute. But when he opened his mouth, he was too embarrassed to say it. In the Pantheon, Zeus's eyes were full of sneer. Odin's two kids really don't look very smart. That's the Loony rune. It can be called the most dazzling power of Asgard. Its power has even surpassed the power of Odin. It can be said that Asgard can firmly rule the 9 realms, and the runes account for a large part of the reason. I didn't expect that neither of these two princes knew how to do it. This is great. Speaking of which, it's Loki in another light screen, which looks a bit interesting. It's ridiculous that the giant who only thinks about blacksmithing thinks that Loki is average. Don't even look at how old the other person is. And that kind of proficiency and fluency in using runes. He is sure that this Loki must have outstanding abilities and will never be weaker than Thor in the future. But that's not what you have to worry about. After all, there are 2 timelines, and it is impossible for him to meet the other person. Chapter 7. Asgard. Odin's attention was not on the quarrel between Thor and others in the chat room. He looked at Loki in the light screen and frowned slightly. What he cared about was not the opponent's ability, but that he in another world allowed Loki to learn the runes. Although so many years have passed, he already regards the other person as his son in his heart and has feelings for him. But at the beginning of that year, he did not give the child the opportunity to come into contact with higher powers. Even the magic is only for Frigga to teach phantom magic. This also indirectly caused Loki to be weak now. But looking at it now, this decision is definitely the right one. So the question is, why did the other self let Loki learn runes? This is so strange. In the garden, although he was beaten to death, as a royal member of the Aesir clan, his defensive power is also amazing. Plus, I'm used to being beaten, so apart from a little pain, it's not a problem. Thor looked up at the sky, his dull eyes suddenly thought of something, so he hummed. What was the phantom just now? You have never used it before. That giant shield is obviously a new combination of runes. He is not surprised that Loki has learned a new one. It's just that he doesn't understand the latter part. At this time, Loki had sat down again, picked up the book, and said calmly. The simplest elementary level phantom magic. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Demon, magic, Thor's face twitched and he closed his mouth. One loony rune is enough to choke him, but adding a magic spell won't kill him. If you don't learn, you definitely won't learn. Hearing this voice, Agatha's eyes were filled with jealousy outside the light curtain. She wandered for hundreds of years and explored many dangerous secret places before she obtained more than a dozen runes. She just guessed they were runes. There is a lot of magic in the Dark God book that I found. But other than simply using it, she didn't dare to learn it. It turned out that Thor didn't want to learn even though he had such good conditions. This really made her almost crazy with jealousy. Seeing Thor looking like a dead pig, Loki sighed. Thor, you and my brother, will I still harm you? You must know that knowledge is the foundation of this world, and power is just the simplest tool among them. Asgard can stand at the top of the 9 realms. Do you think it is because of kindness? Ronan the Accuser, haha, this Loki is a bit interesting. At such a young age, he can see through the nature of the jungle. Black Bolt, it's a bit cruel, but it's true. If you are weak, you won't even be able to protect your own planet. Outside the light curtain, the Avengers felt the deepest feelings about this sentence. If it hadn't been for this war, they wouldn't have known how cruel the universe was. I didn't expect that Loki, at such a young age, could figure out this truth. At this time, Thor said nonchalantly. You are enough. Loki lowered his head and glanced at his immature brother, and suddenly said. What if there is no me? Then I'll rely on Mjolnir. Thor said with a longing look in his eyes and a silly smile. Father told me before that when I come of age, he will give me that weapon to use. Loki shook his head helplessly when he saw this scene, so he put his hand directly on the other person's face, and his tone became tough again. The second page, the first 3 runes, memorize their functions and principles. Otherwise you are not allowed to eat. Thor was dissatisfied at first, but immediately laughed out loud after hearing the 3 words. No problem. Hello, brother, I know I feel sorry for you. I will take you to the Kingdom of Light in a few days. I heard that the light elves there are very interesting. He was so happy that he completely forgot how painful it was when he was beaten before. Natasha Romanoff, maybe Loki wanted Thor to learn 3 runes from the beginning. Clint, why do you say that? Professor. Magician King, indeed. After the beating, Thor was obviously much more honest, and his boredom was gone. Tony, look at Thor being so happy, he is really being manipulated. Upon hearing these words, Thor outside the light curtain looked at the screen and couldn't help but tremble. One thing to say. If it weren't for the explanation in the chat room, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this Loki was a bit scary, and his stupid brother was better. As the eldest prince of the Aesir clan, is Thor stupid? Loki came to the conclusion that, this guy's brain may not need to be trained, but it is all muscle. 3 runes took Thor an entire afternoon to memorize. As for understanding the principles and usage, Loki didn't expect this, not even when his father told him. Let Thor remember that this is all about training this guy. As the eldest prince of Asgard, it would be too embarrassing to not recognize a rune. Outside the light curtain, the Avengers all looked over again. Thor touched his nose awkwardly. I don't know what happened, but he didn't become Thor. These mortals are so rude. Night. After dinner, Loki came to the end of the world alone. He sat on the edge of the continent, and the water of the waterfall flew down into the void. But in fact, in his eyes, all this water was submerged into a hole in the world tree. Yes. The world tree, which does not appear in the mortal world, is extremely clear in his eyes. It is extremely huge, with dreamlike branches and leaves all over the starry sky in front of you. It is a miracle in the universe. And this is just a small part of it. Definitely. Loki didn't come here just to see the scenery. He raised his head and looked at it carefully for a few times, as if to imprint the miniature of the world tree into his heart, and then slowly closed his eyes. The next second, he began to enter a state of enlightenment. He discovered this accidentally one day. Meditating under the world tree will help him understand the world. It's definitely a bit illusory to say this. The real benefit is that his mental power will increase with each meditation. At the same moment, Loki, who had his eyes closed, did not see that the world tree shook slightly at the moment he entered deep meditation. The next second, wisps of seven-colored mist that cannot be seen in the earthly world appeared and slowly fell on Loki. Chapter 8. Within the dimension fragments. The moment Hela saw the colorful clouds, her face suddenly changed, and her eyes showed incomprehensible shock. At the moment, many gods in the pantheon also have this expression, even Odin. In the moon god temple, Kongsu seemed to have thought of something. Moon god Kongsu, is this, the favor of the world tree? Agatha, isn't that thing a legend in a legend, a complete fiction in a fairy tale? Magician King, no, it really exists. According to records in the library of Kamartaj, the three goddesses of destiny in Asgard were favored by the world tree. Zeus, haha, I was talking about those three seas. How could those three women awakening the godhead? Thor, what are you going to say? What kind of blessing from the world tree? Aren't the three fates a story? Kongsu? Are you really Thor of Asgard? Don't you know this history? Hela, hey. I guess my dear father covered up most of the history. Thor, father? Are you my sister? Hela, haha, why don't you ask him who conquered the 9 realms for him? You don't naively think that those countries surrendered on their own initiative, do you? Loki, you mean? Frigga, Thor, Loki, when you return to Asgard, your father will tell you the truth. Hela, ha, hypocrisy, as long as they are not fools, they can understand it. Outside the light curtain, Thor's brain was spinning. There was too much information in these few sentences. He had thought that Hela was an enemy of Asgard. But the truth seems to be even more terrifying. Tony Stark, I don't care about your family affairs, but who can tell me what Yggdrasil's favor is? Magician King, I'm also curious. Kamartaj only records that kind of thing. Kongsu, it is said that people can become gods. Peter Parker, become a god? Isn't this a bit exaggerated? Baron Mordo, 199,999 exaggeration? In the history of Asgard, only the 3 goddesses of destiny have been favored by the world. Natasha Romanoff, in other words, this Loki is very special. Clint, so it seems that being able to beat Thor at will is not an accident. Surti, humph, it's just another soul killed by the sword. I will definitely bring him. Tony, stop. Can you change the line for this flame giant? Surti, stupid and dirty human bug, how dare you mess with? Ding. Flame giant was banned for 5 minutes. Deadpool, ha ha ha, this idiot even said he couldn't curse. Ding. Deadpool was banned for 10 minutes. Star-Lord, I guessed it right, this Deadpool is definitely a real RD. Ding. Star-Lord was silenced for 10 minutes. 3 dings in a row caused the entire chat room to suddenly become silent. Many people silently remembered the last 2 names, planning to stay far away from each other if they met in the future. Otherwise, brain damage will be contagious. Time passes minute by minute. As the colorful clouds entered the body, ice blue energy was vaguely flowing under Loki's fair skin. Loki knows nothing about this. At this moment, he feels as if his consciousness exists in nothingness. The feeling of vastness and emptiness is completely separated from my own sense of insignificance. And it is here that his consciousness is taking root and sprouting like a seed, growing in all directions. At this moment, the sound of running suddenly came from reality. The vision in the real dimension disappears, and Loki slowly opens his eyes. He saw Thor running towards him with a panic look on his face. 10 seconds later, Thor ran to Loki. Before his breath stabilized, he asked anxiously. "What did you mean by what you said during the day?" Loki feels confused. At first he thought this guy had been beaten by his father again, but it was obviously not the case. "What do you mean?" he asked confused. "What do you mean by what if it's not me you said during the day?" Thor asked uneasily. "Is your reflex arc a bit too long?" Loki was speechless. After a pause, he suddenly raised his arm and pointed forward and asked. "Thor, what did you see?" Thor looked at it, a little confused and said. "Space? You don't think I don't even know space? What about further away?" Loki continued. "The universe." Thor looked at him like he was a fool. To be despised by a fool. Loki sighed. "Yes, it's the universe. But do you know what that is in my eyes?" Thor shakes his head. Loki looked at the endless and magnificent universe, took a deep breath, and opened his arms. "You see the universe, but I see infinite possibilities. Asgard is too small. 9 realms are too small. Even the extremely powerful rune has an end. So, Thor." Loki turned around, looked at his eldest brother with a dull expression and said seriously. "This is just my starting point, I can't stay here forever." Outside the light curtain. Loki looked at this scene with a blank expression, those words echoing in his heart, feeling unparalleled shock. Not just him. At this moment, countless variations of Loki all had the same idea in their souls. Is this really Loki? Could this really be Loki? Compared with the other party, he seemed as small as an ant. That has nothing to do with power. But they have never had faith. Chapter 9. Asgard. Odin was shocked when he heard this. He suddenly understood why his other self allowed Loki to learn the runes. The power, wealth, and dominance at the top of the 9 realms of Asgard are not only worthless in the eyes of the opponent, but are actually a prison. At this moment, he had to admit that this Loki had a strong heart. Maybe the other person will die one day. But it must have been an extremely wonderful life, Asgard is proud of him. Even. Maybe there is a real chance to kill those shadows. New York. Thor stared blankly at the light screen, feeling that Loki at this moment was very unfamiliar. At the same time, something seemed to be touched in my heart. At this time, someone in the chat room spoke. Ronan the Accuser, oh, what a loud tone. A place that is only as big as the 9 realms, it is estimated that even the Milky Way cannot escape. Diamond Star Eagle, I can only say that I am too naive. The danger of the universe cannot be felt by hiding in Asgard. High Priest Aisha, maybe after knowing the cruelty of the universe, she might run back in panic. Du Jian, I really like this kind of confident boy. You must know that those who are timid and have low self-esteem cannot grow up to be strong. Hella, I like this guy too, he's much better than the previous 2 losers. Ronan, haha. Thor, there are no cowards in Asgard. Ebony Maw, really? I see that Loki was not so firm when he surrendered to our Lord and offered his loyalty. Sif, he is not. Thor, that's enough, I will personally take back the glory for my brother. Ebony Maw, he lost his master's scepter. We will go find you without you coming. I hope you can still be so tough then. Thor, I'm waiting for you. In the S.H.I.E.L.D cell, Loki, whose face was alternating between green and red, suddenly froze. His eyes turned red, he clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Just looking at the other self in the light curtain, I suddenly felt regret in my heart. The sound of the waterfall flowing into the void is roaring. Thor looked at the deep space in front of him and fell into confusion. He thought Loki had some terminal illness and was going to die, but he didn't expect to get such an answer. Asgard is small, the 9 realms are small. Obviously Asgard is about the same file size as a planet, and the 9 realms are so huge that even Heimdall takes several months to inspect them. The rune is extremely powerful, and I will never be able to learn it in my lifetime. He couldn't understand why Loki said that. Listening to Thor's thoughts, many people had strange expressions on their faces. There is a big difference between the two brothers. But to be honest, this is what a normal child should think. However, Thor's main character is a big-hearted person. As long as Loki doesn't die, he won't worry. Just leave from now on. It's not like I won't come back anyway. And Bifrost is still very convenient. Loki smiled and said nothing more, nor did he explain. Now, what he has to do is to go forward steadily step by step. That future requires a firm foundation and heritage. At this time, bursts of roaring sounded. The emerald light curtain dimmed, and a green mist of light sounded. Still Asgard. But 300 years have passed, and the two brothers have become young men. Still in the garden in Asgard, Thor is shirtless, with blonde hair hanging behind his head, squatting down while holding an extremely exaggerated giant alloy. And the most terrifying thing was that as soon as he landed, the space roared. Countless people outside the light curtain smacked their lips secretly. This kind of physique and strength is really scary. It can only be said that he is worthy of the royal blood of Asgard. In the pantheon, Zeus narrowed his eyes slightly. Thor, who is more than 300 years old, already has this kind of power. If he were to awaken as an adult, he might not be able to compete with Hercules. At this time, Zixie's voice sounded. Suddenly a small green snake swam out of the garden. Thor looked surprised when he saw this, put down the exercise equipment, and grabbed it with his bare hands. His favorite thing is snakes. But at this moment, the green light on the little snake flashed and turned into Loki. Haha, it's me. Loki laughed strangely, took the dagger and stabbed Thor in the waist without hesitation. In reality, Thor quickly turned to the Avengers and explained. I've actually discovered him, it's just a joke. The corner of Tony's mouth twitched. Is this still a joke? Your waist is bleeding, and you probably have to pee blood even when you go to the toilet. It can only be said that he really doesn't understand the relationship between the two brothers. After one blow, Loki's body split into several phantoms and fled in different directions. However, Thor smiled disdainfully and didn't care about his bleeding abdomen. After a few steps, he caught up with a figure from behind. Then he grabbed Loki's neck and lifted it up like a chicken. Loki looked panicked, and the other running phantoms immediately disappeared. He shouted in disbelief. Impossible, how do you know that is true? Thor laughed. The next time you create a phantom to escape, it's best to let them step on the ground, they will almost float up and become a ghost. Come on, let you experience my brother's enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, Thor struck out with a blast, obviously seeking revenge for the stab in his waist just now. In the seal of the dimension fragment, Hela looked disgusted. Over 300 years old, made like this by a phantom magic, this Loki is even more useless than she imagined. What an embarrassment to Asgard. After getting out of trouble in the future, it would be better to just kill him. Earth. Which Agatha showed a mocking look. If it weren't for Asgard's power, she would have ridiculed him in the chat room. Odin's son is worse than a mortal, what a waste of resources. Inside the Kree battleship, Ronan, the accuser, wanted to make some mockery. But then the roar sounded again, interrupting him. The emerald light curtain lit up again. But with just one glance, countless people's pupils shrank. I saw only the phantom of the world tree. Hundreds of green runes are shining with emerald light, exuding strange fluctuations, slowly rotating around a figure. And that is Loki. Chapter 10. In the night, hundreds of runes shine like stars, mysterious and unpredictable. They are constantly changing, dissociating, and combining, like forming stars, emitting waves of fluctuations. And these are Loki's instincts during deep meditation. He did not deliberately control it, but let nature take its course to condense the runes and watch them change on their own. There are 3,654 runes in total, and he has learned them all. But this is just the beginning, he can only use it. Loki is not satisfied. What he wants is understanding. What is the essence of the rune? Whether it is attack, defense, energy manipulation, strength speed gain, weakness pain debuff, enchanting weapons and armor. Even create various unimaginable realms and realms. Why can they achieve so many effects when combined? In Loki's opinion, only by thoroughly understanding the nature of these runes can he fully control this power. In Dimension Fragments, Hela looked surprised. This kid really learned all the runes. How is that possible? Although that old guy is not very smart, he has to say that the runes he created are really powerful. But it's also extremely complicated. It's not like she didn't learn it back then. In the end, it's not giving up, it's failure. Because the higher level the runes are, the more complex they are. Even if you know how to build it, it will fail because of the sophistication inside. She took a deep look at Loki in the scene. At this moment, she highly suspected that the other party's spiritual power had even surpassed her own. But the other party is only over 300 years old. This is a bit exaggerated. In the Pantheon, Zeus first looked shocked, then sneered. He thinks Odin should be jealous now. After all, Loki on his side is not only useless, but he also defected to Asgard and pledged his allegiance to the Mad Titan. But according to what Ebony Maw meant before, now the Dark Army wants to kill him too. Gee, it's such a world of difference in comparison. Asgard. Odin took a deep breath, and his envy disappeared for a moment. But he was more amazed at the moment. Definitely. What surprised him wasn't that Loki could learn all the runes. But the other party actually tried to analyze the essence of the runes. Although he drank the water from the fountain of wisdom and hung himself upside down under the world tree for 7 days and nights, he created the rune. The truth is, even he cannot understand their full nature. Rather than being created, they are more like gifts from the world tree. If Loki could really parse and understand them completely, then it is very likely that it will no longer be about controlling the runes, but the power of the runes. But to get to that point, it will probably take an unknown amount of years, or even failure will be the end. Inside TVA, sweat began to form on Mobius's forehead before he knew it. He has captured hundreds of thousands of Loki variants, and even one of the most powerful old Loki can only create a large illusion. Or he is a waste among wastes, only capable of those ridiculous tricks. Either the bitterness is great and the hatred is deep, and the strength is not worthy of the hatred. And the one in front of me actually learned 3,654 runes. That kind of power is not enough for all Loki variants together. By the way, is this really Loki? Isn't it a fake of some scary thing from somewhere? He turned his head and glanced at the female judge, clearly seeing the pressure in her eyes. It seems that the other party has also thought of it. That is, once the light curtain ends, how should TVA capture this super mutant? In reality, Tony and the others looked at Thor's stunned expression with curiosity. This person's reaction was a bit too big, and his eyes nearly popped out. Sensing the attention of everyone, Thor smiled bitterly and said, "You may not understand what all the runes Loki learned mean. Let's just say it. Even now, there is a high probability that I will not be able to defeat this young man Loki." In fact, he still didn't tell the truth. He felt that he actually couldn't beat the opponent 100%, but it was too embarrassing to say it. But even so, after he finished speaking, he saw all the Avengers showing expressions exactly like his own, and they were all shocked to the point of being stunned. The world tree is looming, still dropping down from time to time a wisp of colorful mist that cannot be seen in the world and falling into Loki's body. A few hours later, the sound of flapping appeared. Loki woke up from deep meditation and looked over at the sound. The next second, even with his determination, he was stunned for a moment. And not just him. At this moment, countless people outside the light curtain showed shocked eyes. I saw an abstract python that looked like a child made out of plasticine. Not only is it red in color and green in color, and the thickness is uneven, it also has a big head on its head and is snorting towards Loki. When it arrived in front of Loki, it looked at the stunned Loki and exploded out of the water, and laughed. Haha, you didn't expect it, it was me. The abstract python's green light flashed and turned into Thor, holding a hammer and hitting Loki. But just when he raised the hammer, a dozen of the hundreds of runes around Loki's body have lit up one after another, forming mysterious patterns with each other. In an instant, green chains appeared out of thin air, locking Thor in mid-air. Impossible, how did you find out it was me? Thor is shocked. He had just learned phantom magic. He thought his disguise was perfect and his sneak attack would be successful. Hearing this, the corner of Loki's mouth twitched. Outside the light curtain, countless people were shocked again. You have become so abstract that only a fool can see it. Where does the confidence come from? I know, it must be my mother who told you that I can turn into a poisonous snake. Otherwise you wouldn't have been able to discover me. Thor vowed that he had already performed for the queen before. Loki can already imagine the uncomfortable expression on his mother's face at this moment. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, okay, this is how I teach you phantom magic." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and pointed. Suddenly a green ray bursts out from the fingertips and hits Thor. Plop! Thor yelled, turned into a frog and fell into the water, then bubbled. Obviously still not convinced, "What are you talking about?" But he stopped bubbling immediately. Because with a flash of green light, he saw Loki turned into an unimaginable giant snake, completely occupying his field of vision, looking down at him. Thor opened his mouth, and all his toughness finally turned into one sentence. "Brother, do you think it's too late for me to admit my mistake now?" Chapter 11. On Bifrost. Heimdall, holding the golden sword in his hand, retracted his gaze from patrolling the 9 realms and turned his head to look. The next second, a giant earthly python nearly a kilometer long with shining green scales was reflected in his golden pupils. And a slap file size, a frog running away like crazy. With his divine eyes, he could easily tell that they were Loki and Thor. Although I don't know why the latter started seeking death again. But he did not stop it. He has watched Thor being beaten by Loki since he was a child, and he knows that Loki's actions are measured and nothing will happen. But even so, Heimdall was still a little surprised at the moment. He could see that the python that Loki turned into was not a phantom at all. That is completely a flesh and blood entity, full of magic power, possessing terrifying power. When the giant snake moved, it set off huge waves like a tsunami. The sight that passed over him inadvertently made him feel a hint of crisis. It's no wonder it's Loki, he's become stronger again. Heimdall sighed. However, not only was he not afraid, but he felt a sense of pride in his heart. Because this is the Prince of Asgard. It is the glory of God's domain. Maybe he will be the Lord of Asgard in the future. The next second, he looked at the frog being rolled back and forth by the huge waves, and a trace of curiosity arose in his heart. What on earth did this kid do today? It seems that Loki has been made angry. I'm afraid he's going to suffer a little. A place of emptiness. Elderly Loki looked at the giant python in the light screen and suddenly felt that he had lived like a dog in his life. Because that Loki didn't use shape-shifting. But, phantom magic. That is a spell collected by Asgard, how could it be weak? The reason why it looks weak is because no one has practiced to the extreme. And one of its ultimate powers is that it can turn phantoms into reality. To put it another way, it doesn't matter if the caster wants to turn himself into a flame giant. But that kind of difficulty is also unimaginable. At this moment, almost all Loki who had practiced phantom magic were shocked. Before that, they all thought it was a lie. It's Odin's clumsy lie. But Loki in the light curtain undoubtedly slapped everyone in the face. After Thor vomited out the bile from today, yesterday, and the day before yesterday, Loki put the frog prince into a glass jar and starved him for 3 days before releasing him. After this incident, Loki also gave up teaching Thor phantom magic. Because it is obvious that the effects of using magic have side effects. Unless Thor wants to laugh his opponent to death. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. Loki lives a very solid life. Apart from the indispensable daily meditation and understanding of runes, he also practices Thor. After another deep meditation, Loki frowned and opened his eyes. He felt the bottleneck. It is impossible to analyze the essence of the runes just by meditating. He needs more knowledge. About all things, about the world, about magic, and about truth. But Asgard does not have these two things. From ancient times to the present. Although Asgard is rich in martial virtue, all strong men are warriors who awaken divine power. The 3 goddesses of destiny may have special powers, but there are more than just reasons for their disappearance. And it wasn't until Odin came here that there were runes. Therefore, most of the books collected by Asgard were basically snatched back and are very miscellaneous and useless. Although there are some powerful magics. But there is very little knowledge about the origin of magic. There are no magician groups in the army, there are only necromancers, the kind of existence that relies purely on blood to cast spells. Loki thought about it almost all night. The next day, he came to God King Odin and expressed his thoughts. He wants to go to Earth. Because there is the most powerful magical holy land among the 9 realms. Kamartaj. Tony Stark, Kamartaj? Earth? Did I hear that correctly? Thor, by the way, this is also the first time I know that there are necromancers on Earth. King Magician, not a necromancer, but a mystic. Strange, Asgard has no record of Kamartaj being on Earth? Loki, did you misunderstand something? Why do you think Thor can read? Thor, I just forgot, I have lived 1,000 years. Tony, stop. Pause. I want to ask, since you are on Earth and New York is invaded by alien troops, why don't you come? Baron Mordo, het. Do you think the only dangers in the real world are aliens? Who do you think will resist the enemies in the real dimension? Nick Fury, you mean there's still a magical crisis? Baron Mordo, it's a good word, but I prefer to use dimensional invasion to describe it, and the enemies there are beyond your imagination. Tony, how scary is that? Outside the light curtain, King Magician looked at the sky. How terrible is it? One bite can devour New York, one glance can crush the alien army, the planet is just their plaything, and impending death is not the end. And this is only what he can understand from a human perspective. Those were the real Mephistos, and the reality was probably 10,000 times scarier. So, I can't say. King Magician, we are people from 2 worlds. You Avengers can just do your own thing and there is no need to know more. Tony, it's as if you haven't said anything for a long time. Professor X, trust him, this is for your own good. Counter-Earth. The Supreme Evolution narrowed his eyes slightly. He once visited Earth, which was just a barren and backward civilization. But now it's clear there's a big secret hidden. Within the Hell dimension. A malicious smile appeared on Mephisto's lips. Cannot say? Then just do it yourself. However, when he wanted to sow the seeds of fear, his expression changed. A voice appeared in his consciousness. Unable to speak at the moment, please wait patiently. Mephisto sneered. The next second, he used the terrifying power of consciousness to impact the green light ball connecting the conversation. However, except for a ripple of emerald light, nothing happened. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into thought. In the temple. Hearing Loki's request, Odin shook his head slightly and said, "Although no one from the Aesir clan has ever gone to Camartage to study, I think the Ancient One magician will still give me this honor." But Odin paused and said seriously, "Not yet, Loki. In another 500 years you and Thor will come of age. And that will be a crucial node in the lives of the two of you." Chapter 12. New York S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Listening to what Odin said about the node 5 years later, Loki seemed to think of it and couldn't help but clenched his fist. Nick Fury on the side noticed this and thought thoughtfully. Look here at Loki, what must have happened at that point in time? Even very important. Boom. The emerald light curtain dimmed, and the other light curtain naturally lit up. Time is constantly jumping at this moment. 500 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Countless mortals live and die, kingdoms rise and fall. For Thor and Loki, they have just come of age. Two people are standing side by side in the garden. Thor is strong and cheerful, with blonde hair shining like the sun and a hearty smile on his face. Loki is a little thinner. He has black hair. Although it is not as dazzling as Thor, it has a hint of elegance that the former does not have. The two of them didn't know what they were talking about, but they both seemed very happy, even a little excited. Outside the light curtain, Tony looked at this scene and was slightly stunned. Because at the moment Loki gave him the feeling of a young man full of energy, with smiling eyes and no darkness or hatred. And the brotherly bond with Thor is also obvious. The thoughtful Captain America also discovered this. The two looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. What happened to make Loki become like this? The picture dimmed for a moment, and the time came to the next day. Asgard, which was very calm before, is filled with a strong and warm atmosphere at the moment. The huge golden Asgard temple is filled with people of Asgard, red flags and streamers hang on both sides, fairies scatter flowers in mid-air, and elves are flying. Under Odin's throne, Loki and Thor stand side by side in the center of the temple. Today. It is the day when the two princes of Asgard come of age. At the same time, it is also the day when they become gods. Presbyterian Hospital. Strange stared at the screen, afraid of missing any frame. He was very curious. This so-called becoming a god meant becoming a more powerful alien. Or will they really possess divine nature? Before today, he even thought magic was just a magic trick created by a group of liars. But the truth is obviously not that. The world is obviously more complicated than I thought. So, does God really exist in this world? Inside Holy Place Number 2. Thanos smiled slightly at this moment. Claiming to be gods, these Asgardians are really arrogant. After crushing Asgard, he will step on Thor's corpse and ask, "God, will I die?" Inside the temple. As Odin stood up from the throne, all the people of Asgard cheered, their eyes full of enthusiasm. After a dozen breaths, Odin shook Gungnir on the ground, and the sound receded instantly. Thor Odinson. Loki Odinson. As Odin spoke, the two of them knelt down on one knee with solemn expressions and lowered their heads. Odin stared at his two sons quietly, and after a few seconds, he made a majestic voice. "My son. The wheel of time has turned to the moment of destiny. You will become the new gods of Asgard under the witness of the 9 realms and under the watchful eye of the World Tree. At that moment, all the creatures protected by the gods will cheer for you. And your power will also be used to protect all living beings. Now, as the Father of God, I ask you in the name of Odin, can you do it?" At this moment, his voice was full of holiness and judgment, echoing throughout the temple. Thor and Loki raised their heads and replied almost simultaneously. "That is my glory." "Definitely so." Odin looked into their eyes, one passionate and the other excited. A complex emotion suddenly arose in my heart, but I didn't show it. He nodded and said, "I believe you can do it and you won't let me down." As the voice fell, Odin raised the eternal spear. In an instant, the entire sky of Asgard was shrouded in dark clouds, and countless golden thunders wandered through it, exuding extremely terrifying fluctuations. A moment. The breath passed through the light curtain, making countless people feel their scalps numb. The stronger a person is, the more terrifying he can sense this aura. Ordinary people without a trace of strength are better off, but there is some instinctive fear in their hearts. Holy place number 2. Thanos, who had just made some bold words in his heart, changed his expression. He felt that he had underestimated this old immortal. In the pantheon, Zeus's face was uncertain, and he felt the gap again. Camartage. The magician king shrank his neck, feeling that his whole soul was throbbing. But after seeing Ancient One with a calm face, I felt a lot better. Boom! With a thunder that seemed to shatter the space, a golden beam of light suddenly fell from the clouds. Loki and Thor, kneeling on one knee in the center of the temple, were enveloped by a pillar of light. No. It shouldn't be said to be shrouded, but washed away. That is the divine power of Odin, which is washing away the bodies of the two people and leveraging the Godhead in their spirituality, thus awakening their divine power. Time passed by second, and Thor's face showed an expression of extreme pain, as if he was suffering from something. However, there is no pain on Loki's face. At this moment, in the eyes of countless people outside the light curtain, Thor was performing poorly, while Loki was doing well. But in reality, in person, Loki showed a hint of pain in his eyes. At this moment, Thor seemed unable to bear it and let out a scream. At this moment, his eyes turned blue, and dense blue thunder exploded from his body into the sky. There was a thunder in the sky of Asgard. After a few seconds, the golden light beam dissipated. Thor put his hands on the ground to prevent himself from falling, breathing heavily from his mouth, and his whole body was wet with sweat. Although he was in a miserable state, he could not hide his excitement. Because he succeeded. At this time, Thor thought of something and turned to look at Loki. However, there was not a drop of sweat on the latter's face, and he just forced an unnatural smile after he looked over. "Congratulations, Thor." "Oh no, it should be Thor." Thor looked at Loki's expression and was stunned. He opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the wave of cheers from the Asgard people present. This day, Thor became Thor. Loki became the god of trickery. Chapter 13. Although the scene of the ceremony of becoming a god does not show much, but many smart people have already seen it. Thor is the real Thor. And Loki's so-called god of trickery is just a title, or a false god. It has no power. As the ceremony ends, Thor receives his weapon Mjolnir. This is an artifact smelted from the Death Star, handmade by Dwarf King Ai Kui, and engraved with a large number of runes. The moment Thor held the hammer in his hand, thunder exploded from above, and the divine power formed a powerful armor covering his body. From this moment on, Asgard welcomes its Thor. Thor's name echoes throughout the temple. Loki also received a reward. That is a green scepter, a treasure presented by the kingdom of light elves. It allows the caster to better control magic and use magic. When Loki held the scepter, his body suddenly lit up with dark green magic light, forming an antlered helmet, and the cloak behind him made a hunting sound. When everything was over, Loki returned to the palace alone. At this moment, there was strong unwillingness in his eyes. The rewarded scepter, the dream treasure of countless magicians, was thrown on the ground like garbage. At this moment, Loki suddenly saw two black and green daggers placed on the table. That's not his thing. He walked over, picked up the double daggers, and recognized what they were. That is the weapon of the God Queen. Now, she gave it to her son. Loki's eyes turned red, and the strong unwillingness in his eyes turned into a tear and fell to the ground. He stood like a statue in the dark room, wondering what he was thinking. After an unknown amount of time, he flipped his hands and the shadow daggers disappeared. Then he walked to the bed, lay down, closed his eyes, and seemed to accept his fate. Among Asgard. Odin sighed, seeming older. God Queen Frigga's eyes turned red when she saw this scene, and she felt even more upset. New York. Thor felt very uncomfortable inside. He did not speak in the chat room, but looked disappointed and said slowly to Tony and the others in a low tone. I still remember how drunk I was with Vandal, Hogun, and others that night. Even the next day, I complained that Loki didn't celebrate with everyone. I didn't expect Loki to be in so much pain that day. After hearing this, Tony patted Thor's shoulder to comfort him. However, that didn't mean he could forgive Loki. At this time, the light curtain faded and the emerald light lit up again. Although Loki doesn't understand why Odin has to wait until he reaches adulthood before allowing him to go to Camartage. But since his father said so, he believed there must be a reason for doing so. From this day on, Loki began to read the books collected in Asgard. Whether it's useful or useless, I'll look at it. Definitely, I will go to meditate under the world tree every night. And, from time to time, discipline, beat, Thor. This kind of life day after day. Until one day 400 years later, Loki suddenly opened his eyes under the world tree. He raised his hand and saw a flash of ice blue energy under his skin, disappearing into the flesh and blood without a trace. It's like an illusion. But how could he have hallucinations with his mental strength? And this is Asgard. No enemy can escape Heimdall's eyes. There is no way an intruder can attack him. Loki frowns. It's not an illusion, it's not an enemy, so what is it? If it hadn't been spiritually triggered just now, he wouldn't even have been able to detect this energy. At this moment, a breeze floated. Loki sensed that Odin was standing behind him at some point. Loki put his feet down and said with a strange look on his face. Father, why are you here? Odin is not as majestic as when he was sitting in the temple, and his eyebrows are much softer at this moment. He showed a smile, then looked up into the void and said. You should always be able to see the shadow of the world tree under the real dimension, right? Loki was stunned for a moment, then explained awkwardly. I can see it, but I didn't mean not to say it, I was afraid. Odin smiled and said. You're afraid of irritating Thor's pride. After all, as the elder brother, he cannot see the world tree. Loki nods. He has learned all the runes and has been admired by many people of Asgard, and Thor looks very stupid in comparison. He really doesn't want this brother to feel more pressure. Although Thor has always been careless, how could he not be affected? Just don't say it. Otherwise, with Thor's character, even if he forces himself to force those runes on him, he will eventually forget them all. It's not like I secretly remembered it behind my back. Reality. Thor suddenly felt even more guilty. Loki in the light curtain could imagine his brother's feelings. As an older brother, he never cared about Loki's feelings. Really incompetent. Seeing Loki admit it, Odin showed a look of emotion on his face and sighed. Thor is really lucky to have you as a brother. Loki didn't say anything, but suddenly said. Father, that's not why you came here. He is indeed my smartest child. Odin nodded and said. You can see the world tree. I have known it for a long time, but do you know what to ask? Heimdall. Loki said as he glanced in the direction of Bifrost, where the gatekeeper stood motionless. No. Odin shook his head and said directly without any pretense. It's because I saw with my own eyes that the gift of world tree fell on you. Loki is puzzled. Gift from the world tree? What is that? Odin's expression suddenly became serious and he said very seriously. That is the power that allows you to awaken your godhood. That's why I let you stay in Asgard. Chapter 14. Awakening Godhead. Loki couldn't help but look surprised. Isn't divine power something like awakening? If you have it, you have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. At this moment, he suddenly thought of the blue energy that had just disappeared into the flesh and blood. So, that thing is a gift from World Tree. So, the divinity of the gods is actually related to the World Tree? Loki asked curiously. The complicated color in Odin's eyes flashed away. Related, but this is just one of them. The specific reasons are very complicated, and you need to explore and understand them by yourself in the future. Outside the light curtain, Odin understood why his other self didn't tell Loki everything. The other person's life experience is just one of them. The most important thing is that the origin of the Aesir clan is not only related to the World Tree, but also to the ancient gods of the earth. As for the ancient god, there are too many secrets involved, and they are even more terrifying. Sometimes not knowing a secret means safety. Just like those beings in the shadows, he suppressed this secret in his heart and never told anyone. Loki nods. Knowing what the blue energy just represented made him feel relieved. Otherwise, thinking about it every day will only make your spirit more and more exhausted, and even affect your soul. At this time Odin showed a smile and continued. According to records, the gift from the World Tree will last until you reach adulthood. In other words, I have begun to look forward to what kind of magical power you will awaken. Hearing this, a look of anticipation flashed in Loki's eyes. Because awakening the Godhead is more than just gaining new powers. My own magic power will also be converted into a higher level of divine power, and the effect of using magic will be more powerful. Time starts to flow forward. Another 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Loki, who was meditating under the World Tree, suddenly sensed something and opened his eyes. He looked down at his palm. Through the fair skin, the originally bright red flesh and blood inside seems to have completely turned into ice blue. It contains a coldness that seems to freeze everything. The power of ice. Loki murmurs to himself. However, when he raised his head and looked up at the shadow of the World Tree, he did not see a trace of red disappearing through the ice-blue blood vessels. At this time, the shadow of the World Tree slowly dimmed. Loki feels something in his heart. The time has come. Starting from today, World Tree should no longer send gifts. But he didn't feel any loss. Because, he also had a premonition. My own destiny is about to begin. 7 days later. Asgard blooms with dazzling eternal light in the universe. The lands governed by the 9 realms all offer their loyalty and treasures, and come here to witness the birth of the new god. In the Golden Temple, under the spotlight, Loki and Thor walked out from both sides of the hall and stood in the center of the temple with the Aesir totems engraved on them, accompanied by overwhelming cheers. Today, God King Odin stood up from the throne and told the history and glory of Asgard. A few minutes later, Odin raised the eternal spear, and countless golden thunders began to wander over the god's domain. The powerful power of Odin began to accumulate. The awakening ceremony of divine power is about to begin. Thor looks excited. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. But at this moment, he suddenly saw Loki walking out of the totem circle. What are you doing, Loki? Thor looked eager, and as he spoke, he reached out to catch his brother. Not only him, but the people of Asgard present at this moment, as well as the lords of the 9 realms who came to witness, all looked puzzled. The former looks worried. And among the latter, there are some lords who are looking forward to something scandalous happening in their hearts. They surrendered because of Asgard's force. Loyalty is just a joke. Loki easily dodged Thor's outstretched hand, and his calm voice was extremely clear in the temple. Stand back, Thor. Don't worry, I just don't need this. It was at this moment that a golden beam of light fell from the temple, completely engulfing Thor. Loki just stood quietly aside, and for a moment there was a strong contrast with Thor, who was half kneeling on the ground in the beam of light, suffering tremendous pain. After dozens of breaths, with a roar that seemed to break through everything, a thunder sounded in the sky. In an instant, dense thunder and lightning burst out from Thor and soared into the sky. At this time, the light beam of Odin's divine power disappeared, and the vision on Thor disappeared. His hands were weak and he leaned on the ground, breathing heavily. Success! Thor's face shows excitement and joy. But he immediately thought of something, his smile faded, and he looked at Loki nervously. Not just him. At this moment, except for Odin, all the people of Asgard looked at Loki extremely nervously. Although the other party is a new star that makes everyone prouder than Thor, and is considered to be the future glory of God's domain. But not participating in the ritual awakening is too risky. In the history of Asgard, Odin and several predecessors have succeeded. Absolutely no more than 5. You can imagine how difficult it is. Some of the lords of the 9 realms have eyes full of worry, while others are waiting deep in their eyes for Asgard to make a fool of themselves. That will definitely have an impact on Asgard's dominance. Loki seems indifferent to all this. He ignores the looks around him. First he glanced at Odin, the king of ice, and then turned to look at the god queen standing on the left side of the altar. After showing his mother a confident and affirmative smile, Loki stepped out into the air in front of him and stepped on the invisible steps. The gears of fate begin to turn at this moment. Chapter 15. First step. A cold wind suddenly blew in from the Golden Temple. The coolness made many people puzzled. Asgard has no 4 seasons and a constant temperature like spring. How can there be cold wind? At this time Loki took another step on the invisible ladder. Whew! The space seems to have changed in an instant. The sunlight cast by the dome is no longer dazzling, but as dim as before the long winter night. The comfortable warmth is declining at a very obvious speed, and the breath exhaled from everyone's mouth turns into white mist. At this time, the third step is lifted and dropped. Click! A very crisp and obvious freezing sound sounded. The golden hall spreads frost at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a large number of snowflakes appear out of thin air in the air and slowly fall. The astonishing chill made everyone shiver involuntarily. However, this is not over yet. Amidst all the shocked eyes, Loki's fourth step fell. In an instant, his skin became as bright as the moonlight, and ice-blue snow crystals appeared in the depths of his black pupils. He looks down. Everyone who was stared at suddenly felt their bodies stiffen, and felt a coldness they had never experienced before. Even their souls seemed to be frozen. It wasn't until my eyes left that I felt alive again and felt a touch of warmth. However, what followed was an even more terrifying scene. Loki exhales as he breathes. In an instant, it turned into blue tide-like fluctuations and spread in all directions. At this time, the camera lens of the picture suddenly lifted up. I saw that with the Asgard temple as the center, the world began to undergo rapid metamorphosis. Wherever blue passes, violent storms and snow rage, lakes are frozen, buildings are frozen, and mountains become glaciers. The entire Asgard turned into an ice doomsday-like world in just a few seconds. But this power is conscious. Nothing was frozen except for dead objects wherever it passed. Peter Parker, Universe 1632. This, I guess, is the god of ice? Jonathan Human Torch, 838. It looks very cold. He didn't run away. Richard, what I'm more concerned about is why there is such a big difference between Thor's vision during awakening and Loki's. Tony, indeed, the former just exploded with some thunder and lightning, while Loki has already changed the world, and the energy contained in it is not a dimension. Hella, simple, because he's just a loser. Awakening divine power does not mean that he can control his own power. Thor, I can definitely control thunder and lightning. Hella, haha, I guess you can't even change the celestial phenomena? You are as useless as this Thor. Outside the light curtain, Odin did not defend his son. Maybe this kind of stimulation would be better for Thor. But he actually didn't agree with Hela's words. Because I had never achieved the level of awakening visions like Loki's. Not to mention, you can control your own divine power just by awakening. If he saw it correctly, everything frozen in the light curtain was dead. Not a single living creature was frozen. In the Temple of Ice, all Asgard and lords, whether they were worried, nervous, or waiting to see a joke. This moment everything turned into shock. The entrance to the temple is extremely huge, and they can all see the ice doomsday scene outside. That is the true power of God. Thor was also shocked at this moment. He definitely knows that his younger brother is better than him in terms of ability and wisdom. But everyone is awakening their magical power, so this scene is a bit too exaggerated, to save face for my brother. Odin stood on the altar, his eyes filled with satisfaction. This level of awakening was something that even I couldn't achieve back then. And this is not only achieved by the gift of World Tree, but even Loki's original spirituality is more critical. Moreover, when he looked at Loki's figure, he felt relieved in his heart. His previous guess was indeed correct. Under the coverage of a higher level of power, Loki's life form and bloodline have actually changed. But this matter will be rotten in his stomach forever. Mid-air Loki has no idea what Odin is thinking. He is using all his flesh and blood cells at this moment to feel the divine power coming out of the cocoon. The icy coldness he felt was a slight chill that made his soul feel comfortable. Submit completely to him. But Loki has a hunch that this power of ice can do far more than what is in front of him. It's just that you need to dig deeper. Suddenly, Loki frowned. On the altar, Odin, who looked satisfied, also discovered something at this time, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. This is? In the temple, the people of Asgard have begun to cheer for their god of ice and give them their fanatical gazes. But at the moment, a heart-stopping aura suddenly appeared from Loki. The next second, everyone clearly saw in shock that blood vessels like lava flowing emerged in Loki's body. They keep gathering. Flow. Finally, a twisted flame mark formed and appeared on Loki's forehead. In an instant, an even more explosive aura that is completely opposite to the power of ice completely erupts from Loki. Chapter 16. Boom. The whole space trembled heavily. I saw countless flames erupting behind Loki, and then rising into the sky. In the world of Doomsday Winter, the 1,000-meter-high Golden Temple wakes up like a prehistoric volcano. The terrifying flames broke through the gap in the dome, forming a red pillar of fire that penetrated the sky. Boom! Another violent tremor. That was the shield formed by the runes being hit. The rune defense of God's domain was triggered at this moment, appearing densely in the sky. The pillar of flame was blocked and spread in all directions. Looking from the ground, the sky turned completely red, like the end of hell. There are even more red stars lighting up one after another. On Sakaar, Valkyrie's scalp feels numb. She knows what it is. The runes made of magical materials by the dwarf tribe are undergoing high temperatures and are about to melt. But what a high temperature! At this moment, golden thunder surged from Odin's left eye in the temple. Suddenly, the runes that were about to be ignited were covered with a layer of golden divine power, and then all the runes disappeared again. This moment, the entire sky of Asgard turned into a sea of fire, with countless fire crows walking through it. The earth is still a frozen world, and a terrifying low-temperature storm sweeps everything. But what I can't understand is, ice and fire were not offset at this moment, but instead tore apart a more terrifying extreme. Outside the light curtain, countless people looked at the sky with blank faces. Whether you admit it or not, the scene before you is like a mythical world coming to life. To them, this is God. In the land of void. I don't know how many Lokis trembled as they looked at the scene that they didn't even dare to dream about. Loki, how could he do this? And does he really deserve to be called Loki? The end of time. The person left behind, Kong Xianji, showed a hint of surprise, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This Loki may be more in line with his goals. Within the seal of the dimension fragments, Hela was silent at this moment. She is free to mock the Loki and Thor of her world as trash. But the Loki in front of him not only awakened dual priesthoods, but the visions he displayed were even more exaggerated and terrifying. This is simply not what I could compare to at the beginning. As long as the other party doesn't seek death or fall into depravity in the future. When you completely control these two priesthoods, even if you stand on Asgard, you can't defeat the other party. No. Hela had a gloomy look on her face as this crazy idea was driven out of her mind. She, the goddess of death, the true master of the divine realm, no god can defeat her. No matter Odin, no matter Loki. Inside the temple, everyone except Odin and Frigga felt a terrible pressure at this moment. It is as if the soul is about to be frozen by the cold, but the body seems to be ignited by the heat. That feeling of tearing is so devastating. Fortunately, Loki discovered this situation in time. He can completely control the single ice phenomenon, but coupled with the fire phenomenon, he is slightly unable to control it. With a thought, all the divine power returned to his body. The ice and snow melted throughout Asgard immediately, the sea of fire was extinguished, and it returned to its previous appearance. But at this moment, everyone's eyes have changed. Double priesthood. The last time it appeared was 5,000 years ago. And that person has become the father of God, it is Odin. It possesses unparalleled power and even created the rune, leading Asgard to unprecedented glory. Now, another dual priest appears. The Asgardians spontaneously knelt down on one knee, looking up at Loki in the air with extremely fanatical eyes, shouting his name. Those lords, whether they were loyal or thoughtful, also knelt down on one knee under the general situation. If there are no accidents, this will be their future new owner. However, Loki just looked at all this with calm eyes, as if it had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, Thor stood in the center. He was usually carefree, but his eyes were a little embarrassed at the moment. As the eldest prince, he has already awakened his priesthood. But there seems to be only one protagonist today. But he immediately put aside this discomfort and became happy for Loki. Soon, the ceremony ended. In the declaration of the father of God Odin, Thor is Asgard Thor. And Loki is the god of fire and ice. Asgard will also hold a celebration for 3 days and 3 nights, and there will be rare and top-notch food and wine. Even rewards with various treasures. Definitely, those things are just ordinary gadgets. At the moment in the true Asgard vault, Odin takes Thor and Loki step by step deeper. Soon later, the 3 of them came to a stone seat. A silver-white hammer engraved with mysterious patterns is placed on it. Mjolnir. Odin first made a sigh of relief, and then said. Or you can call it Mjolnir. It is made of Uru alloy and is an artifact forged by King Dwarf himself in the core of the Death Star. Only those who are worthy of it are qualified to lift it. Try it, Thor. Thor was already impatient. After hearing Odin's words, he immediately stepped forward and held his hands. As he began to exert strength, streaks of thunder suddenly spread from Mjolnir. But it didn't move, as if it was welded to the stone base. Thor groaned, his eyes became solemn, the muscles of his arms bulged high, and with the belief that he would not give up until he lifted up, he squeezed out all his strength. The next second, thunder exploded from the hammer, and he lifted it up. For a moment, Thor felt that the hammer became very light, which meant that he had gained Mjolnir's recognition. Haha, I knew I could do it. Mjolnir must definitely match Thor. Thor laughed loudly and brought Mjolnir closer to his eyes to take a closer look. The more he looked at it, the more fond he became. At this moment, he seemed to think of something and turned the hammer back again. Then he winked at Loki and said with a smile. Come on, Loki, let me see if you can lift it. Usually he is the one who takes the hit, but today I also want to see Loki suffer. In his opinion, neither Loki's character nor strength are suitable for Mjolnir and will certainly not be recognized. Loki glances at Odin and asks with his eyes. He is indeed a little curious. But what he cares about is not the origin of the hammer, but what is the principle of curiosity. Odin nodded without stopping. Chapter 17. Loki steps forward and grasps Mjolnir's grip with both hands. A feeling of familiarity came to my heart for a moment. That is the breath of World Tree. It turns out that Mjolnir's grip is made of the branches of the World Tree. Loki's thoughts changed and he didn't have any entanglements. He took a deep breath and began to exert force. Mjolnir remains motionless. Loki feels as if he is lifting the entire Asgard. It is impossible to lift the hammer with strength alone. Seeing this scene, Thor, who was still a little nervous, immediately relaxed. He laughed loudly and said, "It seems that Mjolnir did not acknowledge you, brother. Sure enough, only a brave warrior like me is the most suitable for it." After saying that, Thor felt that maybe he was a little arrogant, so he changed his tone and comforted. "But don't be discouraged, Loki, it's just inappropriate and not recognized." However, after he finished speaking, he saw that Loki had not let go of his hand at all. "Do you still want to try it?" Thor smiled, he was happy to see his brother deflate. But then he saw Loki turn his head. Not only did his face show no emotions of shock, but he looked calm. The next second, Loki's tone showed a hint of pride that he had never seen before. "Suitable. Admit." Loki shook his head and said calmly. "You've confused Thor. A weapon has no right to choose its owner, my will is above all else." Thor was stunned for a moment when he heard this. A hint of appreciation appeared in Odin's eyes, but he immediately hid it. At this time, a divine power entangled with red and ice blue spread out from Loki's hands and wrapped around Mjolnir. For a moment, Thor saw the hammer that seemed to be embedded in the stone pedestal tremble slightly, and his heart could not help but beat faster. "Impossible. I must have seen it wrong." Loki didn't pay attention to Thor's expression. At the moment, his vision had completely changed. He saw a silver wall. It is engraved with densely packed runes, arranged in a strange combination. He can see through most of the effects at a glance. Flight, summoning, locking, gain, suppression, armor breaking, demon breaking, power conversion, divine power blessing. Loki looked at so many effects and had to admire the Dwarf King. Although the template is most likely made by Odin, it is exaggerated that the other party can forge so many runes into Uru alloy. Soon, Thor discovered the key to so-called recognition. But that is not the rune, but a spell cast by Odin on it. However, this does not trouble him. He has seen almost all of Asgard's magic. This magic in front of me, as long as Odin doesn't actively stop him from outside the door and directly refuses, then he can open the door lock. He opened his eyes, looked at Odin and said, "Father, is it okay?" Thor was confused, but Odin nodded. Seeing this, Loki closed his eyes again and began to use his divine power to construct the key for this spell. Camartage. The Magician King and Baron Mordo looked at each other, both feeling that Loki was unlikely to succeed. Odin's spell is actually, to put it bluntly, something similar to magic. And if Loki wants to unlock it, it is equivalent to having a magic door, and he can go through it without destroying it. Can this be done? Able. They believe that Ancient One can definitely do it. But that was the Sorcerer Supreme who had survived for who knows how long. The understanding and control of magic is something they can't even look up to. In contrast, although Loki has lived for 800 years, he is obviously still very young. Loki's idea is simple. He does not need to go through, what he has to do is to let the door open by itself. Like he said, he wants to make a key. It's called deception. Loki did not use divine power first, but used spiritual power to construct special runes. Tens of seconds passed, and hundreds of special runes enveloped the spell. With Loki's thought, they began to combine constantly. Suddenly, various false personalities based on Thor were created, and they began to continuously release their own emotions and characteristics. One impact, two impacts. In the blink of an eye, the spell impacted thousands of times. Until next time. A suitable key opens that door. At this moment, Loki, who had been waiting for a long time, unleashed his divine power without any hesitation and squeezed in very roughly. At the same time, in reality, Thor watched helplessly as Mjolnir trembled violently, as if he had suffered something bad. But the next second, his hammer stopped moving. He felt tight inside, and the inexplicable feeling seemed to be getting worse. At this time, Loki opened his eyes and raised Mjolnir with one hand. Frost and flames surround each other above, seeming to announce that it has a new owner. Thor in the light curtain was dumbfounded. Thor outside the light curtain was also stunned. Even Hela in dimension fragments is dumbfounded. Not only that, at the moment all three of them had an unspeakable uncomfortable feeling. Kamartaj. King Magician and Mordo looked at each other again. This time they saw the wonder in each other's eyes, and the sudden realization that they could still do this. In front of the two of them, Ancient One smiled unconsciously, his eyes full of admiration. This is a sign of flexible thinking and not being bound by rules. It has been many years since she saw such a capable youngster. But there is still a future, and the time is coming soon. In the treasure house, Odin nodded, smiled, and praised. Well done, Loki, even I didn't expect this method. He almost never praises others. This sentence is already a very, very high praise. Thor was still stunned at the moment. He still couldn't figure out how Loki lifted Mjolnir, and the process made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. At this moment, he saw Loki hand the hammer to extinguish the flames in front of him. Here you go, Thor. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Thor took the hammer and was suddenly stunned. It's not right. Isn't this my hammer? What am I thanking for? Loki couldn't hear this. Actually, this hammer has already left a mark after it was forcibly taken over by his divine power. He can summon it at any time if he wants to use it. But he would not say this, lest Thor feel even more uncomfortable. Chapter 18. At this time Loki glanced at Odin again. Actually, there is another point that he did not say out loud. In addition to seeing the marks left by Thor and Odin in Mjolnir, he also saw another one. That is an unknown divine mark. This shows that this hammer once had an owner, and he was also an Asgard god. But there is no record of a god holding Mjolnir in the entire history of Asgard, so there must be a secret. But Odin didn't say anything, and he wouldn't ask. Within the dimension fragment, Hela sneered disdainfully. It seems that the same thing happened to me in the other world. Use. Abandon. Cover. Sure enough, no matter who Odin is, he is a complete hypocrite. But she was in no hurry. As long as the two light curtains continue to play a long time, everyone can see what kind of villain the so-called father of God is. Odin didn't seem to notice Loki's gaze, turning around and walking deeper into the Asgard treasure house. Loki, I also chose the most suitable artifact for you, you will like it. He said as he walked, with a kind of emotion in his voice. Thor hung Mjolnir around his waist, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. The same goes for Loki. The Asgard treasury is a forbidden area, except for Odin and the golden armored guards, they have never entered. After walking for a few minutes, the three of them walked into another corridor and stopped in front of an altar burning with flames. Thor glanced inside and said with a surprised look on his face. Is this magic flame? He saw that the flames in the altar were burning out of thin air, with nothing inside. In the kingdom of fire, an earth-shattering roar sounded, making countless flame creatures tremble. And the roar also sounded in the chat room. Surti, damn Odin, that's my eternal fire. Ronan the accuser, stupid giant, can't you see that's not our world? Surti, that's my divine fire too. Ronan, I understand. It seems that your fire was also taken away by Odin. Surti, no. Peter Parker, I have a saying, and I can tell from several universes away that this sentence is not very powerful. Surti, I will get it back one day, and then Tony, and bring Ragnarok. Surti, definitely, you are right, Midgard boy. Outside the light screen, Tony was speechless. Is this guy's brain probably taken away by Odin? Can't he hear that he is mocking him? This is the eternal fire. Odin looked at the flames and said meaningfully. It is the core of flame giant Surti. However, although the power is indeed very powerful, the user will gradually be assimilated into a fire creature and become very stupid. The thought of destroying Asgard like Surti is left in the brain. Thor couldn't help but take a step back after hearing this. The name of this flame sounds good, but why is it so evil? Then you still give it to Loki? Thor asked confused. Odin shook his head and did not answer, but looked at Loki and said, "Do you feel it?" Loki nods. In his powerful spiritual perception, there is something else in the eternal fire. Thor was confused. At this time, Odin said concisely and comprehensively, "Go." Loki nods again and walks to the edge of the flames. The next second, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, then slowly stretched out his hand. The moment it touched the eternal fire, the latter suddenly exploded, trying to burn the insects that dared to touch it to ashes. But at this time, Loki's hand surged with red divine flames, completely ignoring the damage from the eternal fire. Then he thrust his entire arm into the flames. After a few seconds, he suddenly paused, as if he touched something. "Found it!" Loki's voice fell, and then under Thor's shocked eyes, he slowly pulled out a golden long sword from the flames. When it was lifted, a fierce golden flame suddenly burned. Thor looks surprised. If it can be saved in the eternal fire, it must be a sword. And he just felt Mjolnir trembling, as if he felt threatened. At this point Loki lowers his arm. He can also feel that this sword is extremely powerful, and it feels completely different from when holding Mjolnir. "What's its name?" "Father, was it also forged by King Dwarf?" Thor asked curiously. Odin shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No. This sword is the flame giant's weapon, it's called Fire Demonic Sword Levarden." In the chat room, Surti's roar sounded again. Almost everyone understood in an instant that the sword of this flame giant was probably taken away by Odin, just like in the light curtain. Outside the light curtain, King Magician showed a sympathetic look. This flame giant is really miserable. The fire is gone, the sword is gone, and I still want to destroy Asgard. Sure enough, his brain was really taken away by Odin. At this time Thor finally remembered who the flame giant was. Isn't that the Surti who was prophesied to destroy Asgard and bring Ragnarok? He suddenly became confused and said, "Father, since you took away his flame and sword, why didn't you kill him?" It is said that one of his goals after becoming a god is to kill this flame giant and take his head back as a trophy. Let the 9 realms see what will happen if they try to destroy Asgard. But now it seems that my father has already dealt with it. Just why leave the other party alive? Odin shook his head and said, "Because it's meaningless." "Why?" Thor looked confused. "That's not what you should know now." Odin had no intention of explaining. Thor was even more confused when he heard this, but Loki was thoughtful. He glanced at the eternal fire, seeming to be thinking about something. Odin noticed this and suddenly said, "Loki, this sword can destroy a continent if used to the extreme. You should use it with caution in the future. As for the more specific ability, I don't know. You can explore it yourself in the future." "I will, father," Loki said solemnly. "That's good. Now let's go to the next treasure. There's no need to waste time here. Speaking, Odin takes the lead and walks in the other direction. Outside the light curtain, Hela frowned slightly watching this scene. This Odin is obviously hiding something, and he is even afraid that Loki will think too much about it. This is so strange. It's also unreasonable. After thinking about it, she chose to speak directly in the chat room. Chapter 19. Chat room. Hela, Odin, why didn't you just kill the flame giant? There are not many people who have this kind of doubt at this moment. After all, Surti had spoken in the chat room, and he always wanted to destroy Asgard. But it is still alive and well. And just now it looked furious. It was obvious that the eternal fire and the magic sword were also taken away by Odin. So, within 2 timelines, both Odin chose the same approach. There is definitely some secret here. Zeus, haha, it is indeed a bit strange. With your personality Odin, it is impossible to keep it. Or what do you want to do? Thor, ridiculous, when has Asgard ever had to explain to the Pantheon what you want to do, Zeus? Zeus, I'm just curious. Your reaction was too intense, Thor. Or, you know something? Hela, I guess Odin won't tell this loser at all. Thor, you. Odin, no need to guess anymore, it's actually very simple, I just can't kill it. Surti will resurrect in the land of fire after death. Surti, haha, that's good if you know. Asgard can never defeat me, I will give. Tony, stop, everyone knows what you're going to do, so there's no need to say anything. Surti, humph. In the Pantheon, Zeus frowned. Although Odin's answer seems reasonable, after all, he cannot kill the flame giant, the mortal enemy in Asgard's prophecy, and it does hinder the maintenance of the God King's majesty in the 9 realms. But he always felt something was wrong. Although this kind of thing cannot be known to outsiders, it is not too conservative to hide it from the 2 sons. And why is Surti resurrected? This kind of power shouldn't be possessed by trash of that level. The more Zeus thought about it, the more confused he became. But what he was sure of was that there was definitely a deeper secret to this matter that Odin had not told. Counter-Earth. The Supreme Evolution, which originally didn't care, showed a look of surprise at this moment. Elemental creatures that can be resurrected. Both the sovereigns he created and those awakening animals behaved increasingly inferiorly. Perhaps this flame giant is the highest level of evolution of life. It seems that after this light curtain ends, it is necessary for me to return to the Milky Way. Father, don't you want me to continue investigating? Loki was keenly aware of Odin's intentions, but was even more puzzled. It's just a flame giant, even if it can be resurrected, it won't be like this. At this time, Thor made a sound of surprise, interrupting his thinking. The next treasure, Father, what else do you want to give us too? Thor looked excited and looking forward to it. However, Odin didn't look back and said angrily. It's not you two, it's just Loki. This is not fair. Now if you give me another priesthood in awakening, I will go to the dwarf tribe to build a battle armor for you. Isn't this fair? Thor smiled awkwardly and followed. Actually, I don't really want it. 1 Mjolnir is enough. If there are too many, it might get angry. Loki shook his head slightly. It seemed that the other party didn't hear a word of what he said before. He turned over with one hand, and the flame demon sword disappeared from his hand, and then followed him. Not long after, the 3 of them walked to a long corridor. Unlike other places in the treasure house, there are no treasures stored on the sides here, only iron walls covered with thick frost. Loki looked up and saw an ice-blue treasure box placed on a stone pillar at the end of the corridor. But that's not the point. Loki continues to look at the white wall behind the treasure box. The powerful spirituality made him feel a creepy feeling on top. But Loki is not surprised. It would be abnormal if there were no means in the Asgard treasure trove. It's so cold, Loki. It feels like it's colder than when you woke up from the power of ice. Thor said, shrinking his neck. His body is numb from the cold, which shows that the thing in the distance is definitely terrifying. Hearing this, Loki was speechless and said, Thor, the power of awakening is not for you to save and become a Valkyrie. You have to use it. After Thor heard this, he mobilized the divine power in his body and immediately felt the cold recede, feeling much more comfortable. He suddenly showed a surprised expression. Hey, it's really useful. How did you know, Loki? Don't you know what you can do with your own strength? Loki said expressionlessly. My guess. Looking at Thor's shocked expression, as you can guess, Odin sighed heavily in his heart. Fortunately, Loki is doing his best. Otherwise, if there is a problem with both of them, what will Asgard do in the future? Even if it means death, it will not dare to die. Outside the light curtain, Odin blinked, feeling offended by himself. Soon the three of them reached the end of the corridor. At the moment, at close range, the treasure box shows a thrilling ice blue color. Odin did not sell out, and said directly. This is Casket of Ancient Winters. It is said that there is endless ice stored in it. As long as the user is strong enough, it can even freeze an entire planet. Ice planet, Thor swallowed involuntarily, with a look of shock in his eyes. At this time Odin paused and then said. It was once a weapon of the giants of Jotunheim. It was defeated by Asgard during an invasion of Midgard and became our trophy. But it's yours now, Loki. After the words fell, Odin realized that Loki did not answer. He turned around and saw that the other party was looking at Casket of Ancient Winters blankly, with snowflake marks appearing in his eyes. Just when he thought Loki was affected by his sanity and wanted to mobilize the power of Odin, he suddenly heard Loki say. I heard the sound of everything dying, that's winter. Winter of all things. Odin was thoughtful after hearing this. I have held this object for more than 1,000 years and found no abnormalities. As a result, Loki felt a different power for the first time. Even real power. It seems that giving this thing to the other party is undoubtedly the right choice. So, he said again. Then go get it, Loki. Its destiny belongs to you. Chapter 20. Crack. The moment Odin's voice fell. I don't know if it really triggered the anomaly of fate, or if it just happened to be an anomaly. The Casket of Ancient Winters, which is said to be able to freeze the planet, actually has a crack, and the ice blue power inside is rolling crazily. Crack. There was another cracking sound, and the cracks were like exploding on the ice, spreading rapidly towards the entire Casket of Ancient Winters. Thor's expression suddenly changed, feeling a terrible crisis. It seems like I am about to fall into a dark and terrifying ice abyss. Odin also did not expect that the Casket of Ancient Winters would suddenly break into pieces today after it had been placed here for so long without any problems. He opened his palm, and the Eternal Spear appeared. There is a golden thunder brewing above, trying to completely destroy this treasure with the power of Odin. But then Loki suddenly stopped and said. Wait a minute, father. I want to try. As he spoke, he took a step forward without waiting for Odin to agree. Thor looks anxious. Isn't Loki the smartest? Why is he trying to imitate me? Odin thought of something at this time, and suddenly said quietly. Believe your brother, if it's him, he should be fine. He even speculated that this change might be because of Loki. Thor was confused when he heard this. What if? If this kind of thing goes wrong, I'm afraid someone might lose his life. Father, this is too impulsive. But it was too late for him to stop it. Loki has put his hands on the Casket of Ancient Winters. In an instant, Loki found that his vision had changed and he was on a desolate planet. I don't know when it started. It no longer has a fixed star to shine, nor does the Earth's core warm up, and the world falls into darkness. At this time, a wisp of wind blew from nowhere, taking away the last trace of warmth. Then, everything in the world dies. Everything is covered by ice, molecules no longer move, time loses its meaning, and deathly silence becomes eternity. However, at this moment, what Loki feels here is not cold. This is eternal winter. As Loki murmured to himself, the world in front of him suddenly changed back to the Asgard treasure house. The next second, a broken sound sounded. The shell of the ice box shattered like ice cubes, and the ice blue energy surging inside flowed into Loki's palm. The frost that had been covering the corridor for countless years also melted away in an instant. Thor stared at Loki, who was unharmed, feeling so crazy at this moment. The power in Casket of Ancient Winters is so terrifying that it can even seal the planet, but it was absorbed like this? But he immediately felt something was wrong. Why isn't Loki still moving? He couldn't be frozen? Are you okay, Loki? Thor asked with a worried look on his face. Loki's body trembled, and he finally came to his senses. He turned back and smiled. Without who? In an instant, the ice-blue power of extreme cold came out with his words, and exploded the moment it left the body. Boom! The entire Asgard treasure house trembled violently. Thor looked forward with a shocked expression on his face as if he had seen a ghost. That was originally the corridor where he was just now, but at the moment it was completely wrapped in a dark blue color, ice like glacier spikes. And the astonishing chill is still spreading, and everything around begins to be covered with white frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thor swallowed hard. He felt as if he had just passed by death god. It wasn't until he felt a warm palm on his shoulder that he realized that he had been brought out by his father just now. At this moment, he suddenly discovered a hint of red in the ice-blue ice. Before he could react to what it was, he felt like he was being led a long distance away by Odin again. Next second. Boom! The red and surging fire crows crushed ice, and sprayed out with tornado-like flames. That flame carries unimaginable heat. Even though he was at least dozens of meters away, Thor could feel the heat. A sharp contrast to the previous cold. Fortunately, the flames disappeared as quickly as they came, and the fire crows also disappeared into the sky. The sound of footsteps appeared at this time, and he saw Loki walking out of it with a look of helplessness. "I'm sorry, father. I can't control the power in Casket of Ancient Winters well." Thor raised his arms in panic to resist, but found that nothing happened. "Don't look at it, I spoke with my divine power." Loki did not open his mouth, but used his divine power to vibrate the space and make sounds. Thor suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, "That's true, but you can't keep silent like this." Loki nods. This is indeed a problem. Because not only can he not speak, but now the power of the ice box is also radiating from his breath. In just a few seconds, ice formed under my feet and spread in all directions. He is now a humanoid Casket of Ancient Winters. If he continues to stay in Asgard, he may turn this place into an ice world. Loki thought for a moment and said with divine power, "Maybe I should go to Jotunheim and come back until I have complete control of the power." No. Loki shows a hint of confusion. Because it was not Thor who said this, but Odin. Why? Thor looked confused. Odin has almost no hesitation. It's not appropriate there. The giants of Jotunheim are just making a truce with us. It doesn't mean they are friendly. If you go there, it will cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Hearing this, Thor said disdainfully, "They're just a bunch of scum. If they don't accept it, beat them until they do." Odin looked over coldly and his tone became stern. If a king only thinks about war all day long, then his country is not far from destruction. Thor curled his lips, obviously not agreeing with Odin's point of view. He wanted to refute, but was interrupted by Loki. "Then let me go to the land of fire, father. The opposite extreme environment is also conducive to my control, and it may even be conducive to my control of the divine power of fire. However, Odin still shook his head. No, Fire Nation is not suitable either. This time it was Loki's turn to feel strange and didn't understand why Odin still didn't agree. The flame giant, which has lost the eternal fire and the flame demon sword, cannot be a threat to him. In the pantheon. After hearing this, Zeus finally confirmed that his previous guess was right. The eternal fire, flame giant, the kingdom of fire. There is definitely a big secret here, but Odin doesn't want anyone to know. Not even the other party's son. At this time Odin didn't know what he was thinking, he sighed and said. I know a place that would be a good fit. Loki, go and talk to your mother tonight. I will take you there tomorrow. Chapter 21. The second day. Loki and Thor arrive at Bifrost. Heimdall stood there like a sculpture, paying no attention to the two of them. Thor didn't care and said excitedly. Loki, where do you think our father will take us? Odin usually does not allow the two of them to go to the Nine Realms at will. The last time he left Asgard was to go to the Kingdom of Light Elves 120 years ago. Loki shakes his head. Among the Nine Realms, except for Jotunheim and the Kingdom of Fire, he can't think of any place suitable for him to go. Because when he releases his power, it will inevitably affect life on the planet. As for Svartalfheim, the Dark Place, and Hell Hades. The former is now no different from the extraterritorial Death Star, it is a complete vacuum. The latter is hidden deep in the World Tree, which is filled with a large number of undead and resentful souls. So he guessed that he would probably leave the Nine Realms this time. Time flies by. Until Thor was about to fall asleep, a crow flew in. That is the messenger standing on the right shoulder of the God King. It fluttered in the air and made an old voice. Loki, the God King is waiting for you, come over quickly. Loki was stunned for a moment. Does this mean leaving without using Bifrost? Thor feels strange, but at the moment this is not the most important thing. He raised his big face and shouted anxiously. Me, and me. The crow said bluntly. The God King called Loki alone and told you not to follow him. I didn't sleep well after waiting all night, and all I could think about was how to go out and have fun. Thor suddenly became petrified. He even plans to do some of the things mentioned in the book when he becomes an adult. It's very interesting to hear Fandral say. The result is now all over. Loki hurriedly left the Bifrost. The resentment in it was now colder than the power in the icebox. Even Heimdall came out. Soon he was led by the crow to the garden of the God King. Odin is already waiting there. Father! Loki walked up to him and called out his divine power. Odin nodded and did not tell where he was going, but asked. You should have discovered another mark in Mjolnir yesterday. Although I don't know why Odin mentioned it, Loki still nodded. It's a divine mark. Hearing this, Odin's eyes showed a complicated look, and he sighed longly. Actually, she is Mjolnir's master. Before this, that weapon was called the Death Hammer. Loki was stunned and almost spoke. Fortunately, I reacted in time and used my divine power. You mean the god of death? There is no record of Asgard. I was the one who erased her existence. As he spoke, Odin showed a look of loneliness on his face, and said in a low voice. Her name is Hela, she is your sister and my first child. She is outstanding, but she also has more terrifying ambitions and is obsessed with war and death. So in the end I had to seal her away. Hela, the seal is so merciful, so ridiculous. It seems that you are as hypocritical as ever in both worlds, Odin. Thor, you really are my sister. Is Mjolnir your weapon too? Hela, tisk, I thought you had discovered it a long time ago. But it is also understandable that you in both light curtains are extremely stupid. It's not like him at all. On the contrary, it makes me unable to bear to kill you, a fool. Loki, you are too extreme. Maybe we can have a chat. Hela, if you are like him, you will die. Loki. Sif, what are you afraid of Loki? With the king of God here, she will never be able to break out of the seal. Loki, I know for sure that the king of God. Hela, the king of God doesn't have much life left. I can feel the seal weakening. Haha, he is dying. Loki. Thor, impossible. Father, is she lying? However, there was no answer. At this moment, Odin looked as old as an ordinary human old man who was about to die, with his eyes full of remorse. He had a premonition that the prophecy was coming soon. Maybe his own death is Thor's only chance. The silent reply in the chat room made Thor and Loki momentarily stunned, even at a loss. At this moment, joyful laughter erupted in the temples. The garden falls into silence. Loki didn't expect that Asgard would hide such a truth, which shocked even him. Suddenly, he thought of something. So, you want to take me to the sealed place? Odin nodded. That is a dimensional fragment, the most suitable place for you to control your power. Where you can unleash your power as you please. Loki blinked, controlled his divine power and asked. Hela has returned to Soul Castle. Odin shakes his head. Definitely not, she is not only not dead but also alive and well. This sentence immediately silenced Loki. He felt that with Hela's hatred, he might start a fight as soon as he entered. So, this is your own test? Chapter 22. As if seeing Loki's concerns, Odin spoke. Hela's situation is quite special. The intensity of her divine power is related to Asgard. After so many years, the dimension fragments have isolated reality, and her power has declined to the lowest level. Perhaps you can fight her just by using the rune. Speaking, Odin smiled and said. Besides, you don't necessarily have to fight her. For example, this. At this moment, the camera in the light curtain zoomed out, and Hela couldn't hear what Odin said. But she was sure that it was definitely not a good thing. Everyone thinks that Odin is invincible, but they ignore his wisdom. At this moment, she had an inexplicable premonition that her other self was going to be in bad luck. Dimension fragments. This was once a pocket dimension attached to the real world. Until one day it was hit by a powerful cosmic energy and it fell apart instantly. Most of the fragments were dissolved into the universe, and the last piece was obtained by the Aesir Protoss. Hundreds of thousands of years have passed, and the chaotic energy here has calmed down again. Thus, a continent almost the same file size as Asgard condensed. There are forests, glaciers, rivers, and plains here. The environment is like the original Nordic environment in Midgard. In the cold wind, in the gaps in the woods. Next to a boulder covered with moss, there is a quietly burning bonfire, and a woman with disheveled hair who looks very embarrassed. Hela sat casually on the ground, staring straight at the flames in front of her. She does not feel cold and does not need warmth. The flames dancing in front of my eyes are just to remind myself that I am still alive and have to go out for revenge. She can definitely sleep to make the time less difficult. But I don't want to do that. Because she has to feel this hatred every minute, which will make her will stronger. Suddenly, the energy within the dimension fragments became slightly disordered. Hela came to her senses and looked up at the sky. In the aurora-like energy tide, a green vortex opens. Then a meteor flew out diagonally from inside, and then fell into the mountains in the distance. The vortex slowly closes at this time. But Hela clearly saw the figure on the other end. The face that has become old is still so indifferent, and there is no regret in the glance towards him. Ha, this is best. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hela's mouth. The vortex closes at this time. There was a surge of energy in the sky and it became quiet. Hela stood up from the fire and walked towards the mountains. Now, she is going to see who the other unlucky guy is. Is he worthy of being sealed here by Odin? The days in the future may not be so boring. Outside the light curtain, countless people felt a strange feeling at this moment. I'm afraid this unlucky guy is not you. It really makes me miserable just thinking about it. Inside Asgard, Odin closed the dimension entrance, and the indifferent expression on his face suddenly dimmed. After so many years, Hela seems to hate herself even more. Odin sighs and looks over the edge of Asgard. From today on, that familiar figure can no longer be seen under the world tree. He estimates that he will have to face Frigga's nagging tonight. But for the greater goal, the time-consuming parting is nothing. Odin's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. He didn't let Loki go to Jotunheim and the Fire Nation not just because of those two secrets. The main reason is, dimensional fragments are also dimensions. What he couldn't do back then, Loki may not be able to do it. Camartage. At this moment, even the Ancient One's state of mind showed a hint of surprise. She had to say that Odin was so ambitious, he actually wanted to cultivate a dimensional lord. Although it is only a dimensional fragment, it is far inferior to those dimensional Mephisto. But once successful, life forms will change. He has the qualifications to become a truly powerful existence in this world. At this moment, she even felt that Odin might not have had this idea when he sealed Hela there. In the eyes of the other party, Asgard's glory is probably greater than any hatred. Boom! Like a small meteorite hitting the ground, a large amount of soil and trees were overturned, forming a deep crater dozens of meters wide. A few seconds later, in the center, Loki rises from the dirt. He shook the dirt off his body, felt his physical condition, and shook his head slightly. Father was still too conservative and used too little force, resulting in no injuries at all. After thinking about it, Loki activated the divine power in his body. After a few seconds, his color turned paler and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Well, it seems like there are a lot of disguises this time. The ground trembled at this moment, and then footsteps approached. A few seconds later, at the edge of the pit, a woman looked down condescendingly and said in an unquestionable tone, "Hey, man! What's your name, and why was Odin thrown in?" After she finished speaking, she saw the man secretly swallowing a mouthful of blood, raised his head and looked at her cautiously and said, "Who are you, Odin's BCH?" She was very satisfied with this answer and could see that the other party was pretending to be calm, so she said, "I am Odin's enemy, my name is Hela, what about you?" Loki immediately breathed a sigh of relief and replied sincerely, "Hela, right? You can call me Thor." Outside the light curtain, Tony blinked. Compared to that fool Loki, this is called the god of trickery, right? Chapter 23. The campfire crackles. Hela leaned against the moss-covered rock, her left leg casually draped over her right leg. She didn't mind that the loopholes cut by the sharp blade in her clothes were seen. At this time, she slightly nodded and said, "So, you were imprisoned for stealing Odin's treasure?" Loki nods. Just as he was about to speak, he couldn't help but cough twice, and his face looked very ugly. If it was just a disguise before, then at the moment he was really not having a good time. In order to disguise himself, he used almost all of the Vulcan power to suppress the power of the icebox. The tearing feeling of different powers became longer and longer as time went on, as if every cell and flesh in his body was about to explode. This means that he also has the power of ice, and if he changes to another person, he will become a big bomb. Definitely, he didn't dare to underestimate Hela. The runes that can hide the fluctuations in aura have been created in advance and placed on the body. He was still a little worried, but at the moment it seemed to have had an effect. This war-obsessed sister may know less runes than her mindless brother. At this time Hela suddenly smiled and said, "It's so miserable. Do you even have trouble talking?" But she arrived in front of Loki almost instantly, lifting her pale chin with her black fingertips. Looking at each other, he said in a faint tone, "I'm very curious, can you tell me why Odin didn't kill you, but imprisoned you instead?" "Oh, if you are angry, Please don't tell me that he is kind, because I can't help but want to laugh. Loki tilted his head and saw that Hela's other hand was holding a dark sword blade at some point, and it exuded an aura of destruction and death. Tisk, tisk, she is indeed the goddess of death. She cannot be fooled by just a few words. But it doesn't matter, he has been waiting for this moment. Loki turned around, looked at the woman close at hand and suddenly smiled. You really want to know? Hela frowned slightly. It's not that the man named Thor in front of him has no fear, but that when the other man spoke this time, a trace of white mist appeared. This made her a little wary. But that's all. Such a close distance is enough for her to kill this man twice. Definitely, no one told you that women are very curious. Hela said with a dangerous smile on her lips. Loki kept a smile on his face and said in a helpless tone. If that's the case, then it's as you wish. The moment the word wish fell, Hela's spirituality felt a sense of crisis that made her hair stand on end. In an instant, she jumped behind him without any hesitation. Then she saw an extremely exaggerated scene. I saw a terrifying ice-blue frenzy erupting from that man's body, roaring and impacting in all directions. Everywhere he passed, the land, lakes, and forests were all frozen. The celestial phenomena also change at this moment. The aurora disappears and the energy tide is no longer active. All the moisture in the air turned into ice crystals, forming a blizzard more terrifying than the one she had seen in Jotunheim. Many people outside the light curtain shrank their necks. This scene looks much more impactful than the previous one in Asgard's vault. Just looking at it makes me feel like my soul is in the ice and snow, and I can't help but shiver. Inside the cell, Loki at the moment felt even worse. He used the ice box to freeze Heimdall. But compared with the power in front of me, it was like heaven and earth. The gap is too big. What he regretted even more at the moment was that when he fell from Asgard into nothingness, the ice box was also lost. If I had known that this thing could be so powerful, I would have caught it even if I died. Maybe Thanos' dark army is now the ice army, which is not as miserable as it is now. At this moment Loki was so regretful that he almost cried. The raging ice storm is like an evil ghost crying. Hela barely found the direction and landed on the top of a frozen pine tree. At this moment, her body was burning with green flames, resisting the power of the extreme cold that was still raging. Dimension fragments isolate reality, so the divine power of death should be used a little less, but I didn't expect it to be wasted in a place like this. This made her a little irritable. After dozens of seconds, this force finally calmed down. Hela looked around, her pupils shrinking slightly. At the moment the world has changed, completely becoming a frozen country. Snowflakes are still falling in the sky, and it seems that they will never stop. Even Hela was shocked at this moment. What is it that can release such terrifying power of ice? At the moment she looked at the figure in the distance again, her eyes had completely changed. Hela extinguished the flames on her body and jumped in front of Loki in one step. You almost froze me, she said in a cold tone. Releasing the power of the ice box once, Loki's complexion improved a lot. He raised his head and said quietly in Hela's tone before. I remember it was what you wanted to see, right? Besides, didn't anyone tell you that men are actually more dangerous? Hela narrowed her eyes slightly. If this were in the outside world and a man dared to talk to her like this, then she would definitely kill him without hesitation. But here are dimension fragments. She is not afraid of loneliness, but she still doesn't want to waste the power of death. The most important is, the other party is Odin's enemy, which makes her very happy. Hela decided to be more tolerant and asked instead. What kind of power was that just now? When that kind of extremely cold power breaks out, even she has to retreat. Hearing this, Loki knew that at least he had succeeded in this start, so he said. Jotunheim's casket of ancient winters, you should have heard of it. Hela snorted suddenly, and her expression became dangerous again. I definitely know. But I also know that that thing is not a human being. I advise you to be more honest. Loki just smiled slightly at this, and the next second he said something that shocked Hela extremely. Definitely, I just ate it. Chapter 24. What kind of lies are most likely to be believed? That's 70% true and 30% false. Loki showed a harmless smile and said with a smile. Why do you think Odin didn't kill me? That's because the power of Casket of Ancient Winters is within my body. Kill me. Not only will he not get it, but the extreme cold force detonated will instantly freeze the entire planet. Hela fell into silence for a few seconds after hearing this explanation. Combining Odin's actions and the power of freezing just now, she actually tends to believe what the other party says. It's just that she still doesn't understand how the man in front of her managed to swallow the ice treasure box without dying. This may be the point. Hela thought for a moment and asked her doubts. To be honest, Loki didn't understand why the Casket of Ancient Winters was broken in front of him, and then the core entered his body, safe and sound. But this does not affect his deception of Hela. My body is special and can swallow all the power of ice, otherwise, why do you think I would pay attention to this treasure? Loki sighed as he spoke. It took me hundreds of years to finally find a gap in the world tree and enter the Asgard treasure house. It's a pity that the success fell short. I didn't expect that the power in Casket of Ancient Winters was too powerful, and it was impossible to digest and control it after it was successfully devoured. Otherwise I wouldn't have been discovered by Odin. After hearing this, Hela finally felt relieved and sneered. You should be lucky that Odin found you, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to get out alive. Loki looked like he didn't believe it at all, but he was very curious in his heart. This is a secret that he doesn't know either. Sure enough, Hela couldn't help but said immediately. Do you think Odin relies on those useless golden armor guards to guard the treasure house? Humph, Asgard's most powerful destroyer armor is hidden at the bottom of the treasure house. Any thief who dares to take away the treasure will be killed inside, and not even a bit of dregs will be left. Hearing Hela's solemn words, Loki suddenly thought of the time he was in the treasure house and suddenly had a creepy feeling. Now it seems that it is the fluctuation of the destroyer armor. He does know about this armor. Asgard does have a record of being a destroyer. It is extremely powerful, comparable to the eternal spear of the God King, but I didn't expect it to be in the treasure house. At this time Loki showed a scared look. The last trace of doubt in Hela's heart disappeared after seeing it. This was just a lucky fool. Maybe I can deceive him? Hearing this voice, countless people showed strange expressions, including Hela herself. Camartage. Ancient One couldn't help but mourn for Odin in his heart. Judging from her observations and the words of Thor and others in the chat room, Loki may be the only difference between the two worlds. In other words, the Hela on my side is probably the same as the one in the light curtain. So, the IQs of the three children of the king of God Odin are very touching. Fortunately, his successor must be smarter, otherwise he would really not dare to die. Hela returned to her cold sister expression, and was thinking in her heart. Although the idiot in front of me cannot control the power in Casket of Ancient Winters, with his own help, he may not be able to. At that time, coupled with the secret of this place that I already control, maybe I won't be able to get out before the old guy dies. The more Hela thought about it, the more she realized this was an opportunity, and she sneered inwardly. That old thing must have never thought that over the past 1,000 years, she has used her divine power to erode 1/10 of the fragments of this dimension. When the time comes, help this person named Thor erode part of the dimension. Together, the two of them may very well open a gap. As long as we return to reality, everything is possible. In the Moon God Temple, Kong Su took a breath of cold air, and the Tianling formation, which had not felt anything for thousands of years, was numb. If he guessed correctly, Odin probably calculated that Hela would do this from the beginning. This was like a hole dug by Odin. Hela jumped in with excitement when she saw it, and then buried it for herself with spade after spade. In the end, the tombstone may still say suicide. Definitely, the premise for the success of this plan is that Loki was originally smart and could deceive Hela. In fact, Odin was successful. Loki easily deceived Hela with just a few words. At this moment Kong Sua finally knew why the Pantheon could only be the Pantheon, and Asgard was the lord of the 9 realms. Zeus, that stallion who only knows how to drive silver, can't even count Odin among 10 of them. Within the dimensional fragment, it was obviously not her own world, but Hela felt terrified at this moment. Because she has also eroded 1/10 of the fragments of this dimension. She thought she was perfect, but now it seems that everything is in Odin's eyes. In the New York base, Nick Fury's forehead was covered with sweat. If he had used the Thor brothers as a model to guess Odin before this, he might have died without knowing how. But then again, how come Thor and Hela look so different from their father? The heavy snow is still falling. Hela suppressed her inner excitement, looked at Loki and said coldly. Thor, right? Are you interested in working together to kill Odin? Chapter 25. Listening to this seductive sentence, Loki suddenly felt an extremely strange emotion in his heart. The eldest princess of Asgard encourages the third prince to kill the old father of the god king. This sister really has some ideas. I just don't know what my expression will be like in the future when I know the truth. But it will definitely be exciting. So, this is your way of relieving stress while living here? Or do I look like a fool? Loki did not agree, but replied with a sneer. Hela was not surprised to be rejected, it could even be said to be expected. After all, in such a completely isolated place, she, a person who has been imprisoned for more than 1,000 years, is really not convincing. If the other party agrees directly, then she will become suspicious. Do you think I, the goddess of death, can joke? Hela raised her hand and pointed it at the sky. Watch carefully, don't blink. As the words fell, a strong green flame was born out of thin air and spread towards the grey sky. The heavy snow is separated and the clouds are broken. The flames reached the higher starry sky, and then triggered some reaction. It seemed to be poured with hot oil, it spread out and occupied half of the sky. At this moment, the whole world is reflected in a kind of permeating green, as if entering the world of the dead. After a few seconds, Hela regained her divine power. She looked at Loki's shocked expression and said with satisfaction. I have already eroded 1/10 of this world. As long as I can erode this much more, I can completely open the door to the real dimension. Loki took a deep look at the sky and suddenly said. Then wouldn't it be better for you to do it yourself? Why wait for me? Do you think I don't want to? Hela said with a gloomy expression. My soul's strength is limited. The more it erodes, the slower it becomes. Now it's almost reaching its limit. So next I want you to continue to erode, and then we can work together to break this world. Loki understood almost instantly why Odin wanted him to come here. Obviously it is not just about controlling the power of Casket of Ancient Winters, but also about this dimensional world. But before that, Loki pretended to smile bitterly and said. Don't say that I don't know how to erode the dimension fragments. Even if I know the power of the ice box in my body, I won't be allowed to do it. Don't look at it. I have just released it once, but the core power is still in my body. Soon I will accumulate a lot of extreme cold power. Hela smiled confidently. I definitely know it will accumulate, otherwise the ice box, which was turned into an artifact by giants of Jotunheim, wouldn't be a disposable waste prop. Don't worry, I will help you control this power before the erosion of the world begins. Loki showed a surprised smile. That statement is final. Hela also showed a sincere smile. She guessed that Thor would run away when the gap in the world opened and would not cooperate with her in killing Odin. But that's okay. She had no intention of letting the other party leave alive. Dimension fragments of Asgard. Asgard's icebox. Since a thief has her hands on these two things, she will personally give him death. So until then, she doesn't know how to make any small moves, and she will help each other very carefully. Then let's start now, Thor. Hela licked her lips and smiled, time is precious. That couldn't be better. Loki also smiled. Outside the light curtain, Star-Lord couldn't bear to look directly at him. This Hela thought she was on the third floor, but she didn't know it was the basement. It's so miserable. Asgard. The four warriors looked at each other and saw happy expressions on the faces of the others. Very simple. Loki on his side is useless enough, and he almost tricked Thor into having a child with an earthling. If this was like the one opposite, Thor might have even lost his pants. At this time, a roaring sound sounded. The emerald light curtain dimmed, and the other side lit up. After the ceremony of becoming a god, Asgard returned to peace. Adult Loki and Thor also began to gradually participate in some rebellions under the rule, and some asked for help. Thor possesses Mjolnir, and he is the most dazzling one in every battle. No enemy can withstand Thor's power. Loki is much more ordinary in comparison. His performance in battle is not even as good as Thor's four warriors. So, as time passed, Thor's prestige is increasing both in the army and among civilians. And Loki is just the opposite. Not only does he not have any prestige, many Asgardians despise him for his low strength. But Odin has no consolation. Just let the two children grow up separately, and also let the Asgard people's ideas grow. In this way, Loki spent 700 years in this environment. New York. Tony would indeed not ridicule a god king in the chat room, that would be too irresponsible to the earth. But that didn't stop him from taunting Thor. He used his poisonous tongue attribute and said in a strange manner. By the way, do you have the word cold violence in Asgard? In his opinion, apart from his origin, Asgard is also partly responsible for Loki's invasion of the earth today. Although he is said to be adopted, doing so will undoubtedly aggravate Loki's dark side. At this time Thor turned his head and said with a confused look. What is that? Tony was speechless. He suddenly realized that maybe Thor, who was only thinking about muscles, was a little too tall. Boom! At this time, the dim green light curtain dimmed, and the emerald light curtain lit up again. In the dimension fragment, Loki officially begins his first attempt to control the power of the icebox. And Hela's help method is also very simple. That's attack. Chapter 26. According to Hela's guess, since the power of Ice's treasure box was swallowed by Thor, it did not harm the other party. Then it is only a matter of time before this power is completely turned into one's own. All you have to do is keep trying to use and control. And her role is to speed up this process. For example, now. Boom! The dark spikes instantly shattered several meters of ice, and then flew forward with unabated momentum. But the next second, a blue wind blew. Layers of ice suddenly appeared on the death spikes, flying more than 10 meters before falling to the ground. At this time, several groups of green flames fell in the sky like fire rain. Loki raised his hands when he saw this, and suddenly a large number of ice crystals appeared around his body like a storm. They come together and form a domed fortress in an instant. At this time, the fire rain fell on it, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Ice was continuously torn apart, stirring up countless mist-like ice crystals. But even so, the ice fortress has not been destroyed. The broken part is thick in white storm, constantly repaired. However, a black shadow fell from the sky. Hela is like a meteor, shattering ice that is harder than steel with one punch. Boom! The glacier ground trembled heavily, and several cracks spread in all directions along Hela's feet. She held a spike in her hand, pointed it at Loki's throat and said, "When I penetrate the ice fortress, you should immediately mobilize the extreme cold power in your body to create an ice shield in front of you. You're doing it too slowly." Loki fell to the ground, looked at the condescending Hela, and blinked. He definitely reacted just now. He even noticed it before Hela fell and broke the ice. He could easily make a counterattack or even a trap. But now his role is to only use the power of Casket of Ancient Winters, and he definitely can't defend. And controlling the power in Ice's treasure box does not happen overnight. He is still some distance away from being able to control it freely. Also, this angle. My dear sister, the battle suit on your inner thigh has been cut. Have you not repaired it for so many years? Within the dimension fragment, Hela felt a little ashamed. As time passed, she unknowingly regarded the other Hela as herself. Because the two are exactly the same in terms of personality, thinking, and memory. She feels the same way about everything. So, although the perspective of the camera in the light curtain is condescending, there is nothing wrong with it. He even said that it would be okay to directly stab the enemy to death. But when he thought about this posture, it was his younger brother lying upside down. She still felt unspeakably embarrassed. I have made rapid progress. You have been waiting for more than 1,000 years. You don't want to make mistakes at this time. Loki tilted his head and motioned for the other person to move away from him. Hela snorted coldly, moved away casually, and then said. It's been 20 years and you still haven't mastered all this power. I'm definitely not satisfied. Still, you also think you are a waste. Loki stood up and shrugged. You are looking down on Jotunheim's treasure. The power inside is not so easy to control. I'll just come here today. I have to recover my strength, otherwise I may lose control if I try too hard. Hela sneered, too lazy to say anything, and turned away to restore her divine power. Loki didn't care and sat down where he was. In fact, if he just wanted to control this extreme cold, he could do it in the 3rd year of this kind of training. But he didn't do that. Not to delay time. But because he discovered a more powerful power in the power of the icebox. That's, the power of winter. Just like what he sensed for the first time, everything will wither under the eternal winter. This is the true power of the icebox. He even suspected that this treasure was probably not from Jotunheim, but related to the World Tree. Because this winter's power can be integrated with his ice power. When he succeeds, the power of ice will become the power of winter. One is just temperature, while the other is more inclusive and is a more powerful concept. So controlling the extreme cold is just a cover, his real purpose is to control the power of winter. And if the latter succeeds, the former will naturally be mastered. As for Hela, he will definitely not refuse a free escort. He benefited a lot from just using the uncontrolled power of extreme cold to fight the opponent. Outside the light curtain, Hela was so angry that her teeth itched, and the shame she felt just now was gone. Odin is not a human being, and neither is this Loki. Sure enough, everyone deserves to die. Time flies by. 80 years have passed in the blink of an eye. And Hela's eyes looking at Loki are getting more and more wrong. After working as a sparring partner for 80 years, the opponent has not yet completely controlled her. She has some self-doubts about whether her original decision was the right one. Is the other party too useless, or is it my own problem? She has almost had enough of this kind of life. Should she kill him? But in this case, not all the previous efforts were in vain. Hela started to get entangled. However, what she didn't know was that Loki had actually integrated the power of winter in the ice box into Ice's divine power as early as the 52nd year. In the future, he will be completely training himself. Use weaker power to fight against stronger Hela. Such benefits may never be available again if you leave here. However, Loki also knows that there is a limit to this kind of thing. Hela will probably go crazy if he keeps having S*X for free. So, in the 81st year, Loki finally took control of the power of the ice box when Hela was about to collapse. Chapter 27. I don't like snow. Now that you have control of the power, control it. After watching the frozen world for 81 years, Hela felt that she was finally free. Next, as long as this waste erodes 1/10 of the dimensional fragments, you can control your own destiny. Listening to Hela's gritted words, Loki happily fulfilled the other party's wish. As he raised his hand and grabbed it forward, the entire frozen continent suddenly seemed to go back in time. The ice and snow melted, revealing the earth, forests, and lakes below. There is no longer snow in the sky, and the clouds have completely dispersed, revealing a void like an aurora. Seeing this scene, Hela couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was originally a scene she hated, but after 81 years, she actually found this scene comfortable. The next second, she stretched out her hand and motioned for Loki to hold it. I will demonstrate how to erode the dimensional fragments in a moment. You use spiritual power to attach to the power of death and perceive it carefully. Don't worry, you won't be harmed under my control. Loki showed a hint of worry appropriately, until he saw Hela's sharp gaze, then he put his hand up. If you waste my divine power again, I will kill you. After Hela said something coldly, the power of death like green flames appeared from the hands held by the two people and flew towards the sky. Until it reaches a certain height, it begins to spread in all directions. Loki has closed his eyes. Spiritual power swims in the void with the flames. At this moment, he felt a different kind of coldness, as if it could make the soul die. He knows that it is a characteristic of the power of death, but it does no harm under Hela's control. Soon, Loki perceived something else. Structure. The void space is affected by the erosion of power as the power of death spreads, and a structure appears. The reality that is not fragmented in this dimension is in its deeper microscopic world. These structures jointly support this dimensional fragment. What the power of death has to do is to invade these structures, mark them with the mark of the goddess of death, and become their master. But soon Loki discovered a situation. Although the power of death continues to erode, the conversion efficiency can be said to be very poor. He immediately understood why Hela wanted to cooperate with him. Obviously the other party is almost at its limit and cannot erode more dimensions. After teaching Loki several times, Hela let go. After all, as long as you know the method, it is not difficult to erode dimensions. At this moment, Hela felt that she was finally free. All she had to do next was wait quietly for the passage of time. However, after a while, she looked like she had eaten a dead mouse. Because as Loki's dark blue extreme cold power spread towards the void, the world began to become cold again and it began to snow. I hate snow. Hela gritted her teeth and said something, then hid in a cave. At this moment, she missed the Asgard that once had spring all year round. The screen begins to speed up, and time passes quickly. It took Hela 1,000 years to erode 1/10 of the dimension fragments, and she felt that the other party also needed about the same length of time. Until 700 years later. Hela in the cave suddenly had some perception and opened her eyes. She saw that the outside world had stopped snowing, and the dimension fragments had returned to their original appearance. Hela frowned slightly. It's only been 700 years, has this waste already reached its limit? She had expected that the other party would not be able to control 1/10 of the dimensional fragments. But when this result appeared, Hela still felt a little pity. Although it has been perceived that Odin does not have many years to live, the seal is gradually weakening, and it is estimated that he will be able to escape in a few hundred years. But that and getting out of trouble on your own are completely different concepts. What's more, she wants to kill Odin herself. Hela walked out of the cave, and a sword of death gradually grew out of her palm. She will not let the other person die too quickly. She will pay back the pain of the past 81 years to this waste today. However, just when she was about to take action, she saw Loki falling from the sky, and said with joy, I have eroded 1/10 of the dimension fragments. Hey, what are you doing with a sword? Definitely given to you, what did you say, you completed the erosion. Hela's cold expression turned into confusion in an instant, with a look of shock on her face. It's done. Why am I so slow? Loki blinked and asked. In fact, he has completed all dimension fragment erosion except Hela's control, 10% of which was completed in the first 10 years. It's just that it got harder and harder later on, and it took 700 years. Hela suddenly showed an expression of incredible surprise. She didn't expect that the other party really did it, and in a shorter time. Okay. Hela coughed dryly, regained her cold expression, and nodded slightly. Although it's a little slower than me, it's not bad. Loki nodded and suddenly asked. What gift did you just say? Is this sword meant for me? Definitely not. Hela looked arrogant. That's right. She would never give the sword she created to others, but there was nothing wrong with taking it back later. Anyway, this is just dead man. Taking the death sword, Loki looked at it with a hint of satisfaction. This thing helps him use his divine power to construct items. Hela looked at this scene and sneered inwardly, and said randomly. Let's get started, don't waste time. After 1,700 years, she is finally out of trouble. Hearing this, Loki showed a hint of complicated emotions, nodded and said. Let's start. The next second, both of them opened their palms at the same time. Actually, breaking the seal is very simple. The two of them just use the dimensional fragment structure they control to collide with the other's structure. As the two men manipulated it, the sky filled with aurora began to vibrate, tearing open a hole bit by bit. Until a fish-white light appeared, the two of them turned into an afterimage and rushed in. Earth, Norway. A crack appeared out of thin air, and two figures landed on the edge of a lake. At this moment, Hela closed her eyes and breathed in the fresh air greedily, enjoying the regained freedom. Until half a minute later, she suddenly opened her eyes, looked at Loki not far away and smiled. Tisk, tisk, I thought you would just run away. But if that's the case, I'll give you a chance. As the voice fell, Hela's temperament completely changed back to the goddess of death from thousands of years ago. Cold and arrogant. Looking at everything with disdain. She stood there, but seemed to be looking down, looking at Loki and smiling. Now, kneel down. Loki couldn't help but sigh after hearing this, showing a hint of helplessness. Sorry, I refuse. Hela's smile remains the same, but her eyes become colder. Wrong answer. In this case, I will grant you death. As the words fell, two swords of death were slowly born from her hands. Loki looked at this scene, the corners of his mouth curved up, and he said slowly. My dear sister, you have no idea what I can do. Chapter 28. The moment these words were spoken, Hela's cold demeanor instantly broke through. She could no longer maintain her arrogant expression, staring at Loki with disbelief. What did you say, Thor? She gritted her teeth and said. Loki raises his head slightly. This is just a small movement, but his temperament completely changed at this moment. If I said that I seemed submissive and not very smart in front of Hela before. Then the clear and reserved eyes, the slightly raised eyebrows, and the smile on the corner of the mouth all exude a calm confidence. Loki lightly snapped his fingers, and suddenly a green light flashed across his body. The original broken leather armor turned into a black lining, the tattered cloak turned into a dark green robe, and the jet black hair was crowned with a golden antler crown. Under the sun, he smiled and said. Then reintroduce yourself. Loki Odinson. The moment he heard the name, Hela's eyes became extremely gloomy, and she said coldly. So what I said before are all lies. Odin has already deceived her, but he didn't expect there would be a second time. Loki touched his chin, thought about it and said. Not entirely. Although my name is not Thor, the power entering my body is indeed a treasure box of ice. If it is not handled well, it will affect the surrounding environment. Dimension fragments are the most suitable place. Hela's eyes are getting colder and colder. You weren't afraid that I would kill you directly. Loki smiled. Kill me, and the power in Ice's treasure box will completely explode. Unless you want to live in an environment where you have to use your divine power to resist super low temperatures all the time, you won't do it. And do you think there will be no way for me to leave? As he spoke, he opened his hand. I saw a golden rune glowing faintly on it. That is the rune where Odin's divine power is condensed. After crushing it, Odin can perceive it. 700 years ago, he was unable to control the power of the ice box in his body and his strength was greatly reduced. He was not arrogant enough to ignore Hela. Even if the other party is in the weakest state. Hela took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When I opened it again, my eyes were filled with the smell of death. At this time she asked the last question in her mind. If that's the case, why do you want to help me tear open a dimensional rift? Don't tell me, this is what Odin ordered you to do. Loki did not answer directly, but after thinking for a while he said. Maybe it's the reward for being a sparring partner in 1981. I have to let you come out and see the sunshine. You should thank Thor, because of his unremitting efforts over the years, I have always been very tolerant towards my family. After hearing this answer, Hela was stunned for a moment, then slowly sneered at the corner of her mouth. I'm beginning to believe that you are Odin's son. You are really as arrogant as him. To thank you, I will personally take your head to see him. Loki tilted his head slightly and sighed again. I still say the same thing, Hela, you have no idea what I can do now. Exactly, I think so too, brother. Hela finished speaking without any hesitation. She threw her hands forward, and suddenly dozens of jet-black death blades made a sharp whistle and flew towards Loki. It's just that both strength and speed are completely unmatched by the dimension fragments before. However, the ice power that Hela expected did not appear at all. A green light appeared out of thin air, and hundreds of runes were instantly constructed, forming a green phantom of a berserker kneeling down on one knee holding an oak shield. Boom boom boom. The death blade, which can easily destroy dozens of meters of blue ice, only caused ripples when it hit the oak shield, but it didn't even have a knockback effect. Not only that. After resisting, several runes in the berserker's body changed positions like a constellation. Suddenly the oak shield disappeared and turned into a giant bow. With a bang sound, the air vibrated, and a giant energy arrow flew out. After being dodged by Hela, the bomb hit the snowy mountain in the distance and exploded. Looking at half of the mountain that was destroyed by this arrow, Hela looked back at Loki and her eyes changed slightly. Loony rune. As the former princess of Asgard, she definitely knows how powerful this rune created by Odin is. But that's okay. No one is proficient in this thing except Odin. As soon as Hela stepped forward, the ground suddenly trembled, and her figure turned into an afterimage. The next moment, Kezan color exploded into a pile of green energy fragments and was shattered by a punch. Hela is unstoppable and continues to rush towards the unsuspecting Loki. She wants this younger brother to understand what the power gap is. However, at this moment, Hela suddenly felt that her feet were weak, and her speed and strength began to fade. She looked down and found that a large number of green runes were mixed in the soil, emitting a faint light. This is a combination rune aura of debuff and weakness. I don't even know when the other party made it. But... snort? You underestimate the resistance of the divine body, Just when Hela mobilized her divine power to resist, she suddenly saw Loki in the distance raising his hand and pressing it. In an instant, a large number of runes were born above her head, lighting up like stars to form a new combination. The next second, dense energy bombs slanted down from inside. Without thinking, Hela leaned over and punched the ground. In an instant, a giant black spike shot out diagonally from the earth, forming a barrier above her, just in time to intercept the energy bomb. And Hela took advantage of this gap and jumped to the left, out of the range of the weak halo. That is, at the moment, she saw that the black thorns she summoned had been intercepted by dense energy bombs, and then all bombarded her at the position just now. Looking at this scene, Hela looked gloomy, stared at Loki and said, "Odin really likes you." In her opinion, for such a level of runes to be constructed so quickly, Odin must have put a lot of effort into teaching. My past self didn't have this kind of treatment. Preference. Hearing this, Loki spread his hands and said somewhat confused, "Isn't this thing stored in the secret library? Why, your father didn't allow you to read the talisman book at that time." Hela was filled with questions. But immediately she thought of something, and the pace she was about to continue attacking slowed down a bit, and she blurted out, "Did you learn your runes by yourself?" Chapter 29. Hela knew she was a little excited as soon as she said it. Because even if the other party can learn the runes by themselves, it is impossible to learn them all. That is the power that Odin can only comprehend when he hangs upside down under the world tree. It cannot be learned through study at all. It is estimated that the other party is only familiar with using these few hundred. Really? After she finished speaking, she saw Loki sigh, and then said very ashamedly, "There are more than 3,000 runes in total, which is indeed a lot. Humph, I knew you also. It took me 300 years to learn all the runes." It was indeed a little slow. The words "no more than that" stuck in her throat, and Hela almost stared out of her eyes. At this moment she wanted to shout that it was impossible. But then I saw Loki raising his palm, and a large number of runes were being born and annihilated on it, like stars. The next second, a violent green light flashed, and the runes spread out in the air like firework. In an instant Hela felt the ground tremble heavily. Then I saw green light curtains rising into the sky from all directions, merging in the sky in the blink of an eye, like forming a giant cage, with a large number of runes on it constantly lighting up and disappearing. Being a witch, Agatha knew what it was almost immediately. Enchantment. A barrier she couldn't understand at all. In her understanding, using runes to create a barrier must be attached to an inherent environment. For example, a basement or even a castle if it's bigger. What she saw in front of her was completely inconsistent with the theory she had learned. She could neither see how many runes the other party used, nor could she understand what these runes were attached to. I don't even know what the effect will be. If it was just shocking that Loki had learned so many runes before, he didn't have a clearer understanding. Well, now she finally understands what that means. That is a miracle that I will never be able to see in my lifetime. Camartage. As a qualified magician, Wang Himado definitely has a certain understanding of the principles of rune enchantment. So at the moment the two of them were no less shocked than Agatha. But they have an advantage. Wang said without thinking. "Sir, why can this Loki create a barrier out of thin air? This seems to be different from what is recorded in the library." Modu nodded and followed. Although Asgard's runes are higher level, the principle of enchantment should be the same as the magic symbols and witches' mark, right? After speaking, the two of them waited for Sorcerer Supreme to answer their questions. After all, in their minds, Ancient One is the most powerful magician in the world, and there is basically nothing about the mysterious side that the other party does not know. However, they only got one sentence. Ancient One looked at the light curtain in the sky and said meaningfully, "You have to understand that reasonable is just a rule that ordinary people cannot break. And those who are truly capable are not among them." This sentence fell on the two people's ears like thunder. Wang and Modul looked at each other, and they both saw shock in each other's eyes, and even broken cognition. The barrier is formed, Loki slowly floats into the air. He looked at Hela condescendingly and said calmly, "Gravity." Buzz. The green light on the ground flashed away, Hela's body trembled suddenly, and her feet were imprinted into the soil. At this moment, the gravity within the barrier increased 100 times. Don't underestimate this value. You must know that the gravity on the surface of the sun is only 30 times that of the earth. Ordinary humans would be crushed into a ball of rotten flesh in an instant. At the moment, even Hela's divine body felt that her body had become extremely heavy. If she could jump up before, it is impossible now. But the creator of the barrier is completely immune to this effect. At this time Loki spoke again. Weak. The halo appeared again, Hela groaned and knelt down on one knee. Loki. The proud goddess of death burst into shocking rage and stood up strong. She pushed hard towards the sky with both hands, and death blades burning with green flames suddenly formed out of thin air and flew towards the sky. Loki did not move and said again. Thunder. Suddenly, the dome of the barrier surged with intense energy, and green twisted lightning fell down one after another, forming a terrifying storm. They shattered the death blade like a torrent, and then completely submerged Hela. Boom boom boom. The earth trembles crazily, and Hela's shadow can no longer be seen at all, only the green ocean of thunder is raging. However, this is not over yet. Loki said again. Impact. Suddenly, rotating runic rings appeared on the 5 sides of the cube-like barrier. Then hundreds of green energy shot out suddenly, bombarding the same point at the same time. Countless people outside the light curtain felt their scalps numb at this moment. This battle was a complete crushing, Hela didn't even touch the corner of Loki's clothes. New York. Thor had previously imagined that he had the strength to fight this Loki, but at the moment he was completely shocked. Just with the power of this barrier, it is absolutely impossible for me to defeat the opponent. Gravity, weakness, thunder, impact. He even had a hunch that these were not all the abilities of this enchantment. That Hela couldn't be weaker than him, but he had no power to fight back, and he was completely defeated. Around him, the Avengers all swallowed their throats. Terrible. Not to mention the subsequent attacks, they will die as soon as gravity comes out. Maybe only Hulk would have a chance to survive. This was Loki's first attack, but it showed them what power is. After a dozen breaths, the energy and lightning finally stopped. As the dust dispersed, the earth was already devastated, revealing hideous scars. Hela fell into the dirt, in a miserable state, and seemed to have passed out. However, Loki did not fall, nor did he lift the barrier. He floated in mid-air, looked down and chuckled. Sister, is pretending to be dead one of your priestly duties? It doesn't have to be like this. I personally chose this location outside the dimensional rift for you. You should have felt it by now. Hela opened her eyes, and the severe pain in her body made her tremble. She raised her head with a sinister smile on her face. I was wrong before, you are more arrogant than Odin. This is Norway, a place once ruled by Asgard, and even now there are still many beliefs left. At this moment Hela can clearly perceive that her magical power is growing. She hasn't lost this battle yet. Chapter 30. As Hela finished speaking, the dull smile on Loki's face disappeared. Under the background of the dreamy emerald light, he at the moment is like a god in an oil painting, looking down at Hela and saying lightly. I just want to see if you can push me to my limit. Otherwise it wouldn't be too boring. Besides. At this moment, Loki did not hide the pride in his eyes, exuding a domineering attitude that he had never shown before. If the goddess of death only has this power, then I will be very disappointed. And this will be the last time you see the Sunday. The smile on Hela's lips gradually gets bigger. Not only is she not angry, her eyes are even more excited. Right. That's right. Cowardly trash is not qualified to stand in the sky. As Hela slowly stood up, the tattered battle suit on her body was repaired bit by bit, and her scattered black hair turned into a dark and ferocious antler helmet as she slicked back. The next second, she raised her head and smiled ferociously. Break it for me. Boom. In an instant, like a magnitude 10 earthquake, several huge terrifying spikes like condensed obsidian rose from the ground with a roar. The next second, accompanied by several loud noises, the barrier of huge amounts shattered. Countless runes dissipate into bits and pieces of powder. Hela stands on top of the tallest black spikes, with her dark green robes rustling in the wind behind her. She looked at Loki and laughed. Then my dear brother, tell me, what kind of god are you? Outside the light curtain, Thor looked at this scene and suddenly understood something. Hela's words to kill him were not a cry of incompetence and rage, but a notice. The other party can really do it. He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists unwillingly. Whether it is Loki who creates the barrier at will, or this barrier that he has never met before, he has power beyond himself. At this moment, the pride he had found in the battle on Earth was completely shattered. Same moment. Space carrier. The piercing alarm sounded throughout the bridge, and the surveillance staff turned around in panic and shouted to a man wearing an eye patch. Director. S-level energy response, explosive growth, unabated, in Norway. Satellite observations are interfered by energy forces and cannot capture images. Nick Fury almost broke into a cold sweat. S-level. The system evaluation he set, the highest level is S, is based on the energy of the explosion of all the Kree warships back then. I never thought it would actually appear one day. What to do now, Director? At this time, Hill asked with a pale face. She couldn't figure out why there was such a level of reaction. Wasn't it just to set a limit? Nick Fury sighs. Originally, he wanted the soldier to adapt to life, but now it seems it's too late. Call the captain and tell him there is a mission. After speaking, he began to command the mothership and set off towards a base in northern Europe. In midair, Loki suddenly looked up at the empty sky. A green light flashed in his eyes, and the satellite monitoring system at the orbital level was suddenly covered with a green light. After just a glance, he looked at Hela and said with a smile. In that case, as you wish. As he finished speaking, a red symbol appeared on his forehead, and blazing flames overflowed from his eyes. Pieces of divine armor are condensed, covering the body surface of the green windbreaker. The gaps are like lava flowing, and a flame cloak condenses behind him, making a hunting sound, emitting a terrifying high temperature. Looking at this majestic scene, Hela smiled even more excitedly. Vulcan. Interesting. Boom. After the words fell, Hela crushed the death spikes under her feet with one step, and a ball exploded from her body. She held the sword of death high in both hands and slashed towards Loki like a cannonball. Loki has no intention of using the rune this time. He held his right hand toward the void, and a flaming sword suddenly formed. Boom! With the same air explosion, extremely terrifying flames erupted from behind Loki, like a burning meteor hitting Hela. Almost in an instant, the flames and the sharp blade of death collided. Clang! Like Hong Zhong de Lu, a transparent ripple visible to the naked eye exploded from the impact point and spread loudly. The dozens of kilometers of surrounding trees are like ripples in the water, oscillating in the same direction, and violent avalanches are roaring at the top of the snow-capped mountains. And Loki and Hela flew back in the blast of energy. But in less than a second, the two figures collided again. Each bombardment blasted out countless flames and black blades. For a time, the lake, snow-capped mountains, and valleys where the two fought were completely destroyed, leaving horrific traces. After another separate attack, the flames on Loki suddenly became more intense, shooting out like a blazing sun. Hela roared angrily, and hundreds of death swords appeared out of thin air around her, then turned into a storm and enveloped the blazing sun. The next second, the flames melt the blade. But Hela successfully broke through the flames, condensed spikes in her hands and stabbed Loki's throat. Boom! Her right hand holding the weapon was tightly held. At this moment, the flaming sword slashed towards her neck, but was also held by her left hand. As if they had a telepathic connection, the two of them ran towards each other without any hesitation. Boom! With another explosion, the two fell backwards and flew away under the impact of huge amounts of. Loki stepped on the ground and plowed backwards, leaving dozens of meters of traces. But the moment he stopped, he did not choose to continue the attack. Instead, he knelt down on one knee and punched the ground. In an instant, a terrifying scene appears. I saw that starting from Loki's fist, the ground cracked with a crack rolling with magma and swallowing flames. Then he caught up with Hela on the other side, who was also retreating at a terrifying speed, trying to devour the opponent. Hela's expression changed, and her divine power exploded. Suddenly, huge amounts of spikes rose from her feet and pushed upward. Snort! The flame mark on Loki's forehead glows slightly. In an instant, a giant flaming hand stretched out from the crack like the entrance to hell and grabbed Hela. Then he was violently pulled back into the magma with unparalleled strength. Chapter 31. Boom! The moment the giant flaming hand retracted into the abyss, the earth suddenly closed from left to right. It seems to want to seal Hela in high pressure and high temperature magma. However, at this moment, rays of green light burst out from the earth. The world suddenly dimmed at this moment. Before, it was clear that the sky was clear and full of life, but at the moment it was like being in the netherworld, and even the sun turned pale white. As soon as this scene appeared, the dark witch Agatha suddenly felt an uncontrollable coldness in her soul. She knows this feeling very well. Because every time you kill other witches to absorb power and souls, those foods will feel this coldness when they lose their vitality a little bit. That is the breath wrapped in death. At this moment, it wasn't just Agatha, many people suddenly reacted. As the goddess of death, Hela has always displayed power but does not have the characteristics of death. Maybe now is the other party's true power. Gurgling. The soil on the ground gradually collapsed, and a large amount of thick green flame seeped out from it, spreading in all directions. At this time, a cold voice echoed in the sky. In the name of the goddess of death, I summon the tragic ghosts, the unwilling evil spirits, and the souls of the dead in battle. Now, revive. As the last syllable fell, the sky suddenly became covered with dark clouds, and heart-rending screams of terror echoed in the cold wind. The ground trembles again. The next second, the green flames suddenly rose, and countless ghosts and ferocious-looking undead burning with green flames flew out from it. They were overwhelming, with hatred and unwillingness for life, turning into a terrifying death storm and drowning Loki in the blink of an eye. The flames are still summoning constantly. As the evil spirits and undead that drowned Loki formed a sphere that became thicker and thicker, the green color became darker and darker. The little fire in the center is getting weaker and weaker. Like a candle in the cold wind, it becomes dimmer and dimmer, and in the end it will only end at the moment when it is extinguished. Camartage. Caecilius looked at this scene and secretly smacked his lips. He secretly learned the secret technique of summoning the undead, but those things were all afraid of flames without exception. But this is the complete opposite. Those undead, summoned by Hela, were able to drown the fire god Loki. This is incredible. Is this the power of higher power? Not only does it completely ignore weaknesses, it can even achieve anti-restraint. Caecilius's eyes were full of passion at this moment, and he was even more sure of his thoughts. Dormammu, the great lord of the dark dimension. His power must be more powerful than the power of death in the light curtain. It is precisely because of this power that the Ancient One can become the Sorcerer Supreme. But it doesn't matter, the time is coming soon. There is a flash of green flames, and Hela, who was previously squeezed in the magma, appears. Not only is she intact, the antlers crown on her head and body are burning with balls of green death fire. Now, she is the real goddess of death, or the uncrowned queen of Asgard. However, Hela did not show any joy when she saw that she was suppressed by the undead in the distance, with only a faint fire left. How could such an awakening Vulcan be defeated by a mere dead soul? Not even if it is blessed by the power of death. Suddenly, Hela showed a sneer. The dark rock pillars under her feet slowly rose. She slowly raised her palms, and a sword of death wrapped in green flames slowly took shape. As the death flame rotates and compresses, integrate into the dark sword body. The sword of death becomes like jasper. The next second, she aimed at that little flame and threw it violently. In an instant, the space seemed to be pierced by the sword. It disappeared from sight. When it reappeared, it had penetrated countless undead and came to Loki. Holy place number 2. At this moment, Ebony Maw felt a sense of panic. It was as if he saw that ordinary jade sword pointed at his eyebrows. There's no way to avoid it. The soul is stiff. He was almost certain that he would not even think of avoiding this sword, and his soul would be pierced. However, at this moment he suddenly came back to his senses. The sword stopped. A palm dripping with hot magma holds it. With the 5 fingers together. This sword, made of bones from the sword of death and body from the flame of death, made a crisp clicking sound, shattered into dozens of pieces and fell to the ground. At this time Loki slowly raised his head, his eyes were like golden furnaces. The next second, his fists collided randomly. Layer after layer, the ferocious undead that wanted to devour life seemed to have sensed something at this moment, and they all showed horrified expressions. Desperately trying to get in turned into a frantic attempt to escape. But it's too late. In an instant, countless red gold flames burst out. Countless dead souls did not even utter a cry, but were completely swallowed up by the flames. Between breaths, the surroundings of Loki, who was wearing the flame armor, were completely empty, and the ground under his feet turned into a pool of bubbling magma. Hela looked down at this scene, but she no longer had a condescending look in her eyes. On the contrary, she looked at Loki, who was calm and unhurried in breathing, and suddenly said, "You have been maintaining the same level of divine power as me, you didn't use all your strength, right?" Although she was asking, her tone was extremely certain. And hearing this, Sif, Hogan and others all showed shocked expressions. This level of terror has not even been achieved with all one's strength? And this is only the power of Vulcan, the power of ice has not yet been revealed. How powerful is this Loki's true power? Below. Loki shrugged and said, "Isn't this fairer?" Although she knew this was the case, Hela gritted her teeth after hearing this answer. She, the goddess of death who was invincible in the 9 realms, is now betrayed by others. She simply cannot accept this result. The next second, flames danced wildly on Hela's body, shouting angrily in the strong wind. "Loki! If you really recognize me as your sister, use all your strength to defeat me and kill me. Don't insult me. I am the goddess of death in Asgard, I have no fear of death." Loki raised his head, the smile on his face turned serious. "Then only say one word seriously." "Good." Chapter 32. Good. Just after a simple word fell, the magma under Loki's feet suddenly stopped rolling and solidified into black in the blink of an eye. The Vulcan armor on his body disintegrated piece by piece and dissipated in the air, and the flames behind him also extinguished. Hela was stunned for a moment when she saw this scene, thinking that Loki was playing tricks on her. But she suddenly discovered something. Red. The world has turned dark red at some point. Hela suddenly understood something and raised her head suddenly. "I saw that the sky that was originally changed by her death power has been completely changed. The crimson clouds are constantly rolling, and something seems to be brewing inside." At this time Loki rose into the sky and submerged. The whole world was silent at first, as if it had stagnated. The next second, the sky suddenly shook. The red clouds opened to both sides, forming an abyss like an upside-down hell, revealing the terrifying red world inside. Vaguely, it seems that an indescribable flame giant can be seen sitting inside, looking down at the world indifferently. Hela was stunned for a moment, then suddenly laughed and shouted. "Right! That's it! Only in this way can we be considered a god." She said this again. The laughter gets louder and louder. It's full of excitement, joy, and anticipation. The sky shook again. Countless flames spurted out from the crack, forming a rain of fire. However, this is just a precursor, not an attack. I saw in the red crack, wrapped in countless flames, an extremely terrifying huge amount of red sword tip protruding from it. It keeps falling, as if the flame giant is swinging his arm and stabbing down with a sword. Outside the light curtain. At this moment, countless people looked up at the light curtain in the sky. The world in my eyes has been completely occupied by that blazing giant sword. That horrible sense of oppression hit their souls and even made them unable to breathe. Fire Nation. Surti is roaring like crazy at this moment. It has recognized that the giant sword is its own flame demon sword Valayan. No hesitation at all. Bring it on. Hela let out an unyielding roar, and then exploded with all her death power. Suddenly, monstrous green flames rose from her body. The ground began to shake violently. Huge amounts of black spikes tore the earth apart, growing upward crazily. And those death flames cover it like running water. Looking from a distance, it looks like a huge sword burning with green flames piercing the sky. Next second. Heaven and earth. The red flame magic sword Valayan and the spikes wrapped in death flames collided at one point. No pause. The red sword tip shattered the black thorns with an unrivaled attitude, crushed the fire of death, and continued downwards to destroy anything that dared to stand in front of it. At this moment, the gravity of the world seems to have changed again. The blazing wind blew against her face. Hela looked at the giant sword thrust towards her in the sky and laughed like a madman. She felt unprecedentedly happy. It turns out, the feeling of death coming is so wonderful. She glanced through the gap like the entrance to hell again and glanced at the huge figure holding a sword inside. Loki, right. I remember this name. With the last sigh, looking at the tip of the huge sword getting closer and closer, Hela opened her arms and welcomed her own death calmly. But at this moment, a strange voice suddenly sounded. The family relationship of the Aesir clan is really complicated, and they really don't stop. But I can't let your magic sword fall. If it penetrates the earth, it will be really troublesome. As this voice fell, a surprising scene appeared. Hela saw with her own eyes that in the air dozens of meters above her head, the space shattered like glass. The next second, the terrifying magic sword sank into it, as if it had entered another world, without penetrating and falling at all. At this moment, the entire sword body suddenly stopped, and then suddenly dispersed and disappeared. It seems that the abnormality has been discovered and the magic sword has been summoned. At this time, the cracks in the sky closed, the red clouds dispersed, and the celestial phenomena affected by the divine power had recovered. Loki slowly fell down and stood next to Hela. The latter did not stupidly ask why Loki stopped, but looked wary. She heard those words clearly just now. Obviously the final space entrance was created by this mysterious man. And to be able to take this blow easily, it is obvious that the strength is unimaginable. But then she saw Loki shaking his head slightly at her, indicating that this was not necessary. Then he turned around and smiled at the void ahead. Since Sorcerer Supreme is already here, why don't you come out and meet me? Chapter 33. Sorcerer Supreme? Hela's pupils shrank slightly when she heard this title. One of the most important sources of disagreement between her and Odin thousands of years ago was because of the Sorcerer Supreme. Midgard is an extremely excellent life planet, which can bring a lot of faith and resources after conquering it. But after she expressed her wish, Odin chose to refuse. She was very angry at the time. Because the Aesir clan once occupied part of Midgard's land, but then left for unknown reasons, leaving only legends. So she wants to rebuild the glory of Asgard. But Odin told her that the earth already has a powerful sorcerer supreme who has become Asgardian and does not need them. She thought Odin was too hypocritical at first, but now she suddenly understands why. At this time, the space was shattered again. Hela looked up and saw a woman dressed as a monk walking out of the golden portal. The other party seems to be very ordinary, just like the large number of low-level beings she has seen before. At this moment she saw the woman looking towards her. With just a glance full of indifference, Hela was instantly immersed in it, as if she was seeing a black void. At this moment, she felt a tap on her shoulder. She was instantly startled and her thoughts were pulled back. Looking at the so-called Sorcerer Supreme again, I suddenly felt wary. Although I said that my divine power at the moment was almost completely squeezed out, and I was exhausted physically and mentally, it was quite terrifying that the other party could make me lose consciousness with just one glance. Really? The reason why Odin did not conquer Midgard is because of this woman. At this time Loki smiled and said, I often hear my father talking about Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme, but I didn't expect to finally see it today. Ancient One opened his hood, revealed a gentle face, and said with some surprise. Oh, he actually talks about me, isn't it all bad words? Loki was slightly startled when he heard this. Why do these words sound so familiar to each other? What he just said was just to be polite. Odin had never talked to him about this Sorcerer Supreme. Loki was about to speak when he suddenly felt something and looked towards the sky. The next second a colorful torrent fell from the sky, and a familiar voice sounded inside. Ancient One, I have never said anything bad about you, don't talk nonsense. Odin walked out of the Bifrost casually, first nodded to the Ancient One, and then looked at Loki. Father. Loki spoke first, feeling a little moved in his heart. Not seen for 700 years, Odin has shown his age. Odin nodded. Maybe it's because of the presence of outsiders, maybe it's the conflict between the majesty of the God King and his father's identity, or maybe it's because Hela is here. He did not speak, and all the sighs, satisfaction and longing in his eyes finally turned into a smile. Then Odin looked at Hela again, his eyes suddenly became complicated. But before he opened his mouth, Hela sneered. Oh, there's no need to say anything. Open the seal. There is nothing good in the outside world. It's time for me to go back. Since she didn't die, she wouldn't commit suicide. But if you lose, you lose. She will return to the dimension fragment and seal herself. Odin sighed, the eternal spear appeared in his hand, and with a slight click, a green vortex slowly opened. Hela never looked at Odin again, but suddenly said to Loki. Isn't this all your power? I have not forgotten that the power of the ice box is also controlled by you. After all, I have been training with you for 81 years. Loki smiled, he did not reveal the power of winter, he just said. I am the god of ice and fire. Two gods, really good. Hela sighed, knowing that she could not defeat this younger brother even if she stood on Asgard. She no longer had any entanglement in her heart and walked into the green vortex calmly. Loki didn't plead for her or guarantee anything. Because that would be too ridiculous for Hela or myself. At this time, the dimension entrance was closed. Odin looked at Loki and said. You should go back to Asgard first. Thor is already waiting for you. I have something to discuss with the Ancient One magician. Loki nodded, walked into the Bifrost and disappeared. It wasn't until the colorful torrent retreated into the universe that Odin spoke. What do you think? This statement has no beginning and no end, and is a bit incomprehensible. But Ancient One was not surprised at all, but nodded and replied. It's indeed good, you are very lucky. No, we are very lucky. Odin retorted very rudely. If Ragnarok happens and the world tree burns, you should understand what impact it will have on the earth. The Ancient One sighed, created a mirror space with his hand, and then said. How long do you think they will wait? No matter how long it takes, we only have one choice, Loki. Odin said suddenly meaningfully. Definitely, you can also ask for help from the existence above you. For him, this is just a small thing. Ancient One resisted the urge to roll his eyes and looked speechless. For him, this kind of thing does not involve the safety of the universe, let alone the origin of the universe, and will not interfere. You should stop dreaming. Odin sighed and said in a low voice like a human old man at this moment. Just like this, everything falls on Loki's shoulders. Ancient One shook his head slightly. Perhaps for him, this is just the beginning, just one of the stones blocking the road. As she spoke, she looked towards the sky, her gaze seemed to penetrate the distance. He is so different. I have a hunch that he may be able to walk very far away, so far that we can't even see his back. Listening to these ambiguous words, Odin frowned. Have you used time gem to peek into the future? He doesn't like this because it might have a worse impact. Ancient One smiled. Definitely not, that's just a Celtic hunch. Odin said nothing more, but he didn't quite believe it. Maybe it won't be the entire future, but he feels that this woman definitely saw something. Then you agree with him coming to Camartage? Odin asked again. Definitely. Ancient One casually lifted the mirror space, and then said. I am looking forward. Chapter 34. Ragnarok. The world tree is burning. They, who are they? Thor felt his brain was in confusion. The truth of the world seemed completely different from what he thought. He finally couldn't help but ask. Chat room. Thor, father, is this the same in our world? Ebony Ma, haha, why would Odin tell you such an important thing? You look like Loki and have no brains. Sif, it's such a low-level provocation. It's so ridiculous. Zeus, haha, I think everyone in the 9 realms is qualified to know the truth. You say so, Moon God, after all, your Thebes god realm is attached to the earth. Kongsu, I am indeed a little worried. After all, Odin and the Ancient One in the light curtain cannot solve it. It is hard to imagine what kind of disaster it would be. Star-Lord, you guys really think too much. There are obviously 2 worlds, so worry about it. Zeus, stupid mortal, how short-sighted. 2 worlds do not mean that they do not have the same crises. At least for now, the timelines of the 2 worlds are almost the same. Star-Lord, bah. Who are you? I am the Star-Lord who dominates the galaxy. When I have time to return to Earth, I'll blow your mother's head off with an elemental gun. Ding, Quill is mute for 5 minutes. In the Pantheon, Zeus's face almost turned green with anger. He's such a fool, does he really think he can't find you in the real world? When this Loki comparison is over, I will go to the land of nothingness to post the reward. What made him want to curse even more was that Odin, that old turtle, didn't say anything about it. You deserve it, both of your sons are useless. In the Predator spacecraft, Yondu originally wanted to wait for the abnormality to end and capture Quill. It seems that it is no longer needed now. He felt that when the light curtain disappeared, this unlucky child might not have offended many people. I'm afraid that Egg wouldn't be able to catch Quill at that time. Camartage. Seeing that Odin did not respond in the chat room, Wang couldn't help but ask. Sir, if Ragnarok happens, will the world tree really burn? He didn't care much about the former. But if the world tree burns, the earth as Midgard will inevitably be greatly disturbed. Not to mention the frequent occurrence of various super disasters in the real world, there may also be violent space-time oscillations, and the dimension Mephisto takes the opportunity to enter. However, what surprised him was that Ancient One shook his head and said, I don't need to hide it from you. God King Odin really didn't tell me this. Maybe the 2 worlds are really different on this matter. Having said that, seeing that Odin didn't answer, the Ancient One probably already guessed why. It's not that the 2 worlds are different. But the 2 Lokis are different. Loki on his side can only be clever, but on the other side he has infinite possibilities. The gap is too big. Odin naturally wouldn't tell her if he didn't see hope. Ancient One was a little tangled in his heart. Apart from using the time gem to find the next Sorcerer Supreme, she has never peeked into the future. Now it seems that there are some shortcomings. At least in her opinion, although Strange's ability is good, he is still obviously not as good as that special Loki. Dimension fragments. Hela sat by the campfire, looking at the flames in a daze. I don't know how long it took for her to suddenly stand up and kick the fire away, looking at the sky full of aurora and becoming irritated. It would look better if it snows in the sky. At this moment, there was a sudden disturbance in the space, and a vortex opened not far in front of her. The next second, Odin walked in. Seeing this, Hela folded her arms and said mockingly, "By the way, I finally understand why you didn't kill me back then, but sealed it. I can only say that he is worthy of being the Lord of the Nine Realms, and his gaze is far away." As she spoke, she sneered. "Why, now that you have used everything to its best advantage, you can't help but take action now. But it doesn't matter, I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Odin's eyes dimmed and he said in a low tone, "Don't be like this, Hela, no father wants to kill his daughter. Sealing is the final result I can think of." On Sakar, Valkyrie looked hateful after hearing this. But then it turned into self-deprecation. Hela has never seen Odin in such a posture and was slightly taken aback. But she came back to her senses immediately and said in a cold tone, "You are really old, Odin. But if you came in just to talk about this, then you can leave. I hate you even more now." She didn't know whether it was because she couldn't accept Odin's tone, or because of the God King's old attitude, or something else. She became even more irritable. Odin sighed inwardly and his tone became formal. "I'm here this time because I have something to talk to you about." "About Loki?" Hela's expression obviously improved after hearing Loki. She nodded slightly, signaling to continue speaking. Odin did not foreshadow and took charge very clearly. "I want you to hand over 1/10 of the dimensional structure you eroded, and the price is to let you go." He thought Hela would be surprised, but saw the other party frown. "How does this have anything to do with him?" Hela asked confused. Odin showed a startled look, and then said, "It seems you didn't notice it. Loki has actually controlled all dimensional structures except your erosion within 700 years. Hela's eyes suddenly widened and she said in disbelief, "How is this possible? It took me 1,000 years to do just 1/10 of it. I didn't expect it either." Odin said with a smile on his face, with a sense of pride. "And that comes from Loki." Hela is slightly absent-minded. She thought Loki was powerful enough, but unexpectedly she underestimated him. Obviously, Loki will be the most powerful new king of Asgard, and he is just a remnant of the old era. After a moment, she smiled with relief and said, "I agree to your request, but how to do it specifically?" Odin breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. "It's not yet time, I will find you back when he reaches the critical point of promotion." "You mean, single body?" Hela was surprised at first, but after thinking about it, she was no longer surprised. She guessed that Loki was almost reaching the peak of level Godfather. "But aren't you afraid that I will run away or return to Asgard?" Hela suddenly smiled. Odin shook his head. "The only goddess of death I know will never betray what she has said. Besides, I have something I need you to do." Hela sneered. "I knew it wouldn't be that simple. You tell me first, but I may not agree." Odin said very solemnly. "You should understand that a large amount of energy is required to promote any life to a single body, and the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One just discovered a suitable thing. It once came to the earth and left traces. I want you to find it." Hela said without thinking. I agreed. "But please remember that I am not helping you, this is just the trophy I lost to Loki." Soon, Hela left the dimension fragment and set off towards the land of nothingness. Chapter 35. Asgard. As the colorful energy faded, a figure appeared inside Bifrost. "Thor has been waiting here for a long time." Seeing this, he couldn't wait to hug the figure and laughed. "I'm finally back, brother. If you stay there any longer, I will rush in with Mjolnir. Then you may be hung up and hammered by Hela." Loki was also very happy at the moment, so he decided not to hit Thor. "Let me down, my mother should be waiting for me." Loki patted Thor's thicker shoulder and said. Thor chuckled and said. Yes, it's more important on the mother's side. I'll wait for you at Thor's palace. He knew that after not seeing each other for 700 years, Loki and his mother must have a lot to say, but they didn't clamor to go. Anyway, there will be more time in the future. Loki is a little surprised. It seems that Thor's brain has developed after so many years. In this way, he can ask his mother more about Hela. About half a day later, Loki left the Queen's palace. He showed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Hela's past to be so war-loving and crazy. But having said that, he didn't feel this way when he got along with Hela. And in the end, this sister calmly returned to the seal without any thought of returning to Asgard to rule or take revenge. Outside the light curtain, Tony Stark couldn't help rolling his eyes. Although this Loki is powerful, he doesn't understand women at first glance. The stronger this kind of woman is, the crazier she gets. As long as you can defeat her and conquer her, your appearance will completely change. And obviously, this Loki has succeeded. Otherwise, he wouldn't believe what Odin said, and Hela ran to help Loki find something without frowning. Wasn't it? Tony touched his chin, suddenly feeling that the word conquer seemed a little wrong. Loki doesn't think about it anymore. He can't change the God King's decision, so he just plans to go see him when he has nothing to do. He has controlled 90% of the dimensional fragments and can enter and exit at will. Soon, led by a guard, Loki came to the so-called Thor Palace. This place was established after he left. After passing the main hall and walking through a long corridor, Loki saw Thor in a golden hall. At the moment, a huge long table of more than 20 meters spreads across the hall, filled with fine wine, fruits, and various meats. Thor and 4 men and women dressed as warriors are talking, laughing and drinking wine. Seeing Loki come in, Thor immediately pulled him to sit at the table and laughed. Father said that there will be a homecoming ceremony for you tomorrow, so today we will simply celebrate. By the way, these are the warriors of Asgard. No one can defeat us on the battlefield. After Thor finished speaking, the 4 of them stood up and hammered their chests, saying proudly. Sif. Fandral. Hogan. Vestag. Loki nodded to show that he remembered. Although he didn't know what the results of these 4 Asgard warriors were, since they could be with Thor, he guessed it wouldn't be too bad. But this idea was rejected by Loki a few hours later. Although there were outsiders in this family banquet between brothers at the beginning, he actually didn't care. In his opinion, Thor knows how to cultivate his own confidence, which is good. But Thor soon drank too much, and the topic changed from the memories of the 2 brothers getting along, to bragging about how they had fought side by side, where they had conquered, where they had suppressed rebellions, and all kinds of bizarre experiences. Even having S*X with a female werewolf on a giant wolf became a source of conversation and made me laugh out loud. And the so-called 4 warriors of Asgard. Except for the woman named Sif, everyone also got drunk. While praising Thor, he also did not forget to tell how brave he was. When talking about rising, a few people even picked up weapons and swayed left and right gestures, as if they wanted to show how fearless and powerful they were at that time. Loki just looked at these people, his face getting colder and colder. At this moment, what he saw was not the Asgard prince and his warriors, but a few drunken men and women hanging around together, showing no signs of superiority or inferiority. It wasn't until all these people fell drunk on the ground that he turned to look at the frightened Sif and said, "Have they always been like this?" Sif has been paying attention to Loki's expression, watching with his own eyes how the second prince's expression changed from a smile to a frost. She knew it was going to be bad at that time. As Heimdall's younger sister, she understands the concept of superiority and inferiority, and even tried to persuade her. However, Thor doesn't care, and neither does Fandral. In the end, she even got used to it and felt there was nothing wrong with it. And until this moment, Listening to Loki's extremely calm words, she finally woke up. This is not only wrong, but also simply ignores the majesty and face of the gods. Sif suddenly knelt on one knee on the ground, his heart pounding, he didn't know what to say. Looked up. Loki said calmly. Sif didn't dare to resist at all, he suppressed the trembling in his heart and raised his head. It was at this moment that she met that indifferent gaze. In a daze, she had the illusion of seeing the god King Odin sitting on the throne. Powerful, beyond doubt, an untouchable god. Loki stood up from the table and walked slowly to Sif step by step. Until the oppressive feeling made the other party tremble uncontrollably, he opened his mouth and said, "Tell me everything that happened to Thor over the years. If you dare to lie, I will strip you of all your power and throw it into mining." Chapter 36. Fandel and Hogon snored loudly, sleeping soundly. But Sif is convinced that he has fallen into the abyss. She knelt on the ground, not daring to hide anything, and told Thor in detail all her experiences with everyone over the years. And among those things, this situation is completely normal now. Even in some ruled territories, or after the war has been quelled, the same will be done in those places. I don't care at all whether it will affect Asgard's face. As for those so-called battles, they are more of a joke to Loki. The so-called bravery is just crushing some garbage that even werewolves can't defeat. He can even imagine how these people praised him, making Thor more and more addicted to it and becoming more and more arrogant. He thought Thor was acting arrogantly when he was drunk just now, but now it seems that this is the brother's truest self now. 3 hours have passed, and Sif finally finished telling everything he remembered. Loki was silent for dozens of seconds. Sif knelt on the ground without daring to raise his head, feeling more and more frightened as the silence in the hall grew. She feels that she is finished. At this time, inside Bifrost, Heimdall suddenly opened his eyes and heard a voice in his ear. "Come to the temple of Thor." He recognized that it was Prince Loki's voice, and was a little surprised why the other party asked him to go just after he came back. And although the voice sounded calm, it seemed to be suppressing overwhelming anger. Although as a gatekeeper, he only listens to the words of God King Odin. But Loki is different. Over the years, he has understood the prince's status in the heart of the God King and his terrifying ability. If there is no accident, the next God King will be the other party. And at this moment, he had a hunch that he would definitely regret it if he didn't go. Soon, Heimdall came to Thor's temple. But he frowned as soon as he entered. Although I know that Thor has indulged his subordinates in recent years, the scene before him is still too unruly. More importantly, he saw his sister kneeling on the ground, her body shaking uncontrollably. He probably understood something without even thinking about it. Sif must be similar to those people. It's just that at the moment it was too late to regret it. Although Loki sat there calmly, his aura gave him the feeling of seeing the god King Odin. That kind of pressure seems to hit the soul directly. Obviously this prince has become more powerful after leaving for 700 years. "Brother." Sif's face turned pale and he wanted to speak. "Shut up." Heimdall glanced at Sif coldly, then took a deep breath, lowered his head and said, "Prince Loki, you don't have to care about my feelings, you can deal with Sif as you like. Since she made a mistake, she must be willing to accept punishment." After hearing this, Sif's face suddenly turned even paler, without any trace of blood. He didn't expect that his brother didn't plead for him. Hearing this, Loki glanced at Heimdall lightly, feeling slightly better. If the other party starts by pleading with merit, he will agree, but it is impossible for this Sif to stay in Asgard. Now, it means that Heimdall has left a future for his sister. Inside TVA, Mobius showed a hint of surprise. He originally thought Heimdall was a brainless gatekeeper, but he didn't expect that Heimdall was actually very smart. Loki was in a state of rage, and begging for mercy was definitely a shot in the arm. Asking for fair treatment and a gesture of accepting punishment is actually a kind of surrender. And he felt that Loki might have noticed this too, which made him look better. Never mind. Loki said calmly. Sif is not as miserable as these people. I asked you to take her back for confinement. I will let you know when it ends. But if you don't repent, you will have to do it yourself when it comes to expulsion. Heimdall breathed a sigh of relief, then turned around and said sharply. Why don't you thank the second prince for sparing you? Sif originally thought that he was really going to mine, but he already felt that the future was dark and regretted it endlessly. But I didn't expect that Loki didn't punish himself. At the moment, it's like waking up from a dream, immediately bending down and bowing my head to give thanks. Thank you to the second prince. Sif realizes his mistake and will repent, and will never do it again. Loki nodded, looked at Heimdall and said calmly. Take it away. Heimdall breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and without giving his sister a good look, he directly picked up the leather armor on the other party and dragged him out. There is no way, under Loki's invisible pressure, Sif can no longer walk. And until he left, Heimdall did not even look at the other three people. In his opinion, even if these people will not die, they are basically useless. However, he did not feel pitiful, but felt that he deserved it. I can't tell my identity. This day is just a question of whether it will come sooner or slower. And just when Heimdall walked out of the Thor temple, he suddenly heard the screams of the three gods behind him. Sif shrinks his neck in fear. If there was no brother, she felt that she would have to be called out. I was even more frightened at this moment. In the hall, Thor is still sleeping soundly, dreaming of unknown dreams. And the three warriors were already hanging upside down in the air by chains condensed by flames at the moment. The severe burning pain has completely sobered up the three of them. Asgard. Fandral and several others in Asgard looked angry. Because their relationship with Thor is similar to that in the Light Curtain. It's just a drunk bragging, as for going online like this? Although this Loki is powerful, he is just as narrow-minded as his own Loki. And Sif at the moment swallowed his throat with fear. For some reason, she suddenly felt that Loki in the Light Curtain seemed to have done the right thing. Chapter 37. Fire, severe pain, panic. The three warriors cannot understand whether this is a drunken nightmare or reality. Until they saw those eyes as cold as ice, the three of them woke up instantly. This is real. Ignoring the increasingly severe burning pain in his body, the fat Volstagg took the lead and shouted. Loki, what are you doing? What crime have we committed? Put us down. The other two people also looked back angrily. Are you crazy? We are Thor's subordinates, what are you going to do? At this moment, all three of them couldn't understand why they ended up in this situation after just one drink. Loki sat back casually, and a throne condensed by ice appeared naturally. He raised his head slightly, showing a surprised look and said. Oh, you actually know that you are Thor's subordinates. I thought you were his brothers. We are still friends, the swordsman Fandral shouted. Thor treats us as companions regardless of trivial matters, you can't do this to us. At this time, Hogun struggled violently, and the pain made him crazy. You have no right to lynch us, Loki. We didn't betray Asgard, we were just drunk. What's wrong with that? Loki's eyes are even colder. What's wrong? Haha, it seems you still don't understand what you have done. 700 years. Maybe even shorter. You have turned Thor from a qualified Thor into an arrogant maniac who drinks and brags all day long. Let me guess how long it has been since he learned the runes, 300 years? Or 500 years? I'm afraid he has forgotten all the runes that he once memorized in his mind. And there is the most important thing that Loki didn't say. That is, he did not feel the destructive aura unique to the power of thunder in Thor. This is either because Thor has completely controlled Thor's power. Either Thor has not only made no progress in the past 700 years, but is even worse than when he was just awakening. Loki glanced at Thor, who was still sleeping like a dead pig, and felt that the possibility of the former being even smaller than that of the flame giant surrendering to Asgard. And after hearing Loki's words, all the confusion and anger in the eyes of the three warriors suddenly turned into fear. If this comes true, without Loki, God King Odin would kill them. At this moment, the three of them finally realized that they were afraid, and they rushed to say, "No, no, no, Prince Loki, you misunderstood, we definitely didn't do that. Besides fighting and drinking with Prince Thor, we never did anything else. We are his most loyal warriors." At the moment their forgotten identities are remembered. The tone of voice has completely changed. My heart is filled with regret. You must know that the Aesir and the Asgard cannot be confused. The lifespan of the former can most commonly reach 5,000 years, while the lifespan of the latter ranges from hundreds to thousands of years, and those with a part of God bloodline will last longer, such as Heimdall and Sif. So when they were born, Loki had already left Asgard. Although I later heard that the second prince's ability and strength were extremely powerful, and he was very strict with Thor. But after all, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. I just heard it from some old people and didn't take it seriously. After becoming Thor's subordinates, as time went by, they had completely forgotten this legend. In addition, Thor's ability to restrain himself is basically zero, and they gradually let themselves go. But at the moment is absolutely unacceptable. The three warriors endured the severe pain and began to deny their influence on Thor. And drinking frequently and ignoring their status and dignity means that Thor regards them as companions and does not show off. A few people kept talking, and their tone became weaker and weaker. Because they noticed that Loki looked at them like he was looking at Joker. They are familiar with this look, because they will also tease weak enemies like this during battle. This made several people extremely angry, but they did not dare to speak at all. Seeing several people fall silent, Loki suddenly sneered. "Aren't you going to defend yourself? Why do you naively think that I can reason with you?" Fandral endured the severe pain on his body, gritted his teeth and said unwillingly. "Thor won't allow you to do this." The other two people's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had grasped a life-saving straw. "Yes. Thor will make the decision for us. We are his partners, he will explain it to you. This is their last hope, otherwise tonight may be the last meal in their lives." Loki is not talking on the ice throne. He tilts his body slightly and holds the side of his face with his right hand, indicating that they can start the performance. The three warriors immediately began to shout to Thor at the top of their lungs, hoping that the other party would wake up and make decisions for themselves. However, Thor drank too much. No matter how loudly the three of them shouted, Thor was still lying on the ground sleeping soundly, with no intention of waking up. Seeing the three people becoming more and more desperate, Loki suddenly stood up. "The voice is too low, let me help you." He sneered, flipped it casually, and suddenly huge amounts of metal long table crashed through the wall of the hall and flew into the garden under the horrified eyes of the three people. The violent vibration and roar made Thor finally open his eyes. In a trance, he saw the three warriors hanging in the air by flames, and couldn't help but say, "Watch me kill the flame giant to save you." After that, he muttered, turned over, and then fell asleep again. The three warriors immediately shouted again. Hearing the screams, Thor finally woke up with a jolt. He started suddenly, looked at the three of them with wide eyes and said in shock, "What are you doing? Is this a new game?" "Yes, Prince Loki misunderstood us." Hogun endured the pain and said with a smile. "What misunderstanding?" Thor just woke up and was a little dazed. But when he saw the three people in pain, he didn't think about anything else. He turned to look at Loki and said anxiously, "What are you doing, Loki? Let them down quickly." However, after he finished speaking, he found that Loki didn't move, just looking at him calmly. And that look made him feel familiar. "What do you want to do?" At this moment, Thor felt strongly uneasy, and the instinct from the cell memory made him shiver. Nothing. Loki showed a warm smile and said slowly. I just want to see what you have learned in these 700 years. Thor. Chapter 38. What? Boom. Thor, who was not yet fully awake, only felt a pain in his chest, and hit the pillar made of secret gold with a bang, and the entire Thor palace trembled. Ahem. Thor got up from the ground with a face full of pain. At the moment, the look in his eyes towards Loki completely changed. In the moment just now, he didn't even see how the opponent attacked, and he flew out uncontrollably. And the three warriors who were hung by chains of flames showed a horrified expression at the moment. Because they've been watching Loki. Looking down from a high place, you can clearly see the green light flashing under the opponent's feet, and there seems to be runes appearing. When I took another step forward, I was already in front of Thor. With one punch, the latter immediately flew out. Reaction is too slow, Thor. Are you still dreaming? Loki did not hide the disappointment in his eyes and shook his head. You are a sneak attack. Thor was stimulated by this look. He shook his head, used his divine power to dispel the last trace of alcohol, and stood up angrily. I want you to see that my years have not been in vain. I am no longer the same Thor. As he spoke, he roared, leaving step-by-step footprints on the golden floor tiles, and charged towards the Loki runner with terrifying power. The three warriors hanging upside down look expectantly. Thor's charge is unstoppable. In a previous battle, a Croonan man made of granite thought he was strong enough, but was crushed directly. No one can stop you. However, they saw Loki standing motionless, just raising his right hand. Next second. The moment Thor was about to collide, a green fluorescent shield suddenly appeared. Boom! The scene imagined by the three warriors did not appear. Not only did the illusory shield not shatter, Thor seemed to have crashed into a mountain. Letting out a painful groan, he was ejected and rolled to the ground. How is it possible? The expressions of the three warriors were all stunned, and they seemed to have forgotten the pain on their bodies. On the cold ground, Thor groaned in pain, and when he looked up at Loki and the green shield in front of him, the look in his eyes had changed. At this moment, he recalled the fear of being dominated by this younger brother when he was a child. It seems like a wall that can never be broken down. But he immediately kicked the idea out of his mind. No. I am no longer the person I used to be. Thor roared and hammered the ground several times, as if to cheer himself up. The next second he stood up like a mad lion, pointed outwards and stretched out his right hand. There was a thunder in the sky. Then with a tearing air sound, Mjolnir landed firmly on Thor's hand. Loki looked at this scene and suddenly laughed. So, what's the difference? I am Thor. Thor said angrily. Yet. Loki lowered his eyebrows, raised his fingers, and said calmly. Then show it to me. Thor looked at Loki looking down on him, and his heart was deeply hurt. As if sensing something, electric arcs surged on the hammer. So you're just going to stand like this? Loki sneered again. Thor's eyes suddenly turned red. He couldn't help it any longer. He jumped up high with Mjolnir in hand and exploded at the shield. Boom! In an instant, streaks of thunder erupted from the hammer, and the shield randomly created by runes suddenly fell apart in the lightning. Thor takes an inner look, and confidence appears again in his eyes. But at this moment, I felt the hammer sinking and being stopped. Loki held a black sword of death, easily blocked Mjolnir, and said calmly. That's all. You got angry in anger. The anger in Thor's heart rose again, activating the divine power in his body. Suddenly, the hammer erupted with amazing lightning and power again. However, the picture that he imagined could overwhelm Loki did not appear. Instead, a huge amount of power came from the hammer. Boom! Mjolnir hit Thor directly on the chest, and Thor flew backwards and smashed through the wall with a bang. But in the next moment, boom! There was another thunder. Mjolnir was wrapped in silver-white lightning, and flew in from the broken hole like a meteor, hitting Loki. The three hanging warriors all felt their scalps numb, knowing that Thor was really angry. No one can take such a blow from Mjolnir. But in the next moment, they almost kicked their eyeballs out. They watched as Loki's fist burned with flames and hit Mjolnir head-on. In an instant, the electric fire exploded, Mjolnir flew out diagonally, and smashed into the secret gold pillar with a bang, as if it was embedded in it. Roar! With an angry roar, Thor broke the wall and rushed in. He raised his right hand, and Mjolnir automatically returned to his hand, and then rushed forward like Loki. This time Loki didn't make a shield. He just looked disappointed. Every time Thor swung an attack at him, he easily dodged the attack, and then hit Thor with the blade of the Sword of Death. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The repeated attacks being dodged and the severe pain on his body made Thor more and more crazy, and he swung the hammer with thunder more and more erratically. The three warriors who were hung in the air were completely stunned. They were counting on Thor to save them, but in the end they were beaten one-sidedly. From the beginning to the end, that Loki didn't even change the position of his feet, and only used the simplest power. Compared with the opponent, Thor doesn't look like Thor at all, more like a crazy soldier on the battlefield. Boom! Loki easily knocked Mjolnir away with his sword, and then slapped Thor's left hind leg with his backhand. Under the severe pain and force, Thor suddenly fell to the ground. But he did not choose to stand up directly, but raised his right hand in a panic, trying to summon Mjolnir back. Boom! As soon as he raised his arm, he was heavily stepped on the ground by Loki. Thor raised his head angrily, only to see Loki looking down at him with a cold expression on his face. "Are you the god of hammers, Thor? Without Mjolnir, you won't be able to fight." Chapter 39. God of Hammer? This sentence seems to completely deny myself. Thor glared angrily, veins popped out on his neck, and yelled with all his strength. "What's wrong with using a weapon? It's my Mjolnir, it's also part of my power." Loki showed a rare lack of control over his emotions and angrily said, "Your Mjolnir, part of your power." As he spoke, he suddenly raised his palm toward the outside. Looking at this extremely familiar action, Thor's eyes were stunned, while the three warriors thought of something and their hearts beat wildly, shouting crazily that it was impossible. At this time, the familiar tearing air sounds sounded again. The next second, the air shook, and Mjolnir did not return to Thor's palm, but fell firmly into Loki's hand. It no longer explodes with thunder, but burns with blazing flames. The mithril-like hammer turned red and hot, as if it had just been taken out of the forge. The three warriors were completely stunned watching this scene, completely forgetting the pain in their bodies. In their understanding, Mjolnir can only be lifted by Thor, just like the rule of the world. And now, this scene has completely shattered their cognition. Thor's eyes were splitting as he watched this scene, and his palms trembled crazily as he exerted more force. He wants to summon his Mjolnir back. However, no matter how he called, Mjolnir received no response at all. He can't understand why. That is obviously my own weapon. At this time, Loki leaned down, and the power of the god of fire flowed out of him, causing the entire hall to heat up rapidly. The next second he looked at Thor, who was already confused and uneasy, and smashed the hammer into his ear with a bang. Suddenly, the terrifying heat burned the side of Thor's face, making him feel the same pain as the three warriors. What's even more devastating is that the damage comes from your own weapon. This makes him even more unacceptable. At this time, Loki looked directly at Thor with his red eyes due to the excitement of divine power, and said faintly, "Guess. Is it called Vulcan's hammer now, or Mjolnir?" He raised his head, wanting to roar that this was his Mjolnir. But that scorching temperature reminds me all the time that it has nothing to do with Thor. Thor opens his mouth. Finally, he fell to the ground helplessly. Loki sneered unabashedly. However, he straightened up and raised his hand. Mjolnir was very obedient and automatically returned from the ground to the palm of his hand. This scene breaks Thor's heart again. I will return this hammer to the Asgard treasury. Think about it for yourself. Speaking, Loki walked out and never looked at Thor again. At this time, the shadows in the room squirmed and transformed into 3 guards. They picked up the 3 warriors and walked out. These 3 people were completely frightened and did not dare to shout anything anymore. As for asking Thor to save himself, it's even more of a joke. Outside the light curtain, Thor felt like he had been hit hard by something. At this moment, he once again remembered the scene of being deprived of divine power and Mjolnir by Odin. How long has passed, it seems that I have completely forgotten how embarrassed I was at that time. Within the dimension fragment, the corner of Hela's mouth curled up. She's kind of starting to like this Loki. This is worthy of becoming the god of Asgard. That Thor is just rubbish. Inside the palace of the God King. After the crow's report without missing any details, Odin looked at Frigga, who looked worried, and said with a smile. As a mother, you might as well go and comfort Thor. The Queen of Gods shook her head and sighed. Loki finally crushed all his arrogance. If I go now, won't I be causing trouble? Do you think I'm the kind of woman who can't tell the difference between importance and importance? How could that happen? Odin smiled and said, as long as you understand. Actually, I am also responsible for Thor becoming like this. I didn't expect that it was just a matter of hundreds of years of neglect that he became like this. In contrast, he is actually more afraid of Loki. Only this younger brother can change him. If it is me, it will be too difficult. Frigga knows why this difficulty is. Hela's incident still left a deep wound in the heart of the God King, and he was afraid that Thor would hate him if he didn't handle it well. Fortunately, Loki is back and everything can change. Then do you still follow the original plan? Frigga suddenly asked. Odin nodded. My divine sleep is coming, this is what must be done. Besides, I think this is just the right thing to do, and I can give Thor another push. Frigga is a little worried. Aren't you afraid that the blow will be too great and Thor won't be able to get out? Odin looked outside, his eyes fell on Thor's temple, and he seemed to see the figure still lying on the ground. A few seconds later, he said in an extremely serious tone. If he perishes like this, then this is his fate, and he can just be a waste in peace. After all, only by changing can he be qualified to continue to stand by Loki's side. Chapter 40. The constant daylight lights up again, and the entire Asgard becomes dazzling in the universe. But at the bottom of Asgard dungeon, it's completely the opposite. This place is dark and humid, filled with the stench of prisoners from all races in the 9 realms. This is the first time Thor has come here. The same is true for the 3 warriors of Asgard. At the moment across the cell, Thor looked haggard, but said very seriously to the 3 people who were chained to the pillar. Don't worry, I will definitely rescue you. Loki. Loki is just trying to stimulate me, he won't really kill you. At today's ceremony, I will also make it clear to my father and plead for mercy, and I will naturally let you out then. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 people suddenly felt relaxed. This night was too torturous for them. Loki was like a horrible nightmare weighing on their minds, and their spirits were about to collapse at any time. Fortunately, it was finally a false alarm. Thor is the eldest prince and the future king of gods, so he should not lie to them. No matter how powerful Loki is, he is only the 2nd prince. We believe in you, Thor. The God King is just and will give us justice. Don't think too much about Thor, we will still be the best brothers from now on. Every one of the 3 warriors still believes in Thor as before. Well, the time is almost up. I have to leave first. If nothing else happens, I will pick you up after the ceremony. Thor nodded solemnly, then hurriedly walked up. Boom! Bang bang! Beautiful magic firework keeps rising into the sky and exploding, and the elves flying in the sky keep scattering petals. Amidst the cheers of the people of Asgard, Loki and Thor walked in from the main entrance of the temple. The two of them stopped in the center of the hall and saluted at the same time. Father! Odin watched the two men slowly stand up from the throne, and the cheers like a roaring mountain and a tsunami also fell silent. Under countless gazes, Odin slowly spoke. Thor, son of Odin, my first son. A long-standing appointment, the holder of the powerful hammer Mjolnir, also the god of thunder in Asgard. Thor instinctively held his hand to his waist, but there was nothing there. He was a little at a loss, and even pulled down his cloak in embarrassment to cover up. He didn't know why his father suddenly spoke like this. Loki also felt something was wrong. This opening seems a little different from what I thought. Everyone present is from Asgard. Everyone knows Thor. There is no need to introduce him in this way. At this time, Odin looked at Loki and said slowly. Loki, my second son. The favored one of the world tree, the one who controls the rune, the holder of Valayan, the sword of the god of fire, who liberates the shadow of death. He is also the god of ice and fire of Asgard. Although Loki has not appeared for 700 years, at this moment, after Odin finished speaking, countless people cheered. Although some new Asgardians have not seen the scenes of Loki's former twin gods awakening, these titles are really too powerful. Some people present who lived longer and witnessed that moment cheered even more. And after Thor heard this, a wry smile appeared on his face. I seem to have forgotten how this younger brother crushed me over the years. When Odin shook the eternal spear lightly, and the temple became quiet again. He looked solemn and continued to talk. I have protected Asgard and countless lives across the 9 realms throughout my life, from the beginning to the end. And this day has finally arrived. Asgard will usher in its new king. Thor was still immersed in the attack of dead memories, but he suddenly woke up after hearing these words. There was an unconcealable surprise on his face, as if he didn't expect this day to come like this. Over the years, I have fought in the 9 realms for my father, dealt with all the rebellions, and gained a lot of training. Those lords also recognize themselves, and every communication is very pleasant. Besides, he is still his firstborn. My father also hinted at this. So the position of God King must belong to you. In this way, I can release the 3 Hogans without asking my father for mercy. Yes, and Sif. When the time comes, he will generously show the tolerance of the God King, give the other party a chance to apologize, and become his own warrior again. In an instant, the sadness on Thor's face disappeared, and his mood became beautiful. Even forgetting yesterday's unpleasantness, he bumped Loki with his shoulder and blinked. As if to say, I won't be as stingy as you, brother. Loki read the meaning in his eyes keenly and was immediately disappointed, knowing that his efforts yesterday were probably in vain. Odin naturally saw this scene. He did not show any expression of dissatisfaction, but glanced at the shocked and expectant people of Asgard. Finally, the eyes returned to the 2 brothers. One's eyes are excited and frizzy, while the other's eyes are calm and profound. Very obvious. Odin sighed inwardly, no longer feeling any hesitation. The next second, his eyes suddenly became sharp, his face showed a majestic look, and he said solemnly. Loki, do you swear to defend the 9 realms? Chapter 41. The moment Odin's voice fell, Thor's smile froze on his face. If you heard it wrong, you must have heard it wrong. Loki was also slightly stunned for a moment. He once made it clear to Odin that he did not intend to stay in Asgard forever. The meaning of this sentence is naturally that he has no idea about the position of God King. So could it be that the father made a mistake? At this time, Loki, do you swear to defend the 9 realms? Odin's face was expressionless and he said solemnly again. Listening to this repeated voice, Thor finally woke up as if from a dream, and all the expectations and excitement in his heart collapsed like a snow mountain at this moment. He showed an expression of disbelief and froze in place like a sculpture. Loki showed no further emotion. Since my father did this, there must be a reason. The double-horned crown gathered on top of his head, Loki slowly knelt down on one knee to welcome his declaration. I do. He said solemnly. Odin nodded slightly, and his majestic voice echoed throughout the temple. Do you swear to defend peace? I swear. Do you swear to abandon all selfish thoughts and become the guardian god of the 9 realms? I swear. Odin's eyes were deep, and he slowly walked down from the altar, placing his palm on Loki's shoulder. I, Odin, the father of God. Under the witness of the world tree, under the witness of the people of Asgard, I declare it here. Loki, the god of ice and fire, becomes the god king of the 9 realms. Boom! A golden thunder streaked across the sky. Loki slowly stood up, his body covered with pieces of golden armor like flowing water, and the double-horned helmet on his head turned into a more majestic crown of the god king. In an instant, except for Odin and the queen, everyone in the temple knelt down on one knee facing Loki, with their right fist on their chest. No, there is still one person standing. At this time Odin said lightly. Thor, do you have any significance in this decision? No. Thor laughed miserably in his heart and forced a smile on his face. This is the best choice. As he finished speaking, he knelt down on one knee and expressed his loyalty to the new god king. Loki watched this scene and sighed inwardly. Then he nodded to Odin and walked towards the altar step by step on the golden steps. Until the end of the 9 realms, he turned around and sat on the throne of God. Boom! Fierce cheers rang out again, and everyone shouted the King of God Loki. The first shadow of the world tree is looming, as if it is transmitting this sound to the sky of the 9 realms. At the same time, Kamartaj, Ancient One looked at the sky, and a vague voice could be heard in his ears. After a few seconds, she couldn't help shaking her head and laughing, and said to herself. This guy Odin is planning to make me draw more blood. He is really an old fox. The God King ceremony has ended, and messengers have begun to deliver the news to the territories under their protection. Soon, all the lords will come to Asgard to offer their loyalty to the new king. And Loki gets dizzy when he thinks about this. He feels that he is not very good at this kind of thing. If he has this time, he might as well practice his divine power. Odin's palace. Loki and Odin stood in the hanging garden, looking into the distance. He was not used to the God King's golden armor, and at the moment he had changed back to his original green outfit. This makes him feel more comfortable. But this is not the point. Loki finally asked his doubts. Father, why did you choose me to be the new God King? You know I have no intention of doing this. Odin did not answer, but asked. Then do you think Thor is qualified for it? Loki was speechless for a moment, and found that he really couldn't refute. With Thor's current demeanor, Asgard will become a smoky mess in just a few hundred years, not 1,000 years. Well. Loki sighed deeply, not knowing what to say for a moment. Odin patted his son on the shoulder and said with a smile. The King of God cannot sigh. He is the pillar of the 9 realms and the faith of all people. Loki shrugged, showing a helpless expression. I would like to be a pillar of support and belief, but I get a headache just thinking about dealing with all kinds of trivial matters in the 9 realms. In his mind, this kind of thing is meaningless and a complete waste of time and life. And the point is, he originally planned to go to Kamartaj after returning this time. He has been greedy for the magic and knowledge there for 1,000 years, and now his divine power has obviously entered a bottleneck period, and he needs additional power. How could Odin not know what Loki was thinking, so he said. Don't worry, I have already thought about it for you. Except for meeting the lords of the 9 realms, you must do it yourself. Your mother can handle other trivial matters for you first. You can go to Midgard after that. I have reached an agreement with the Ancient One, and all the libraries of Kamartaj are open to you. Hearing this, Loki showed a surprised expression. In this case, there is no problem. Odin couldn't help but feel happy when he saw his son's happy expression. At the moment, the aura of the God King has faded, and he is more like an old father. He blinked and joked. The position of the God King is not a prison. No one dares to stop you wherever you want to go. Don't worry, Heimdall can contact you within the 9 realms, and Bifrost can bring you back within seconds. Definitely, it would be more convenient if you could learn Kamartaj's portal. Loki nods in understanding. Then Odin began to teach some of the experiences of the God King and what he should pay attention to after he fell asleep. At the same time, in Asgard dungeon, the 3 warriors are still waiting for the good news from Thor. But as time passed by, the mood of several people began to become tense again from relaxed. No matter how long the ceremony takes, it should have passed long ago. Why hasn't Thor come yet? The expressions on the 3 people's faces became more and more haggard as they waited, and finally they even became panicked again. Thor won't be drinking after the ceremony, right? Fandral said extremely worriedly. His worry is not unreasonable, because every time there is a dinner party after such a ceremony, Thor will get drunk every time. At this moment, he hated Thor's bad habit so much that he seemed to have forgotten that he was one of them. Probably not, he said he would save us. Having said that, Hogan's tone was obviously lacking. At this time Volstagg said, "Stop thinking, maybe Thor is on his way here." And just after he finished speaking, there was a sound of footsteps in the dim dungeon corridor. The 3 people suddenly showed excited expressions. But a few seconds later, he looked disappointed again. It was not Thor who came, but a group of guards wearing golden armor who were changing the guard. At this time, Fandral, who had the least stable personality, finally couldn't help it and rushed to the edge of the cell and shouted, "I am the Asgard warrior, swordsman Fandral. Did you see Prince Thor when you came down? He said he would come here after the ceremony." "Correct." While he was talking, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Is Loki stopping Prince Thor? Yes or no?" Hearing this, the 6 golden armored guards all stopped and turned around. The next second, one of them said with a cold voice, "The bold prisoner dares to call the God King by his name." God King. The 3 Fandrals showed uncontrollable expressions of surprise for a moment. Hogan even laughed and said, "It turns out that today is the ceremony for the succession of the God King. I'm just talking about Thor, why hasn't King Thor come down yet?" The 3 of them looked at each other excitedly. This time it's really ups and downs. Although they are in a prison cell, they can already imagine the beautiful days in the future. However, at this moment, the cold voice sounded again. "The new God King is Prince Loki who succeeds to the throne. You really don't know how to live or die. Still not kneeling down?" In an instant, the expressions of the 3 warriors froze, as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 42. The constant light of Asgard dimmed and extinguished 42 times, and Loki finally received the last group of lords. In the new God King's palace, he lay on the cloud bed and let out a long sigh. At the moment, he felt that he had never been so tired in his life, even more tired than he had been in the dimension fragment for 700 years. Fortunately, the troublesome matter is finally over, and Frigga can help him deal with other trivial matters. Now we just have to wait until Odin's divine sleep is settled, and then he will go to Earth. As for Thor. Loki understood Odin's intentions after taking the throne, but he did not intend to do nothing. Thor, a guy who only thinks about muscles, needs someone to push him. Outside the light curtain, Thor couldn't help but shrink his neck. At this moment, even with his wisdom, he could see one thing. That means the other self may suffer again. House of Thor. A man who looks like a walking zombie is lying among a pile of wine bottles, drinking heavily. Thor's hair is disheveled, his eyes are bloodshot, and he can only numb himself with alcohol. He didn't even dare to think about what the 3 warriors in dungeon would think of him. Is it disappointment, or is it still looking forward to, or maybe it just turns into hatred? At this time, a golden armored guard walked to the door. Although he witnessed Thor's appearance, he did not dare to have any contempt. "Your Highness Thor, the old God King is about to sleep, and summons you to come over. Loki has become the God King, and the title of Prince can no longer be used." Thor originally looked furious, but when he heard this, his original get-out turned into an okay. Although he didn't want to see Loki, he still had to go. Odin is almost 6,000 years old, and will be in spiritual sleep for longer, and will also be more prone to accidents. Maybe this will be the last time, no one can tell. Pantheon, Zeus's face was full of joy. If this Odin is like this, then the Odin who broke his divine sleep probably really doesn't have a few years left to live. Sure enough, the Aesir gods who do not accept any power of faith and enter their bodies will die quickly. Otherwise, look at which god in the pantheon died because of his lifespan. At the same time, at this moment, he also selectively forgot why every god king of the Aesir clan could crush him. 10 minutes later, Thor arrived at Odin's palace. The guards are heavily guarded along the way, and all rune warning measures and defense mechanisms have been activated. He understands what this means. Entering the Golden Palace, he saw Loki and his mother already standing beside the bed of divine sleep, talking to Odin. He didn't dare to look into Loki's eyes and walked straight to Odin and said, "Father." He also changed his title, no longer calling Odin his father. "Here you come, Thor." Odin at the moment becomes older, and even his voice is full of death. "My child, do you blame me for passing the title of God King to your brother?" Thor raised his head and glanced at Loki, then lowered his head and said, "No. You are definitely right, I am indeed not suitable." He was definitely not willing to give in, but at the moment it was too late to say anything. Odin had a relieved smile on his face, seemingly satisfied with the answer. This made Thor's eyes sting. Odin didn't explain anything next, he just said some warm words like an old man in an ordinary family. Soon later, as the runes lit up, a golden shield enveloped Odin. The divine sleep begins. Frigga's eyes turned red, she turned her head and said, "You two brothers, please go out first, I will stay here to accompany your father." "Yes." The two said in unison, and then walked out of the Golden Palace. The two of them were silent along the way, as if they would never go back to the past. But just when he reached a place where no one was around, Loki suddenly chuckled and said, "You think it's unfair?" Thor was already planning to leave, but he couldn't help but clenched his fists after hearing these words. Fortunately, he knew that he could not defeat this younger brother, so he just turned around angrily and said, "You have been gone for 700 years. These days, I have been fighting for my father in the 9 realms and dealing with all his troubles. As a result, as soon as you came back, your father passed the title of God King to you. Do you think it's fair?" In the past few decades, he has been driven crazy by this sentence. At the moment, he said it all at once. Loki did not hide the contempt on his face and sneered. "Conquering the 9 realms? Do you mean fighting at the entrance of a village on a backward civilized planet? To deal with trouble, you mean drinking with those hypocritical lords? Still, if a female werewolf can't find a male wolf, she needs help from the divine realm. I remember that you are quite happy to do so. As for fairness, I have always crushed you in every aspect since I was a child. Strength is king. Do you think this answer is satisfactory?" "You." Thor's eyes were red, and he was gasping for breath and speechless. He seemed to be stimulated. At this time, Loki's expression returned to calmness, and he seemed to be too lazy to even mock. He left without looking back, leaving only the last words. "Tomorrow I will send your 3 useless men to the interstellar mine to mine. You can go and see them for the last time. All of Thor's anger disappeared in an instant, leaving him at a loss. He promised to go out with only 3 of us, but now it seems he is really going to break his promise. Night falls. Bifrost. Loki and Heimdall are talking about something. Not long after, a female warrior wearing leather armor hurried in, then knelt down on one knee and lowered her head and said, "God King." Loki hummed casually, and then Heimdall said, "Sif, the God King has a task for you to do next. You must not make any mistakes. This matter is done, the God King will treat your previous mistakes as nothing happened." Sif suppressed the joy in his heart, raised his head and looked at Loki and said loyally, "Don't worry God King, only death can stop me." Loki nodded slightly first, then said casually, "It's not that difficult, I just want you to help someone." Sif did not show a relaxed attitude, nor did he dare to be perfunctory, he still said very seriously, "I will do a good job, God King, who do you want me to help?" Loki smiles and spits out a name. Thor. Chapter 43. Late at night. In Thor's temple, Thor sits among a pile of flagons and falls into a trance, like a puppet. He is now in so much pain that he can't even drink. All he can think about is the 3 warriors questioning why he deceived them and why he had to implicate them. I don't know how long it took, but he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Who? Thor was shocked, and the next second he heard the person speaking in a low voice. "Thor, it's me." Hearing this familiar voice, Thor's eyes regained focus, and then he saw who it was. "How did you come?" His tone becomes stiff. After that night, he thought something had happened to Sif, but he later found out the truth. A trace of guilt flashed in Sif's eyes, he bit his lip and said, "I'm sorry, Thor, I dare not resist the god." Loki. Thor knows how powerful his brother is, and no one can resist under pressure. But he still felt a little irritated and waved his hand. "Go away, I don't want to see you. If you want to apologize, just talk to Hogun and the others tomorrow morning. I'm tired." Sif said sorry in his heart, and then said, "Thor, I'm here to help you. I have a way to save Hogun and the others." Thor immediately grasped at a life-saving straw when he heard this, but immediately shook his head in despair. "Impossible Sif, no one can save 3 people from the deepest depths of Asgard dungeon. Not even if I still have Mjolnir. In addition to guards, dungeon also has huge amounts of powerful weapons, as well as rune locks." Sif said seriously. "We don't need to rescue them from the dungeon. We can wait until they are dispatched to the mine. That will be much easier." Thor suddenly showed a look of joy. "Will Heimdall let us leave Asgard?" He knew that the gatekeeper was Sif's brother and thought he was begging for mercy. Sif didn't sell it, and said directly, "No, but I know a secret passage that can leave Asgard, and after a few stops, you can get to the mine. What's the point of hesitation? Let's leave now." Thor said impatiently. "There is another prerequisite." Sif said. "What conditions? Can you still use your phantom magic?" "It's the simplest kind." Half an hour later, the door to the Asgard treasure house opened, and God King Loki, wearing golden armor, walked in with his head held high, followed by a guard wearing full body armor. When there were no guards in the depths, Loki's expression could no longer hold on and collapsed, becoming a mess. Boom! He slapped his head hard, and suddenly a green light appeared on his body and turned into Thor. Seeing that he had actually managed to get here, a complex look appeared on his face. He did not expect that the most important ability was actually something that Loki forced himself to learn when he was young. What a twist of fate! At this time, Sif also took off his armor, and the 2 of them walked deeper. But before he took a few steps, Thor showed a look of surprise. He sees Mjolnir. After a few seconds, Thor breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Okay, I can still pick it up. With it, the success rate of this operation will be higher. The two of them didn't stop much, and soon came to a corner of the treasure house. As Sif threw a ball of energy into the wall in front of him, the space suddenly seemed to be disturbed, and a gap appeared after a few seconds. Thor's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. I knew that Heimdall still recognized me. How could this gap created by the world tree be discovered by Sif, let alone in the treasure house? Only Heimdall's eyes can see. It is the gatekeeper's bounden duty to be unable to let them leave Bifrost in person, and this passage is the bond of affection. I remember this, love. Thor said solemnly. This. Sif blinked, not knowing what to say at this moment. She still remembers that when she got the details of the mission, she asked what if Thor was suspicious. In the end, the God King just smiled. Thor's brain will find the reason on its own. She didn't quite believe it at the time. After all, she hadn't noticed Thor's stupidity after being together for hundreds of years. But now I am completely convinced. Seeing this scene, Tony had an idea in his heart. This Loki might have seen through Thor's pants. He could almost foresee that Thor's actions would definitely be a big mistake. Thor nodded gratefully, then got in first. Sif also follows closely behind. And at this moment, a green light appeared, and Loki's figure appeared. The next second, he also followed. The gaps in the world tree can shorten the spatial distance. It only took Thor and Sif more than an hour to walk out. As soon as the two people walked out of the gap, they immediately felt a wave of heat coming over them. Thor looked around and found that he was in a cave with huge amounts of hot lava flowing in some cracks. Where is this? Thor looked nervous. For some reason, he felt a creepy aura. Did you remember to ask just now? Sif suppressed the twitching of the corners of his mouth and whispered. It's the Kingdom of Fire. But don't be nervous, we are not far from the next gap. As long as you are not unlucky, you will definitely not encounter fire elemental creatures. Thor shook Mjolnir, feeling a sense of security in his heart. He nodded slightly and said with great momentum. Don't worry, even if you meet Surti, there will be no problem. I just happened to deal with the enemy in this prophecy and let Loki see who is the Asgardian of Asgard. So, 10 minutes later. On the only way to pass through the gap in the world tree. Thor fell into silence looking at the sleeping figure on the throne in the distance. By the way, what did you just say? Killing Surti would be weird. Thor is a little broken inside. The Fire Kingdom is so big, this flame giant has to sleep here. Are you going to be so deceptive? But the words have been spoken, what should I do? What are you thinking about, Thor? Why did you stop? At this time, Sif lowered his voice and whispered. The most important thing now is to save Hogun and the others. Don't even think about fighting Flame Giant. Thor's eyes suddenly lit up and he nodded heavily. You're right, Fondrel and the others are still waiting for me, let's let it go this time. Let's pass quietly, don't wake it up. My observation is good, you follow my footsteps, it is safer. Okay. Sif nodded. Thor looked at the surrounding environment, planned a route, and quietly moved towards Surti's right rear. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. At the moment, the two of them have arrived directly in front of Surti, less than 3 meters away. Thor can even feel how hot the flame giant's breath is. Thor becomes even more nervous. He stared at the flame giant while taking the next step. At this moment, a dead bone appeared at his feet in the faint green light. Crack! The crisp sound echoed in the cave, and Surti suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, our eyes meet. Thor forced an awkward smile on his face. This is a dream, be good, close your eyes. The next second. Roar! Chapter 44. Bugs of Asgard. I can smell your stink right away. Surti's eyes spit fire, and his mouth lets out a deafening roar. Thor pushed Sif away, then smashed him with the hammer. Although Loki said it was very unbearable, he still has a lot of experience after so many battles over the years. Preemptive strike. Surti hasn't gotten up yet, whether it's offense or defense, he is bound to be at a disadvantage. Die to me! Thor roared angrily, and thunder erupted in an instant. This hammer carried unparalleled power. Blocked by Surti. Clang! A dark rib was pulled out by Surti, blocking Mjolnir. Thor is shocked. This is a scene he didn't expect at all. Surti was empty-handed before, he thought the opponent had no weapons. As a result, I pulled out a rib for him. Seeing Thor's surprised expression, Surti suddenly laughed wildly and said, I didn't expect it. Ever since that thief Odin stole my flame magic sword, I have learned that foreign objects are unreliable. So I completely built my whole body in the center of the earth in the kingdom of fire. My body is a weapon. Now, even Odin's eternal spear can't defeat me, ha 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 ha. Thor's heart sank, but he sneered. Not necessarily, your brain is still being used as a lamp in Asgard's treasure house. Surti was stunned for a moment, but immediately understood what this meant. The eternal fire. The core of power was originally in his head. Surti, the flash sword, falls into rage. You are asking for death. It roared like thunder, and the blazing flames sprayed countless dark red sparks towards Thor. Thor's scalp feels numb. No need to think about it, he knows how hot this thing is. He threw Mjolnir backwards without any hesitation, flew backwards with himself, and then hit the rock wall with a bang. Although my back hurts a little, at least I escaped the blow. Bang 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 bang. The ground roared, and Surti stepped forward, holding up two obsidian-like rib swords and rushed over. Thor saw this and threw Mjolnir hard. Boom! This time when Surti blocked, a violent ball of lightning exploded on the hammer. In an instant, it was like a ball-shaped lightning explosion, but the thunder did not scatter in all directions, but turned into a lightning storm and enveloped the flame giant. Then everything exploded on the opponent again, causing Surti to retreat continuously. Outside the light curtain, Thor excitedly waved his fist when he saw this. Sharp! Just by looking at it, you can tell that it is very powerful. Sure enough, Thor must cooperate with Mjolnir. You must learn this trick yourself. Buzz! Thor raised his hand and Mjolnir was recalled, and then jumped up again, trying to pursue the victory. However, just as he jumped into the air and began to gather thunder and power to fall, Surti, who had been knocked to the ground by the lightning storm, suddenly laughed ferociously. Stupid bug! It didn't look injured at all, its chest was shining like a furnace. Thor's expression changed, and he saw a blazing flame shockwave erupting from the opponent's heart, blasting towards him. There is no way to avoid this moment. Surti deliberately exposed the flaw, everything changes so fast. Thor could only cross his arms in desperation to protect his important parts. Boom! The dome shattered instantly. The flame blast pushed Thor through the rock more than 10 meters away and blasted out of the cave. Thor, who was excited just now, felt his scalp tingle at this moment. He used to think about when to kill this guy. But now it seems that if I go there by myself, I might not be able to deliver food to my door. Asgard. Odin looked surprised. He went to get the eternal fire himself, so he naturally knew how weak the flame giant was after losing this power. There is simply a difference between heaven and earth. But this one in the light curtain is much more powerful. Suddenly he thought of something and showed a strange expression. There is indeed a difference. That flame magic sword Valayan. That was obviously another divine weapon prepared by him for Loki. Therefore, this Surti might not have gone completely crazy after the flame demon sword was taken away, and then turned himself into this ghost. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, and he even felt that this was the truth. But in this case, this Thor might not be beaten violently. At this moment Odin kind of understood what Loki wanted to do. Boom! The ground trembled heavily. Surti jumped up and jumped out. At this time, I don't know whether it was because the dome was broken or because the flame giant left here. The cave begins to collapse. Sif suddenly panicked and felt that he might be buried alive. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared, and Loki appeared beside her. God King! Sif was startled at first, and then immediately knelt down on one knee. You did a good job. Loki first expressed his affirmation, and then said. But there's no need to kneel now. Come out with me. Sif nodded, not thinking about why the God King was here. And just after taking 2 steps, she discovered that all the falling rocks that were about to hit the two of them melted into magma in an instant, and were then separated by an invisible force and fell on both sides. Sif secretly smacked her tongue. She couldn't even see how the new God King did it. In this way, she followed Loki and walked out of the collapsed cave easily. Then, as soon as she went out, she saw the flame giant beating Thor. The scene was very tragic. Chapter 45. This moment was not just about Sif seeing the flame giant beating Thor. It can be said that countless people in the entire universe are watching this scene. That can no longer be said in terms of misery. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Surti at the moment has become more than 3 meters tall. It laughed wildly and triumphantly from its mouth, sparks popping up. While pulling Thor's legs back and forth and BG them on the ground, countless gravels flew away. Till the end. Thor was smashed into the rock like a spoiled rag doll, his mouth opened in confusion, and he made a ho-ho sound. In S.H.I.E.L.'s prison, Loki stood up excitedly. Right. That's it. It's really great. Nick Fury, who was standing aside, shook his head and felt that Loki was really hopeless. The other Thor has no grudge against you, so how can he be so happy after being beaten so badly? But then again, why does the pit under Thor's body look familiar? Thor is completely confused. After being blasted outside by the flames, he was unable to fight back. The flame giant's strength and speed far exceed him, and Mjolnir cannot break the opponent's body. What was once invincible has become a joke here. He could no longer distinguish between heaven and earth, his brain was so smashed that he was dizzy, and his whole body was in severe pain. Boom! Surti kicked Thor away and did not stop until he smashed several huge amounts of rocks. What a wonderful day! As expected, killing Asgardians with my own hands is a very pleasant thing for me. I really look forward to the day when Ragnarok comes to you. Speaking, Surti slowly walked over, grabbed Thor's head and lifted it up, looking at it with blazing eyes. You must be a Protoss of Asgard if you resist beating like this. So who are you, that thief Odin? Half of Thor's face was swollen, and he struggled to open his eyelids after hearing these words. He wanted to spit a mouthful of blood-stained saliva at the other party to show that he would rather die than surrender. But his eyes suddenly froze when he saw the crumbling mountain in the distance. Don't tell me. Surti chuckled. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have guessed that you are the son of that guy Odin. Didn't I tell you that the Fire Nation is a forbidden land for you Asgardians? But don't worry, I will take your head to see your father in person, and eventually the entire Asgard will be buried with you. After he finished speaking, he saw the thunder in Thor's eyes beginning to overflow a little bit, and he was suddenly surprised and said, Hey, you can still react like this, it seems I was a little gentle. Thor turned his stiff neck little by little, looked directly at the giant in front of him with unprecedented despair and anger, and said word by word. You, shouldn't. What shouldn't be done? Shouldn't have collapsed the cave. Boom! A silver-white thunderbolt fell from the sky and hit Surti accurately. Thor's body erupted with streaks of thunder, roaring and punching with punch after punch. The blows made the flame giant fall back continuously, seemingly unable to resist. Among the ruins, Sif looked at this reversal in shock. How did Thor summon lightning without using Mjolnir? There is also the thunder surrounding the body and the terrifying power. Thor, you have suddenly become stronger? As a companion who has fought together for hundreds of years, she knows that the other party did not have this kind of power before. It's not just her. Thor outside the light curtain also showed a surprised expression. Is it possible for me to achieve this kind of power? At this moment, Sif suddenly understood the intention of the God King and why the cave collapsed. She couldn't help turning her head and peeking over, wanting to know what the other person's expression was. However, she was stunned when she saw it. Because not only was there no satisfaction or approval on the God King's face, he frowned, as if he was very dissatisfied. Loki is indeed not satisfied. After a series of previous blows, Thor finally found a way to save the three wastes, but in the end, Sif was crushed by the collapsed mountain, and the gap in the world tree leading to the mine can no longer be found. Under such pain and despair, just awakening's power of thunder? Not as good as a thunderstorm in nature. He was really disappointed. More importantly, Thor is going to lose. He thought he could take this opportunity to secretly observe how some Surts would react after being killed. Why didn't his father do it? He said it was pointless. Now it seems that I still have to do this myself. Loki raised his hand casually, and hundreds of green runes condensed out, covering Sif's body. God King, this is... Sif was a little panicked, thinking that this was to punish him for not doing things well. It's just defense. Loki was calm and had no intention of explaining. Sif was confused when he heard this, and suddenly found that the God King had disappeared. At this moment, a distant roar suddenly came from the distance. She looked up and her expression suddenly changed. Because Thor, who was erupting like a god descending to earth a second ago, was punched away by Surti, who had become more than 10 meters tall, and fell into the rock. How could this possibly happen? How can it be? Thor spit out a large mouthful of blood and looked at the flame giant walking towards him step by step in the distance, his eyes full of disbelief. The opponent has become stronger again. Before, I was just teasing myself. This little thunder is not as powerful as 1/10 of the golden thunder summoned by Odin with a wave of his hand. Are you really his son? Surti laughs maliciously. This is too rubbish. Thor's eyes are red and he wants to get up and fight again. However, the severe pain in his chest and the rapidly retreating strength made him fall down again as soon as he stood up. I won't lose. Thor roared angrily, opened his right hand again, and summoned Mjolnir, who was knocked away before. However, no matter how he summoned him, Mjolnir did not fly back. This artifact seems to have given up on it. At this time Surti walked up to Thor, lowered his head and looked down, wanting to appreciate the struggle of his prey. But it felt bored after seeing the Asgardian glaring at him with no other expression. It's boring. Speaking of the flames that had grown to 10 meters high, he raised his right foot, hoping to crush this insect. But at this moment, the space seemed to tremble. Then a colorful torrent penetrated the fiery red clouds in the sky, fell and bombarded the rocky ground. Surti turned around and looked at the figure in the torrent, sparks bursting out of his eyes, showing an excited and cruel expression. Bifrost. Great, another Asgardian is here to die. However, the colorful torrent dispersed, and the figures inside did not even glance at it. Just looked at Thor with disappointed eyes and said, I made a mistake last time, Thor. You are not an arrogant maniac, you are just a waste. Thor smiled bitterly upon hearing this. This time there was only silence, without any rebuttal. Loki stopped looking at him, turned to look at the ferocious-looking flame giant, and said calmly, Are you ready to face death, Surti? Chapter 46. Surti seemed to have heard the best joke in the world, black smoke billowing from his mouth and nose. Do you know? The last person who told me this was lying on the ground. As he spoke, it grabbed Thor at his feet and lifted it up. He exerted a little force on his palms, but his arms did not move at all despite struggling. Then while listening to the painful screams, he joked to Loki. "Little insect, who do you think will die first this time?" Loki slowly raised his arm towards the flame giant without saying a word. Seeing this, Surti even laughed and said, "What, do you want to surrender?" "No, I'm just waiting for something," Loki said calmly. "I know. Waiting to die, right?" Surti showed a cruel expression, and was about to pinch it completely with 5 fingers. That is at this time. An explosion sounded in the ruins in the distance, and then the air made a buzzing sound. Surti turned around suddenly and saw the hammer that he had knocked away before roaring towards him. He suddenly smiled disdainfully. "Humph, stupid Asgardians, watch me smash your rags this time." As he spoke, he waved his left fist, which was made like obsidian, and struck forward. Boom! I saw a transparent ripple explode in an instant. Surti's left arm was crushed by a hammer like a piece of stone, and his entire left shoulder was shattered. He flew out diagonally, rolled dozens of meters, and returned to his original file size. Loki caught Mjolnir firmly, then walked to Thor, who fell to the ground again, looked down, and said, "You should be glad that your father has fallen asleep, otherwise he will be disappointed again." Thor's face darkened. He had already been seriously injured and looked extremely miserable at the moment. Be careful." Just as he was about to speak, he saw the flame giant behind Loki rushing over with a rib sword in his hand. However, Loki did not look back, but said calmly, "Do you think I will be as useless as you?" As the words fell, Mjolnir in his hand appeared red and high, burning with flames. The moment it became the hammer of fire, Loki turned around. "Raise your hand and swing the hammer. It's just the simplest movement, not even the power of waving hard." But Surti's expression changed wildly, and the fire in his eyes almost shrank into a soybean file size. Because it saw that the space was abnormally distorted around the flame hammer. And that is definitely not caused by high temperature. But now it's too late to escape. Surti roared angrily, and suddenly magma-like cracks appeared on the rib sword. In an instant, the Vulcan hammer easily broke in the rib sword. But those fragments turned into terrifying fireballs and shrouded Loki. Innocent. Green light flashed in Loki's eyes, and the runes instantly lit up on all the rib fragments, opening green cages like polygons. Surti originally wanted to trade injuries for injuries because his current body is very special. However, I only saw a flash of green light, and all my rib fragment attacks were frozen. At this time, the fire god's hammer had already hit its chest. In a moment, I saw that no matter how much Thor smashed it, the flame giant's body was safe and sound. First, dense spider web-like cracks appeared in an instant, and then a sonic blast of air exploded with a bang, flying back like a cannonball. Boom! Boom boom! Surti was completely unable to control his body, smashing into more than a dozen huge brown rocks along the way, and finally plowed a gravel ravine of hundreds of meters on the ground. When it stopped completely, only half of its body and half of its right arm were left, and one of the 2 horns on its head was broken. Looking very miserable. Standing among the ruins, Sif, who was made invisible by Loki, looked at this scene with shocked eyes. The flame giant almost beat Thor before, but when faced with the God King, he was completely crushed and couldn't even take a single blow. But she knows that this is not because Thor is too weak, but because the God King is too strong. At the same time, Thor looked at this scene with equally shocked eyes. He knows Loki can defeat the flame giant, but this is too easy. I'm really a waste. He only had this thought in his heart at this moment. At this moment, he suddenly saw Loki lifting Mjolnir, and the patterns on the hammer suddenly lit up like lava, emitting indescribable fluctuations. At this time, a faint voice came from behind. "Watch it, Thor. Mjolnir is used like this." As the words fell, Loki swung the hammer. Nothing happened. Thor doesn't quite understand what this is doing, waving the air. At this time, a low roaring sound came from the sky. Thor looked up and his body suddenly froze. I saw a flaming meteorite with a diameter of several hundred meters breaking through the red clouds. Like a fusion sun, it emits endless terrifying heat, makes a low roar, and keeps falling, bringing endless oppression. How can this be? This is something that divine power can prompt Mjolnir to create? Then what did I do before? Thor looked at this scene blankly, and even his pride was completely torn to pieces at this moment. And Sif is even worse. Her pupils shrank to pinpoint file size, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her back was completely wet with sweat. Too exaggerated. Not only will the flame giant die, but I will also not be able to survive such an impact. This is real divine power. It was at this moment that the sun set on the earth. Chapter 47. The flame giant disappeared, and the earth was torn apart in an instant. Countless scorching magma shoots towards the sky like sharp arrows. And this is just the beginning of the prelude to destruction. Next second, the meteorite, which was completely compressed and condensed by flames, exploded. In an instant, the sunset turns into doomsday. In the fierce light, it seems that only this color is left in the world, and nothing can be seen anymore. The violent impact, carrying an unknown temperature, overturned the brown rock surface at a terrifying speed, sweeping away in all directions. Everything in its path was devoured and crushed. Then they all become part of this terrifying storm and continue to roar farther away. Looking down from the sky at this moment, you can clearly see a dark red mushroom cloud slowly rising into the sky. With it as the center of the circle, a flame shockwave visible to the naked eye submerged everything on the surface, spreading for nearly 1,000 kilometers before gradually stopping. And in just over a minute, I don't know how many creatures in the Fire Kingdom were swallowed up, and not even a bit of dregs was left. Outside the light curtain, the Avengers were dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen this terrifying power in their lives, and it was so terrifying that they were speechless. The nuclear bomb Iron Man sent into space before was a complete joke in front of this scene. Not to mention another alien army, even dozens of them would be drowned in flames. Thor looked even more suspicious of life. He looked down at Mjolnir, feeling that he was probably not lying. No. He reacted immediately. The fake one isn't Mjolnir, it could be Thor himself. Holy place number 2. The spacecraft suddenly became quiet at this moment, leaving only the pulsing sound of electric current. Ebony Maw, Nebula, and others were completely shattered by this attack and couldn't understand how anyone could do such an attack. Even Thanos was silent. He simulated it in his mind and came to the conclusion that if he was hit by the center of the flaming meteorite, he would almost certainly die. And if it was just shockwave, he should be able to withstand it. Maybe only by getting infinite gems can you be qualified to fight. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, Loki in his world was just a waste. Looking at it this way, losing the mind gem is completely insignificant. The other one is really big when he faces trouble. The roar begins to subside, as does the storm. Sif lay completely on the ground, his body covered in a layer of green light, his pale face full of horror and joy. At this moment, she finally knew the reason for the last rune the God King placed on her body. Powerful defense. If it weren't for this, not to mention surviving, not even a whole corpse would be left. And even so, being in this terrifying torrent made her excited and felt a sense of exhaustion from her soul. To put it more simply, her mind is still being attacked. At this time, the last trace of impact completely disappeared, and the world calmed down again. Sif stood up tremblingly, then froze again. There is nothing blocking my gaze. The earth has turned into countless fragments, and countless magma is rolling in the gaps, emitting blazing high temperatures. And the impact point just now, at the moment, has completely become a huge amount of magma lake. The entire fire kingdom seems to have turned into hell. Boom! The powerful artifact Mjolnir was thrown to the ground by Loki and returned to its original silver appearance. Thor was awakened by the sound, and when he looked at the hammer in front of him, his eyes had completely lost their former look. He didn't even dare to reach out and take it. Because that is an insult to Mjolnir. Every time I wield it over the years, it is as ridiculous as a primitive man using modern weapons. Now, he is not even the god of hammers. At this moment, the world suddenly became quiet, leaving only the sound of magma rolling in the cracks. After a long time. Aren't we going back? Thor's voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been burned by fire. Loki didn't look back, just looked at the lava lake in the distance. Go back, why go back? Everything is over, isn't it? Including me. Thor coughed out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His throat seemed to feel better, but his eyes were even more lonely. Finish. Loki once again did not hide his disappointment and said. If it really ended that easily, guess why my father didn't kill it? Thor, was the last bit of your brain taken away by Surti? If it were in the past, Thor would have retorted disdainfully. But at the moment, he finally thought of something, and then looked at the magma lake with shocked eyes. He finally noticed that Loki had been staring there since the beginning. It's not dead! Thor exclaimed in shock. Loki did not provoke him this time, and said directly. No. I can perceive that he was completely killed by me in an instant, and his life was annihilated. But you have to understand, Thor. For some existences, death is not terrible, and it may not be the end. Thor was confused. He wanted to ask again, but suddenly he saw dense bubbles rolling out of the lava lake in the distance. At this time, the ground trembled violently, and the surface of the viscous magma lake suddenly bulged. The next second, a palm of huge amounts poked out from inside and slammed it onto the shore. Thor suddenly trembled in his heart and blurted out. It's resurrected! How can this be? At this moment, he finally understood why his father didn't kill Flame Giant. Because that doesn't make any sense. Thor feels tired. Then he looked at Loki and suggested without thinking. Ask Heimdall to take us away. Continuing is just a waste of your divine power. It will be resurrected. However, the next second he saw Loki slowly floating up, without summoning Heimdall. Thor was confused and didn't understand what the other party was going to do. At this moment, Loki's cold voice sounded in his ears. Are you calling that big fireball a waste of divine power? Thor, you know nothing about true power. Because you are still my brother, this time I will show you what a real waste of divine power is. Chapter 48. When Loki's voice fell. At this moment, it wasn't just Thor who was stunned in the light curtain. The countless viewers who were silent just now because of that seemingly devastating blow were also stunned. In the spaceport, the hundreds of Chitauri who had just escaped the disaster and were still alive all fell into panic. What the hell? You call that thing scarier than a nuclear bomb a fireball? Was that little firework the thing that nearly blew us all up? Isn't it so outrageous? But a second later. At the moment when most people came to their senses, they thought it was impossible. Perhaps what Loki meant by consuming a huge amount of divine power was the sword that almost killed the goddess of death. Although that attack was initially blocked by the Sorcerer Supreme, it could undoubtedly kill the Flame Giant again. But in terms of shocking people, it may not be as shocking as the blow just now. But there is another group of people who are thoughtful. Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, Odin, Hela and others thought of something, and they suddenly looked expectantly. Who? Fire Kingdom, Muspelheim, this is the hottest place in the 9 realms. But Thor felt a breeze at the moment. A hint of cool breeze. How is this possible? Thor suddenly woke up from Loki's words. Sure enough, the air is still extremely hot. He shook his head, trying to get the illusion out of his mind. However, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw a piece of blue hexagonal ice crystal falling from my eyes. Thor was stunned for a moment, thinking that he must have seen an illusion. But at this time, the second, third, a large number of ice crystals appeared. One piece even landed on the tip of my nose, bringing an extremely clear coldness. This is not an illusion. The hot temperature fades away and the chill comes. Thor raises his head suddenly. I discovered that at some point, the originally fiery red sky had turned grey, and dense goose feather snow was slowly falling. Fire Kingdom, it's snowing? But after just a moment of doubt, he understood something and stared at the figure in the sky. So, is he the god of ice now? At this moment, Thor remembered that except for the Day of Awakening, he seemed to have never seen Loki use that power. At this moment, a roar sounded, deafening. The flame giant crawls out of the lava lake. It became even bigger, and its body was dark red, as if it had just been forged. The falling snowflakes were instantly evaporated before they even got close. But Surti felt deeply uneasy when he looked at this celestial phenomenon that was completely opposite to the world of fire. He hates the cold. Roar! Surti opened his mouth to an incredible arc and began to inhale violently. His dark red body suddenly began to light up, as if a flame was burning inside. It didn't close its mouth until it turned into the color of lava. At this time Surti took a heavy step forward, then spread his arms and pointed his chest towards the sky. The next second, its limbs and head began to lose color, and all the high-temperature energy gathered toward its chest. After a few breaths, a glowing furnace appeared. It exudes unimaginable high temperature, and the surrounding space has been distorted to the point of blurring. Far away. Thor's scalp felt numb just looking at him at this moment. He is 100% sure that if this blow falls on him, his divine body will be unable to defend himself and will be burned to ashes. Even Loki can't defend. However, when he looked up, he found that Loki was still floating in place, with no thought of evading or attacking. Thor suddenly became nervous and anxious. Loki said he was arrogant, but now he has become arrogant too. He wants to yell, to get Loki to move away. But at this moment, a ball of wind roared into my throat, blocking the sound. Got windy. This is the north wind. It is also the wind of winter. Above the sky, elegant ice armor condensed on Loki's body, frost covered his cloak, and blue ice flowers vaguely appeared in the depths of his pupils. His eyes were indifferent, looking at the vast land, and said calmly, "Winter has arrived." Then the ice flowers in his eyes lit up, and the 4 seasons of winter came to the kingdom of fire out of thin air. Crack! A sudden voice sounded. Surti was about to explode the flame energy he had just compressed, but suddenly found that the churning magma lake turned black. Black? Its brain was temporarily sluggish, and then it reacted and understood that it was called condensation. The magma lake is frozen. It turns out to be something like this, it thought so. At this moment, Surti suddenly felt cold. I must have accumulated too much heat, maybe I should spread it out so I can warm up. But it immediately dismissed the idea. No, that should be used for offense. Outside the light curtain, Professor X felt a chill in his heart as he watched this scene. He felt like Flame Giant was, like his mind was frozen. But thinking, that is invisible thought, why is it frozen by the cold? Surti feels getting colder and colder. The original idea of attacking disappeared at some point. It lowers its head, trying to extract some heat from the furnace-like high-temperature core of its chest. But it immediately saw a more interesting picture. The previously bright furnace began to darken a little bit, as if the magma was cooling. Just like this until the last trace of red fades away and turns into the same dark brown color as other parts. The magma lake also turns black like this, so it's normal for me to be like this. It thinks so. And I felt a sense of relief and coolness that I had never felt before. It's like something deep in my heart has been condensed, and finally I no longer need to be restless for it. But at this moment, a voice that seemed to come from a distant place suddenly sounded deep in its heart. Flame Giant! Ragnarok, Terminator of the World Tree, burn everything, this is your mission. These sounds keep repeating, layer upon layer. In an instant, the fire that was about to go out in Surti's eyes burned again. It remembered. It's going to kill this damn Asgardian, it's going to bring Ragnarok. Destroy! Surti looked at the sky and let out an angry roar, stretching out his arms, trying to catch the figure. However, its movements are getting slower and slower. The north wind wrapped heavy snow on it and it no longer melted, but turned into layers of frost. When its fingertips touched the highest point, the body suddenly stopped. Click! The sound of ice condensing sounded again, and the flame giant was completely wrapped in ice. And this is just the beginning. This time, magma is no longer filling the area under its feet, but blue ice is constantly freezing in all directions. I do not know how long it has been. The cold wind wraps around the last remaining snow and spins in the air. The entire fire kingdom is completely extinguished, welcoming its first winter. Chapter 49. Looking at the land wrapped in countless layers of ice and thick snow. Listen to the whistling north wind that seems to immerse the coldness into your soul. It's hard to imagine that before this place was still full of magma, the world was as dark red as hell, and the heat and fire swept across the earth. But only for a few minutes. This place has changed from the land of fire to the frozen world. From Muspelheim to Jotunheim. Even the flame giant was frozen into a statue. At this moment, those who had just thought that Loki was just about to use the flaming magic sword fell into a daze. What is the difference between this and the legendary miracle? In TVA, all the investigators and time guards were silent, and the female judge almost crushed the time tablet in her hand. Horrible! Who can catch this kind of Loki when the light curtain ends? It was even said that if the entire Time Management Bureau was dispatched together, maybe they would all be frozen into ice sculptures. Maybe we can trick him into it. B-15 said in a hoarse voice. TVA has a force field that prohibits all super energy, and even infinite gems will become ineffective. So there is probably no problem with divine power. But after hearing this method, Mobius's face twitched. Then who will do this job? Do you think this Loki looks like a fool? This may be the only method, but the difficulty of execution may not be as simple as arresting people directly. All the previous Loki variants may have the title of God of Trickery, but basically their brains are no better than Thor's. Although this is no longer the God of Trickery, but, look, how miserable Thor has become. For a moment, the conference room fell into silence again. Sakar. Gao Tianzun, who was watching this scene happily, suddenly burst into blue stars. After the darkness subsided, the whole person's temperament had completely changed. He is no longer as neurotic as Joker, but full of mystery. The Elder of the Universe, Gao Tianzun, was released from his slumber. This being who survived the previous universe looked at the screen with a look of surprise. With his strength, he would not be shocked by a world of ice and flames. What shocked him at the moment was the power hidden under the surface of this frozen world. Concept. Although only a little bit, this Loki does use a little bit of the concept of winter psychokinesis. Although this concept has not yet been fully demonstrated. But this Loki undoubtedly possesses the qualifications of a truly advanced being. And that is far from being comparable to the so-called single entity or plurality. It's getting more and more interesting. He leaned back comfortably, this time not choosing to fall asleep. Holy place number 2. Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and others all had a look of joy in their eyes. There was regret in Gamera's eyes. If it's this Loki, he thinks Thanos will lose. Within the dimensional fragment. This time Hela was completely shocked by Loki's huge power. The use of the priesthood also made her deep in thought. She had said before that Thor was a loser and a false god. But now compared to Loki, my understanding and use of the power of death is probably the same. At this moment, she looked at Loki in the light curtain, her eyes shining. In this seal, she saw the direction. New York. The Avengers looked at the light curtain and fell into confusion. At this moment, they seemed to see the myth come into reality. And Loki is the god who stands in the sky overlooking the gods. Heimdall. As the cold voice spoke, a colorful torrent broke through the gap in the universe and descended into the ice world. A few seconds later, Loki and a haggard-looking Thor walked out. Heimdall, holding swords in both hands, closed the teleportation, endured the shock in his heart, and saluted. God King. Loki nodded, then looked back at Thor and said. Don't you have anything to say? Hearing this, Thor's eyes suddenly turned red and he did not dare to look into Heimdall's eyes. He lowered his head and choked up. Sif died in the Fire Kingdom. It's all my fault. Heimdall had no expression on his face, but said in a stiff tone. You are the son of Odin, Thor of Asgard, and it is her honor for Sif to die for you. Son of Odin, Thor, glory. Thor felt a sting in his heart and was broken. This is what he was once proud of, but now he has turned his glory into shame. But then Loki's cold voice suddenly sounded. No, not anymore, Heimdall. Thor said with a look of self-blame. Lo, God King is right, I really don't deserve these titles. No. Loki slowly walked up to him, looking directly into Thor's heart with his cold gaze. Boom! In an instant, thunder sounded in the sky over Asgard, and the entire divine realm was shaken. Loki exudes unprecedented majesty. With his hand raised, Mjolnir leaves Thor's hand and falls into his palm. He made a loud and shocking voice. Thor Odinson! Your arrogance has brought shame to the gods, your stupidity has killed your companions, and your failure has tarnished the glory of Asgard. In the name of God King Loki, I take back your divine power. I will expel you here. After the words fell, Loki pointed suddenly, and suddenly Thor's divine armor peeled off piece by piece, and his divine power disappeared like running water. The next second, Bifrost rotates again with roar. The colorful torrent carries the frightened Thor and disappears into the universe. But it's not over yet. Loki took a deep look, then put Mjolnir to his mouth. From this moment on, no matter who holds this hammer, as long as his soul and will are recognized by Mjolnir, he will have the power of Thor. Then, he also threw the hammer into the colorful torrent. After a few seconds, Bifrost stopped rotating. Heimdall's face was expressionless, and he didn't seem to have any objection to this scene. At this moment Loki suddenly said. Do you think I'm cruel for expelling my brother as soon as I became the God King? Heimdall's expression is no longer so stiff, showing a hint of emotion. Definitely not, it's your fault. He grew up watching Loki and Thor, and he definitely knew that the God King had deep feelings for his brothers, and he had been working hard on them since he was a child. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a big show. I can only say that Thor has really fallen too far in recent years. Loki sighed and said. This is his last chance. If he spends his life as a mortal, there will no longer be a stage for Thor in this world. Heimdall is silent. Indeed, if Thor can't awaken himself by doing this, then he might as well be immortal. Never mind. Please bring Sif back, I'm probably scared. Loki said casually, then turned and left. Follow your orders. Heimdall nodded and turned the golden sword in his hand. A few seconds later, Sif staggered out and then fell to the ground. Her face was pale, but there was a kind of fanaticism in her eyes, and she trembled excitedly. Brother, brother! You don't know what I saw, God King. I definitely saw it. Heimdall did not hide it in front of his sister at this moment. The scene he had seen before appeared in his mind, and he sighed. The world of fire is frozen. Certi freeze. And Asgard will usher in an unprecedented God King. Chapter 50. S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident Headquarters. Nick Fury is reading the new report with a dark face. Ever since the last Northern God incident in northern Norway, he has been in a state of anxiety. The huge amounts of the valley and the nearby primeval forest have been destroyed, the mountain peaks have collapsed, the earth has cracked, and the lake has even been evaporated by some terrifying force. It's hard to imagine what terrible thing caused that. Even a strong-minded man like Captain America asked him after he came back why he wanted to dig himself out of the North Pole. That kind of horrific scene, if all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been present to deal with it, the cremation and funeral expenses would have been waived. It's better to be an old popsicle. Definitely, Captain America also brought back a useful clue. That is a huge amount of circular mark. According to the report of researchers in the Bureau, there is also such a mark in a certain document recording Norse mythology. So this incident is codenamed Northern God. But other than that, there are no clues. At this moment, the harsh ringtone of the mobile phone rang, and after he answered it, a very mature voice came from inside. "Director, the energy signal from before has appeared again." "Where?" "Vermont, the straight line distance from the headquarters is 1,200 kilometers. By the way, will the captain come again this time? I couldn't make it last time." Nick Fury stood up suddenly and said, "I'll go there in person this time." Wilderness. As the Bifrost teleportation disappears, the stars in the sky return to their positions. Thor stumbles up from the dirt. At this moment, he was stooped, dressed in ragged clothes, and looked lonely, no different from a homeless man. At this time, a meteor fell to the ground not far away, making huge amounts of roar. He recognized it as Mjolnir. It's just that Thor didn't run over excitedly. "Goodbye, Asgard." After saying something silently in his heart, he left in the opposite direction of the hammer. Half an hour later, a Quinjet landed. Nick Fury walks out wearing a black windbreaker that has never changed. Until he saw familiar marks and footprints on the ground, his cold expression finally changed. At this time, Phil Coulson's anxious shouting came from the distance. Nick Fury hurried over and saw a huge crater like a meteorite impact. And in the center of the deep pit, there is a short silver hammer that can still be seen clearly in the night. In an instant, the pupil of his one eye shrank to a pinpoint file size. He has an impression of this thing. In the mythological records of previous reports, it is said that Thor, whom the Viking tribe believed in 600 years ago, came to relieve them from disasters. Thor, who is drawn on parchment and wearing armor, has the shadow of this hammer on his waist. So, has the myth really come true? He let out a long breath and couldn't help cursing. "Mom, FK, the problem is big this time. Asgard." Since driving Thor away, Loki has begun to work on one last thing. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The newly established God King is still the second son. Don't look at those lords who come here to surrender and offer their loyalty. But some of them may not have different thoughts. As for the matter of the Fire Nation, it involves Ragnarok's secret, and Loki has no intention of spreading it out. At the end, when Flame Giant's mind was about to be frozen, he clearly felt another powerful force flashing away. Thor naively thought that Odin did not kill Surti because he would be resurrected. But he was keenly aware that there was a deeper secret inside. But now, he cannot grasp the fleeting power at that time, and even feels the spiritual warning. Obviously, with his current strength, he cannot solve this secret. He will return to that frozen world in the future. Really? A few months later, as Loki expected, 23 of the 27 lords in Vanaheim united to rebel against the Vana Protoss. It is worth mentioning that one of Thor's 3 warriors, today's minor Hogun, has the blood of one of them. And this matter is superficially a rebellion against the Warner Protoss. But ultimately it is betrayal of Asgard. Because the power of the Vanir Protoss is simply unable to rule Vanaheim, it has been maintained by Asgard for thousands of years. Faced with asking for help, Asgard naturally agreed. But Loki did not choose to take action himself. He just gave his Vulcan sword to Sif. This day, Bifrost comes to Vanaheim again. The Warner Protoss originally thought that the new God King of Asgard would lead the powerful Asgard army to come and wipe out the enemy with a devastating force. But after the colorful torrent disappeared, it was discovered that it was a small team with only a few dozen people. The leader is just a young female warrior holding a sword. It doesn't look like they are here to suppress rebellion, but rather like they are here for a trip. The Warner Protoss feel slighted. They asked to see the previous god Queen Frigga, who was one of their tribesmen. Sif was not surprised, the god king had already told her that this would happen. After all, this reaction is normal. Anyone is waiting for the boss to come to help, but in the end only a younger brother comes, and he may also get upset. She didn't argue, she just declared directly and immediately to put an end to the rebellion based on the God King's will. As soon as these words came out, although the Warner Protoss did not understand, they did not dare to disobey. So, a very strange scene occurred. Only seen at the junction of huge amounts of plains and forests. Dozens of Asgard soldiers wearing golden armor faced off against a swarm of darkness, with a full range of troops, including giant shield soldiers, beast cavalry, magic archers, warriors, and even tens of thousands of rebels from the magician regiment. As for Jotunheim's army, according to the will of the God King, there is no need to approach the battlefield. Among the rebels, a soldier who was 2.5 meters tall and holding a sword like a door panel laughed loudly as he watched this scene. Actually, it's not just the Warner Protoss who is waiting for Asgard's army, they are also waiting. This is a test. If the new God King is still that strong, then they will surrender again at the minimum cost. On the contrary, kill all the Warner Protoss and completely rule Vanaheim. And the current scene is undoubtedly telling them that the new God King is a waste, and they can start to wash away the shame of these thousands of years. But just when the lords were about to order the attack, everyone suddenly saw a female warrior walking out of Asgard's team holding a sword. Then kneel down on one knee. Such a scene made many lords stunned, and then laughed loudly, thinking that Asgard wanted to sue for peace on behalf of the Warner Protoss. At this moment, they saw the female warrior holding up the golden sword with both arms and shouting with great fanaticism. Honor, the king of God Loki Oracle. Under divine punishment, those who kneel will live. Chapter 51. Under divine punishment, those who kneel will live. Sif's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears. Not only tens of thousands of rebels were stunned at this moment. Even the Warner Protoss who were scheming behind were stunned and looked in disbelief. What is this? Or why? You know, even Odin's era would have some rebellions from time to time. And now a new God King dares to say this when he comes with a sword. Isn't this too arrogant? The Warner Protoss's heart is cold. Is Odin an old fool, choosing such a successor? This is worse than that brainless Thor. At least if the opponent becomes the God King, he will definitely come to the battlefield in person and charge at the front to fight bloody battles. There is deathly silence on the Warner Protoss side. On the other hand, the rebels roared, countless people burst into laughter, and the lords even laughed. Does this new God King treat us as fools? Haha, I think he is the fool, he really thought Odin was still there. Maybe this old guy Odin will never wake up from this divine slumber. Humph. When you wake up, your powers will definitely be weakened and you will just survive. Tisk, tisk, I think this new God King is a smart man. He may know that he can't defeat us, so he might as well just fool us. In this way, Asgard basically has no losses. 1. Haha, if this is really the case, we may not have the opportunity to go to God's domain in the future. Haha, Lord Cardo, what you said makes my blood boil. Okay, don't talk nonsense. We have been waiting for several days, so we should make a quick decision to avoid another accident. Yes. Crush them. The leading lords nodded, shook hands and ordered the soldiers to blow the charge horn. 597. In an instant, the ground shook violently. The beast knights and warriors launched a charge, and the magician regiment was waiting at the rear for orders to remotely attack the Warner Protoss army further away. But facing this increasingly approaching and extremely oppressive impact, there were only a few dozen Asgard soldiers standing there with their spears hanging, expressionless. It seems that the attack in front of them has nothing to do with them. Sif is still kneeling on the ground on one knee at this moment, without any movement. Crazy. It's really crazy. Seeing this scene, the royal family of the Warner Protoss showed a completely panicked expression, and finally understood that Asgard really sent only these people this time. There are no reinforcements at all. But nothing you say now will help. This is a battle about the fate of the Warner Protoss. So he immediately began to command the army to defend with shields and long swords piercing it. The magicians were preparing to intercept the enemy's spells and wait for the enemy's first wave of impact. The ground begins to shake more and more. The rebel charge team is like a moving black cloud, rushing towards the Warner Protoss army. As for the Asgardians blocking the road, just crush them when passing by. In the rear, the troops of the Warner Protoss watched this scene nervously. Though I pity these Asgard soldiers who have been brainwashed and are still standing there waiting to die. But they don't have the ability to save people. Because only by defending against the first wave of impact without being disrupted can they have a chance to continue fighting. 500 meters, 400 meters, 200 meters. The nearest beast cavalry has shown a ferocious smile, he can't wait to taste the blood of Asgard women. And at this moment, he suddenly saw the sword move. Then dozens of Asgard soldiers who were still standing now also knelt down on one knee. It's like waiting to die. At this moment, a cold voice resounded over the entire battlefield, like thunder. No need for mercy. Then you will face destruction. The Warner Protoss heard the voice of the God King, but they did not see him coming. And as this majestic voice fell, the golden sword suddenly flew from Sif's hand into the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, it burst into flames, and then grew crazily at an exaggerated speed. In just a breath, a huge sword hundreds of meters long and burning with flames is formed. The sky is completely dyed red at this moment. An indescribable country falls in everyone's heart. Then the air suddenly trembled, and the flaming sword fell down without stopping at all. The rebel leaders who were excited and looking forward to the future just a second ago are already pale and their pupils are trembling crazily. At this moment, their vision has become dark, and there are only flames in their eyes, crushing towards them. The shadow of death has completely enveloped them. The bloodlust in the eyes of the beast cavalry has completely disappeared, leaving only deep fear. The tamed beasts under the table no longer obeyed their commands at the moment, and excrement and urine flowed out, and they collapsed on the ground. Before the flaming sword fell, many of them were crushed to death. But not all rebels are trash. Some of the mentally powerful people in the team have woken up and started to roar at the magician group and open their defenses. A dozen different huge shields unfolded at a time. This is what they prepared to defend against the sneak attack of the Warner Protoss magician. However, it was only for a moment. Each of these shields can easily block hundreds of fire rains, ice arrows, or other long-range magic attacks. At the moment they are stacked together, they are shattered in an instant like paper. Boom! The flaming sword penetrates the earth. Then, at this moment, both the royal family of the Warner clan and the soldiers saw an unforgettable miracle. I saw blazing red flames erupting from the torn earth, and then forming a terrifying huge wave that swept away in all directions. Everywhere he passed, no matter how powerful a warrior, a magician with a unique bloodline, or a rare treasure that could be defended, they were all turned into ashes in an instant. The rebels who were laughing just now are now wailing and fleeing in all directions. The distorted voice is full of fear and regret. But no one can escape. The huge wave of flames completely submerged tens of thousands of rebels in just 10 seconds. However, before the Warner Protoss was happy for a second, they saw the flames still spreading in all directions, also drowning the kneeling Asgard soldiers. Boom! The Vanayam soldier who could still remain calm in the face of the rebel charge was completely panicked at the moment and his face turned pale. Such a powerful rebel army was reduced to ashes, no one thought they could escape. For a time, they were even more desperate than before. At the same time, I also had many regrets. After all, the God King didn't let them come to join the battle, but he didn't trust him. But at this moment, someone suddenly remembered something and shouted crazily. "Kneel down quickly!" The goddess said that under divine punishment, those who kneel can live. Kneel down quickly! Then there was a bang. Almost in just 2 seconds, not only all the soldiers, but also the royal family of the Warner Protoss also knelt down. Then everyone waited in panic for the final judgment. It was at this moment that the sea of fire drowned everyone. After a full 10 minutes, the flames disappeared. Also disappearing are forests, rivers, and tens of thousands of rebels. At this moment, on this earth that has become scorched, only those who kneel down and surrender are still alive. Besides this, everything dies. Outside the light curtain, Odin nodded approvingly. I have to say that my other self is really lucky. This Loki is not only powerful, but also understands human nature. Give both grace and power. After this divine punishment, there will be no rebellion of this level within the 9 realms for at least 1,000 years. At this time, there was a sound of footsteps. Sif, still holding the sword in both hands, came to the Warner Protoss royal family who was still kneeling and in shock and said, "You should thank the God King for his kindness. His divine power will not kill those who are loyal to Asgard." The royal family, who had fallen into a state of confusion, suddenly woke up. He did not dare to get up, but lowered his head deeper, and then said gratefully, "Thanks to the blessing of the God King, Vanaheim will definitely be loyal to Aster forever. His Majesty will surely resound throughout the 9 realms." Sif nodded. "You can understand, that's good. In this case, we will go back and return our orders to the God King." After the words fell, all the Warner Protoss and soldiers lowered their heads and saluted the divine sword in Zeun's hand. At this time, the colorful torrent came again, and then carried the Asgard soldiers away. It wasn't until the sound disappeared that the royal family member of the Warner Protoss dared to raise his head and wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He stood up and Vision walked around. At the moment, looking at the scorched earth in front of me and the soldiers kneeling with pious expressions on their faces, my heart was filled with awe and fear. Finally, all the emotions turned into a sigh. He has a hunch that with the presence of the king of God Loki, Asgard may become the true lord of the 9 realms. But he immediately thought of something again, and his eyes brightened. The last god Queen Frigga was the Vanaheim royal family. Perhaps, this term can still be the same. A few days later, the story of Naheim's counterinsurgency began to spread to various countries. God King Loki didn't even leave Asgard, but from a long distance away, he summoned infinite flames and annihilated tens of thousands of rebels with one sword strike. And the phrase "under God's punishment, those who kneel will live" has shocked and frightened countless people. Obviously, this new God King is not only as powerful as Odin, but his majesty is also more inviolable. As for whether it is fake, you will know after a quick checkpoint 0. After all, so many people died, and so many soldiers of the Warner Protoss saw it at that time. It is easy to distinguish the true from the false by asking a few more questions. And under this divine power, for a time, all territories and countries under Asgard's rule fell into unprecedented peace. No one dares to touch the bad luck of this new God King. Asgard. Loki has taken off his divine armor and is wearing ordinary green clothes. The matters in God's domain have basically been dealt with. He is not Thor, and he will not sit on the throne every day and listen to the people's actions. Cheer to yourself. In his opinion, it is shameful to waste any time. Only power is the only right to speak in this world. What's more, there is obviously a bigger secret in Flame Giant that threatens Asgard. Next he will go to Camartage to see if the way of magic will help him. He has been looking forward to this day for a long time. But before that, he will take a look at his stupid brother. New York. Brooklyn. In a somewhat dilapidated alley, a dirty laundromat opens here alone. But inside it is filled with various medical instruments. At the moment a lame man was limping to treat the wounds of a gangster. This is a black clinic. And this lame doctor is Thor. At first, he wandered all the way to New York, and then he was given a free job by a doctor in this black clinic. Less than a month later, the first boss in his life died in a car accident. Thor has nowhere to go, so he stays here. As time went by, he became a new doctor. They are all gangsters anyway, so he can still deal with stab wounds and gunshot wounds. As for prescribing medication, it's just big bottles of painkillers and anti-inflammatory drugs, and dead man can't take them. The operation was successful, and he also gave him a few more knives to save him from the trouble of losing weight. After sending away the guests, Thor sat down on the second-hand sofa and began to be in a daze. It wasn't until mealtime that he picked up the phone and skillfully ordered takeout. This is a restaurant opened by a couple from Norway. He likes the meatballs there, which taste like Asgard food. He orders it almost every day. Soon a girl in her early 20s delivered the food to the laundry, and chatted with Thor for a while, laughing. Loki stood quietly in the room and watched, but the two of them seemed unable to see him and didn't notice him at all. After a while, the girl left. Loki glanced at Thor silently, and then followed him out. However, he did not leave, but followed the girl. A few minutes later, he saw the so-called Norwegian couple and the girl walking into a room full of surveillance equipment. There are more than a dozen screens inside, all showing images of underground clinics. Loki thinks everyone knows what kind of underwear Thor is wearing today. He shook his head slightly and planned to leave. Whether these people have good intentions or bad intentions, this is Thor's ordeal, and he will not take action. But at this moment, he was suddenly surprised and stopped. If he felt right just now, the girl suddenly and inadvertently exuded magic power. Although it disappeared again in just a moment, it was true. At this moment, the older woman spoke. Wanda, the target has obviously lost interest in you after so many days. You can report to headquarters. There is a new agent to take over. The girl nodded without any objection. Loki stood there quietly until he took a dozen breaths and looked at the time on the screen. Well, it's getting late, it's time to go to Camartage. The next second, the green light on his body disappeared in a flash. Half an hour later, two black symbols suddenly appeared deep in Wanda's eyes. Her originally plain expression suddenly became stiff, and then she looked at her boss and said suddenly, "I need to stay." As her voice fell, the expressions of the other two people also stiffened, and then they said, "Yes, you do need to stay." After speaking, the three of them turned their heads at the same time and returned to their monitor screens. Then the stiffness on their faces completely disappeared, as if nothing happened. Shortly later, a message was sent back to S.H.I.E.L.D. During continuous observation, it is not recommended to change agents at the moment. Wanda has a harmonious relationship with the target, and the probability of becoming friends is 76.32%. And just above the head where the three of them couldn't see, at the moment a loony rune emitted a light green light, and the sun disappeared. Chapter 52. Hydra Base. When a strange scene appeared on the screen, Wanda's pupils almost shrank to the size of a needle file size. She felt like a horror movie had come to reality at this moment. What happened to the other self and why he suddenly became a controlled puppet? The stiff expressions and the momentary forgetfulness of the whole process by the three of them looked too weird and too penetrating. More importantly, what about myself? Do you have that symbol in your body? At this moment, she began to tremble uncontrollably, and vaguely seemed to hear terrible laughter ringing in her heart. But if you listen carefully, it disappears. And this made her feel even more frightened. At the same time, on the other side of the earth, which Agatha's expression suddenly changed when she saw the two symbols in her pupils. Because it is exactly the same as the symbol on the cover of the Book of Darkness. And that only belongs to a super being. God of Black Magic, Sithorn. She holds the Book of Darkness but only dares to use it simply because the opponent is too scary. And now this kind of existence has really invaded the real dimension. Is Camartage in the other world just living for a living? At this moment, she seemed to have foreseen the end of the world. Same. There is a more important question. How are the Wandas in the two worlds different? At this moment, she felt crazy about wanting to escape from the earth. Camartage. A green vortex lit up on a snow mountain platform, and Loki walked out of it the next second. Phantom teleportation. It is also one of the many branches of phantom magic. Although it is convenient, the only pity is that it cannot cross interstellar distances and has limitations. On the circular platform, Baron Mordo and King Magician have been waiting for a long time and are freezing. However, the two of them did not show any dissatisfaction. After seeing a man wearing green clothes with a mysterious and luxurious temperament walking out of it, the two of them respected him with the highest etiquette of a magician. Then he said one after another. God King Loki is well. Sorcerer Supreme is preparing a congratulatory gift, so I'm sorry for not being here. Although the God King and the Sorcerer Supreme are on the same level in terms of status, they are bound by the rules of the world like the Ancient One. Even if Odin comes, she will not come out to greet him. 20 But it is true that she prepared a gift, she has been waiting for it. Loki responded with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, two magicians. I came here with the intention of learning this time. Sorcerer Supreme is so kind. He really doesn't care about the so-called etiquette, but he didn't expect that the Ancient One would prepare a gift. For a while, I felt a little hopeful in my heart. After all, this may be one of the most powerful magicians in the real dimension, and what he brings out will not be ordinary. But since you want it for yourself, why are you suddenly preparing it now? When he was puzzled, Loki suddenly saw the fat magician named Wang and couldn't help but tremble. Apparently he had been waiting here for a long time. As soon as he had a thought, the divine power of flames suddenly seeped out slightly, and a gust of warm wind appeared on the platform. In an instant, Baron Mordo and King Magician felt that all the coldness from the inside out disappeared, and even the magic power in their bodies became more active. There was surprise in the eyes of the two people. They didn't see how the God King did it at all. In the end, it can only be attributed to the specialness that may be divine power. Thank you, God King. After thanking each other, the two turned sideways. Suddenly, a golden portal opened on the platform, revealing a simple building behind it. Loki nodded and led the two men all the way to the top. Here he saw the Ancient One. At the moment, the other party poured out the last drop of tea, then turned around and said with a gentle smile. God King Loki, drink tea. Interesting. Loki smiled slightly. With his eyesight, he can naturally see that this pot of tea has not been brewed for a long time before, but he only poured it for himself when he came in. But the whole process is coherent. The moment the tea was brewed, the Ancient One raised his hands to pour the tea, and then he walked in the door just as he finished pouring it. As expected of Sorcerer Supreme. You're welcome. Loki nodded, walked to the opposite side of the Ancient One very naturally and sat down, picked up the teacup and took a sip. The moment the tea entered his body, he showed a surprised look. This is... Ancient One smiled. Yes, this is tea that can conceal the breath of the astral body. Both tea leaves and water come from other dimensions. Both of these things are effective only if they are fresh, and I just came back. Loki took another sip of tea, closed his eyes and carefully perceived the changes in his soul. After a moment, he exhaled a long breath. At the moment, he could clearly feel that some of his undiscoverable weak restlessness and desires hidden in the deepest part of his soul emerged, and then seemed to be washed by gentle water. Completely smooth it away. With just 2 sips of tea, his mind becomes pure and the strength of his soul increases. This is a great gift. Don't look at these subtle restlessness and desires hidden in the soul. They are very small, but when they grow stronger, they will become troubles. And there is another obvious benefit, that is, the control of divine power will be more detailed. So, this tea is definitely not easy to get. Outside the light curtain, Modu and Wang, who knew what this tea was, were already dumbfounded. This thing is not only difficult to obtain. According to the records in the Kamartaj library, illusory tea leaves can only grow in the non-entity phantom dimension, where no physical body can enter. And not every non-entity phantom dimension has one. I'm afraid there will only be one in 3 or 4 places, which is very difficult to find. As for the tea, it should be the fountain of youth in the 6th dimension. However, the Dimension Lord Tai below there also has malicious intentions towards the real world. The Sorcerer Supreme probably didn't get it back by going in and beating people up. By the way, when did Sorcerer Supreme become so generous? However, the 2 of them just thought about this sentence in their hearts and did not dare to say it. Loki understood how important this gift was. Tian Fen nodded solemnly. Thank you, Ancient One Magician, I will remember this, love. Ancient One was not polite, but smiled and said. Soothing the soul is just a side effect, my gift is not this. Otherwise, Odin might come to bother me again if he wakes up. By the way, you Asir people are old and nagging like humans. Your father tortured me last time and I was away for several days. I can still hear him talking about home. Loki is a little embarrassed. Although Ancient One was joking, he could feel that he was not lying. Father must have really done this. This also made him feel a warm current in his heart. Outside the light curtain, Loki looked envious and at the same time even more sad. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think of the scene of Odin breaking his sleep to save himself. Suddenly my heart became extremely complicated. The Ancient One looked at Loki's embarrassed expression with satisfaction. Odin tortured her, and she found it in his son, and there was nothing wrong with her. Listening to this thought, the man wearing the surname Trapped in a Certain Universe curled his lips. As expected, no matter which universe, Sorcerer Supreme is always cautious. But time was of the essence. Ancient One did not continue teasing, and his tone became more formal. The hidden effect of tea only lasts for a few minutes. We should go, God King Loki. Go. Loki asked doubtfully, where? Ancient One solemnly said. It is definitely dimensional travel. In the multi-dimensional gap, you can experience the mysteries of time, space, and even the soul and the world. 1. As for how much you harvest, it's up to you. Hearing this, Loki finally understood why the Ancient One made this kind of tea that can hide the soul. There are too many terrifying things in the dimension. However, if you make a successful trip, the harvest will definitely be huge amounts of. How to start? Loki asked. The Ancient One did not answer, but asked. Can the God King have a star spirit body leave his body? Definitely. This is very simple for him, an awakening god. Ancient One was slightly disappointed when he heard this. It's a pity, but since the God King can use it, let's use it. The dimensional journey requires the astral body to perceive the mysteries to the greatest extent. Loki nods without hesitation. Although he does not completely believe in the Ancient One, he does believe in his father. When he stood up again, his body was emitting a faint green light. However, under the influence of tea, the light only lit up for a moment and then disappeared. At this time, the Ancient One also stood up in a spirit form, and then put his hand on Loki's shoulder. Are you ready? Allow. Before he finished speaking, Loki saw a tug on the scene in front of him. When he focused his eyes again, he realized that he was already in space. I thought you would scream like Strange. Ancient One said regretfully again. Who is Strange? You will encounter it in the future. Loki didn't care who the other person was being taken on a dimensional journey by the Ancient One, because at the moment his vision had changed. The world is no longer three-dimensional in the normal sense. It's not splitting, just shape-shifting like a kaleidoscope. But in Loki's eyes, this is reasonable. It seems that the laws of the universe have changed here, and the world should behave like this. But soon this feeling changed again. Crimson and magnificent, pitch black and colorful, as if clusters of nebulae appear forever and everlasting. They are surging power under the world, and they are mysteries that cannot be seen in the real world. At this time, a powerful falling feeling appeared, and Loki saw everything around him turn into thin lines in the blink of an eye. He instinctively wanted to catch it, but then there was a flash of green light, everything suddenly dissipated into the deep black sky, and a huge amount of eyeball appeared in the distance. It produces unstoppable suction. After Loki fell uncontrollably, he discovered that the eye is an entrance. Like glass shattering, he penetrated the crystal and entered a passage that looked like flesh and blood. Countless arms are constantly splitting, growing exponentially and explosively, grabbing at me crazily. He cannot avoid it. The moment he was touched, Loki felt as if his soul was divided into millions of parts and had countless perspectives. Without fear, he had countless wonderful feelings. He is one. Also one. But just for a moment, he woke up as if from a dream. Everything before seemed to be an illusion. I was in a dark space, with withered planets and nebulae of annihilation and death everywhere. Dark dimension. A huge amount of purple eyes appeared, and in the surging energy ripples, an extremely terrifying true form was revealed. He looked at the two shadows in front of him and roared. Ancient One! This voice is full of endless anger and hatred, raise huge amounts of palms and grasp it. However, the moment he held it, the two shadows turned into green and disappeared. These are just shadows of the past, they don't exist here now. So, he roared even more angrily. Camartage! Caecilius showed extremely enthusiastic eyes at this moment. The great lord of the dark dimension, Dormammu. How terrifying his power can be felt even through the screen. New York. At this moment, all the Avengers showed frightened eyes. What is this? Just one look at it makes your soul scream with fear. Is this the terrifying existence in the dimension, 517? The green light appears and disappears again. Vaguely, Loki heard an extremely angry voice coming from a distant direction. There is no need to think at all, he instinctively knows in his heart that it comes from outside time. This is a strange feeling, the perspective changes to time. But soon the horizon changed again. Loki felt as if he had turned into a noodle and been stretched, becoming smaller and smaller, and saw countless weird things. The world is moving forward and backward at the same time, like a paradox. At this time, a strong feeling of weightlessness came. Loki's eyes flashed, and he found himself back in Camartage. He just stood there, and the Ancient One's hand was still on his shoulder. It seemed that he had never moved. It was all an illusion. But Loki knew that was definitely not the case. At this time, the voice of Ancient One came to my ears. Can we do it again? Did not ask. Before he could finish speaking, his vision leaped through shape-shifting again. Like the gap between the borders of hell, a colorful world entangled with countless energies, a place of emptiness and silence, temples and bells filled with piles of bones. Until time and space were completely blurred, Loki saw a butterfly flying past his eyes. The world collapsed in an instant, and he returned to Camartage. At this time, Ancient One gave a gentle push, and immediately the two astral bodies returned to flesh and blood. Modu and Wong have been watching. The moment Loki opened his eyes, they felt as if they saw countless stars and mysteries. At this time, a fierce warning came from the spirit, and the two of them quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to look again. At the same time, I sighed even more in my heart. As expected of the God King, he can actually travel through 2 dimensions. But I just saw the aura flowing out of the other person's eyes, and I almost became obsessed with the doctor. At this time Ancient One poured out a cup of hot tea again and handed it over. Although repetition has no previous effect, it can also soothe the soul. Loki didn't refuse. After drinking it all, my mysterious eyes calmed down and became warm and clear again. I need a quiet room. Already prepared. Under the leadership of the king, Loki came to an inner room lit with incense, feeling calmer as he breathed. Obviously this is also a good thing. After Wang politely left, Loki sat cross-legged in midair and closed his eyes. The rewards of the dimensional journey are very great. Not only the various perceptions of time and space, but also the understanding and use of priesthood have also been improved. And the most important thing is, he has reached the limit of level Godfather. The barrier blocking him has a crack. At this moment, Loki had a premonition that tomorrow was not far from his breakthrough. Chapter 53. Time passed minute by minute, and it took 3 days and 3 nights before Loki opened his eyes. The deep look in his eyes flashed away, and he regained his composure. At the moment, he has completely digested the benefits that dimension travel brings to the spirit body, and his perception of the world has become clearer. The understanding of the 2 divine powers is also more profound. At this moment, Loki suddenly felt something. With just a thought, a rune lit up in front of him. It trembles and seems to be synchronizing. The next second, green light bursts out, and a holographic image appears. What is playing is the strange scene in the monitoring room before. 10 minutes later, the runes flickered out, Loki showed a playful expression and murmured. It's getting more and more interesting. Midgard is really not simple. A witch without awakening actually has secrets. At this moment, Loki's eyes became deeper and he didn't know what he was thinking about. A few seconds later, he fell from the air and walked out, seemingly not caring about this matter at all. It's not surprising that there are many people outside the light curtain. After all, Loki had stated before that this was Thor's ordeal and he would not care about it. However, Ancient One narrowed his eyes slightly at the moment. From her point of view, if Loki showed such a look, he might have discovered something or even had some kind of plan. Loki walked casually in camouflage. The mysterious magician and apprentice along the way did not recognize him, and they did not ask any questions other than showing curious eyes. His identity is a secret, and only the 2 magicians and Ancient One who received him in camouflage know it. He is here to learn knowledge, not to show off himself. It's too stupid to make such a big show of it, and it's also very cheap. Soon Loki saw the Ancient One and showed a hint of surprise. This Sorcerer Supreme is actually personally supervising the apprentices below. A group of people have golden rings in their hands, and sparks of magic in the other hand. Loki Magician. Ancient One has changed his name and said gently. I thought it would take at least a week for you to realize it, but I didn't expect it to come out so quickly. It seems that the next thing will go smoothly. Loki smiled, then looked at the apprentice below and said. I perceive that the space is being pried. What kind of spell is this? Modu on the side looked surprised when he heard this. You can tell what the apprentices are doing just by looking at them. This is also a very keen perception of space. Or maybe this is the effect of dimensional travel. After thinking for a moment, he felt that it was probably both. The ancient road at this time. Camartage's teleportation spell, which completely ignores distance, was created by the former Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto. What, do you want to try? Loki nodded, that's exactly what he meant. How to do? Ancient One did not speak, Modu said. Use the sling ring to increase the perception of the body and space, imagine the place you want to teleport in your mind, and then use magic to move the space. So simple. Loki was a little surprised. Modu shook his head. 1. It just sounds simple. The vibration frequency of the magic leveraging space needs to be perceived. The target location is different, and it will be different every time you open the portal. And it's not just about prying it open successfully, it also needs to maintain the stability of the magic power, otherwise the portal will still fail. Isn't this still very simple? Loki looked at Modo, who was explaining seriously, and the magician nodded and said, "It sounds really difficult, let me try it." He feels that as a guest, he should be more modest. Modo was also very curious about what the God King could do for the first time. He thought that he practiced for a full week before he found that feeling. Although this God King has a powerful ability, it will probably take a day to learn it. Loki took the sling ring handed over by Mordu and put it on his hand. However, he did not try it directly, but felt the effects of this magical weapon. After a few seconds, he frowned slightly. Seeing this expression, the corners of Modu's mouth raised slightly and unconsciously. Really? Even the God King of Asgard has difficulty learning the Camartage spell. This made him feel a sense of superiority. However, before this feeling lasted for a second, he saw a green spark suddenly appear in the air. Modu was stunned for a moment. Before his mind could react, he saw the flames suddenly rotating and unfolding, forming a portal. He has recognized that behind the door is the quiet room where Loki was staying before. It succeeded. Modu couldn't control his emotions and shouted in shock. "I just thought that this God King was in trouble," but he turned around and was slapped in the face. This is too fast. Tell me the principle of operation and learn it in 3 seconds. If he hadn't known that this person was a real big shot and didn't bother to do such low-level things, he would have thought that the other person had learned from him and was now playing a trick on him. Wang, who was correcting his apprentice's mistakes below, also showed a shocked expression when he saw this scene. What's going on? What he is most proud of is this spell. He learned it in more than a day, but he learned it in seconds. Is there a problem with me or with you? For a time, the two fell into deep self-doubt. Loki didn't know that he had invisibly hit the self-esteem of the two mysterious magicians, because in his opinion, it was not successful. He frowned and took off the sling ring, regretfully saying, "Failed." "Hey," Modu said with a puzzled face. "Didn't you succeed? You don't even need to raise your hand to cast a spell, which is better than many magicians." Loki shakes his head. Too dependent on external things. Although sling ring is a good thing, when you get rid of this magic weapon, you can truly learn this spell. This is why he frowned in the first place. The corners of Modu's mouth twitched. Based on this standard, even if Camartage is not a magician, he cannot transmit spells. Because he remembered that even Sorcerer Supreme had to use the sling ring to open the portal. So he does not agree with what the God King said. The witch Agatha couldn't help laughing when she heard this. Is this black guy stupid when picking cotton? Why do you think a Sorcerer Supreme who has been alive for an unknown amount of time cannot use the sling ring to teleport? She was 100% sure that the Ancient One was just showing more. If you really think so, let alone the grass on the grave, it is probably even rotten to the bones. Loki handed back the sling ring, and he could tell at a glance what this secret magician was thinking. He didn't care, but for Ancient One's sake he still said calmly. Power is power only when it is in one's own hands. The sling ring is easy to use, but unless you wear it with you for the rest of your life. Modu didn't take it seriously, the sling ring was always on his body and it wouldn't get in the way. However, the king below was thoughtful after hearing these words. He suddenly thought of a problem that he had never noticed before. That is, what should you do if you are trapped in a dead place such as the mirror space and your sling ring is lost due to battle or accident? The king instantly understood what Loki meant. There will be no problem with one's own strength, but there will be too much uncertainty in external objects. I have lived too comfortably these past few years. It seems that I will study teleportation spells more deeply when I look back. Loki doesn't want to waste time here. As his understanding of space deepens, he will naturally master this teleportation spell completely. Ancient One then spoke. King, take Loki Magician to the library. And don't forget to tell the administrator, because the 3-story bookshelf is also open. 1. I will, Your Majesty. The king nodded. Loki felt a sense of expectation in his heart. This was the biggest purpose of coming to Camartage. Suddenly, he felt a gaze looking at him. This book is nothing. When he cast the teleportation technique just now, many apprentices secretly looked at him. But at the moment, this look was mixed with a hint of malice. Loki did not look at the person, because the aura was far more real than the appearance, and he had already remembered it. He glanced at Ancient One, followed the king and left without saying anything. But after he left, Ancient One showed a trace of sadness and murmured. What about strange? What do you have to compensate me for, Odin? What did you say? Modu asked curiously. Nothing. Ancient One shook his head, but looked at Modu with a strange expression. Camartage Library. Loki stood at the door, looking at the bookshelves bearing traces of time, feeling every cell begin to get excited. He took a deep breath, and then looked at Wang Dao very naturally. Please take out all the basic books on magic for me, thank you. The most basic. The king was stunned for a moment. This god king learned the teleportation technique in 3 seconds. He still had to read basic books? Yes. Loki nodded. Just like the runes, what he wants is not to learn, but to thoroughly understand the essence and then control it. It's a pity that he couldn't do it with the rune in 1500. Perhaps magic can complement each other. Seeing that he heard correctly, Wang stopped saying anything and started rummaging directly. And this time, he was shocked. Because I found more than 100 books on the basics of magic. There are so many basic magics, Wang couldn't help but secretly smack his tongue at this moment. If it weren't for this god king, he would never know this in his life. Then what shocked him even more was that within a month from then on, the other party had been reading these books. I don't even think about going deeper into the library. The king was immediately impressed. With this kind of patience and determination, even 10 of myself can't do it. Half a year passed, and Loki read more books, but the more he read, the more he frowned. Because he found that Camartage was different from what he thought. Until one day, he put down the spell book in his hand. I thought you would come earlier. Ancient One said and poured another cup of tea, just like when they first met. After Loki took a sip, he asked his doubts. Why do most of Camartage's magic and occult arts require payment? Except for pure spells like mirror space and portal, almost most of the spells he saw were borrowed from the so-called Mephisto. Ancient One said calmly at this time. Because magic and occult arts belong to the dimension Mephisto. It's just that most of us choose ones that are harmless and have no traps, at least the ones that won't lose our souls. This is the truth about the magician. What if Mephisto doesn't borrow it? Loki asked again. Then it cannot be used. After Ancient One finished speaking, he said calmly. Aren't you very disappointed? Really disappointed? Loki made no secret of it. At the same time, I finally understood why Asgard didn't have any secret spells, and even very little magic. Then the God King plans to leave. Ancient One took a sip of tea and asked without raising his head. Loki showed a strange expression and asked. Wang Hao, why do you want to leave? Now that you have seen the true nature of magic, what are you still doing here? No, I just see clearly the essence of the Mephisto's spells. That and seeing the essence of magic are two different concepts. So you? Loki showed a serious look that he had never seen before and said. So since Mephistos can understand magic and create magic, then I may not be able to do it. And if we can really understand the true principles of these secret techniques, I think there may be no problem in using them forcefully. Whoever borrows them must pay them back. Hearing this, Ancient One finally smiled, with admiration in his eyes. In this case, I look forward to the day when the God King succeeds. Loki drinks all the tea in his hand and leaves. Late at night. Except for the dozing administrator, Loki is the only one in the library. He is still sitting in the library, watching how to use the flaming holy sword of Emperor Weishan, reasoning backwards in his mind, and deconstructing the spell bit by bit. Suddenly, he felt the malicious gaze again. He did not raise his head, but sneered inwardly as he listened to the faint footsteps getting closer and closer. Although I don't know why this guy is malicious towards me, I can only say that he is very patient. I can actually endure it until now. 3 seconds later, the footsteps stopped beside him. But the imaginary sneak attack did not come. Instead, he heard a cautious voice. Loki Magician, have you heard of Dormammu? Chapter 54. Loki didn't expect that after waiting for a long time, this guy didn't make a move, but just said a word. But he did wonder what the other party was going to do next. Dormammu. Loki frowned, showing a puzzled expression. Isn't that the Lord of the Dark Dimension, one of the main enemies of Kamar-Taj's defense? Why do you ask this? Caecilius was not surprised to hear this. This information is basically known to all secret magicians except apprentices. After all, the 3 holy places are here to do this, and there are quite a few holy place magicians that rotate every year. If the other party denies it, then you should be careful. Caecilius nodded along with the words, then sat down next to Loki and whispered. Now that you know who that is, what if I say that the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One deceived us? Dormammu is actually not our enemy at all. Tisk. There's an unexpected bonus. Loki looked shocked, also lowered his voice and said hastily. You're crazy. Do you know what you're talking about? Hearing this, Caecilius sneered inwardly. There's a show. After he saw the other party walking out of the Sorcerer Supreme holy place with a depressed face from a distance today, he knew that the opportunity had come. Although I don't know what happened, I guess it won't be too pleasant. He has experience, so it is best to make a move at this time. I definitely know what I'm talking about, brother. Cassila looked back at the administrator who was still dozing, then turned back and whispered. Do you know the identity of Ancient One Magician? I heard Wang said it seems to be Celtic. Haha, he told you everything, then do you know how old Ancient One is? Loki shakes his head, there's no need to pretend, he really doesn't know. Caecilius gritted his teeth and said. 700. Loki was immediately disappointed. The Ancient One must be more than 700 years old, because his father knew him a long time ago. So, he looked 197 shocked and said. How come you have lived for so long? I am not a longevity expert. 1. But after saying that, he immediately shook his head and denied it. No, 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 this is impossible. Caecilius was already prepared and sneered. Hamel Magician has become so old that half of his feet are already in the coffin. When he was young, Ancient One was the Sorcerer Supreme, but do you see that Ancient One is a little old now? Loki looked confused as he was convinced but felt it was impossible. Seeing this, Caecilius quickly pursued the victory and said. If I tell you that she is absorbing the energy of the dark dimension to maintain her life, you will definitely not believe it. I definitely don't believe it. Loki nodded. Caecilius made an expression of sure enough and sighed. 1. You were cheated, brother. I heard from Magician Mordo that you have permission to enter the restricted area of the library, right? If you don't believe it, just take a look at the Book of Cagliostro. It contains a way to live forever, which is to absorb dark energy. As he spoke, he patted Loki on the shoulder, stood up and said. Anyway, I've told you the method, it depends on whether you dare to discover the truth. By the way, don't tell others tonight, most magicians in Camartage have been brainwashed by the Ancient One. After that, he left directly. Until he watched the figure leave, Loki's troubled expression disappeared instantly and turned into a thoughtful one. Caecilius has spoken to this point, so there is a high probability that this method is actually recorded in that book. The next second, he stood up and walked into the forbidden area. After a few breaths, a little golden light suddenly lit up. "I thought you were going to show up just now," Loki said without looking back, while flipping through the book. Ancient One walked out of the portal, sat casually aside, kid, and said calmly, "Oh, I'm afraid he will be embarrassed." After a few seconds, she asked again, "Did you turn it over?" Loki nodded. "Well, the talk is very profound. It can be seen that this magician named Cagliostro is very powerful. He can actually use the power of the dark dimension in this way. There is also this method of extraction, which is really a deception. If ordinary people looked at it, they would probably only be able to see the summoning ceremony, but what is hidden in it is the key point. That's the power of disguise and deception through ritual." Hearing this comment, Ancient One couldn't help but smile. This was created by a sorcerer supreme. Although he later became an evil dark magician and wanted to imitate Dormammu, few people can match him in terms of ability. He also became the Lord of Dimension. Loki asked curiously. Ancient One shook his head. "No, I beat him to death, not even his ashes were left." "Okay." Loki didn't know how to evaluate it, so he nodded and continued reading. Seeing his attitude, Ancient One was surprised and said, "You don't have anything to ask me?" Loki turned his head and said with the same doubt, "What? Ask me why I absorb dark energy and deceive Camartage into all the magician's secrets. It's one thing on the surface but another behind the scenes. It's very evil," she said casually. Loki made no secret of his dissatisfied look. "You are insulting the God King of Asgard." He tilted his head slightly, exuding a kind of brilliant majesty. "Ancient One, although I am still very young in terms of overall lifespan, I am already 1500 years old. I am not that naive fool. You and I both understand that whether power is dark or not depends on how it is used, not its attributes." Outside the light curtain, Baron Mordo showed an unacceptable look. Evil is evil, how can it be confused with kindness? As for the Ancient One absorbing dark energy, that is another Ancient One, what does it have to do with the Sorcerer Supreme here? He didn't want to think about it, and he didn't dare to think about it. "Sorry, I was indeed wrong about this." Ancient One apologized very simply, without any air of supremacy. Because she has always regarded Loki as a junior. But now it seems that this is a God King who needs to be treated equally, just like the father of God Odin. However, she didn't feel ashamed to apologize. Instead, she felt even more deeply that Odin was really lucky. Then Ancient One stood up slowly, walked in front of Loki, and said very seriously, "In that case, are you interested in playing a big game of chess? Although this was not what Odin and I planned before, I think this opportunity is just right. Definitely, this is about 2 dimensions Mephisto, there are risks. A normal magician, or one who knows what the dimension Mephisto represents, will definitely call the Ancient One crazy." But Loki just closed the book and said calmly, "Tell me." In an instant, a shattering sound sounded, and a mirror space was generated. Looking at this scene, Ancient One smiled and said, "It seems that our winning rate is going to be higher again." Camartage. Modu and Wang were already numb watching this scene. From beginning to end in the light curtain, Loki was just reading magic books and not practicing any spells at all. So, when did you learn about mirror space? Wouldn't this person just learn the principles by looking at them and just imagining them in his mind? But the difficulty of this spell is countless times more difficult than the portal. Many magicians never learn it in their lifetime. The two of them looked at each other as if they had a tacit understanding, and were speechless, only shocked. S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Branch. Selvig, a newly minted scientist from the state of Mexico, watches the Tesseract carefully. Although I have been here for half a year, every time I look at this cube emitting blue light, I will sigh that this must be a masterpiece of God. Otherwise, how could there be anything with infinite energy in the world? At this moment, a green light flashed. He watched God's masterpiece disappear before his eyes, as if it had been stolen by the devil. This man who has begun to go bald and is experiencing a midlife crisis was stunned for a moment, and then he only had one thought left. It's over, I'm going to lose my job. Underground clinic. Thor is bandaging a gangster whose calf was punctured, and then casually wraps a few circles of bandages around it and calls it a day. There has been more and more business recently, and I don't know why. Yesterday, a pregnant woman came to him, which was simply outrageous. Slamming the door, Thor plans to go to bed early. But the moment he turned around, he saw a man in green clothes standing behind him. He showed an excited expression, but before he could speak, his pupils reflected green light. A few seconds later, Thor scratched his head and wondered why he was standing at the door. After thinking about it, he put the sign up again. It's still early, let's pick up a few more unlucky people. Early morning. The sun had not yet risen when Caecilius heard a knock on the door. He opened his eyes almost instantly, and the corners of his mouth curved with a hint of pride. It's done. Hurrying open the door, I saw the man named Loki magician standing there in a trance and haggard manner. Come in quickly, you won't be noticed. Caecilius quickly pulled the person into the room, and then asked. Loki did not answer, but his eyes were blank. Really, what you said is true. Definitely, how could I lie to you? Caecilius said very seriously. Now that you have seen the true face of this liar, why not join us? We? Loki asked confused. The Ancient One is just a shameless thief, but we can become powerful immortals in an honest way. You mean? Yes, the great lord of the dark dimension, Dormammu, will grant eternal life to his loyal followers. He is the only true God. Can I? Definitely, but before that, you need to get us the 2 pages about my lord in the book of Cagliostro to show your sincerity to my lord. This is no problem. No. Boom. Caecilius looked at the closed door with a sneer. I didn't expect it, Ancient One. You find a magician with good ability to join Camartage, and even give him access to the library to study, but in fact this kind of person is the least mentally stable. Definitely, this is also turning from darkness to light. After waiting for more than 10 years, I can finally start planning. Outside the light curtain. Seeing Caecilius' confident look, Thor couldn't help but shudder. He carefully recalled the miserable situation of his other self, and felt that Caecilius's plan was probably going to be a disaster. Nordic town. The dark witch Agatha felt only fear from the bottom of her heart at this moment. A god king. A sorcerer supreme. The two of them did not hesitate to end up personally. What exactly is this plot? And this Caecilius, she can already foresee the outcome of this chess piece. Chapter 55. Late at night. Caecilius closed his eyes and waited in the room. Until the quietest time in the second half of the night, there was a slight knock on the door. He hurriedly opened the door and saw Loki shrouded in a hood, and his heart suddenly lifted. Got it. After entering the door, Lug excitedly took out 2 pages of paper marked with bright red from his arms. Caecilius snatched it away, looked at it carefully and started to tremble all over, falling into ecstasy. Really? Absolutely true. God knows how long he has been waiting, and finally the day has come. And it was obtained without any loss and without anyone noticing. In this way, there is an opportunity to do more. Caecilius lowered his head with a cold look in his eyes. When he raised his head again, he saw that Loki had changed his expression. He looked at Loki and praised. Very good. My lord will remember your merits, and your glory will bring you eternal life. This is what I should do. Loki replied excitedly. Caecilius nodded, showing the posture of a superior, and asked again. The librarian didn't notice it. Loki shook his head. 1. Definitely not, he always falls asleep in the middle of the night. 1. I'm used to being in the library all the time, so I don't have any precautions. Caecilius is completely relieved. In this way, I can completely attack the 2 holy places except Camartage guarded by Ancient One. No one knows that they have rebelled. It is so easy to start. It is almost certain to happen. But at this moment, he saw Loki's tangled expression. What's wrong with you? Caecilius asked uneasily. I have a plan in mind, I don't know if I should tell it. Loki said with a hesitation look on his face. Say. Caecilius looked interested. Loki showed a hint of excitement and said in a lowered voice. If we want the Great Lord of the Dark Dimension to invade the real dimension, we need to destroy the 3 holy places, right? They are the barriers to the real world. Hearing this, Caecilius was a little disappointed. So you want to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack Holy Place in Asia and New York, right? This is indeed good. I'm already planning it. You don't have to think about it anymore and just obey the order. No. Loki quickly said. What I want to say is another plan. Caecilius was a little surprised, but nodded, and continued. Loki showed a hint of cruelty on his face. I think compared to breaking through the 3 holy places, killing the Ancient One is the key. Once she dies, the holy place will not be within reach. Otherwise, even if we destroy the other 2, we will still have to face Camartage guarded by the Ancient One. Caecilius thought about it carefully and said. Having said that, the Ancient One's strength is unfathomable, and we can't possibly kill her before betraying her. After the summoning ceremony, the power of darkness within us cannot be hidden. It is better to destroy the 2 holy places before that. Although it can be destroyed after summoning, it is best to keep it simple. Because there is almost no danger in a sneak attack, and it can also make Camartage unstable, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Loki shook his head and said. No. We still have a chance, and this may even be the best way. You listen to me. Close whispers sounded in the room, and soon Caecilius' excited voice came. Okay, let's do it like this. In an abandoned church, Caecilius and a group of betrayers gathered together. As scarlet symbols were carved in mid-air, layers of calling voices sounded. We summon you, Dormammu. Please grant dark power to your loyal believers. Let us gain access to your divine power. As I read faster and faster, Dormammu marks lit up on the foreheads of all the people present, and their eyes were gradually enveloped in darkness, with ink-like juice flowing out. In an instant, the dark power of Pishin exploded on Caecilius. He condensed the seal and pressed it, and the space suddenly began to change and swim. Modo looked at this scene with shock and anger in his eyes. What makes him angry is that Caecilius really became a believer in darkness. It's amazing that in the real dimension, the opponent can control space. This is simply unheard of and unimaginably powerful. And at the same time, in the Camartage library, Loki is playing with a puppet. Looks somewhat similar to the administrator. The next second, he raised his hand and turned it over, and a heart appeared in his hand. As Loki placed the heart into his chest, the sound of heartbeat gradually sounded. After a few seconds, the doll came to life completely and turned into the librarian. Then he walked aside, sat down, and dozed off. Loki looked up and down and couldn't help but laugh. Tisk, tisk, Midgard's witchcraft is quite magical. Even if I wasn't paying attention, I would think it was really a person. This is something that the Ancient One got for him. As for its origin, it is said to be something left behind after killing an African voodoo practitioner. More than half an hour later, Loki glanced at the clock on the wall. The appointed time has come. He just raised his hand and thought about it before putting on the sling ring. Then he casually snapped his fingers, and a portal of green sparks suddenly opened, revealing the appearance of a church. The next second, Caecilius and others, who had turned into dark believers, walked out of it. No words, everything goes according to plan. The 5 dark believers stride towards the sleepy librarian. They didn't want to be careful at all, and the sound of footsteps woke up the administrator. You! As soon as he opened his mouth, several monowhips sparkling with sparks had already locked onto his limbs and neck. As the monowhip was tightened, the administrator was suddenly pulled up like an animal waiting to be slaughtered. The next second, Caecilius gathered a transparent blade. The knife fell from his hand, blood spattered suddenly, and the head rolled into the jar. Then he threw the book of Cagliostro on the bookshelf to the ground, pretending to be robbed. After doing this, Caecilius nodded to Loki, and then cast the spell again. Suddenly, several energy balls exploded around Loki. Amidst huge amounts of roar and smoke, Caecilius opened the portal, and the dark believers all put on their hoods and filed in. When the portal closed, a shattering sound sounded, and the Ancient One walked out of the mirror space. She looked at Loki, who was spotless, and smiled. "You are not dressed right, and shouldn't you be shouting that Caecilius is murderous and traitorous?" Loki wanted to roll his eyes, but the dignity of the God King restrained him. So I decided to change the topic and asked, "Are you ready? Don't die in a while. It's too fake." Ancient One smiled slightly. "I think Sorcerer Supreme's acting skills are still better than those of the God King of Asgard. Just like you didn't yell just now. Stop, stop, stop. You win." Loki finally couldn't hold it back and rolled his eyes. The longer we get along, the more he feels that Ancient One is not like Sorcerer Supreme, and doesn't care about face at all. London. A group of hooded people are running wildly in the night, as if something terrible is following behind them. At this moment, a shattering sound sounded. The running group suddenly stopped and saw the space in front of them shattered like a mirror. At this time, a cold voice sounded from behind. "Caecilius, the traces left by your teleportation are too obvious. Do you look down on me, the Sorcerer Supreme? You can't leave today." The air was quiet for a second. A cold voice came from under the hood. "Can't leave? Why do you think I left such obvious traces? I'm afraid you can't find me." Speaking, all the dark believers took off their hoods, revealing terrifying faces. Caecilius showed a ferocious smile. "The one who can't leave today is you, Ancient One." Ancient One's expression suddenly changed when he saw this, and he shouted in shock. "Impossible! You just stole the book of Cagliostro, how could you get the curse of Dormammu?" Looking at Ancient One's expression, Caecilius showed a very happy expression. "Haha, go to hell with your doubts and ask. This is the price you pay for deceiving everyone." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned toward the ground. Suddenly, layers of space surged, rolling towards the Ancient One. "Innocent." Ancient One's face was cold, a red symbol also appeared on his forehead, and then he stomped his foot hard. In an instant, the same space tumbling appeared, the two attacks collided together, and the shape-shifting ground was immediately torn to pieces. At this time, Caecilius condensed the seal with his hands, and then pushed it suddenly. Suddenly the entire mirror space started shape-shifting, wandering, and reorganizing like Lego blocks. More than 20 dark believers gathered their sharp blades, stepped on buildings of different heights, and attacked the Ancient One from all directions. "Zero, please give me flowers." This is a strategy that was planned long ago. Facing heavy siege, Ancient One condensed 2 energy fans in his hands to continuously repel the incoming enemies. However, the strength of the dark believers after being transformed by dark energy has greatly increased. Although they cannot defeat the Ancient One, they can continue to attack. Caecilius is watching eagerly not far away, manipulating space while waiting for opportunities. Soon his eyes lit up. Just when Ancient One knocked back one person again, then turned around and hit another person with an energy fan. Caecilius took a step forward, without any hesitation, pierced his own person with the sharp blade, and then stabbed towards the store. Ding! Gu has been on guard all the time. There is no need to condense the seal. A magic shield instantly appeared in front of the abdomen to block the blow. The sneak attack failed, but Caecilius's lips curled into a sneer. At this moment, sparks suddenly lit up, and a dagger suddenly penetrated Ancient One's chest. And passed. Ancient One's face froze, and his life breath was rapidly declining at this moment. She turned back stiffly, showing an incomprehensible look. Why? Loki's body is still on the other side of the portal, but the dagger in his hand is thrust into the Ancient One's chest. Why? Loki sneered and said. You swallow the dark energy all by yourself, what else is there to say? As he spoke, he stirred hard and completely cut his heart. With his other hand, he directly grabbed the Ancient One's body and threw it back. Then Loki stepped into the mirror space and closed the portal without looking back. 0. Good job. Caecilius laughed loudly and said. From this moment on, no one can stop the coming of my lord. Loki also showed an excited expression and said. Kamartaj's holy place has been destroyed by me as planned. Zhendu and Wang still don't know what happened. Caecilius nodded. Without further ado, let's go to holy place in New York immediately. Just as he was about to raise his hand, Loki had already opened the portal, revealing the first floor lobby in holy place, New York. The next step is very simple. The 3 holy place magicians in holy place, New York, are no match at all and were easily beheaded by Caecilius. Seeing this, Loki immediately opened the last portal inside holy place. 3 minutes later, the last holy place magician died, and the huge amounts of spheres guarding the dimension were blown to pieces. In the dark dimension, Dormammu felt that the barrier of the real dimension disappeared in an instant. He senses the marks of the believers and does not tear apart the space without hesitation. Boom! The broken roof of holy place, Caecilius looked at the cracks in the sky with great enthusiasm. At this moment, the power of darkness is surging, and everything in its path is withering. Loki watched this scene with equal excitement. Puff! At this moment, a sharp blade suddenly penetrated his chest. At this time, Caecilius's cold voice sounded behind him. I hate geniuses. Why do Ancient One allow you to go to a place that I have never been able to go to as soon as you come? That's not fair. Loki's face lost color, he turned his head stiffly, and said unwillingly. Yes, the page I took, is the Ancient One I killed. Caecilius chuckled. You don't have any dark power in you, so. I killed the Ancient One. I am the greatest contributor to my lord's coming. As he spoke, he also broke his heart and pulled out the sharp blade. Looking at the dead bodies on the ground, Caecilius smiled disdainfully. You can only blame yourself for being a fool. I lied to you from the beginning and had no intention of letting you live. As he spoke, he looked up at the sky again. Although the extremely rich power of darkness has not spread to him yet, he already feels an unprecedented sense of comfort. That's called victory. But at this moment, an angry voice sounded in the sky. Ancient One! You liar! At this time, there was a roar, and the thick dark power that had spread across the entire sky suddenly stopped. Caecilius was stunned for a moment and showed a look of incomprehension. What happened? Why not continue the invasion? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Don't you understand? So much dark power is enough. Caecilius lowered his head following the voice, saw the corpse on the ground, blinked at him and said. What a coincidence! I didn't intend to let you live from the beginning. Righteousness. Chapter 56. Caecilius's face darkened for a moment. The sudden stop of the dark invasion in the sky made him feel extremely uneasy. Now dead man is resurrected. The words he said made him feel even more creepy. Impossible. I obviously broke your heart. Who are you to possess the corpse? Caecilius stared hard, not believing that anyone could really be resurrected. At this moment, a green light appeared, and the corpse on the ground flickered and disappeared. He looked up again and found Loki standing not far away. Not only is there no wound or blood on his chest, even the dust on his body has disappeared. The other party just stood there with a calm face, not even looking at himself. Just looking at the sky through the broken roof, as if waiting for something. Such a scene of being ignored completely irritated Caecilius. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what the hell you are. 970. I can kill you once, but I can kill you a second time. Tear him to pieces. In an instant, all the dark believers roared and rushed over. Caecilius looked at this scene coldly, wanting to wash away the uneasiness in his heart with blood. However, the next second, he saw the most terrifying scene at the moment. The man still stood there without moving, looking at the sky with a calm face, not knowing what he was looking at. It seems that he is not the one being besieged. But just after all the dark believers who were close to him crossed a certain distance, they roared and burned with fierce flames out of thin air. No struggle. No resistance. Not even a scream. This group of mysterious magicians who gained dark power burned into ashes in an instant. It's like offending the gods and being punished by the gods to end everything. Looking at the piles of black powder on the ground, all jealousy, anger, and malice in Caecilius disappeared at this moment. It's like having a bucket of ice water poured on your head in the coldest winter. He is shaking. He is afraid. How come he still doesn't understand that he thought he found a deceitful fool, but in the end he found a devil? Until the man turned around to look, Caecilius's heart suddenly collapsed. He yelled with a crazy look on his face. Who are you? Who are you? Even the Ancient One can't kill so many dark believers at once, who the hell are you? Loki really looked at a fool this time and said speechlessly. Now that things have happened, you still think Sorcerer Supreme is weak. It's because Ancient One's acting skills are so good, but you Dormammu believers are so stupid. What? Caecilius was about to continue asking when he saw a spark appear in the air. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated violently. Really? The next second, he collapsed again and saw another dead person walking out. Ancient One still had that gentle expression, looked at him and smiled. Don't you understand yet? What God King Loki means is that I am really strong. God King? The God King of Asgard? Caecilius' vision went dark and he almost fainted. At this moment, Hoha's psychology even exceeded despair. He couldn't imagine how ridiculous all his previous actions were. It's like performing Joker in front of the other person all the time. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered something and yelled like he was grabbing the last straw. Even if you are not dead, it is true that the 3 holy places were destroyed. This sentence stopped abruptly before I could finish it. Because he suddenly remembered that the holy place of Camartage was not destroyed by himself. At this time Ancient One nodded and said. That's right, it's what you think. Camartage's holy place is still fine. I actually turned it off just now so that Dormammu could invade. Hearing this answer, Caecilius was completely disappointed. His eyes were red and he stared at the two of them. So you deliberately kept me alive until now just to humiliate me, right? Loki frowned. You think too highly of yourself, magician. I keep you just waiting for your master. As he spoke, he looked at the sky and spoke to the billowing black fog. Dormammu, don't try to find your way back, the barrier built by the space gem cannot be broken by your powers. Your only chance now is to defeat me and the Ancient One. As his voice fell, countless blue intertwined thin lines loomed in the sky. That is a space barrier created by space gem. The air was quiet for a second, then a deafening roar sounded. Damn it! Damn it! The thick black fog suddenly began to roll, began to shrink rapidly, and finally turned into a black dot and disappeared. Caecilius watched this scene unable to understand what was happening. But in the next second, his eyes suddenly lost their sparkle, and then the whole eyes became completely dark as if they were thick. Boom! The violent power of darkness erupts from Caecilius, and the terrifying aura is rising steadily. Loki's expression becomes serious. I saw him clenching his fingers, and the space gem appeared out of thin air in his hand. The next second, countless crisscrossing blue thin lines in all directions began to shrink rapidly. And the Ancient One also took action at the same time. For the first time, she constructed a seal burning with sparks with both hands. The mirror space was opened in an instant, and then expanded at a terrifying speed, intersecting with the retracting blue line in the blink of an eye. 01. The two of them didn't stop until they reached this point. In this way, no trace of dark power can leave the mirror space, and there will be no worries. And at the moment Caecilius has completely changed his appearance. His skin has been completely shattered, and thick energy is flowing in the dense gaps. The body is burning with dark flames, and the dark red symbol on the forehead has been distorted and shape-shifted, spreading across the entire face. The will in the eyes has also been replaced. Now it carries Dormammu's will and energy. It seems a bit much. Loki glanced at it and said, "This place is definitely not Dormammu's real body right now. It's just a large amount of dark power that has invaded the real dimension, and a trace of Dormammu's will mixed in. Entering the body of a believer will allow Dormammu to better use Wan district in the real world." The two of them were not fighting in the real world in order to open the mirror space, so they did not stop it. This is a conspiracy, Dormammu will not refuse. At this time Ancient One shook his head. If you put in too little, if the 1.8 results are not enough, your promotion will be meaningless. But it's really going to bleed this time. I've been robbing it for so many years, but it's not even 1/20th of what it is today. However, these words immediately angered Dormammu, who was occupying the body of the believer. "Ancient One, you shameless thief!" In an instant, violent dark power erupted from his body, and the entire holy place was completely shattered in an instant. Loki and Ancient One flew into the sky at the same time. At the same time, a shield appeared in front of me to block it, and I didn't receive any damage. Loki looked at Dormammu who was falling into madness below, and couldn't help but ask. "To be honest, is it really only 1/10? Ancient One thought for a while and said, "That's probably 1/20th every 100 years. I can't remember clearly now that I'm older." Loki couldn't help but his face twitched. "Good guy, this Dormammu has been cheated. No wonder you are so angry." Chapter 57. Hell Dimension. Mephisto was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly and wantonly. Dormammu is indeed a piece of trash. How could the Ancient One take away so much dark energy? And being silent for so many years is really tolerable. Even if I am so well informed, I don't know. He smiled, felt pity, and then became angry. If you know it in advance and cooperate, you may be able to counterattack the Ancient One. He has been unhappy with this old woman for a long time. Sure enough, a flame necromancer is not worthy of being the lord of the dimension. He has no foresight at all. When this interesting light curtain ends, I must laugh at the shame of this Mephisto in person. When he thought of this, he changed from anger to laughter. Very moody. But Dormammu was only angry at the moment. He looked at the two figures in the sky and roared angrily. "Two thieves, I will make you regret today." The ground beneath your feet instantly shattered, and Dormammu was thrown like a sharp arrow. It can be seen that he still misses this woman who often puts her hands into his home. Ancient One has no hesitation, pressed down 20 with one hand. I didn't see her constructing the seal, and suddenly a 10-meter-long flaming holy sword of Emperor Weishan fell from the sky. Boom! It should have been a crushing force, but the flame holy sword seemed to hit the hardest material in the world, twisting and breaking layer by layer. And Dormammu, whose whole body was burning with black flames, just slowed down and continued to rush towards the Ancient One. At this moment Loki moved. I saw him clenching his 5 fingers, and all the fragments of the holy sword made of flames suddenly turned from yellow to blazing white. Then they rapidly extend shape-shifting, forming dozens of flaming chains with sharp arrows that stab upwards. Dormammu didn't even look back. Dozens of dark energy balls suddenly appeared around his body, smashing down like withered planets. Boom 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 boom. Amidst a series of explosion sounds, Dormammu has arrived in front of the Ancient One and grabbed it with one claw. Boom. 5 dark traces were left in the space, and the hand of darkness sank directly into the Ancient One's chest. However, the scene of blood splattering did not appear, because Yi's body turned into a group of Psylocks and scattered. Dormammu was so angry that he did not hesitate to shake his fists, and suddenly the black flames on his body erupted in all directions, trying to swallow up all the Psylocks. But at this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded. Dormammu, you don't take me seriously. Among the densely packed Psylocks, 999 suddenly burned with green flames. They melted in an instant, and then formed a rune. Ban! As Loki drank, all the runes suddenly lit up, scattered in the air and connected with each other, lighting up like constellations. Suddenly, the space here seemed to have turned into glue, and the black flames that spread crazily outward suddenly stagnated. Dormammu is like an insect sealed in amber. At this time, the Ancient One appeared in the distance. His hands moved up and down together. With a twist, 2 huge mutually reversing magic circles appeared in the upper and lower spaces of the rune imprisonment. The next second, a terrifying scene appeared. Twisted red lightning bursts out from inside, constantly bombarding Dormammu. Outside the light curtain, most of Kamartaj's magicians showed incomprehensible looks. They could recognize that the lightning strikes were the Bosat's thunder. But doesn't that secret technique only release 2 red thunderbolts with both hands at a time? What is this thing that is tilting like a violent storm? It's too exaggerated. At this moment, a roar sounded. The black energy expanded crazily with Dormammu as the center, forming a giant black sphere in the blink of an eye, squeezing and breaking all the surrounding runes and 2 magic circles. The Ancient One was not surprised at all. His voice rang in Loki's ear. Cut the sphere. Dormammu repairs himself inside. Loki nodded, his eyes suddenly turned into a furnace. Then he raised his arm to press down, and suddenly the sky cracked open, revealing a gap in flames, and the god-destroying Wadden fell from the sky. It is growing crazily at this moment, and it rubs against the air to create blazing flames. After becoming hundreds of meters long, the blazing scarlet sword tip hit the huge amounts of energy sphere. Boom! The sound mixes with the impact and spreads into ripples visible to the naked eye. Failed to penetrate. Loki is not surprised at all, because it is just a summoning of the divine sword. The next second, he clasped his hands in the air in front of him. Suddenly, a shadow of huge amounts of flame god appeared in the sky, holding the giant sword. In an instant, thick flames flowed from the Vulcan sword. As Loki's imaginary hands pressed down, the flame god's posture was synchronized, and a shattering sound suddenly sounded. The sword of the god of fire directly penetrated the black sphere with a roaring and shattering sound. The next second, a terrifying black explosion occurred. Loki looked back without any hesitation, and a green vortex suddenly appeared and submerged into his body, using phantom teleportation to appear hundreds of kilometers away. At this time, the golden portal opened next to him, and the Ancient One also walked out of it. The 2 of them looked at the terrifying black sun rising on the distant land, with no trace of fear on their faces. At this time, Ancient One perceived something and said, Dormammu is going crazy, you have to seize the opportunity next. Loki nodded, I'm ready. As the voices of the 2 fell, the black sun erupted in the distance collapsed. But a more terrifying scene appeared. Those monstrous black seas of fire began to gather like flowing water. With a roar that made the entire space tremble, a giant approaching 3,000 meters rose up from the ground, standing on the earth like a giant peak. Countless people outside the light curtain seemed to dare not even breathe at this moment. That feeling of huge amounts of oppression hangs over my heart like a shadow. In New York base, Nick Fury's forehead was covered with cold sweat and his eyes were trembling. Before this moment, he had actually always felt that no matter what happened, no matter how powerful the enemy was, Captain Marvel would take care of it. But now he has no idea at all. Just a duplication formed with energy that takes less than a minute to be put into the real world is so terrifying. Who is the complete lord of the dark dimension? Totally unimaginable. Although it is said that the camartage of the mysterious world has been guarding the dimension. But when he thought about this thing staring at the earth all the time, he couldn't help but tremble. No one will be afraid. But then Loki said, "It's okay, it's a little smaller than I expected. In fact, it's okay if we let the cracks stay for a while. That's enough, don't capsize the boat." Ancient One couldn't help but remind him. Loki moved his joints as if warming up and said, "I have to thank you for that gift. The journey through the dimensions gave me more insights into divine power. If it was with Hela, I would be a little reluctant. But now..." Loki's eyes showed a confident and domineering look, and he smiled solemnly. "As long as this duplication doesn't have the strength of a single target, I can kill him. And it happens to be in the mirror space, so I can try that trick that never worked." As the words fell, the world turned dark red for an instant. The celestial phenomena have been changed. Dark red fire-colored clouds cover the entire sky. But it's not over yet. The earth also began to roar and tremble crazily. For a moment, it seemed like the end of the world was coming. Chapter 58. Within the dimension fragment, Hela had an incredible look in her eyes. Isn't it the limit to dare to show the power of Vulcan last time? The previous frozen fire kingdom had broken her understanding of divine power. And now will the flames come again? When she thought about the scene of Vulcan that might appear in the future, she was even so excited that her body trembled. The heartbeat is like the roar in the light curtain, so exciting. Loki has disappeared into the air. And the Ancient One also disappeared, not knowing what to do. The world is getting hotter and hotter, the air is distorted, and heat waves are surging. It's as if something is about to brew. Dormammu, who transformed into a black titan, roared at the sky. "You used fire in front of the most powerful flame necromancer in the world, stupid mortal, today I will completely turn you into ashes." Countless fire crows were flying up and down in the blazing clouds, and the outline of a huge amount of terrifying face appeared above. Then a huge majestic sound that shook the entire space. "Flame necromancer! Why don't you kneel down when you see the earthly fire god?" Although it was just a duplication, Dormammu was completely ignited by these words in an instant. "You deserve to die just like the Ancient One." The Black Titan roared angrily and raised huge amounts of his right arm, and suddenly a black thing formed on his palm. Between the breaths, countless flames are born. They twist and entangle, building a thousands-meter-long flame gun in the blink of an eye. Not only that, there are a lot of dark magic symbols on it. Die! The ground under Dormammu's feet exploded instantly, and the flame spears rotated and shot towards the giant face in the sky. The space in the mirror world has long since changed, and the clouds are at an altitude of nearly 50,000 meters. But in less than a second, the flame gun left a very clear white trace and had already reached under the clouds. Boom! The dark red fire cloud was instantly blown out of a big hole, revealing a furnace-like crimson blazing world, and a huge flame god sitting in the cloud. The flame gun does not stop, penetrates the clouds and shoots at the head of the Vulcan inside. However, the next moment, it stopped instantly. A giant hand burning with red flames firmly holds the spear. However, At this moment, the flame gun suddenly exploded, and huge amounts of black symbols condensed on it were all shot towards the flame god. There is strong corrosion and pollution power on it. Looking at this scene, Dormammu showed a twisted smile full of malice. The young Asgard pseudo-god, still too inexperienced, dared to take this shot with his hands. The Ancient One is also arrogant, and he really doesn't help the opponent's spell defense. I am going to win this round. As long as the body is contaminated, it will be too late even if the thief takes action again. I will get a flame slave, and with the help of the other party, I can definitely kill him. When the great revenge is achieved, the present world will also become a part of me, and my power will exceed that of the insidious devil Mephisto. But the next moment, his ferocious smile froze on his face. I saw countless fire crows flying out from the flame god, and all the black magic symbols were torn into pieces, and then turned into black smoke and burned clean by the flames. At this time, the flame god looked down at the human world, and the loud voice sounded again. Is the majestic lord of the dark dimension only capable of setting traps? The flames on Dormammu's body trembled. He was so angry at these words that he roared. Damn Asgardians, do you dare to go to the dark dimension with me and say this? Undisguised mocking laughter came from the sky. Isn't it ridiculous to say this? This situation is caused by your own stupidity and greed. You are just the prey in the cage now, and I am the hunter. In a moment, the flames falling from the sky are like waterfalls falling downwards. And the flame god sitting in the furnace world finally moved. I saw him holding his hands to the left and right, and suddenly the dark red fire cloud quickly separated to both sides, completely revealing the world behind it. It seems to be the kingdom of flame, a world of its own, with red energy surging like a blazing furnace. The next second, the flame god also raised his right hand, and the same huge amount of flame spear was condensed in the palm of his hand. Give it back to you. Boom. The space trembled heavily, and there was only a line of fire remaining in the sky in the field of vision, and the flame spear had already arrived above the Black Titan. The black light appeared for a moment and turned into a magic circle, then twisted to form a barrier. The moment the flame spear hit it, it exploded into countless flowing flames, covering and wrapping the entire shield and Dormammu in the blink of an eye, removing huge amounts of the body. With the 5 fingers of the flame god in the sky, he grasped it. Suddenly all the flames were compressed in a crazy rotation, and the color quickly changed from orange-red to incandescent. Cracks appeared in the surrounding ground for an instant. First it loses all the water, then it starts to turn red and then melts into magma and spreads around. At this moment, countless people can feel the blazing heat through the light curtain. As a scientist, Tony was sure that it was definitely not a normal white flame. Because the white flame under normal conditions is only 2300, it will never cause this effect. The terrifying high temperature right now is more like the ionic flame that appears in fixed star fusion. All life that dares to get close will be turned into ashes. At this moment, he was increasingly glad that Loki on his side was a loser. I am the Lord of Flame. Dormammu's roar of pain and anger came from the white ionic flame. The next second, black magic circles appeared under his feet, and the next second, the white flame suddenly collapsed. At this time, the Black Titan has appeared in the sky. Teleport. This pair of Dormammu is just one of the simplest powers, and can even appear in all locations instantly in the dark dimension. Although it is duplication now, it can also be used, but it only needs to build a magic circle. At the moment, more than a dozen withered planets with a diameter of 1 kilometer have condensed around his body. Then it makes a terrifying roar and hits the flame god. Boom! The color of molten gold in the eyes of the flame god is even more intense. He pulls out the sword of the god of fire from the fiery furnace with his backhand and slashes forward. In an instant, flame lines flashed across all the withered planets, and then exploded to pieces. Then the red flaming sword breaks through the black smoke and debris, and continues to slash forward. Dormammu's body instantly burst into flames, and his arms instantly became knotted. Boom! The Vulcan sword seemed to strike the non-metallic shield, making a dull roar. Although it failed to cut through, the flame god didn't care. He jumped forward, also showing huge amounts of his true form, releasing terrifying power. At this moment, an extremely spectacular and shocking scene appeared in the sky. I saw the god of fire pressing down with his sword from above, suppressing the Black Titan, like a giant, like two huge meteorites, bringing countless fire rains and falling rapidly downwards from the sky. The roaring sound is extremely shocking. Dormammu was suppressed, but a purple eye suddenly opened on his forehead, with violent and terrifying energy surging inside. The flame god sneered. Waiting for you. In an instant, his molten gold eyes burst out with two red gold flame rays. At the same time, Dormammu's purple one eye also erupted with ripple-like energy shock. In an instant, the two energies collided together, surging wildly, and cracks appeared vaguely in the mirror space. But then the golden light flashed and it was repaired again. This is maintained secretly by Ancient One. And at the moment the earth is getting closer and closer. Dormammu roars like crazy, but the energy impact cannot break through the flame rays. Next second. Lees, boom. The vast earth shattered and collapsed in an instant, and the terrifying shockwave smashed everything in its path. At this time, the black circle magic circle appears under Dormammu again. He wants to teleport. At this time, a cold snort sounded, and a large number of green runes appeared on the black magic ring, shining like stars. The teleportation circle expires in an instant. The earth that had been shaking since Loki completely released the power of the god of fire finally erupted at this moment. Countless hot golden magma rising into the sky. With terrifying high temperatures, they are lifted up by an invisible force and converge towards the flame god. When it is covered on the body surface, an amazing change occurs instantly. The golden magma begins to forge itself, turning into the amazing Vulcan armor. Ferocious, rough, and at the same time extremely powerful. When the huge helmet with two ferocious antlers snapped together, the eyes of the golden Vulcan in the shadow lit up, and the surrounding space began to curl. The next second, Loki's voice sounded. It's time to say goodbye, Dormammu. Chapter 59. The sound of the end sounds. The flame god's body began to emit dazzling firelight, and everything around him began to melt like spring snow. My eyes were drying up like pool water, and Dormammu felt the smell of death in an instant. He let out a strong and unwilling roar, his body rippled like water, and his explosive breath climbed crazily. Since it is destined to fail this time, it will explode all its dark energy. But at this moment, the voice of the sun chuckled. Waiting for you. The will can die, but the power of darkness should remain. This is the voice of Ancient One. She has been preparing for this moment. In an instant, thousands of golden magic circles appeared around Dormammu with sparks of magic, and countless crimson chains erupted from inside. They are not entangled, but seem to be pierced into the black body. Under the interference from the power of the crimson dimension, Dormammu's self-destruction stopped for an instant. At this time, countless flames behind the flame god were surging, and then condensed into two equally huge amounts of flame arms. When arms are raised high, the golden fire that just broke out in an instant retracted like running water, gathering into a handful of spikes that were cut from the sun and held in the hand. Dormammu seemed to have just known something, and suddenly struggled violently, but was suppressed by the Vulcan sword. Black magic circles appeared in the void, but they were instantly disturbed by golden magic sparks out of thin air, making it impossible to build them successfully. I won't let you two go. The next time the reality barrier breaks, that's the moment I kill you too. I will put your souls in the magic flames for 100 million years. Dormammu is like a prey that has stepped into a trap. 667, facing the falling blade and issuing a final curse. Can't you accept the defeat of just duplication and death? Dormammu, I'm really curious now about how you became the Lord of the Dimension 1. Your state of mind is really unbearable. Loki's undisguised ridicule came from the flame god. The next second, the spikes formed by the golden firelight instantly penetrated the purple eye that was transformed from the scarlet symbol on Dormammu's forehead. You. As soon as Dormammu opened his mouth, his voice suddenly stopped. I saw that starting from the purple eye hit by the thorn of fire, cracks began to spread like ice cracking. When it completely spreads throughout the body, dazzling fire bursts out from the gaps. The next second, the Black Titan shattered like a statue of huge amounts, and then turned into black smoke and began to dissipate. At this time, the flame god collapsed, and Loki floated in mid-air. The Ancient One appeared, and with his hands constructed a huge magic circle several kilometers in diameter, bursting out with dazzling light. Suddenly all the scattered dark forces began to gather. As the Black Titan that Dormammu transformed into completely disappeared, 2 fists of file-size beads exuding jet-black luster were condensed. This is pure dark dimension energy, without Dormammu's will in it. Loki fell from the sky and glanced at the body on the ground. Caecilius at the moment his eyes had turned into charcoal, and the original red symbol on his forehead turned into a burning wound. He just glanced at it and then raised his head. This person was already dead the moment he was possessed by Dormammu, so there was no need for him to rob the people. At this time, Ancient One also fell from the sky, handed over one of the dark beads, and then smiled. The plan was successful. Dormammu will probably be PD to death this time. And I estimate that within hundreds of years, he will never want to come to Earth again. Loki took the bead, and at this moment he could clearly perceive the powerful energy contained in it, which should help him break through the cracked barrier. How about it? Are you confident about this promotion? Zhou Yi asked again. Loki smiled. Of course there is confidence, but it is 100% impossible. Ancient One nodded. There are definitely risks in promoting a single entity. All you have to do is to increase the probability infinitely. As he spoke, Ancient One looked at the dilapidated, blackened, and shattered mirror space and said, "Since the plan is successful, we can leave." As she spoke, she raised her hand to create a portal, and then walked forward. Loki follows behind. Then, the golden sword tip passed through Ancient One's chest in an instant. You are right, what I want to do is to increase the probability infinitely. A faint voice sounded from behind, as cold as if it came from Zhu. Boom! Withdrawing the Vulcan sword, Tongue suddenly fell to the ground. She forced her head back, vomiting blood in her mouth, and said vaguely, You betray me." Her voice is full of anger and hatred, just like Dormammu before. Not just her, countless people outside the light curtain were also stunned by this reversal, and even felt like falling into an ice cave. The two conspired to cooperate, and because of their friendship with Odin, Loki actually killed him for the sake of darkness. Obviously, this person has been plotting from the beginning. Countless people felt deeply terrified at this moment. Loki's divine power did not move, and the blood on the Vulcan sword suddenly evaporated. He lowered his head and said with a disdainful smile, "You can eat randomly, but don't talk randomly, because my cooperation with you is just a duplication to kill Dormammu. Didn't I do it? Now that the cooperation is over, I can naturally, do whatever I want. One dark energy bead can allow me to hit the realm of a single universe, so two will naturally be more stable." Ancient One's face turned green and white, and he seemed to be extremely angry. He swallowed a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth and said, "You are the God King of Asgard, how can you be so shameless?" Odin really misjudged the wrong person and handed over the position of God King to an evil person like you. Snort. Loki snorted disdainfully, with contempt in his eyes. Isn't it ridiculous to use good and evil to distinguish a God King? No one can define me. I believe my father will be very happy. Looking at the Ancient One's incomprehensible look, Loki spread his fingers and made a fist, as if he was holding something in his hand. He looked at Ancient One coldly, his eyes high. Asgard is the lord of the 9 realms, but Midgard is independent because of you, Camartage. Humph, Odin can tolerate your existence, but I can't. The lord of the 9 realms who cannot rule the 9 realms sounds too ridiculous. You know, you are the mortal Ancient One. Now, it will finally return to the rule of Asgard and be in my hands. Ancient One spit out blood and his face turned pale. You madman, Camartage exists to protect the real dimension, not for any bullshit. Loki squatted down with a smile, looked into Ancient One's eyes that were unwilling to regret and said, "Don't worry, I will take good care of Camartage for you, and even do it better. There will be no dark believers like Caecilius as long as I'm around. You have lived long enough, Ancient One, and now you have to die." As he spoke, he opened his palms, and a ball of flame appeared. "Okay, it's time to say goodbye. You will not end well." The Ancient One finished his last sentence weakly, and was directly reduced to ashes by the flames, and then disappeared with the wind. Countless places were silent at this moment outside the screen. Unlike the previous disguise, this time he was really dead, and even his ashes were spread in the earth. At this moment, the Avengers have completely forgotten their hatred for the culprit who brought about the alien invasion of New York. At the moment everyone had the same idea at the same time. That's great, the Loki of our world. The junk snacks are pretty good. Even Thanos, who is sitting on the throne of Holy Place number 2, thinks so. If Loki had found him like this, then the Dark Legion might have changed his surname. Camartage. Wang's hands and feet felt cold at this moment. Even Mordo hates darkness and feels that at least this Ancient One as the Sorcerer Supreme is better than this Loki ruling. When the powerful power is in front of him, he may be able to kill even Thor. Even Mordo suddenly felt horrified. He suddenly felt that when Thor was stimulated and ended up like this, Loki might have planned it. Hell Dimension. Mephisto did not laugh and cheer for the Ancient One to die well. He touched his chin, feeling that something was wrong. Although Loki's sneak attack is for power and domination of the 9 realms, it seems very reasonable. However, he always felt it was too abrupt. The whole story lacks a touch of spontaneity. At this moment, the scene changed. As Loki walked out of the portal, the mirror space closed, and the screen suddenly came to New York. In the surveillance room disguised by S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda's eyes were empty, as if her eyes were not here. After a few seconds, the red energy hidden deep in her eyes rolled, black symbols appeared, and her eyes suddenly became focused. "Well done, Loki." She smiled strangely, and then her expression disappeared in an instant. Wanda was distracted for a moment, shook her head to get rid of her sleepiness, and then continued to monitor the man in the screen. Chapter 60. Camartage. The square is filled with magicians and apprentices, with unconcealable nervousness on their faces. Mordo and Wang are guarding the holy place, and their expressions are the same. Everything today is too sudden. First, holy place in New York was destroyed. Then just 2 minutes later, the holy place in Asia was also destroyed. In the end, even the dimensional defense from Camartage to holy place stopped operating for unknown reasons. Fortunately, Sorcerer Supreme took action and restarted the dimensional defense after only a few minutes. However, some dark forces have invaded reality and are still a huge threat. Although Sorcerer Supreme and Asgard God King have already gone to deal with it. But Mordo and Wang, who were left responsible for guarding the holy place, were still very anxious. At this moment, a green portal appeared, revealing the broken ruins of holy place inside. But Mordo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Because although the scene looks very miserable, there is no scene of the world being corrupted and the dimension Mephisto successfully invading. Successful. But the next second, he saw Loki walking out of it with a heavy face. Modu's heart suddenly jumped and he felt uneasy. Failed? Or has that dark force escaped? Wang looked nervous, and at the moment he couldn't wait to ask. Loki God King, have you successfully dealt with the invading force of the dark dimension? He dare not imagine what the consequences would be if that thing ran away or polluted the real world. Loki nodded. It has been completely dealt with. The two men immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Modu felt that he had overthought it. But at this moment, Loki said in a low voice. Caecilius sacrificed the lives of all dark believers, causing the gap between dimensions to be too large, and too much dark energy to invade the real world. There is no other way. The Ancient One magician had no choice but to use himself as a container, absorbing all the power with Dormammu's will into his body, and finally. He sighed and said in the trembling eyes of the two people. Sorcerer Supreme sacrificed himself to protect the world. The two people's faces turned pale, they couldn't believe that the Ancient One died like this. But with the successful invasion of the Dark Dimension, this seems to be something that is not surprising. I can even say that I am lucky to be successful. Thank you God King Loki for your help. Modu bowed, suppressed his sadness, and said. I wonder if Ancient One magician said anything when he said goodbye. Loki nodded. Yes, she temporarily gave camartage to me for protection. I will not return to Asgard until the next suitable Sorcerer Supreme comes along. 1. During this period, you don't have to worry about the safety of the real dimension. Modu was silent for a moment, but Wang didn't feel anything. Tianfen said gratefully. Then the God King will be troubled. Loki glanced at Modu, feeling strange in his heart. He felt that although this man was sad about the death of the Ancient One, he was depressed because he was saying that he had not chosen the position of Sorcerer Supreme. But he didn't care about such a trivial matter, so he ordered. Holy Place in New York is only internally damaged but relatively easy to repair. As for the Hong Kong side, it needs to be reconstructed. Remember to find a few magicians who can cover up their memories to handle the official investigators. Yes. The two nodded in response. Quiet room. Loki took out 2 dark energy balls, glanced at them briefly, then put them away and closed his eyes. At the same moment, the land of nothingness. Hela at the moment no longer wears the clothes of the goddess of death, she has changed into a red jacket and leather pants, and there is even an energy gun hanging on her waist. In less than a year, she has already occupied a place in the void and became the leader of a large team of predators. There are not only hundreds of subordinates of various races, but also a small starship and 4 escort spacecraft. In the bedroom, Hela suddenly opened her eyes. She heard someone calling her through the dimension fragments. So fast. Although Hela was confused, the green vortex opened immediately with a thought. This is how Odin told her to open it. However, when she entered that familiar world, she discovered that the person standing there was Loki. Hela walks forward, and her clothes change back to those of the goddess of death. What's the matter? She said coldly. Loki rarely showed a trace of embarrassment and said. Well, I want the other 20% of the permissions. Odin Shenmian has previously told him about Hela's whereabouts and reasons. Hela was a little surprised when she heard this. Are you about to break through so soon? But I just got some useful information and am catching a kid. That prey may be related to this. Loki doesn't hide it. A breakthrough is indeed coming, but I want the remaining 20% of the authority to be used for other purposes. The dimensional journey gave him a deeper understanding of the world. This method is no longer needed to break through a single body normally, as long as he uses enough energy to impact. He now has other purposes for wanting this dimension fragment. When Hela heard this, she was suddenly shocked and said in disbelief. Are you getting stronger again? Loki nodded, not denying it. Hela did not feel the shock, but her eyes were bright and she licked her lips. Seriously, now I'm starting to look forward to how far you can go. Perhaps Asgard can rule the entire galaxy one day. However, she did not say this. Have you solved the energy problem? Hela is not stupid, and she also realized this. Loki didn't hide anything. By chance, I found an opportunity to trick Dormammu and get a lot of dark energy from him. Hela's eyes suddenly changed, staring at this younger brother with strange eyes. After a while, the corners of his mouth twitched and he said, I wonder how Odin will have the nerve to criticize me next time. Obviously you are the craziest one in our family. She definitely knows who Dormammu is. That is the dimension Mephisto, the lord of the dark dimension. In comparison, my previous wars were like children's playhouse. It's not as scary as you think. Loki smiled and did not explain any more details. Okay, force yourself to be reasonable, who can live longer than you? Hela thought for a while and then said. Then do I still need to find that prey? Loki nodded. It is still necessary. Even if I am promoted to a single target, I still need a lot of energy to replenish myself. That would be a good food. That guy actually left seeds that devoured the energy of the planet in the 9 realms, and he had no intention of letting it go. Okay, I guess I should find it soon, and then this will be my gift. Hela at the moment didn't feel there was anything wrong with working for Loki. But immediately she sneered again. But if it fails, don't blame me for going back to rule Asgard. Loki blinks. It was obviously a concern and a blessing, but when it came to her mouth, it turned into a threat. Is this sister so arrogant? Why didn't I notice it before? So, he also sneered. By the way, there is something I forgot to tell you. I am now the god of Asgard. Forget it this time. Next time we meet, as the goddess of death, you must remember to call me God King Loki. Don't forget it. Hela was stunned for a moment. She knows that with Loki's ability and strength, he will definitely become the God King. But is this too soon? Hey, let's talk about it next time. Hela snorted and opened her arms directly. Suddenly, a large amount of green divine power appeared in the void. The next second a green vortex appeared, she shook her head and went directly back to the land of nothingness. Can't help but amuse me. Loki shook his head, raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, a mixture of red and blue appeared in the remaining void, and then these divine powers began to erode the divine power covering the dark green little by little. Now is the transfer of authority, he does not need to spend as long as before. He estimated that he would be able to completely control this dimension fragment in just a few days. The next second, a green vortex appeared, and he returned to the real world. New York, late night. In the monitoring room, 3 people silently monitor the screen. At this moment, the look in Wanda's eyes suddenly disappeared and she stood up from the chair. The other 2 people raised their heads in confusion, but after their eyes met, they immediately bled from their orifices and died. All the instruments in the monitoring room also exploded with sparks at this moment, and all circuits and storage were burned out. Wanda opened the door and walked out expressionlessly. Underground clinic. Thor was already asleep and didn't even hear the door opening outside. Suddenly, he felt someone was filming him. Thor woke up in an instant, thinking that a patient was coming to take revenge on him. After all, sometimes he does treat wounds a little roughly. However, after seeing the person clearly, he felt relieved and said with a sigh of relief. 0 flowers requested. Jenny, why do you come to my place so late? But as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. This place is so messy, he always locks several doors when sleeping, how did Jenny get in? Thor suddenly showed a shy smile and said coyly. Jenny, actually, I have something to say to you these days. That I like. In a moment. Thor was like a leopard, punching the woman in the face without leaving any trace of E. Although he is now immortal, with his current physical fitness, this punch can break the facial bones. However, a white palm easily received the punch. Thor's face changed wildly, and he felt as if his fist was tightly grasped by a pair of pliers. This is definitely not the power that humans should have. He stared at the woman and shouted out in shock and anger. Who are you? He couldn't imagine what he had. Enemy. Wanda showed her strong white teeth and a weird and scary smile. Who I am? Thor Odinson, I am definitely your benefactor, and I am here to take you out of the sea of suffering. The moment his real name was called, Thor suddenly felt a creepy feeling in his heart. This is worse than he thought before. He punched away with his other hand without hesitation, but at this moment red energy appeared strangely on his fist, making him unable to move immediately. Wanda thinks of herself. Actually, I want to go slower. After all, you have the blood of the ancient gods, and rough treatment may cause damage. This is not in line with my plan. 0. But your brother's behavior is really unexpected. Thor's face changed drastically at this moment. He thought the other party was targeting him, but he didn't expect it was targeting Loki. Suddenly fell into madness, his eyes were bloodshot and he roared. What are you going to do? What are you going to do to my brother? Wanda's mouth curled up in a penetrating arc. In comparison, your brother is a better container. I have no choice but to give up on you. After the words fell, Thor fell into a violent struggle, and his brain was completely swallowed up by anger. I am already a useless person, how can I kill Loki again? Then you will really become a sinner of Asgard. Wanda looked satisfied when she saw this. It's really easy to manipulate emotions. For a moment, the black symbols under her eyes clearly appeared in her pupils, and then reflected in Thor's angry eyes. Plop! Wanda suddenly collapsed to the ground, while Thor looked calm and walked out of the bed. He glanced down at Wanda, who was also a prey that could not be given up. And you can use it immediately. Thor flicked his finger, and a black and red black magic symbol suddenly entered the opponent's brain. Go, you should know where that is. Wanda stood up, nodded, and left the room. Thor closed his eyes, and then showed a proud smile. It's just as I suspected, it's just sealing the divine power, not depriving it. Without the power of Gia, he wouldn't be able to do this. The next second, in the inner world, traces of black smoke began to spread on the sealing runes. After a few breaths, Thor raised his palm, and a trace of thunder suddenly appeared on it. But his face showed dissatisfaction. What a waste! The power of thunder can only be used so much. No wonder he was exiled by your brother. Shakes his head, Thor snaps his fingers. Suddenly out of sight, the magic circle dissipated. This is just to prevent the gatekeeper from watching Thor. Even if it weren't for those eyes, his first target would be Shen Mian's Li. The next second, when the magic circle disappeared, Thor's expression showed a trace of simplicity and excitement, as if he had regained his divine power. Then he left here and walked outside New York. Now, he wants to get his Mjolnir back. Chapter 61. Vermont. An isolated area surrounded by electric grid in the wilderness is heavily guarded. Nearly a year ago, this place was just a wilderness that no one had entered, until that day a hammer fell from the sky. The center of the base. Inside a steeple building equipped with several of the most powerful lightning protection devices, Dr. Selvig, who had just come over from the stopped Infinite Energy project, was calculating the energy amplitude to stimulate the hammer. He feels that he is right to be recruited by SHIELD. There are so many magical things. As for Mjolnir, he doesn't believe it. Because in the past 3 days, he has stimulated energy at different frequencies and inspired flames, ice, and an unknown power. It is estimated to be a weapon from an advanced alien civilization. I lost Tesseract before, but I was not fired. I must not betray the trust of Director Nick Fury this time. At this moment, he heard footsteps coming from behind. Selvig feels a little strange. In order to prevent any small vibrations and energy differences, he is the only one in the laboratory. Anyone else who comes in needs to report in advance. He turned around and his pupils suddenly shrank. Since he has come into contact with this hammer, he has naturally seen this person's information. Suspected to be Thor. Give way, thank you. Thor smiled and nodded, then held the hammer under Selvig's surprised gaze. He exerted slight force, but it turned out that he couldn't pull it out. He was not surprised at all, because this thing locked the soul breath. But that's okay. Deep in my heart, this should have been a pure white world, but now the sky is filled with black clouds and red thunder. An unconscious figure was tied to a blackened and withered tree trunk, his head lowered. At this time, a vortex appeared in the sky, Thor's body suddenly became hazy, and then a ray of golden breath was sucked up by 653. Real world. Mjolnir suddenly trembled, and then was lifted up in Selvig's shocked eyes. The sky surged for a moment, and bolts of thunder penetrated all lightning protection devices, shattering the spire and falling on Thor. With the entanglement of thunder, pieces of divine armor condensed to form Thor's armor covering Thor's body. Alarm bells suddenly sounded in the base. As soon as Selvig was about to say something, he saw the other party rising into the sky with a hammer. All this happened in just a few seconds. Selvig looked at the empty bottom of the pit, with only one thought left in his mind. I am really unemployed this time. Camartage. In the quiet room, Loki seemed to hear the sound of thunder, suddenly opened his eyes, and murmured. It's begun. After saying that, he fell from the air and left Camartage. Northern Europe, Norway. Thor suddenly fell from the air, and then landed next to a lake. He sat down in a few steps and put Mjolnir aside, with a sad look on his face. Seems like he doesn't know what he should do. At this moment, footsteps were heard from behind. Thor turned around, showing a hint of surprise at first, then smiled bitterly and said. You're here, it seems Heimdall told you. But this is normal. You are the God King now. If he doesn't report it, he will be derelict in his duty. Loki walked to Thor calmly, lowered his head and said. I didn't ask him to keep an eye on you, but I happened to be in Midgard and sensed your divine power. Now that you can lift Mjolnir again, you should understand my good intentions. Thor nodded, raised his palm, and a wisp of lightning flashed between his fingers, and said with emotion. I used to be too arrogant and too stupid. As he spoke, he showed a tangled expression and hesitated to speak. You want me to let Hogun and the other three go? Loki suddenly said calmly. Thor nodded and sighed. Actually, it's not just them who influence me, but on a deeper level, it's me who indulges them. In the end, everything is still my problem. Loki suddenly laughed and said. It's good that you can figure it out. But after all, they have offended the majesty of the gods, so they should be sent to garrison the most desolate territory. Thor was much more steady, he didn't force himself, he just sighed and said. Very good already. Loki nodded, then asked. Now that you have reawakened your divine power, do you want to return to Asgard now? I asked Heimdall to activate Bifrost. No. Thor shook his head. I haven't decided how to see my mother yet. I want to stay in Midgard for a while first. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and said in surprise. By the way, I remembered something. I came to Midgard hundreds of years ago, but was called back by my father not long after. He said that the Sorcerer Supreme of Midgard didn't like us Asgardians coming. I've been here for a year, why is no one looking for me? Loki smiled. That was before, now you can stay as long as you want. 1. Thor looked confused, why? Loki snapped his fingers after hearing this. Suddenly a portal with green sparks appeared, revealing the simple buildings behind it. Because I am the Sorcerer Supreme now. As he said that, he stepped into it, and a voice came from behind. Since you don't want to go back to Asgard, then there is something you can do for me these days. Definitely, in fact, this is even more lucky. As for how much you can realize it, it depends on your life. Bring it on. Looking at the back of Kamartaj walking in, Thor's surprised face evoked a strange smile. And in the spiritual world, Thor, who woke up at some point, looked at the reality picture in the sky and roared hysterically. Fake. That's false, Loki. Look back quickly. However, no matter how he shouted, no sound could be heard. Until the end, his expression was filled with only collapse and despair. 7 days later. Kamartaj, the top of the snow-capped mountains. I don't know when this place has been transformed into a huge amount of platform, with a large number of runes for defense carved on the edge. Loki and Thor are standing in the center of the platform, and there is no one else. At the moment Loki looked calm, but Thor was a little excited. By the way, you've been preparing for the past few days, but I'm a little confused about something. Thor scratched his head and said. Why don't we go back to Asgard? There will definitely be no enemies there who would dare to destroy anything. Even if there was, Heimdall would have discovered it in time. It's not like I'm the only one guarding it now. Loki sat down in the center of the platform, raised his head and said. Why do you think Midgard is called Midgard? Thor shakes his head very honestly. Loki said seriously. Because one of the expressions of the world tree is the energy field. And Midgard is right at the middle intersection of the world tree, which is the center of the energy field. This is why every time the celestial bodies meet, Midgard can see 8 other worlds. In addition, Kamartaj is located at an energy node, so this is the best place to comprehend the world in the 9 realms, which will help break through the single universe. Thor sneered inwardly, but on the outside he showed his education. After returning to Asgard this time, I will read all the books on the 9 realms. After hearing this, Loki showed a satisfied look. The next second, he opened his 5 fingers, and 2 dark energy entities suddenly appeared in the green light. Then he looked at Thor and gave final instructions. I'm going to start. This process may be very fast or very slow, but when I break through, you must carefully feel the breath. That will be of great benefit to you. I understand. Thor nodded, with a serious look on his face. Loki stopped talking, let go of his hand, and the 2 spheres immediately flew upward, floating above his head. The next second he closed his eyes, and as soon as he thought, wisps of pure dark dimension energy poured down, sinking into his body bit by bit. Other than that, there is no other sign. Time passes little by little. Soon the sun sets and rises again, and the first ray of golden light from the rising sun falls on Loki at the top of the mountain. At the moment, the icy cold wind that had been blowing suddenly stopped. The world seems to be changing. The next second, the screen changed. The originally blue sky turned into a dark cosmic background at this moment, with colorful and brilliant aurora surging. Looking at this scene, the corners of Thor's mouth curled up, and his smile was breathtaking. It's finally time. But he didn't move. At this moment, a golden spark suddenly appeared, and then spread out. The next moment, Modo holding a scepter and Wang holding 2 daggers appeared. The 2 angrily looked at Loki in the center of the platform, gritted their teeth and said. Tell me, did you kill the Ancient One magician? You scumbag! Sorcerer Supreme used his spiritual body to go to other dimensions to pick tea for you. Loki slowly opened his eyes, and they were filled with various energies like the colorful aurora in the sky. He did not stand up, but frowned and said. What are you talking about? The Ancient One magician died for the will of imprisoning Dormammu. Modo stared with scarlet eyes, flicked the scepter and pointed at Loki angrily. You are still making excuses until now. What is the black sphere above your head? Don't think I can't recognize that it is dark dimensional energy. Loki did not deny this time, just said calmly. It's a pity that the whole Kamartaj is only useful to you two. If you don't cherish life, don't blame me. 0. Thor, kill them. Modu and Wang immediately raised their weapons and prepared to fight. At the same time, I also secretly regretted that I rushed here after seeing the sudden scene. Although there is a message at the back of the screen saying that there will be helpers, but now there is no one at all. If I had known better, I should have brought a few more secret magicians. However, when the voice fell, there was no reaction. Modu and Wang pair. One look at it and everyone was surprised. Loki remained motionless, just turned his eyes and looked over, saying in a deep voice. What are you doing? Why don't you do it quickly? Thor's face was full of shock and he couldn't believe it. Loki, are they telling the truth? Did you really kill Sorcerer Supreme? Father said she was an Asgardian from Midgard. Loki frowned and said sternly. Why are you still so naive, Thor? Asgard is the lord of the 9 realms, Midgard is supposed to be ruled by us, and the northern Europe here was our territory thousands of years ago. Thor seemed not to have heard the rest of the words and said tremblingly. So, you really killed the Sorcerer Supreme? You were obviously not like this before. He suddenly fell into despair, as if some knowledge in his heart was broken. At this time, Modu and Wang finally realized who the helper in the mysterious message was. Well done, Thor, you made the best decision. Asgard will surely perish in his hands. Only you are worthy of being the God King. If you can't bear it, please leave or close your eyes. The two of them said each other, as if they were afraid that Thor would change his mind, and immediately attacked Loki with weapons. They have already seen that this evil God King is obviously unable to take action now due to certain circumstances. Loki glanced at Thor with his head lowered and his face full of pain and disappointment, and then his eyes returned to the two magicians. The next second, just as the weapon was about to fall, the black smoke that originally entered the body formed several ropes, tightly entangled around the two people. You two are not worthy enough to ruin my ceremony. Feeling that the magic power all over the body was stagnant and the body was completely imprisoned, Modu and Wang suddenly fell into despair. But at this moment, the mutation occurred again. A black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and two women walked out of it. The one with burgundy hair is Wanda. And the other one, holding a black magic book, is covered in black and purple energy areas. The next second, the two of them opened their palms without any hesitation and used all their strength. Suddenly two violent magic rays, one black and one red, blasted downwards. At this moment, Loki's expression finally changed. From calm to frightened and angry. The next moment, veins popped up on his forehead, and the dark dimension energy crystals above his head accelerated to release black mist. It's just that they are not absorbed, but form a barrier above to resist the constant magic rays. At this time, the black mist surrounding Modu and Wang began to loosen. It seems that Loki can't do more now. As time passes by, the shield and maintenance smoke begin to tremble. Loki finally couldn't help shouting to 2.9 Thor. Thor! I am your brother. I died here today, how do you explain it to your mother and father? Asgard will not tolerate you. Thor trembled when he heard this, then slowly raised his head the next second, as if he was persuaded. He holds Mjolnir and walks towards Mordo and Wang step by step, his expression full of pain. And listening to the footsteps getting closer and closer, the two of them became more and more desperate. They wanted to shout out, but unfortunately their mouths were also sealed by the black mist. Close, getting closer. When the footsteps stopped behind them, the two of them were completely in despair. The next moment, two big hands were placed on their shoulders, and suddenly, one point left and right. Thor has a weird and captivating smile on his face, and a pair of eyes with black symbols appear on Loki's eyes. Mordo and Wang were confused and didn't know why Thor didn't kill them, and they couldn't see each other's expressions. But at this moment, an extremely cold and slippery voice that made the soul feel uneasy and trembling suddenly sounded in front of me. You have been promoted very well, now you are mine. For a moment, the symbols in Thor's eyes were reflected in the eyes of Loki, who was looking at him. The world changes in an instant. In the pure white spiritual world, a line of red and black smoke laughed crazily. Ha 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 ha! Puppet of the single universe realm! Thank you, Dormammu, the real world is mine. He has been waiting for this moment. Loki's body and soul have completed the key to being promoted to a single body. After he masters it, all he needs to do is energy absorbing. But at this moment, besides Loki, a very familiar voice suddenly sounded. You seem to have thanked me early, Sithorn. Chapter 62. A moment. Countless people's eyes suddenly widened. Isn't this voice dead? Someone had already thought of something, and an indescribable feeling suddenly emerged in his heart, and his scalp felt numb. In the Hell dimension, Sto finally showed a pleasant secret smile. I knew it. Pure white spiritual world. The surging black smoke stopped at the moment the sound appeared, turning into a swaying figure, with a pair of red dots exposed in the eyes. It looks down. Loki is sitting cross-legged on the ground like the outside world, unable to move, and is still maintaining his promotion path. But next to it, there is blue mist seeping out from the ground, and then gradually condensing into a woman. Ancient One. An irrepressible angry voice came from the black mist, and then the appearance completely dissipated, revealing a man wearing a dark red coat, with white hair and scarlet eyes. It is the god of black magic dimension Sithorn. He stared at the woman below, gritted his teeth and said. I clearly saw that you were dead, I couldn't be wrong. Even now he still doesn't want to believe it. The Ancient One is like a blue phantom, but extremely solid. She smiled gently, One. He must be dead, otherwise how could I have deceived such a cautious being like you? Sithorn couldn't accept this answer even more. His voice suddenly rose several times, pointing to Loki with a plain expression below and saying in disbelief. As the Sorcerer Supreme of Earth, you are willing to die for an Asgardian. Is your brain sucked by Dormammu's dark energy? He felt that even if that disgusting guy Agamotto was here, he would definitely not be able to understand why the Ancient One did what he did. Hearing this, Ancient One shrugged and said in an indifferent tone. Don't say it's so scary, I just retired 2 years early. Oh, you may not understand what retirement is. What I actually mean is that since you have to die in 2 years, it's better to die now, and I'll trick you all. As she spoke, she showed a look of regret and said. It's just that guy Mephisto doesn't know what he's doing. He didn't even smell at this time. If he had known, I would have ridiculed him. In hell, the big red-skinned devil heard these words and shouted a few words in Hell dialect in a friendly manner. The specific translation is this old woman is really nothing. Anyway, he felt that the Ancient One was more like a devil than himself. At this time Ancient One sighed again and said. The only pity is that Strange may have to grow up in a different way, but that's not what I have to worry about. You are right, God King Loki. As she spoke, she turned to look. Loki's expression finally fluctuated, and he endured the feeling that the corner of his mouth wanted to twitch, and said helplessly. Don't worry, Ancient One Magician doesn't need to remind me again. Since I have promised you, I will do it well. If you feel dissatisfied at that time, you can come to me at any time. At this time, how could Sithorn still not know that he had been completely calculated? The failure of that idiot Dormammu was just a trap set by the two of them for themselves. But he looked at the two people below with cold eyes. This Asgardian cannot move. Ancient One, do you think you can crush me to death on your own? You are so naive. Many hunters were actually killed by their prey. Ancient One smiled, One. You are right, God King Loki really needs to maintain the key to promotion now and cannot fight. But, have you forgotten one thing? Hearing this, Sithorn instinctively felt uneasy. At this moment, I heard the other party faintly say. This is the spiritual world, not as materialistic as the real world, this is more idealistic. So, as a believer in the god of ice and fire, it is reasonable for me to receive gifts from the gods, right? As he finished speaking, blue ice crystal symbols were reflected in Ancient One's eyes, and the original red dark dimension symbol on his forehead also turned into a Vulcan mark. Boom! In an instant, the pure white spiritual world undergoes tremendous changes. The earth is covered with countless ice and snow, but brown volcanoes rise from the ground, spewing thick black smoke and hot magma. The sky is even weirder. In the dark red clouds, countless fire crows flap their wings and fly up and down. But there are a lot of snowflakes and cold wind howling in the air. This should have been a very divisive scene, but at the moment there was no disharmony at all. Before this, she had already received the divine gift from Loki in her heart. Sithorn's body shook and turned into a rolling black mist again. Only two scarlet dot-like eyes were exposed, looking down with malice. The meager power inherited from Gia dares to be called a god. I could defeat him back then, let alone you. Ancient One raised the palm of his right hand, and a sticky flame began to slowly wrap around the ice ball. Oh, but the version recorded by Kamartaj doesn't seem to be like this. It says that you ran away and left the earth. As she spoke, she ignored Sithorn in the sky, turned to look at Loki and said in wonder. Ice and fire blend together, and the Emperor actually complements each other. Tisk, tisk, God King Loki, your power is really a bit outrageous. At this time, an angry roar came from the sky. Damn you, Ancient One! In an instant, the black mist spread suddenly, and countless red lightning fell, covering the two people below. How to say? Ancient One said. Fortress of Ice. Loki said without raising his head. The Ancient One nodded, stamped his foot, and a roar suddenly sounded, and layers of blue ice rose up from the ground to form huge amounts of ice fortress. Scarlet lightning fell densely on it, and a violent explosion suddenly occurred, shattering countless ice fragments. But in the end, except for leaving only scorched black marks, it was not broken. And at this moment, a blue magic circle appeared in the dark red clouds in the sky. The next second, countless flames carrying exploding magic balls rushed towards the black mist. Seeing this, Sithorn rushed towards the ice fortress below without hesitation, widening the distance from the fire crows, and at the same time brewing a new attack. However, a very strange scene occurred at this time. He was obviously flying downward, but at this moment his vision blurred. I don't know for a moment whether the sky and the earth are turning around, or whether his cognition has been interfered with. When Sithorn looked again, he found that he was facing the fire crows in the sky, and they had already collided with each other. In an instant, the black mist was submerged by the fire crow. Thousands of exploding orbs and flames explode at the same time. The sky roared and trembled crazily at this moment, forming a sea of fire. At this time, a roar full of rage sounded inside. The sea of fire actually seemed to be soaked in ink, turning into a pure black soup-like thing in the blink of an eye, exuding a disgusting smell. The next second, black magic acid rain that can instantly corrode even rocks pours down. North wind. Loki continued. Ancient One nodded, blue ice crystals spinning in his eyes. Suddenly, the inner world was quiet at first, and then the howling north wind blew. The black rain that fell in an instant was all frozen. They hit the ice fortress and the ground, leaving nothing but black hail, unable to cause any damage. At this time, the volcano roared and began to erupt violently. The magma inside condenses into red and high-temperature sharp arrows and shoots towards Sithorn. Hey, do you think I'm a target? Sithorn transformed into a smaller human form this time, concentrating his mental defense to prevent the weird space changes before. Really? The sharp arrow, which was obviously an attack from the front, suddenly appeared from behind. Humph, ridiculous space manipulation, do you really think I will be affected a second time? Sithorn sneered, and a magic barrier instantly appeared behind him, and all the sharp arrows shattered when they hit it. However, those fragments did not fall, but melted into magma in an instant, forming chains that instantly wrapped around Sithorn's body. The next second, blazing white ionic flames rise up. Suddenly, the sound of water droplets entering the hot oil pan was heard, and Sithorn couldn't help showing a look of pain, as black smoke continued to burn on his skin. But just for a second, pus-like black juice flowed out of those burned wounds, and the flames were extinguished in the blink of an eye. Then there was a bang, and the chain was shattered. Hundreds of dark fragments are corroded with magic symbols, turning into black meteors and hitting the ice fortress below. Bang 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 bang! The ice cap that cannot be broken by scarlet lightning is torn apart by the constant impact of black meteors. Armor of the Fire God. Loki's voice sounded, and Ancient One raised his left hand. Suddenly the ground in front of the two men was torn apart, golden magma spurted out, and instantly solidified into a huge amount of golden armor standing there. Clang, clang, clang. One after another impact sounds were heard, but the Vulcan armor did not move at all and did not cause any damage. Seeing that the attack was easily resolved again, Sithorn snorted coldly. As soon as he raised his arms, a huge amount of black magic circle appeared. It is covered with dense and twisted magic symbols. A normal person will lose their mind at just one glance. Even a powerful magician will feel dizzy and vomiting when he sees it. And it did not release any attacks, but continued to expand. This is black magic that pollutes the soul. Well, I don't need you to tell me what to do. I'm better at this. Ancient One's eyes suddenly turned white like energy. With a thought, miniature white magic arrays suddenly appeared in the sky, surrounding the Black Demon 473 array. The next second, white flames burst out from inside. When it touches the black magic array, the latter is like spring snow meeting the blazing sun, and it immediately begins to melt rapidly. Weishan Emperor's white magic. Sithorn was so angry at this scene that he suddenly seemed to have lost his mind. He has lost his human appearance, and his body is expanding rapidly and crazily, like a giant made of black mist, with countless scarlet lightnings exploding in his body. However, the clouds in the sky suddenly rolled. Stand up! Then a huge divine sword burning with flames broke through and slashed towards the black fog giant. Boom! A giant claw grips the sword blade tightly, and the flames and black mist on it keep fighting. At this time, Ancient One finally raised his right hand. That is the power of ice and fire that has been continuously gathered and compressed from the beginning. At the moment it exudes an aura of destruction. Loki took a look and couldn't help but said. Fortunately, this is my power, and even if it explodes in my mind, I can't hurt myself. Otherwise I will fail this time. Ancient One smiled. Isn't this what you taught me? Besides, everything is going according to plan, isn't it? As she spoke, she tossed it gently. But this extremely compressed sphere only flew a few meters before it instantly changed its position and appeared in front of the black fog giant. The next second, blue and yellow light burst out and tangled, drowning the black fog giant. Time and reality in the spiritual world are different. Even though countless years have passed inside, it may only be a moment outside. And in Thor's spiritual world, even though Sithorn's will has broken away, Thor is still firmly chained to the scorched tree trunk. This is to prevent accidental backup. Thor looked desperately at the sky at this moment, and looked at the black symbols in Loki's eyes desperately. He is blaming himself, why he was not beaten to death by Surti directly in the Fire Kingdom. Who? At this moment, green flames suddenly burned around the tree stump out of thin air. Thor was awakened for a moment, and his eyes widened when he saw the familiar flames. The next second, the green fire condensed into a figure like running water. What, are you surprised? Loki smiles. Chapter 63. Loki. Thor was stunned for a moment, unable to understand why the other party appeared in his spiritual world. Wasn't he being invaded by that evil existence? He raised his head stiffly and saw the hole in the sky. On the screen, Loki's colorful eyes are still occupied by black magic symbols. And if that is Loki, then who is in front of me? Loki seemed to have expected this. He slowly walked up to Thor, put his hand on the dark chain, looked directly into the confused and desperate eyes and said, "My stupid brother, this is not a problem you should consider. Now, it's time for you to be angry." The voice fell, Loki had disappeared, leaving only green flames burning on the chains. Thor feels something. He lowered his head and saw that the chains that bound him began to melt little by little under the burning of the green flames. Thus, thunder appeared in the eyes. A spiritual world filled with ice and volcanoes. The Ancient One uses the power of Loki, and the compressed power of ice and fire completely explodes. The red and blue light formed a special sun, completely submerging the black fog giant, releasing unimaginable power. And in the midst of the terrorist explosion, Sithorn showed a sneer. Ancient One delays time to gather strength. Why am I no longer waiting for this opportunity? Ever since she entered the spiritual world and saw the Ancient One, she knew that the plan was probably going to fail. Especially after seeing the divine power given by the Asgardian, I became even more convinced that it was basically impossible for me to make a comeback. The longer it goes on, the more dangerous it becomes. It's better to give up then, at least there is still a chance of success in the future. A temporary victory or defeat means nothing. At the moment Sithorn has returned to human form, and the black mist giant is the shell formed by most of his power. After the power of ice and fire exploded, he detonated his own power without hesitation. Suddenly the black fog giant also exploded at the same time. In an instant, black appears in the interlaced red and blue light. The Ancient One's expression changed, and he walked up to Loki without any hesitation, and then pressed his hands against the ground. Suddenly, layers of golden magma condensed into a bowl-shaped barrier, covering the two of them upside down. At the same time, there are a lot of golden symbols on it. That's Emperor Weishan's heavy defensive spell. It was at this moment that the impact of the explosion overwhelmed everything. At the same time, a dark bolt of lightning shot out from the explosion towards the hole in the sky at a terrifying speed. The eyes are the windows to the soul. This is actually not a metaphor, but in God it is really like this. Real world. The dark symbols in Loki's eyes suddenly came alive. It wants to be reflected back in Thor's eyes and occupy the heart. However, an angry roar sounded at this time, and the terrifying thunder exuding the smell of death occupied Thor's eyes. At this moment, Thor truly returns. Occupation failed. Sithorn was suddenly bounced back into Loki's spiritual world. Impossible. He suddenly fell into rage and didn't understand why Thor, who was suppressed by himself to the point of collapse, broke through his confinement. And at this moment, the spiritual world suddenly lit up with green light. Loony runes appear from the void one by one. At the moment, the spiritual world is no longer the land of ice and fire before, but has turned into a black void. Countless runes are like stars, twinkling at the moment. The next second, an extremely huge emerald green glowing barrier was formed. Countless chains shot out from above, all wrapped around Sithorn's body. If it were before, he could even break the barrier in advance and prevent it from forming. Even if it is formed, it can be resisted. But just now, most of his power self-destructed, his power has weakened by an unknown amount, and now he has completely turned into a lamb to be slaughtered. At this time, Loki's voice echoed in the barrier, 1. Sithorn, I knew you were coming in a long time ago, why didn't I prepare a big gift for you in advance? In fact, if you can fight to the death like Dormammu, it will be really difficult for me. In my mind, the longer the battle lasts, the greater the impact it will have on me. Otherwise, do you think my power is really only the same as before, or do you look down on the Sorcerer Supreme? After a pause, the voice chuckled, with a mocking tone. The Ancient One magician told me that you are as cunning as Mephisto, so I guess you won't fight to the death. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. So now, do you have anything else you want to say? Sithorn's scarlet eyes seemed to be able to see the hateful face outside through the barrier. However, he did have doubts, so he spoke angrily. Since you know my existence, why didn't you just kill me before? Why put on this show? He has been sneaking around because the witch's power is not awakening, so the power he can use is very limited. Only by invading the spiritual world and using the personality of magic symbols, can we become more powerful here. At the same time, if Loki hadn't been unable to move and defend, he would have had no chance to come in. These two people are very powerful in the real world. With his current strength, even if he only encounters one of them, he will definitely lose. Loki's faint voice came. I said it at the beginning. You are actually the prey, Sithorn. I don't hesitate to use myself as bait. Do you think what I am planning will be simple? After hearing this, Sithorn suddenly felt extremely uneasy. At this time Loki's cold voice sounded again. The magic symbols you worked so hard to project into the real world belong to me, Sithorn. In an instant, blue magic arrays condensed on the barrier, and countless flames spread along Sithorn's body. This is the white magic flame summoned by Ancient One. Suddenly, black smoke erupted from Sithorn's body, and he screamed in pain. At this moment, his will is constantly melting, and he is unable to resist the white magic of Emperor Waishan. Hell Dimension. Looking at this scene, Mephisto laughed hysterically at the moment, feeling happier than enslaving 10,000 high-quality souls. Sithorn, a treacherous man, had the nerve to mock Dormammu for being brainless. As a result, my losses are even worse now. They just lost some dark dimension energy, this guy even lost his own magic symbol. Sithorn also understands what is going to happen. If the controlled puppet dies normally, your own magic symbols will naturally return to the black magic dimension. But now, he felt that his will was getting weaker and weaker, and it was like a candle in the wind, about to be extinguished at any time. Do you really think I don't have any backup plans at all? Loki, you will never be promoted to a single player in your life. At this moment when the sound falls. In the real world, the Book of Darkness suddenly trembled slightly, and the time flow rate of reality and soul reached synchronization. In the horrified eyes of Mordo and Wong, Thor roared, grabbed the two of them and threw them. Then holding Mjolnir, with countless thunders flashing on his body, he struck the two witches in the sky. Wanda immediately changes the direction of the scarlet ray in her hand and blocks Thor. And the Dark Witch Agatha has undergone a sudden change at the moment. Of her original 10 fingers, only the first section of the fingertips was pitch black. But as the dark divine book in his hand shook, blackness crazily spread towards the entire body. She was only controlled by a black magic before, but at the moment her entire body and soul were corroded. Outside the light curtain, Agatha showed fear she had never seen before. She raised her hand tremblingly, looking at the dark fingertips, she let out a scream of terror that she had never heard before. All the caution and luck before this moment turned into despair and fear. Asgard. Frigga appeared in Bifrost at some point, holding Odin's eternal spear, and seemed to have been waiting for a long time. And Heimdall stared at the deep space of the universe, his eyes were extremely distant. Earth. The Dark Witch has completely fallen into darkness, and her body exudes the same black mist as Sithorn. The Book of Darkness opened automatically in the next second, and she began to recite evil magic spells continuously. Suddenly, black spheres condensed from the void, exuding a disgusting aura. Then an even more disgusting scene appears. These spheres sprouted tentacles one after another, and then plunged into the body of the Dark Witch, and then shriveled up little by little. The next second, as if they had absorbed enough flesh and blood, these black balls suddenly opened their scarlet eyes. It seems that the mummy of the Dark Witch is connected to form some new evil thing. Go to hell, Loki! In an instant, dozens of eyeballs began to surge with terrifying energy. Thor's eyes were full of thunder, and he roared with extreme anger when he saw this scene, and the lightning that broke out on his body became even more explosive. However, he only speeded up a little, but was still blocked by the scarlet energy. It was too late to stop that monster. At this moment, he fell into despair again, feeling that he was still the same useless person as before, unable to help Loki at all. But at this moment, a colorful torrent came across the distant distance of the universe. No one teleports. What Bifrost projects is just a weapon. The eternal spear Gangnir is wrapped around the golden thunder, instantly hitting the monster that the Dark Witch turned into. Then he passed the opponent's body from the platform of the peak and blasted into the snow-capped mountain valley. Spiritual world. Mephistos' thorns will completely evaporated with an unwilling roar. Definitely. This cannot be his true form, it is just a duplication similar to Dormammu. At this time, the green barrier disappeared and the chains dispersed, leaving only two symbols representing magical power in the air. They are already ownerless things. At this time, the Ancient One nodded to Loki, then dissipated and left the spiritual world. That is, at the same moment. In the real world, the background of the universe that was originally changed due to Loki's promotion finally surges again. Colorful brilliant energy aurora, like falling down like a waterfall and drowning Loki. Before, the dark dimension energy crystals were just wisps of black mist falling down, but now they are like ice cubes falling into hot water, disintegrating in an instant, and are all absorbed by Loki. In an instant, the vision in his eyes disappeared, and blue ice crystals appeared. Then the Vulcan mark on the forehead also lights up. They begin to evolve in the colorful aurora, Niujian Zhao. The ice crystals turned into deeper and mysterious symbols. The flames of the Vulcan mark extend to both sides, like wings spread out. It was at this moment that Loki's aura began to rise steadily. That sense of oppression made Zhe Wang and Mo Du feel as if they had been slapped by a giant hand, and they fell to the ground suddenly unable to get up. The cells in their entire bodies were trembling instinctively. And Thor and Wanda, who have already awakened themselves, are not much better. The two fell from the air with a bang, kneeling on one knee on the ground, holding on with both arms, they would fall down at any time. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Until a certain note. Snap sound. Everyone seemed to hear some kind of crisp sound of breaking. In an instant, the irresistible aura of terror disappeared, and instead a feeling of emptiness appeared. Loki is obviously sitting there, but they can't feel it. The four of them looked at it at the same time and saw a pair of bright eyes opening. My soul suddenly trembled. Their vision changed instantly, as if they saw everything and everything. At this time, boom! No lightning appeared, but a thunder sounded in the universe, completely ignoring the rules of physics and passing it out. Decoration. At this moment, the land of nothingness, Sakar, and some hidden places, or some extremely huge existences hidden in the corners of the universe suddenly raised their heads. They heard the voice. Suddenly I understood that someone had broken the boundaries and was promoted to single-body Feng Zhou. Chapter 64. Outside the light curtain. At this moment, countless heroes or villains fell into indescribable shock. Although the picture in front of me does not exist in my own world. But the aura that permeates out is as infinite and mysterious as the starry sky, making people feel how insignificant they are. New York. Tony Stark looked at the light screen blankly, and couldn't help but murmured. I take back what I said before, this Loki is better. All the Avengers nodded in unison, including Thor. If there was such a strong person in my own world, there would probably be nothing wrong with becoming a subordinate of Asgard. After all, this Loki would not ignore the whole of New York like the United World Security Council and directly drop a nuclear bomb, and he would also know how to open that mirror space to fight Dormammu. Asgard. Odin fell silent. It's all Loki, why is this kid just trying to die every day, yet he can break through the single universe? He had a hunch that this roadbed would definitely defeat Ragnarok. Within the Illuminati, Black Bolt, Professor X, and others looked at Maria Rambeau at the same time. Captain Marvel, the most powerful and invincible warrior among all. Facing everyone's questioning gazes, she was the first to say. It's completely incomparable. Let's put it this way, even if this Loki doesn't use any divine power or runes now, I will definitely be defeated in one breath. If it was before promotion, she still had a little bit of confidence and felt that she could at least fight. Then at the moment, there is no such thought at all. Because that's not called fighting, it's called suicide. It was like he was an egg, jumping from the 20th floor and hitting Loki's earth. Hearing what Maria Rambeau said, everyone in the Illuminati fell silent. Obviously, this kind of power is beyond their imagination. The top of the snow mountain. The cosmic background in the sky slowly disappears, returning to the original blue sky, and the terrifying sense of oppression also disappears. Wanda's eyes are still shrouded in darkness. At the moment the pressure disappeared, he raised his hands without any hesitation, condensed 2 balls of red energy and shot towards 500 not far away. Her order at the moment is to attack Loki. Loki stood up floating, without any movement of using power, just with a look, 2 groups of crimson energy stagnated in front of him. For a moment, he seemed to perceive something, and suddenly said, "Interesting, no wonder Sithorn was in your body at that time." It seems that he was interested in this power. So, he was indeed tricked by Dormammu. If Caecilius hadn't said "Have you heard of Dormammu?" it's obvious that Sithorn wouldn't be so miserable. Loki laughed and could only say that fate is really wonderful. Then he casually snapped his fingers. Snapped. Wanda, who was about to attack for a moment, suddenly froze, just like the previous attack. At the edge of the platform, Modu and Wong looked at this scene with despair on their faces. They don't know how powerful this God King is now, but with just a snap of his fingers, he used space power to solidify the witch. This is even more powerful than the dead Sorcerer Supreme. At the beginning, the opponent still needed to sneak attack from behind, but now I am afraid that he can be crushed from the front. The most important thing is that I can't run away. Even with the sling ring, it is impossible to open the portal in front of the opponent. Loki walked toward the 2 of them step by step with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of Modu and Wong, the smiles were extremely oozing. As they got closer and closer, their psychological defenses collapsed one after another. Just when the 2 were deciding whether to jump off the cliff, a helpless voice sounded. "Okay, why did the God King scare them too?" As the voice fell, a blue portal opened out of thin air, and the Ancient One with a light blue halo walked out of it. Modu and Wang's eyes widened immediately, and they couldn't believe what they saw. But at this moment, there was a roar from the snow valley below. The snow and gravel were exploded, and a witch mummy, cacked, with a dozen external eyeballs crawled out. The eternal spear is still pierced through her chest, but it is not fatal at all. The dark divine book above the head keeps turning, emitting bursts of black smoke. "I have retired." Ancient One spoke in advance. Loki's face showed a look of helplessness. "Ancient One, magician doesn't need to be reminded again, I will never forget strange things." As he spoke, he turned to look at Snow Valley, and shook his fingers at the witch monster that was roaring at him. In an instant, a huge amount of flaming palm appeared out of thin air, closed it, and then shook it suddenly. When it was opened again, except for the eternal gun, there was not even a trace of ashes inside the witch monster, and it had completely evaporated. At this time, the dark divine book trembled, fell to the ground with a clatter, and turned back into a dead object. Loki thought, and his invisible hand flew up holding 2 items. He first took the eternal spear, checked that it was not contaminated, and put it into the micro-space he constructed casually. This is a spell he developed based on the mirror space, but he couldn't do it as he pleased before he was promoted to a single body. At this time, Motive finally couldn't help but ask what was going on. Ancient One did not go into details, but simply told the 2 that they had to act in order to deal with the Dimension Mephisto. then took the two back to Kamartaj. As for the Book of Darkness, she just told him to be careful and said nothing more. Anyway, the two of them have to meet up later to complete one last thing. Here, Loki looked at Thor and nodded, praising for the first time. You did a good job this time. This is probably the first time Sithorn has suffered such a big loss. Thor's eyes were stunned, and the sharpness in Thor's eyes instantly disappeared, and he returned to his original eyes and said, "Who is Sithorn? Forget it, you should go back to Asgard to study." The corners of Loki's mouth twitched. Before Thor could complain, a portal with green sparks appeared at the opponent's feet. In Bifrost, Heimdall immediately raised his head and saw the newly reborn eldest prince falling from the top with a loud sound, and then fell in front of Frigga's toes with a loud sound. At this moment, he suddenly felt that this person came back a little early. At this time, Loki's voice sounded from the other side of the portal. "Mom, remember to watch him write books. If you don't obey, ask Heimdall to call me. I will send him to Hell Hades, the kingdom of the dead, for training next time." After giving the last instruction, he nodded to his mother and closed the portal. Then he took a step forward, and the green vortex submerged his body. Inside the dimension fragments, Loki opened his palm, and two pure black magic symbols suddenly appeared, floating in the air. A few minutes later, the blue portal appeared, and the Ancient One walked out of it. "The explanation is over," Loki said. Ancient One nodded, then said seriously, "Kamartaj will trouble you to take care of it for the next 3 years, but I guess it is basically impossible for Dormammu and Sithorn to make any noise in a short time. But Mephisto, you have to be careful. This time I wanted to catch him as well, but this guy didn't take the bait. This guy is definitely planning something, otherwise he would definitely join in the fun. This time, she did more than just appear in the whole plan." A motorcycle rider in Texas also inadvertently exposed some information. The two of them haven't used up their back UPS yet, such as the 2 infinite gems of time and space. After a pause, Gu Yi said again. "Then there's Strange. When the truck hit him, remember to be there. Don't let him die directly. Just have his hands shattered and fractured." Presbyterian Hospital. For some reason, Strange felt his scalp numb. He had a vague feeling that this bald woman was talking about another version of himself. At this time Loki said casually, "If that doesn't work, I'll let Modu hit him with the car, that way I'll be more confident. Then it will change the future. Then if you use Time Gem to peek into the future, you are not afraid of the impact." "I did not see it." "Okay, I believe it." Gu face sincere, expressionless, then turned to look at the 2 magic symbols in midair and suddenly asked, "Do you know the origin of magic?" Loki thought for a moment and said, "It should have appeared with the birth of the universe, just like the laws of this world." The Ancient One nodded and asked again, "Then do you know what magic is?" Loki was silent for a few seconds and tried. "The effect of arbitrarily constructing it with special energy and leveraging the rules of the universe." Ancient One did not sell it, said. "In my opinion, magic is a means of utilizing certain specific energies and extra-dimensional energies, such as reality distortion, mind control, and elemental attacks. But according to a scientist I met, magic is a science, but it has a different set of rules. Also, during a trip to a foreign land, a strange person said to me, magic is actually an idea, and lies make it a reality. He said this is like telling a perfect story to the world, so that at a specific, shining moment, the world believes that a person can fly." Loki frowned upon hearing this. The first 2 are easy to understand, but are the latter ones too philosophical? As Ancient One spoke, his voice suddenly became distant. "But the real truth is that magic comes from the 5th generation of eternity, who weaves illusions and gives them the structure of reality 1. Before this, there was no magic in the world." Loki was a little shocked by this information for a moment, but he immediately remembered something and blurted out. The 5th generation of eternity, so which generation is it now? Very keen, but I don't know. The Ancient One shrugged, God knows what level to know that. She can't ask her immediate boss how many of your fathers have died. I finally retired and I will be laid off. She quickly changed the topic. Okay, I have said all this to give you a concept of magic. As for whether it is idealism or materialism, it depends on yourself. It's time to deal with these 2 magic runes. As she spoke, she exposed Zheng. With a serious expression, he said in a serious tone. If you think about it, if you really want to turn this place into your own magical dimension, then you will definitely have a battle with Sithorn's body in the future, which will be inevitable. Although we succeeded in erasing part of his will and power today, I'm afraid it's not even 100,000th or even 1/1,000,000th of his original body. He is the ancient god who has ruled the black magic dimension for countless years. He is far more powerful than Dormammu and Mephisto. Any smart person will hesitation or even flinch after hearing these words. But Loki just looked calm, looking at the 2 magic numbers in midair and said, No, on the contrary, I am looking forward to that day. Even if I die, I will die on the way to the highest point. As he spoke, he turned his head again and suddenly smiled. Besides, fate is unpredictable, I may not lose. Chapter 65. Destiny. When this word came out of Loki's mouth, Gu instantly felt as if something had changed. It's just that the feeling passed away in a flash, as elusive as the wind passing through the fingertips. She is suddenly relieved. Yes, even the Supreme Eternity no longer knows which generation it is. How can the god of black magic remain unchanged forever? I have lived for so many years and yet I am not as good as a junior like Loki. I really feel inexplicably relieved. Let's start. Ancient One made a starting move to build a seal. Loki nods and does the same thing. The next second, the 2 of them started at the same time. It's just that Ancient One did not use the power in the spirit body, but only made a spell-casting gesture. Although Loki didn't look at it, he perfectly copied the Ancient One's movements, and layers of green spark arrays were continuously constructed. As he came up with the idea, all the magic circles immediately flew towards the 2 magic symbols in the sky. Tens of minutes later, a green sun appears in the sky. If you look carefully, you will find that it is formed by a large number of magic circles interspersed and gathered together. The 2 dark magic symbols in the center are also gradually changing, from black to gem-like green. And the light of the sun is actually emitted by it. Wherever the light shines, the aura within the dimension fragments also begins to change at this moment, becoming more mysterious. The Ancient One and Loki stopped at this point. Looking at the sun in the sky, Ancient One smiled and said, Although it's just a prototype, if you have created magic now, you can borrow it from others. Loki shakes his head. No, I have a better idea, but I definitely can't complete it with my current strength. What do you think, can you tell me? Ancient One was really surprised at this moment, and even couldn't help but be curious. There's nothing I can't say. This is what I came up with when I overheard Wang going to withdraw money when I was in Camartage. Loan? This sounds no different from Dimension Mephistus. Loki said with a smile. No, Wang used Hamilcho's bank card to withdraw money. So at that time I was thinking, what if I set up a magic bank? Usually, magicians store unused magic power in my bank, dimension, and you can withdraw it when you use it. In contrast, you only need to pay some magic power fees. Hearing this, Ancient One took a deep breath. What an amazing idea! If you succeed in doing this, you will touch all Mephistus cakes. This idea sounds like Loki is serving all the magicians, but getting only a little interest. But in fact, just like all banks on the planet, the goal is the customer's principal. How many magicians are there in the world? Probably countless. And the magic power these people continue to store will be an astronomical unit, and there will be more and more. Because it is impossible for everyone to store it today and use it tomorrow. Even some magicians will most likely not fight a few times every day. Not to mention those who die under various circumstances, their stored magic power becomes unclaimed. Even so, Ancient One believes that no magician would refuse. Because if the magic power in each magician is not used, it will remain there forever and will not continue to increase. However, it can be recovered through meditation after consumption. So, once Loki's idea succeeds, the magic it will bring is simply unimaginable. I don't know how many times more powerful than Mephisto in all dimensions. Even if all the magicians that store magic power are taken out, Loki will definitely make a profit. Because when depositing and withdrawing, a magic fee will be paid to Loki. This adds up to a very large amount of magic power. Besides, the above situation will basically never happen. But Ancient One immediately thought of something and frowned. But just storing magic power doesn't seem to work. They still need to borrow magic power through the dimension Mephisto. This is also the reason why magicians don't care much about cultivating magic power. Loki shows a confident look. It is precisely because of this that they choose to store tens of thousands of dollars with me. I will create a new spell, and the only cost of using it is that the stored magic must be used. Ancient One's eyes become brighter. The logic is closed. Because all the stored magic power actually belongs to Loki after entering this dimension. So magicians can only use stored magic to use Loki's spells, other magic cannot be used. This is actually the same as the magicians who can only use the magic of Mephistos to pay the price, but their own magic power cannot cast spells. That is, the magic of dimension Mephisto can only be used with the energy of this Mephisto. But the costs of the two are completely opposite. Using the magic of dimension Mephisto makes it impossible to lose your life, and even your soul is not your own. And using Loki not only has no cost, but you can also always access your stored magic power, so there will be no situation where you use it and lose it. So, as long as this magician is not a fanatical believer of Mephisto, he will store magic power in Loki without any hesitation. Ancient One took a deep breath, although she doesn't need to do that now as a spirit body. But I still feel my soul throbbing. I can't calm my inner emotions. So shocking. This idea can definitely be regarded as great and will definitely change the pattern of the dimensional world in the future. There will even be a dimension in the end. Mephisto can't help but imitate Loki. But by the time they react, it may be too late. Changing the nature of magic and its release method is a problem. Coupled with issues such as opportunities and a crisis of trust, no one can compete with Loki. 0 Please give me flowers. For example, if Sithorn, Mephisto, and the like opened a magic bank, would magicians dare to deposit money? Once the scene is formed, it will be Loki who eats meat, while Mephisto can only drink soup by mouth. And it wasn't just the Ancient One who thought about this at this moment. Outside the light curtain, Mephisto also thought about the issue of crisis of integrity. After all, most dimensions of Mephisto have a really bad reputation. But he is okay. He thinks that he does not rely on borrowing spells to become stronger, but relies on his excellent eloquence. As for the Crimson Lord Sidorak, it is possible that he will not be affected at all. That guy does not rely on this to become stronger. But the hardest part is definitely Sithorn. This guy is probably completely numb, and now he is sure that the other person is definitely swearing. No wonder this Loki is confident of defeating Sithorn. But Mephisto was not in a good mood at the moment. Because the Trinity Wetian Emperor, who is known as the most powerful white magic, may be about to take off. This person is still very reliable in the hearts of most magicians. However, this light curtain did not conceal this kind of information that was so terrifying that it could change the pattern of Mephisto in the dimension. 0.00. Is this really okay? As the most deceptive devil, he knows that there is no free lunch in the world. And when he thought that when he wanted to join the chat room, his thoughts were blocked by a green light, he felt even more that there must be some secret in it. Looking at the Ancient One showing such a shocked look in front of him for the first time, Loki still felt very good. However, he was not arrogant, but smiled and said, "This is just an idea, and the road to the future is still far away. It's very close." In the eyes of Ancient One, this idea is more important than all the roads to be taken next. Even at the moment, she really felt that Loki could defeat Sithorn, the cancer of the universe. Even the probability is very high. "I wish you success." The Ancient One can only offer his blessing, and this path can only be taken by Loki himself. After a long breath, she asked casually, "What are your plans next? Do you want to start studying magic now? Kamartaj also has some hidden spell books, you can go and take a look first." Loki thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, before that I want to try my current strength." Creating magic does not happen overnight, and now he wants to become familiar with the power of the single body realm. "It seems you already have a choice," Ancient One said thoughtfully. Loki nodded, with a hint of coldness on his face. "What God King Bor failed to do back then, I can do it now. One. Besides, keeping them in the 9 realms is a hidden danger after all." These were words with murderous intent, but Ancient One nodded in agreement. After all, the dream of this group of people is to bring permanent darkness to the entire universe. She thinks it will be gone if it is gone, but it is actually quite good. Chapter 66. Wad Alheim. One of the 9 realms. This is a planet with a dry and yellow appearance, and it looks like it is full of death. Loki floats quietly in the universe staring at the planet, while Thor follows behind him. As for the Ancient One, it has turned into starlight and left to return to eternity. At the moment it has been 3 days since the dimension fragments integrated the magic symbols. This is what Thor said with a curious look on his face. "Is this where the dark elves live? It looks so desolate." Loki gave him a cold look. "If you read the Chronicles of Asgard you'll know why." Hearing this, Thor wished he could give himself a piece of cake. Sure enough, the next second he heard the other party say something that made him very heartbroken. "Go back and copy that book for me. If you dare to ask Sif to do it for you, I will throw her into the star mine." Thor smiled faintly. No, I will definitely write it myself." Loki shook his head helplessly, and then slowly told the history. Wad Alheim was not like this more than 10,000 years ago. But a planet full of life like Midgard and Vanaheim. Funeral elves live in the swamps in the south, trolls live in the north, orcs from the east, and the dark elves are just one of the races here. Although there are constant wars all year round, it will not have any impact on Wad Alheim original. But it wasn't until Malekith of the Black Bile family killed his mother and became the Lord of the Wild Hunt that the dark elves rose. Because he got TIE particles. So Malekith ruled Vat Alheim. But his ambitions don't stop there. The Dark Elves want to use the intersection of the 9 realms to drag the entire 9 realms into darkness in one fell swoop. But they failed. God King Bor of Asgard defeated them in 8,000 years and sealed TIE particles. Malekith had to flee back to his home star with the remaining Dark Elves. But the use of TIE particles is not without cost. And the cost of Malekith's use is the life of this planet. Now except for the Dark Elves who can survive for 20 years, all other races here are completely dead. Hearing this, you were puzzled and said. Then why didn't Grandpa just take advantage of the victory and completely eliminate the Dark Elves? Loki was silent for a moment and said. Perhaps because the TIE particles are sealed, the Dark Elves lose their threat. And many Asgard soldiers died in that battle, and Asgard also needs to recuperate. As he spoke, he looked at the planet again and said. So I came here this time to see what the Dark Elves look like today. 8,000 years have passed, if they have completely metamorphosis into an ordinary race and have no ambitions, I can also show mercy. What if not? Thor asked. Then there's no need. As the faint voice fell, Lug led Wooer to the place where the planet's life factors reacted the most. This is a huge amount of crack, like a hideous scar on the planet. And as the two of them continued to descend, more than 50 kilometers later, they suddenly saw black and ferocious warships docked, and the dark elves inside were completely in sleep mode 1. Thor's pupils suddenly shrank when he saw this scene. This situation is completely opposite to what he thought. It was originally that after the change of life, thousands of generations of dark elves were replaced, and new elves would appear to live here. However, these people turned out to be just sleeping. In other words, not only has this race not changed at all in 8,000 years, but humans are still the same group of invaders who want to drag the 9 realms into darkness. Even this kind of slumber may be completely waiting for a new opportunity. If the two of them hadn't come to observe today, I'm afraid Asgard or the other 9 realms might be at war one day. Thor turned around and saw that the roadbed was as cold as ice. He knew the fate of these dark elves in an instant. Outside the light curtain, Thor felt that he should also go to Jotunheim. Although the two worlds are not exactly the same, many things are very similar. The dark elves in my own world may also be a hidden bomb. It has dropped hundreds of kilometers. Loki and Long saw a star battleship in the deepest part. The next second a green vortex appeared out of thin air and enveloped the two of them. When it reappeared, it had already arrived inside the spacecraft through the welcome teleportation. On the bridge, a dozen sleeping cabins stand quietly. Loki nodded slightly, and Thor immediately stepped forward. He put his hand on the console, an electric current burst out from his 5 fingers. In an instant, a piercing alarm sounded throughout the spacecraft, and more than a dozen sleeping cabins were also actively awakened by the program. As the airtight door opens, the mechanical mask closes up, revealing dark elves with pale skin and silver hair. On the main seat, Malkis didn't understand why the spacecraft sounded an alarm, but the hull was very calm and it was obviously not under attack. But the moment he opened his eyes, his expression changed. Intruder! And it has already invaded the bridge. Damn it, why is the spaceship alerting now? Malkis recognized the style of the Asgard armor at a glance and shouted. Enemy attack! For a dozen dark elves, their memories are still about their defeat 8,000 years ago. At the moment when I heard this, I immediately pulled out the weapon on my waist without any hesitation and rushed out of the dormant cabin to kill the intruder. Snapped! With a crisp snap of his fingers, Malekith saw in horror that the dozen dark warriors who stepped out were all frozen in place like statues. But he is also decisive. Immediately, without any hesitation, I took out the last pitch-black ball from my belt and slammed it onto the nearest warrior. The black ball shattered in an instant, and the scarlet energy took over the warrior's body, tearing the body surface apart, becoming extremely ferocious, and exuding a violent aura. Curse Warrior! This is a weapon created using TIE particles, which can turn dark elves into the most terrifying warriors. I even almost defeated Asgard with this. And when he thought that this was the last black ball, Malekith pointed at the 2 intruders and said angrily. Go, kill them. It was very quiet in the cabin, except for Malekith's angry breathing. Then in less than a second, the sound of breathing disappeared. Malkis turns back stiffly. Seeing the cursed warrior who can even fight the gods of Asgard, at the moment he is still frozen in place. Only the epidermis is still being slowly corroded by the red power, revealing bits and pieces of charred flesh. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of flames burning. The cursed warrior is like a candle, burning rapidly from his armored head to his feet. In just one breath, only a pile of black ashes remained. Then it was like a chain reaction happened. Except for him, all the solidified dark elves were like candles burning cleanly from head to toe. Not even a scream came out. Malkis's expression suddenly froze, and his pupils were trembling uncontrollably. As the most powerful dark elf, he not only conquered Jotunheim, but also fought fiercely with the god king of Asgard. Extremely strong in both strength and will. But at the moment, he felt a kind of horror and fear that he had never experienced before. "You, who are you?" Malkis spoke tremblingly, not even daring to come out of the dormant cabin. "Just press your back against the cold metal to gain a sense of security. Loki is just wearing ordinary green clothes." After he glanced at Thor in his armor, he said casually. "Why, didn't the Asgard gods from 8,000 years ago wear this?" Cold sweat broke out on Malkith's forehead, and he suppressed the fear in his heart and said. "I'm talking about, who are you?" Thor then spoke. "Dark Elf, standing before you is the king of god Loki. Don't kneel down when you see the Lord of the Nine Realms." God King. Malkis suddenly felt numb and couldn't understand why the current God King of Asgard was so outrageous. "But as the leader of the Dark Elves, I am not." He was filled with shock and anger, and while still thinking, he heard even more terrifying words. "It doesn't have to be like this, I don't like dead man kneeling to me." Loki looked calm, looked directly at the Dark Elf who started to tremble and said. "Take out the historical records recording Wat Alheim, I can let your people die in sleep. This is my last mercy. We have surrendered." Malkis gritted his teeth and said. Loki's eyes were calm and he said calmly. "Wrong answer. I will give you one last chance to hand over the historical records." 1. Ah! Malkis can no longer bear the fear and shame in his heart. He yelled like crazy, then reached for the subspace grenade on his waist, shook it hard, and threw it out. But this time, the grenade as a dead object was not frozen in mid-air, but was drawing a curve, thinking about those two damn Asgardians falling. Malkis was overjoyed. He guessed that the God King's control was either limited or unable to control dead objects. This is an opportunity. And the next second, an even more surprising picture appeared. That stupid God King actually caught the grenade with his hand. In an instant, a kind of joy, like surviving a desperate situation and surviving a catastrophe, appeared in his heart. He even screamed with excitement. However, at this time, a faint voice came. "Madness! The grenade explodes in an instant." But the horrific scene of the collapse of the subspace that Malkith expected, like a black hole swallowing everything, did not appear. He clearly saw that the tumbling dead space that had just exploded was held in the palm of the opponent's hand, and then crushed like a glass bead. Relaxed, even boring. At this moment, the views of this dark elf who had killed countless lives were completely shattered. This kind of strength has left him. Cognition. I can't understand what kind of force can crush the collapsed subspace. At this moment, he suddenly saw the two people in front of him being wrapped in a green vortex and disappearing, as if they had never been here before. But the ashes on the ground told him that everything just happened was true. Malkis suddenly came to his senses. He rushed out of the dormant cabin suddenly, but his feet gave way and he fell directly to the ground. Within the Illuminati. Professor X knows why. This dark elf was actually frightened to death, too scared. However, he did not show a mocking look. The scene just now, the terror, pressure, and shattered outlook on life, combined together, would make a normal person go crazy. But what he didn't understand at the moment was why Loki and Thor suddenly left again. Malkis doesn't know why the terrifying God King of Asgard suddenly let him go again. But he must seize this opportunity, and he must seize the opportunity for all dark elves. He took a few deep breaths, endured his trembling body and got up, then brought it to the main console and pressed a button. At 557 hours, all the dark ships in the cracks in the earth were activated, and all the dark elves woke up from their dormant cabins. Then he opened all communications and yelled in the channel. "All dark elves obey the order, start the spacecraft immediately, and leave the home star. This is not acting. Start the spaceship and leave the home star at full speed immediately. Immediately." The message from the mothership and Malkith's voice caused all the dark elves to take action. Although the leader's fear-filled voice made them very uneasy, under the absolute authority, all the dark elves still carried out the order. A buzzing sound sounded for a moment, and one after another dark spaceships in the dark cracks started to fly upward. However, only a few seconds passed. The dark spaceships above all stop. Lokis, who was at the deepest level, immediately rage after seeing the information displayed on the screen. Damn it! Didn't these losers hear their orders? He was just about to curse during the call when he saw the screen showing that several spacecrafts were sending connection requests at the same time. Lokis disagrees with hesitation and wants to see what these men are doing. However, the next moment, what appeared on the screen was not the faces of the Dark Warriors, but the same captured image. For a moment, Malkitha's breath suffocated. At this moment, he finally knew why the spacecraft above had stopped. I also know where the God King went just now. Outside the window formed by the huge amounts of cracks, a huge figure occupying almost the entire sky is looking down at the planet in space. The next second, the incomprehensible giant raised his palm, and an indescribable huge flame spear was formed. Lokis knelt on the ground weakly and stared at the screen. Pain, despair, regret. Just like the other person said. It is a mercy to die in sleep. And now, all the dark elves will die in fear because of him. It is at this moment that the camera appears in outer space. I saw a giant twice as big as the planet, throwing a flaming world-destroying spear at the scar on the planet. No sound came out. In the silent deep space of the universe, this dead yellow planet was completely shattered in the flames. From now on, Wat Alhaim, one of the 9 realms, has completely turned into history. There is no longer a race of dark elves in the world. They wanted destruction, and the gods granted them destruction. Chapter 67. At this moment, countless people stared blankly at the scene of the planet shattering, and the same word came to their minds. Divine punishment. From the moment the dark elves chose to sleep and wait for new opportunities, the fate of the entire race was doomed. They angered the gods, and thus ended. Only. This scene is really shocking. The giant standing in the starry sky with green flames burning on his body is deeply imprinted in the soul and cannot be erased. Countless people outside the light curtain almost knelt down. What's more, there is already a fanatical look in his eyes, as if he is the most loyal believer. Hell dimension. Looking at the figure that was more than twice as big as the planet, Fisto felt a little surprised at this moment. In fact, it is very simple for a single entity to do this. But just after such a change, the form and aura are still so stable, which is not simple. Although Dormammu's dimensional energy is indeed good, it is obvious that Loki originally had a higher understanding of the world and power than he thought. This made him feel vaguely unspeakable uneasiness. But immediately he laughed, feeling that he was a little too suspicious. In space. Although he couldn't hear the sound coming, Thor was still shocked by this scene. I thought that being able to control the power of thunder had shortened the gap with Loki, but at the moment he finally understood that he had actually been unable to see the opponent's back. One hit to explode the star. There is no such powerful being in the entire history of Asgard. From this moment on, it is no longer Loki who is proud of Asgard, but Asgard who is proud of this new king. Father, you really made the right choice. Thor murmured, completely impressed by his brother. From now on, he will protect this honor as Thor. Loki actually didn't have much feelings about this move. At first, he really wanted to see how far he could go, but later he realized that it was not necessary to destroy the Dark Elves just to destroy a planet. Or maybe the other person is not worth doing that at all. This attack is actually just a test of the waters. After returning to Asgard, Loki did not stay long. Since I have accepted such a great favor from the Ancient One, it is natural for me to protect Kamartaj and guard the dimensional barrier for the other party for 3 years. Similarly, he will also teach Strange with all his heart in the future. Definitely. In fact, the most important thing is that he himself does not want to stay in Asgard. Agreeing to Ancient One's promise can be regarded as a legitimate reason to escape from those boring chores. When he said this, he also saw his mother Frigga's eyes showing disbelief. It seems that after talking about 3 years and 3 years, I clearly promised that I would only help you deal with it for a few months? Loki didn't dare to look back at all, he just ran away through the portal. Back to Camartage, it was not until the moment he got the magic book in his hand that he felt comfortable breathing out. Learning makes me happy. Yes, Loki magician said so. Half a month later, while teaching the magician apprentices in the square, the king said something that made him blush and his heart beat. Look, Sorcerer Supreme is already so powerful, and it's still learning every day. Are you embarrassed to be lazy? Cheer up for me. At this time, Modu, who was also standing aside, whispered. This is the temporary Sorcerer Supreme, please be more careful. Wang glanced sideways and saw that there was no problem, so he whispered secretly. You need to know how to survive, Modu. What if he is as petty as the Ancient One magician? Don't forget that we almost chopped him off before. Modu nodded, but he was still a little unhappy. Now that Loki has become the temporary Sorcerer Supreme, it is obvious that the Ancient One feels that no one in the current Camartage is suitable. I am not worthy. Outside the light curtain, Wang and Modu raised their heads and looked at each other in surprise. One seems to say you actually want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Another one seemed to be saying, you actually called Sorcerer Supreme small-minded. Until they heard a cough from the front, the two of them suddenly woke up and Kung Kao said in unison. The other king/Modo is really bad, you are definitely not like this. X2. That's right, you still understand me. X2. Listening to this, Ancient One suddenly showed a trace of sadness. Camartage really has no one left. It would be nice if Strange was hit by a big truck today. Same moment. In the Presbyterian hospital, a horse-faced man suddenly shuddered and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Strange couldn't help but shrink his neck and looked around with wary eyes. Since there is even a magician in the light curtain, it is not impossible that he has been targeted by something unclean. Here, Wang saw that Moda didn't care much, so he changed the topic. Speaking of which, we really need to hone our secret skills. We didn't even fart on the top of the snow peak before, so we were locked up. It was so embarrassing. Moda nodded, he has indeed slacked off in the past few years. At that time, God King Loki not only had not been promoted yet, he was even unable to move, but he only subdued the two of them in an instant. This power gap is really too big. It's hard to imagine how powerful the other party is now, I guess I can't understand it anymore. Modu thought this way, and decided to teach the apprentices below some new spells, which could be considered as practicing them all over again. But at this moment, a magician ran over anxiously and said a few words in his ear. After a few seconds, Yuandol looked at Wang and whispered. Problem occurs. Seeing his nervous look, Wang was suddenly shocked. A traitor appears again. Modu shook his head. No, something happened to S.H.I.E.L.D. Wang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and rolled his eyes speechlessly. That's none of our business, so what if it explodes? After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. and a group of heroes protect the normal world. They are responsible for protecting the dimension. If nothing unexpected happens, it will last 1,000 years. It really exploded. Modu showed a strange look. Wang was shocked and quickly denied it. It's not me. I've been staying at Camartage these past few days, as you know. I didn't say it was you. Then you show such a look. Modu turned his head and looked at the attic halfway up the mountain, and then said. Because it's related to Sorcerer Supreme. So this time it's Wang Meng's turn. Vermont, S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The entire base has become a ruin. Nick Fury at the moment, he held his head in his hands and squatted on the ground, with an incomprehensible look in his one eye. Not just him, hundreds of agents around him, including Hawkeye and Black Widow, are also squatting on the ground. As for the captain, oh, the captain's head was already as swollen as a pig's head. He failed just 1 second after saying fight all day long. At the moment, he lay on the ground and slept soundly than anyone else. But let's not talk about it, my butt is really perky, and you can see that it has been specially trained. After Nick Fury observed for a while, he decided to take the initiative. Ma'am, we really don't know where Kamar-Taj is. And you said Thor's aura, it should be caused by Mjolnir once staying here. Just a few hours ago, he was here watching scientists imitate Mjolnir's energy field. Then suddenly an alien spacecraft appeared, and a woman fell from the sky. Without saying anything, she asked him where Thor was. When he couldn't answer, the other party asked her where Kamar-Taj was. He couldn't say it yet, so he was beaten violently. Then it's very simple. S.H.I.E.L.ds support came one after another, and then they were beaten up one after another. Finally, there is no end. The next wave has not come yet. I don't know what Alexander Pierce is up to. Shut up. If it were before, you would have been dead. Now you should thank me for my kindness. Hela was sitting in the ruins, really feeling a little worried at the moment. She jumped from space to space hundreds of times in a row, but when she came to Earth, she found that she could not find Kamar-Taj at all. Obviously it was hidden by the concealment circle. And when she thought of this, she became even more angry. I don't know what happened to the dimension fragments. The previous opening method can no longer be accessed. So the problem was that she had already found clues, but found that she was locked out. And Loki said before that she was studying magic knowledge in Kamar-Taj, so she had no choice but to come to Earth in person. So the above happened. A few more minutes passed. Hela secretly decided in her heart that if Loki didn't show up again, she would have to be called Heimdall. But she guessed that the other party would probably not respond to her. After all, only Loki and Odin knew about her leaving the seal. This is also the reason why she did not return to Asgard. At this time, the faint voice came again. Ma'am. Do you know Ms. Captain Marvel Carol? She should be very famous among the stars. Have not heard. A look of boredom appeared on Hela's face. Don't get close to me. If you say another word from now on, I will dig out your remaining eye and feed it to the dogs. Nick Fury was a little confused. He tried to enlarge his move, but it seemed useless. But according to what the Skrulls said, Nya Wang Zhao, a powerful existence like Carol should easily become famous among the stars. It's been 20 years, is it possible that you died outside? The ruins became quiet again. Just when everyone felt more and more uneasy, a green spark suddenly appeared. Then under everyone's surprised eyes, a portal opened. The next second, a man wearing strange green clothing walked out. Sorry, I forgot that you can't enter the dimension after I transformed it. Loki walked out of it with an embarrassed look on his face and quickly explained. Hela originally planned to complain a few words, but then her eyes lit up and Guangdong said. You made it. At the moment she can no longer feel any divine power in Loki. There is only one reason for this situation. That is, Loki is now so powerful that he can completely crush him, just like ants cannot detect the existence of humans. Loki nods, read. Already promoted. Although she had already guessed, Hela couldn't help but feel shocked when she heard this answer. This is a single universe, not like Loki said so lightly. From ancient times to the present, the other party is the real number one person in Asgard. Chapter 68. At this time Loki asked. Have you found the malicious life that came here? Hearing this, all the S.H.I.E.L.D agents squatting around looked puzzled. Nick Fury felt tight inside. I have experienced the Kree incident in 1991 and the Skrulls under my command, so I know how terrifying the alien crisis is. I thought this woman was the same, but now it sounds like the complete opposite. Well, I saw his duplication before. Hela said with a hint of solemnity. Although it is not strong, it can even be said to be very weak, but the aura that flows out inadvertently is purer and higher than my divine power. It's hard to imagine what kind of race it is. If I guessed correctly, its power will definitely be terrifying. Hearing this, Nick Fury, Black Widow, and Hawkeye all felt tight in their hearts. This woman is scary enough, but with just a little show of strength, S.H.I.E.L.D. was defeated. How terrifying is that existence with malicious intentions towards the earth? Just when they were worried, they heard the woman say again. Don't slap him to death when the time comes, let me play with you first. In an instant, all the heads in the dark surroundings raised their heads and looked over with confused expressions. Even Captain America, who was lying on his stomach, tried to open a slit of his eyes and looked over. Is this for you to play with? Is this human language? No, 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 that's not right. Not this sentence. What does it mean to slap him to death? Didn't you just say that the life that is malicious to the earth is very powerful? Many people were stunned at first, and then they immediately reacted and looked at the man who just walked out of the portal. Hiss. Captain America closed his eyes again instantly. Good guy, here comes a more ruthless one. Nick Fury suddenly became alive. He doesn't think this woman is lying, because it's really unnecessary. S.H.I.E.L.D. has nothing worth lying to. Then can this more powerful man win over and join the Avengers? In this way, even if Carol does not come back, there will be no problems on the earth. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the horizon. Everyone turned around and saw a black dot flying over in the blink of an eye, revealing a golden and red war zone. Iron Man! At this time, a voice full of sluts sounded. Little secretary, your big boss is here to save you. Haha 133 haha, Nick Fury, you have to look at me. As Iron Man said that, he turned a corner and walked close to the ground towards the two extremely eye-catching targets who were not standing. This is the optimal solution calculated by JARVIS. The release of micro-missiles and high-powered hand cannons will affect the agents nearby. The next second. Just when there are still dozens of meters away. In the eyes of everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man's armor disintegrated out of thin air and then melted into molten iron. The famous Iron Man fell out of his pants and rolled over a dozen times on the ground. Finally, his pants made two long marks and he knelt down in front of the two of them. 1. The pants are really torn, revealing two hairy thighs. Tony is also completely confused. Then he saw the woman in front of him looking down, nodding to himself with a satisfied look on her face. You are very nice, you know how to meet me later. I wouldn't mind what you said just now. Since being defeated by Loki, she has realized that she is not the Queen of Asgard and no longer asks people to kneel down. However, there is one thing to say. She can give this man a perfect score by kneeling and flowing smoothly at a distance of tens of meters. Where's my armor? Where's my armor that's so big? Tony finally reacted at the moment. At this moment, he suddenly saw Nick Fury not far away pointing behind him. He turned his head and looked around, and saw a pool of molten iron melting on the ground, with green smoke rising slightly at the moment. In an instant, the famous Iron Man wakes up. He turned back to look at the two of them with a very solemn expression, and said seriously. Can I go squat over there too? Go. Hela waves her hand. Thanks. Tony nodded very politely, then walked over on two hairy legs and squatted next to Nick Fury. What's going on? Why do you want to die to provoke such a person? He held his head and squeezed out a sound with his lips moving slightly. Nick Fury's face turned dark. Mom, fake, it's obvious that you are the one seeking death yourself. But he didn't dare to speak, thinking that these two people could definitely hear him. Loki did hear Iron Man's words, but he didn't care. This group of people is too weak and there is no need to communicate. When are we leaving? Hela said at this time. Wait a minute, Kamartaj has to be guarded by someone at Holy Place, and I have to ask Thor to watch over it for me. As he spoke, he looked at the sky and said. Heimdall, send Thor over here, I need him to do something. More than 10 seconds later, under the shocked eyes of Tony and others, Bifrost teleportation fell from the sky. After a few seconds, the colorful torrent disappeared, leaving complex imprint patterns on the ground, as well as an excited Thor. No need to study this time. I saw with my own eyes that Nick Fury finally knew what the previous mark was. God King. Thor was in a very good mood. He was stuck copying the Chronicles of Asgard, but he was suddenly liberated. And hearing this title, everyone present who knew Thor's identity suddenly felt numb. Nick Fury, Black Widow, and others were even more horrified. God King? The God King in Norse mythology. No wonder it's so scary. Tony was still looking curiously, but Nick Fury pressed his head down, whispered. Stop looking, lower your head. Tony has never seen this kind of reaction from the director, and his heart suddenly tightened, and he did not raise his head rebelliously. What's going on? Who is this? Thor finally saw Hela at this time, and his expression suddenly changed. He felt the aura of divine power from the other party. Hela snorted coldly, her eyes full of contempt. Loki said helplessly. This is Hela, also your sister. As for why, I'll tell you in detail when I get back. Speaking, Loki grasped his fingers and a green gem condensed out. He handed the gem to Thor and then said. If there is a problem, just crush it and I will come back immediately. 1. Remember not to be careless, and don't think about solving it yourself if something goes wrong. Looking at Loki's solemn look, Thor nodded seriously, temporarily suppressing the doubts in his heart. Go ahead, I've already agreed with the teacher. Loki raised his hand and patted Thor on the shoulder, and immediately the phantom teleportation started to engulf the opponent. At this time, Hela did not hide the contempt on her face and said. Do you really believe that this stupid guy can take a good look at Kamartaj? I think he doesn't look very smart. Is he really Odin's son? Loki smiled and explained for his brother. Thor is not stupid, he just doesn't want to use his brain. But, the gems are really useless. They are just a few defensive runes. The moment I slapped him, I left a mental imprint. Hela suddenly showed an expression that I knew. Loki said again at this time. Time is of the essence, let's go. Hela pressed her waist, and a small spacecraft appeared not far away. It doesn't have to be so troublesome. Loki said and waved to the distance. Suddenly a layer of blue light appeared on the surface of the spacecraft, then quickly became smaller and finally disappeared. Then he raised his hand and gestured to Haizu. Recall in your mind where we are going to make it clearer. Hela did as she was told, and then saw a green portal unfolding in front of her, revealing her room in the spaceship in the void. She couldn't help but be stunned. The distance of 7 million light-years has now become a door. I don't know if Loki is outrageous or if this teleportation technique is exaggerated. She sighed inwardly and stopped thinking about it, and followed Loki in. In the blink of an eye, the sparks disappeared again, leaving only the sound of the whistling wind. Nick Fury and others slowly stood up, looked at each other, and let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure brought by that God King was too great, cacked, at the moment I finally felt like I was alive. The land of nothingness. This is a paradise of chaos and a hell of order. Here you can see interstellar smugglers, looters, the Empire's wanted criminals, bounty hunters, etc. All dark activities are carried out in this huge amounts of head. Inside the spaceship, Loki looked outside through the porthole and marveled. In just a short time, he has already seen a kidnapping, 2 robberies, 3 gangs of vendettas, and 5 mechanical prostitutes chasing a bounty hunter for money. Outside the light curtain, Star-Lord, who was also hiding in the void, looked disdainful when he saw this scene. Where does the waste come from? It costs money to build a cyborg. Unlike me, even the collector's maid can be played for free. Very good, right? At this time Hela came over with 2 bottles of wine. Loki took it and took a sip, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. With his physique, drinking is like drinking water, but the red wine in front of him can have a burst of alcohol. Sure enough, the 9 realms are still a bit small. The wine is really good. Loki gave an evaluation, then looked outside and said, there should be a supreme controller here. Although his words were questions, his tone was affirmative. This is the only possibility that such a chaotic place has not turned into ruins. Hela nodded, 1. Pointing to the tallest spire outside. Collector, it is said that he is a brother to Gautian son of Sakar, no one dares to mess with him. I've seen it once. The aura is as weak as a human being. It's very strange. This is indeed strange. A weak existence cannot support such a place. Even if he is Gautian son's brother, too many people dare to take risks. After all, any of the things in collector's hands can help him live his whole life without worrying about food and drink. Loki took a look and said, this has nothing to do with us. The target this time is the high-energy body. As he spoke, he drank it all in one gulp and spat out with satisfaction. Let's go, take me to see the bait. Go all the way to the bottom of the spacecraft. Loki saw a human being in a simple cell. Mud. Star-Lord, who had just laughed at others for having S*X with cyborgs, immediately became numb when he saw the person in the light screen. What's the situation? Before, he was expecting some unlucky guy to be the bait, but why did he ask him why he was caught? But he immediately comforted himself and said, no no no. That's not me, just an unlucky guy from another world. I'm so powerful, no one can catch me. Star-Lord kept comforting himself, but his face became increasingly ugly. At the moment, Yondu's expression also changed. He had an ominous premonition in his heart. I am afraid that the secret that I have hidden for more than 30 years will be exposed. Human. Loki said in surprise. Great, are you human too? The man grabbed the mesh fence with a surprised look on his face and said excitedly. I am also from Earth. I think this must be some misunderstanding. You must have arrested the wrong person. Good brothers, too. As he spoke, his face froze. When he saw the penetrating green light in the other person's eyes, he suddenly felt like his whole body was being seen through. Interesting. The light in Loki's eyes disappeared and he nodded to Hela. It should be right, the power level in the bloodline is very high. Did the other party's coordinates come over? Hela nods. When we came back, we just sent it over, but the other party asked us to treat him well and avoid any harm. At this time, a commissar hurriedly walked in and said, Boss, that guy Yondu wants to talk to you and wants to pay for this item. And the implication behind the words is that we can still ask for a little more. Hearing this sentence, Star-Lord suddenly became excited. Talk to him. I made him so much money, he has a lot of money. Hela didn't even look at him, turned around and said. Let him go. Yes. This crew member did not ask the reason, obeyed the order and walked out directly. Star-Lord suddenly collapsed. You fake predator, if you don't make money, even if you don't make money, is there something wrong with your brain? Hela said nothing, but a black dagger grew in her hand. Quilton suddenly smiled like a gentleman. Actually, having principles is a good thing. Yondu doesn't have that, so I hate him. If a woman like you were out, I would definitely treat you to dinner. Hearing such refreshing words, Hela couldn't help but glance. I finally understand why you are so difficult to catch. But it's a pity that you can't run away this time. A few minutes later, a small spacecraft left the starport and flew into space. On the street, Yongdu's heart sank as he watched this scene. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and walked into the minaret. The topmost layer. The collector, who has silver hair and is dressed in luxurious clothes, elegantly wipes the eye lens of an unknown creature with a white cloth and says casually, "Captain Yondu, there is something good this time that requires me to come forward personally. But first of all, if it's not worth collecting, you won't be able to come in here anymore." Yongdu said quickly in a low voice. "How about a planet? Go on." Collector didn't even raise his head, signaling to continue. Yongdu took a deep breath and said very seriously, "It's alive." Collector's eyes suddenly lit up and he said in surprise, "It's really interesting. But, if it's a living planet, it's really hard to collect. The land of nothingness cannot accommodate it." Yondu's expression suddenly changed. This is already his last hope. Is it really going to be shattered? But at this moment, he saw Collector again and said with a smile, "But it doesn't matter, I happen to have a good customer. He will definitely like it." Chapter 69. Among the Stars. The hexagonal wormhole suddenly opened, and a shuttle-shaped spacecraft stopped. But the destination has not arrived. Hela just felt that if he continued to jump, this human being would vomit on the spacecraft. After Star-Lord retched a few times, he looked like he had seen a ghost. Look at the two of them. Maid, the space jump has been 327 times in a row, and the expressions of these two perverts have not changed at all. This is definitely not a fellow Earthling. Although the restraints have been released, Star-Lord did not dare to leave his seat, and turned around with a flattering smile and asked, "Boy, can I ask who the employer is this time? If it's the Nova Empire, I suggest you don't go there. The prices of the Xandar people are the stingiest. If you want to say that I am still the most generous of sovereign, their shit is golden." Seeing Hela's unkind gaze, Star-Lord did not dare to be shy anymore and revealed his final purpose. "Listen to me, now turn around and go to the planet Morag, I have a deal there. Let's put it this way, if the three of us divide it equally, we can have fun in the entire universe in the future." He looked at Hela and said in a seductive tone, "Beauty, oh no, this queen, look at how you can take on a big job as a plunderer, or rob a merchant ship and still get the money from your subordinates. I can make you 1.8 billion new star coins right now. If you can't, or there is even a little bit of lies in it, you can just kill me when the time comes." Hela did not reprimand, but looked surprised. Loki didn't know the value of the so-called new star coins and asked curiously, 1.8 billion is a lot. More than a lot. Hela thought for a while, gave an example and said, "When I was in Asgard, the resources provided by the 9 realms every year could be purchased together. That's really a lot." Loki nodded, then looked at Guhela and said, "You should need a lot of money when you are out all the time, so after we deal with this matter, let's go there once." Star-Lord was quite excited at first, thinking he had convinced the two of them. But after hearing the last sentence, I immediately became numb and yelled, "Dream! You still want to send me to prison? I will never say F1. Hela sneered. "Stupid human being, when did I say I would send you to prison?" Star-Lord was stunned for a moment. He felt that he had not offended so many people. Who else would pay to arrest him? Loki then said, "Don't worry, not only will you not be sent to a cell soon, I will also keep you safe and sound. If your transaction is true in the future, you will not be short of money, and you will be sent to a safe place." Star-Lord has been in the universe for so many years and is still alive, so he still has the ability to observe words and emotions. Although Hela is violent, it is obviously dominated by this man. And this man gave him an unusual feeling. The temperament revealed inadvertently is mysterious, noble, and even a little majestic. At first glance, it looks like the kind of big shot with a transcendent status and a terrifying background. This kind of person does not bother to deceive a small person like himself. And these two people obviously have some plan. They are not really going to exchange for bounty, which is more in line with his guess. Star-Lord just breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw the spacecraft jump again, and couldn't help but scream again. Half an hour later. After more than 200 jumps, the spacecraft stopped near a red planet. The engine switches in the next second, and the spacecraft enters the atmosphere with 2 blue contrails. The destination has arrived. Star-Lord looked out the window and found that there were no interstellar races here. All the beautiful scenery was completely unmodified, but it was just right. Beautiful and shocking. But in Loki's eyes, there is only disharmony. Not long after, the spaceship stopped in front of a huge palace that seemed to be made of gems. A man wearing golden clothes and looking very friendly stands below, followed by a girl with 2 tentacles growing on her forehead. The hatch opens. Loki and the other 3 walked out. Star-Lord felt a little uneasy. This is obviously a private planet. He didn't know when he had interacted with such a rich man, and he felt uneasy again. And at this moment, the other party said something that made him unbelievable. "Coil, my son. Welcome to my planet. I have been waiting for this moment for more than 30 years. At this moment, it was not only Star-Lord in the light curtain who was confused. Star-Lord outside the light curtain is also confused. What kind of magical plot is this where a noble young man wanders into the interstellar world and is later found by the king's father after all the hard work? Is it so outrageous? Isn't this only written like this in novels?" But where he couldn't see it, Yondu's heart sank. This is what Egg continued. "Don't disbelieve, child. Your mother is Meredith Quill, and I went to Earth to meet her 36 years ago. It's a pity that when I went to pick you up, I found that you were missing." He talked about many things eloquently. Star-Lord soon realized that this was not a dream, but reality. At this moment, I finally understood why the 2 people who brought me here said there was no danger. How could it be dangerous for a father to look for his son? And looking at the arrogance of the entire planet, how can that poor guy Yondu afford it? Snort. If it weren't for this guy, I should have lived this kind of life 25 years ago. Correct. Star-Lord thought of something, looked at Loki and said. "Don't worry, you two, since I promised you, I will definitely not go back on it. It's just that the time may have to be pushed back." Loki smiled and didn't reply. Ego looked over at this time and said with a smile. "I almost forgot you two. Since you helped me find my son, I should naturally express my gratitude. Come on, please come in." Hela looked at Loki, and at the same time used her divine power to speak from the bottom of his heart. "This is the person who contacted me before. Do you see anything? Although the aura exposed by the opponent is of a high level, I really don't feel any threat, not to mention the huge energy. I should have caught a big fish this time, but I have to make sure again." Loki responded in his mind and said with a smile. "Then you're welcome." Ego smiled, then glanced at Hela and his smile became even wider. The palace door opens and everyone files in. The hall seems to be made of countless rings of gold, layer upon layer, giving off a mysterious atmosphere. Quell was shocked inside, feeling that he was really developed this time. "The 1.8 billion new star coins will be spent one day, but I am afraid that my father does not have hundreds of 1.8 billion. At the same time, I am also more curious about the other party's identity." As if he knew what he was thinking, Egg walked under an eggshell-like model and said leisurely. "Actually, I don't know where I come from. My memory begins in the flickering and erratic space of the universe, where I am alone." With his voice full of loneliness, a brain surging with energy appeared in the eggshell. Then evolution appears above. Then, I spent millions of hours and finally learned to control the tiny particles around me. Just like this, I became wise and powerful. So I started layer by layer. After a few minutes, a huge amount of planet appeared. Star-Lord looks shocked. At first he thought his father owned a planet, but he didn't expect that the other party was directly a ball. At this moment Loki suddenly smiled and said, "Your Excellency, by directly telling this kind of secret, you are trusting us a little too much. Planet life, I think the major empires would be very interested if they knew about it." Star-Lord suddenly became nervous when he heard this. Really? A planet that can control itself is indeed very powerful, but which of the three empires has no star-destroying weapons? Ego did not explain, but continued. "I created duplication, not missing every detail. I walked around the universe, trying to get the truth." "Did you finally find out?" Star-Lord couldn't help but ask. "Zero, please give me flowers." Ego nodded. "Definitely." "What is that?" "It's you." Star-Lord is a little confused. When did he become the true meaning? Or is this an alternative explanation of father's love? Although it is quite heartwarming, it is still a bit disgusting. At this time, Egg suddenly showed loving and sad eyes and said, "I'm sorry Quill, you can't leave with them." Star-Lord suddenly looked embarrassed. "Well, I'll be back soon, and you can let me stay with you for as long as you want." He is used to being poor. Although a rich father suddenly appears now, he is still reluctant to part with the 1.8 billion. "After all, my own flowers are more painful and comfortable." At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "I think your father may not mean it this way." Star-Lord didn't quite understand and turned around to look. "What do you mean?" Loki smiles. "It means that your father's true meaning is to eat you." "I'm right." The first sentence he said was to Star-Lord, and the second sentence was to Ego, who looked like a good old man. Star-Lord was so frightened by these calm but terrifying words that he quickly squeezed out an unnatural smile and said, "This joke is not funny. The planet is not an ogre." "You're right, dear. Zero." However, after he said this cold joke, he saw that the father he had just recognized not only did not smile, but instead looked apologetic and said, "Sorry, Quill. If it were two different people who sent you here, I would still be willing to let you try it again. At least I would raise it one more time before eating it. But now, you can only be an appetizer." "Appetizer? It's food." For a moment, Star-Lord fell into an ice cave, as if he had fallen from heaven into hell. "My own father gave birth to him just to eat him. This is not a story about finding a relative, it is clearly a horror story." At this time, Egg no longer looked at him, but turned to look at Hela with greedy eyes. After swallowing, he said excitedly, "Since you set foot on this land, I have sensed a kind of beautiful power. Seriously, if I had known you were so special, I would have let you come over last time. But it doesn't matter, it's not too late." However, after saying this, Egg was stunned. Because he did not see any fear on their faces, but the woman who was about to become food showed a disappointed expression. "Do you still want to try?" Loki asked at this time. "What's the use of a broken duplication? It's boring." Hela's face is filled with disappointment. She doesn't have the ability to break the turtle shell of a planet. Ego was very dissatisfied with this reaction and sneered. "Haha, you don't think I'm weak, do you? I'm really stupid. I am the god and the master." In an instant, the entire hall began to tremble violently as he spoke, exuding a terrifying aura. Star-Lord's heart suddenly started to beat wildly, and he immediately ducked behind Loki and said with a panicked look on his face, "Brother, it's time like this, so don't keep talking and pretend to be cool. Use whatever power you have as soon as possible." However, as he finished speaking, he saw Loki suddenly raise his head and look at the shaking dome. "Is it going to collapse?" Star-Lord said with a horrified look on his face. He was excited before that it was made of gold, but at the moment he wished it had no cover on it. Shouldn't this crush itself if it falls? At this time Loki shook his head slightly and said, "It won't collapse." Star-Lord breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately heard the other party continue. "It should just be broken." Before Star-Lord could react, he heard a bang above his head. A humanoid monster that seemed to be made of mercury penetrated the golden dome, stepped on a smooth mercury skateboard, looked down at Egg, and made a sound without any emotion in his mouth. Sound. The high-energy life planet has been locked. Coordinate feedback. Chapter 70. Impossible. Just when Star-Lord was still shocked by what the mercury figure suddenly broke in, he suddenly saw Ego and screamed suddenly. The trembling voice was full of fear, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. Star-Lord's hair stood on end as he heard this. He couldn't imagine that Egg was like an invincible villain before, but after seeing this ghost, he immediately became like a frightened little girl. Fake, is this thing hers? Outside the light screen, Yongdu's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and he looked at the silver figure in disbelief. Why is Egg so scared? The contrast between before and after is so huge. It seems that I have found a way to save Quill. Holy place number 2. Thanos's pupils shrank and his expression suddenly changed. There are records of this thing in Titan, but that was hundreds of millions of years ago. Is this thing still alive? Loki showed surprise at the moment. He just perceived that this existence suddenly flew out of hyperspace, and its target was pointed directly here. I originally thought it was Egg's helper. But now it seems that the situation may be completely opposite. The next second he saw Egg trembling violently at this moment, and all the previous pride and excitement disappeared. Looking crazy, shouting in disbelief. Silver glider. Why is it the silver glider? I have obviously hid in the dark corner of the galaxy. There are no planets here except a declining fixed star. Why are you here, why? However, no matter how he roared, the silver figure froze in mid-air, looking at him with eyes without a trace of emotion. Star-Lord finally realized at this time that the target of this thing is only Ego. He swallowed hard and whispered behind Loki. Let's run away now, just in time. My damn father has attracted this damn thing. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw his old father looking over fiercely. No, 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 I still have a chance. As long as I eat you, I still have the possibility to evolve. And after hearing this, the silver glider also looked over. A voice without any emotion immediately sounded. Master's food is not allowed to be abnormal, your lives need to end. As he spoke, he rushed towards Loki and the three of them in Egg's furious eyes. Star-Lord hated his father, whom he had just met, at this moment. Only the silver figure in his trembling eyes continued to enlarge. Finally, it shrank again with a bang. Looking at the holes in the golden wall. At this moment, Star-Lord was confused, and so was Ego. One thought is that this is what Egg is afraid of? The other thought is that I met a fake silver glider. And at this moment, a roar sounded. That was not transmitted by sound, but the whole ground shook. Ego's eyes suddenly widened. It was at this moment that the golden hall suddenly shattered into countless pieces. It's like a huge amount of fist blowing up the palace with one punch, and all the fragments are like countless meteors shooting in the same direction. The duplication created by Egg instantly had dozens of big holes, leaving behind a tattered body. Star-Lord is so frightened that he can't even move. But at this moment, he saw a transparent green barrier suddenly appear in front. All the fragments are blocked. At this time, the silver starlight is reflected in Star-Lord's eyes. His thinking speed is not enough to react, and a fist has already been punched out. Boom! The transparent air waves rolled, and the silver Sipha's body was shattered into hundreds of pieces by the unparalleled power and flew out. It wasn't until the sound of crackling to the ground appeared that Star-Lord responded to all the information in his mind. But in his eyes, these all appeared in an instant. That kind of visual impact is unparalleled. God is above, God is above. He opened his mouth wide, and this was the only thing left in his mouth to repeat. He was obviously shocked to the extreme. And the same expression is the tattered egg. He held his head halfway up, and the remaining eye was full of shock and fear. As the most terrifying natural enemy in life, he definitely knows how powerful that pioneer of existence is. That is the powerful cosmic energy given to the messenger who seeks food for him. Even planets can be broken. But now, it was directly shattered by a punch. What's even more ridiculous is that I just wanted the woman next to him. Ego is going crazy one. This is not a lucky day, it is simply a death anniversary. Plop. He quickly repaired his body and knelt down without hesitation. Please save me, so I am willing to pay anything. That terrifying existence is definitely coming soon, and you will definitely die by yourself. At this time, the emotionless voice sounded again. Powerful life, this is the master's food, you must not touch it. Star-Lord turned around and saw that the flesh and blood of the man who had been blown away had begun to be pulled and reorganized by the silver liquid, and he was not dead at all. Loki has seen the reason. This guy's life authority is not in his own hands, not even his memory, good and evil, conscience, morality and other thoughts. This is a slave who has lost everything he has and only has his master's faith left. But this is not immortal. The silver shell full of cosmic energy is the key. If you burn it clean, there will be nothing left. Loki showed pity and looked at the shadow that was gradually taking shape and said, "Any last words? I will stop you." The silver glider reorganizes its body, covering it with a silver shell, and stars appear around it again. He will enter hyperspace and kill this enemy with extreme speed and power. Unfortunately he failed. The moment he accelerated forward and flew in, there were no ripples in the space. The silver glider seems to have hit an invisible wall. He did not show any pain and wanted to attack again without any hesitation. But just as he stood up, a hand suddenly grabbed Silver's throat. Loki looked at him with pity and sighed. "Thank me, Silver Glider. You're free." As the words fell, a white ionic flame with a temperature of nearly 1 million as on the white dwarf appeared from his palm. The silver shell melted instantly, and the man who revealed his true face showed signs of pain for the first time. His eyes trembled, full of gratitude at this moment. "My name is Nolan Ryder. Thank you." The flames rose, and after saying his last words, Nolan Ryder was completely reduced to ashes. Loki retracted his arm and looked down at the trembling egg. In the other party's expectant eyes, he smiled and said, "Since you want to eat my sister, then it's reasonable for me to eat you." Ego showed indescribable horror and anger for a moment. At this moment, he finally understood that Quill was just a bait, and he personally brought back a terrifying existence. "Mean. I'm going to eat you." Whether it is incompetent rage or final madness, Ego has no choice at this moment. His body suddenly rotted away, and the whole planet began to tremble violently. Green mist suddenly appeared around Loki's body, forming a vortex to wrap around Hela and Star-Lord. The next second a green light flashed, and two figures appeared in outer space. Star-Lord was dizzy due to the flash of spatial distance at this moment. Then I saw the dark deep space of the universe under my feet, I almost fainted, and started to frantically try to open my own space survival device. Snapped. Hela slapped the opponent on the head and said fiercely, "Stop flapping around and be more honest, or I'll kill you." 1. With his heart, Quill discovered that not only could he breathe, but he could also hear the other person speaking. And the reason for all this is just that his body is covered with a layer of green light. So amazing! He couldn't help but say something, and then suddenly realized that Loki was missing. Where has that, big, sir gone? Seeing Lord wanted to call him Big Brother, but he didn't dare. Hela licked her lips, looking expectantly and said, "Look ahead." Star-Lord looked up and took a breath. At the moment, facial features like a human face appeared on the surface of the red planet, and blue terrifying energy areas rolled inside. When he thought that this thing in 5.8 turned out to be his father, he felt sick and frightened. But he still didn't see Loki? Could it be that you entered the interior of the planet and attacked the brain-like core? However, at this moment, he suddenly saw the angry facial features on the surface of the planet, which turned into panic. The next second, endless green light bursts out. In the surging energy, a giant snake that seems to be able to swallow everything appears in the universe. Star-Lord's childhood memories clearly come to mind at this moment. He remembered that he once saw such a sentence in a mythology book. The worldly python Yemengard poked out from under the world tree, and swallowed the entire world head to tail. And now, the myth has descended into reality. He saw with his own eyes a completely incomprehensible cosmic snake appearing in the green light and swallowing a planet in one bite. Chapter 71. Too exaggerated. If the previous one-shot explosion shocked countless people, then the unparalleled cosmic snake at the moment makes the souls of countless living beings fight for votes crazily. This is a power that they cannot understand, and it is completely a scene described in mythology. After millions of years of evolution and accumulation, ego is already larger than the average planet. However, in front of the giant snake that Loki transformed into, it seemed to have turned into a bug at the moment, with only snake eyes in the world. Really too small. Totally incomparable. When the giant cosmic snake opened its abyss-like mouth, it was as if another world had been opened, and then it completely swallowed up a planet. This sense of oppression, shock, and trembling has completely turned into the deepest mark and fallen into the souls of countless creatures, into their flesh and blood genes. After countless millions of years, their descendants will always be instinctively afraid of giants. Dimension fragments. At this moment, Hela's heart has changed from extreme excitement to calmness. She just felt that her gaze was too superficial. When a flame spear exploded, it was thought to be a full blow from the single realm. However, it was just a casual attack from Loki. She had a strong hunch that perhaps this scene was far from the so-called full strength. The single universe is not something that a weak person like me can understand. How can an insect crawling on the ground understand the power of the divine bird in the sky? New York. Seeing the scene where the myth really came into reality, the Avengers felt a shocking and ridiculous feeling in their hearts. How can it be so powerful? Everything feels like a false illusion. It's so unreal. But the trembling in their souls told them that this was true. At this moment, Tony's gaze penetrated the light curtain, and it seemed that there was an eye comparable to the size of the Earth's file behind it, staring at this place. And the terrifying true body is hidden in the darkness like a nightmare. Hell dimension. Mephisto thought he was too cautious before, but at the moment he frowned. The single universe is naturally very powerful, and destroying the entire galaxy is not a problem. But that takes time to accumulate. There is also a huge gap between the initial level of a single entity and its peak level. Just like they are all lords of dimensions, some are just trash, and some are comparable to real gods. And Loki had only been promoted to the single universe for less than half a month, and he could transform into a giant snake of such strength. On the time scale of a single universe powerhouse, this is not even a moment. Therefore, this scene is somewhat unreasonable. Or is this the power brought about by integrating the dimensions at the time of level Godfather? Or is it because of the gift from the World Tree, which contains the origin of the universe? What's more, Loki originally was very special. This time Mephisto really started to worry. No matter what the reason is, if Loki can be so powerful at the initial level of a single target, then once the opponent is promoted to multiple levels, the combat power will be extremely exaggerated. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the level of that guy Ceterak in one fell swoop. This is definitely not good news. Sithorn and Dormammu, these two idiots, really fail to succeed. Waste. At this moment, Mephisto also began to curse. Ego completely disappeared. There is only one big snake left in the universe that is emitting green light. At this moment, even the sun in the distance that was about to decline seemed small and dim. Star-Lord suddenly woke up at this moment, and realized that he was already far away from his previous position, so that he could see the full view of the giant snake. He couldn't help turning his head to look at Hela, and found that the other person's eyes were equally shocked. He immediately felt much better. But even so, Star-Lord looked at the mythical existence in the distance and still felt that he would wake up every midnight from now on. This will be a nightmare that will never go away and stay in my heart forever. Suddenly he saw Hela frown. What's wrong? What did you see again? Star-Lord asked a little uneasily. Hela is still frowning. Although your father calls himself a god, his energy is of high quality and he has accumulated a lot over the years. But Loki has dimensions, so he should have absorbed them in an instant. Strange, why hasn't he changed back yet? He is not my father, he can only be regarded as a maker at best. Star-Lord refuted the key point, then thought for a while and said, could it be hibernation? You know the universe is very cold. Hela turned her head coldly and looked over. If you have lived enough, you can tell me. Star-Lord sneered, not daring to joke again. And at this moment, he suddenly felt a familiar sense of fluctuation in the space. It took just a moment for him to remember what this was. That is the space fluctuation that occurs when the spacecraft jumps into the interplanetary world and passes through the wormhole. Star-Lord is a little confused. He is floating in space. Where did the spaceship come from? And at this moment, he saw Hela's face changed, becoming uglier than he had ever seen before. Above. A hoarse voice comes. Star-Lord looked towards the direction of the universe above his head with confusion, his expression suddenly solidified. If the giant cosmic snake before represented ancient mythology, then the scene in front of him reminded him of the shock of technology. He can't imagine why there is such a spaceship. Yes. That's a spaceship. In the deep space of the universe, an unknown distance away, an unimaginable hexagonal wormhole appeared that seemed to occupy the entire world. Among the shining arcs of energy that span countless kilometers, an extremely exaggerated spherical-shaped interstellar carrier poked its head out bit by bit. Just a small part of it exposed gives an unimaginable sense of oppression. Star-Lord cannot estimate the distance. But even so, he felt that the file size of the spacecraft above that completely occupied his field of vision was probably a literate number. It's really too big, too outrageous. How such a thing can resist gravity is completely inconsistent with his understanding of the spacecraft. Hela at the moment was also shocked. She just took a brief look and knew that 10,000 Asgards combined were not as big as this thing. Outside the light curtain, Tony felt that his knowledge had been refreshed again. He couldn't understand how this thing was created. Holy place number 2. Nebula, Gamera, Ebony Maw, and others can no longer breathe. The mothership of the Dark Legion is already big enough. But compared to the behemoth in the light curtain, I'm afraid it is only equivalent to a screw. It's like a world of difference. At this moment, Hela finally understood why Loki didn't change back. He is waiting for this thing. Maybe this is the owner of the silver glider. It was at this moment that the entire spaceship of huge amounts was finally squeezed out of the wormhole exploded by the energy storm. At this moment, it seems like another world has appeared. Chapter 72. A green light flashes. Hela and Star-Lord found that the space around them was curvature, and they appeared in the distance a second later. But even at the moment you can still see the huge star spaceship. Even the giant snake across the universe became smaller at this moment in front of it. Loki can definitely continue to grow to giant size. After devouring Ego's extremely high-quality energy that is close to the origin of the universe, the dimensional fragments that are 2-in-1 with him have expanded more than 10 times than before, containing the new dimension of the Emperor. If he wants, he can even become bigger than the star carrier in front of him. But that doesn't make sense, sometimes it doesn't mean who is bigger is stronger. He has already felt that presence in that spaceship. Planet Devourer. This life is recorded in the Forbidden Book of Kamartaj. This life came to the Earth once in ancient times and left after being defeated. He had a guess just now after the silver glider said Master's food. Now it seems that I guessed it right. I just don't know how strong the opponent has become over tens of millions of years. At the moment he is not sure of victory. At this moment, the star carrier opened a hatch that was as small as half the Sunday. As the space trembled, a giant wearing purple armor and eyes bursting with intense cosmic energy walked out of it. This is a very shocking scene. But compared to the larger and terrifying cosmic snake, and the more exaggerated star carrier, this seems a bit. This sense of contradiction appears in the minds of countless people. At this time, green light surged like water, and Loki returned to his original body. File size. He frowned slightly and looked at the fixed star-like planet Devourer. It's not because the other person is too big. On the contrary, he felt that something was wrong. The body shape was much smaller than what was recorded. According to records, the eyes of this being who feeds on the planet are as bright as the blazing Sunday. Compared with the current size, it has shrunk countless times. But Loki is not sure. After all, in his opinion, body size does not mean everything. At this moment, a cold gaze came over. I can feel my servant dying here, you stole my food. Completely breaking the physical law that sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum, the entire space is filled with shocking sounds. Star-Lord's eyelids twitched when he heard this. In just 10 minutes, his worldview was constantly shattered. At the moment when he heard the angry voice that shook his body, he almost fell to his knees. But the power that frightened him only received a sneer. At this moment, Loki's voice also echoed in the universe. I think your servant may hate you. And your food, hee, when did my prey become yours? I think it would be better for you to change your wording. The energy in Galactus's eyes became blazing for a moment, and huge amounts of extreme anger appeared on his face. No one dares to steal my food. Die to me. There are no useless harsh words or ridiculous curses. Galactus directly chooses to attack, killing the tiny life in front of him. In an instant, the cosmic energy around his body began to boil. Seeing this scene, Loki's face showed a slightly ferocious smile for the first time. And that is not anger, fear, or viciousness. But, excited. This is definitely the strongest enemy he has encountered since his birth, and the only one worthy of his own explosive power. He can feel that his divine power is rolling, and every cell is jumping for joy. Bring it on! Loki roared in excitement, his body expanded crazily in the flames, and in the blink of an eye he became the same file size as the enemy. In an instant, a second fixed star seemed to appear in the corner of the galaxy, emitting terrifying heat and light. Die! Swallow only roared out one word, and suddenly the terrifying cosmic rays turned into purple beams of light and struck Loki's crossed arms. Suddenly countless magical magma and flames splashed out. Then if every drop of the moon is bigger and bigger, it will cause a doomsday disaster on the planet. But at this moment, it's not just a spark caused by excessive excitement. Not enough. Loki laughed loudly, and the originally crossed Vulcan arms actually pulled back. Then the flames in his raised hands condensed into a spiral spear just made from the forge, and he threw it out with all his strength. 1. The space was torn apart in an instant, and black cracks appeared around the Vulcan spear, and it arrived in front of Galactus almost instantly. Boom! The purple armor resisted the penetration, but huge amounts of power caused Galactus to fall backwards uncontrollably, and then a violent flame explosion completely enveloped his body. The cosmic ray attack disappeared naturally, Loki stretched his arms forward, and dozens of chains shot out like giant flaming snakes, and were submerged in the flames in the blink of an eye. With a cold snort, the flame chain suddenly straightened, Galactus was pulled directly out of the bursting flames, and Loki flew away uncontrollably. The red and blue light flashes at this time. Loki's right arm retracted deeply, even bigger than the planet. The divine power of ice and fire began to blend and compress on the fist edge. When Galactus flew in front of us, the red and blue colors turned into a terrifying vortex and slammed past. This blow carries unparalleled power, the space is curved wherever it passes, and the light cannot go straight. Boom! The compressed power of ice and fire exploded instantly, and cracks appeared in the purple armor under the tiering of extremely high temperature and extremely low temperature. Galactus let out a groan full of pain, and flew out in the space ripples that were constantly tearing, healing, and then tearing apart again. And this scene came into the eyes of Hela and Star-Lord a few seconds later. Looking at the shocking and terrifying scene that looked like a cosmic disaster, even Hela felt a sense of suffocation and her soul was trembling. At this moment, she felt that as the so-called goddess of death, she was no different from the ordinary humans beside her. They are all so small. They are all so fragile. Both. Even watching the battle, you need to be away from who knows how far away to see it, and even then you need Loki's protection, otherwise it will turn into ashes at any time. And at this moment, in this vacuum, the wind suddenly started blowing. It turned into a storm visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye, and the fire and ice energy all returned to their original divine power, and then dissipated. Then a green storm appeared and swept towards Loki. In the Illuminati, Professor. Looking at his appearance, I couldn't help but ask. Professor, what is that? In his opinion, this mutant is the least likely to have such an expression. Even with the powerful force that appeared before, the opponent was not so unbearable. Professor X used ability to suppress the shock in his heart, took a deep breath and said, "Don't be fooled by vision, it's not a physical storm at all. It's the power of the soul, the storm of the soul." After hearing this, everyone looked at the picture in the light curtain and suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Shouldn't the power of the mind be an invisible thing? Why does it condense into an entity, and it's like a cosmic storm? This is too scary. And in a certain X-Men world, Wolverine at the moment seemed to see Jean Grey again. This terrifying scene suddenly made him understand. Maybe it wasn't my body that made me survive the mental storm back then. The speed of the storm is getting faster. A green light flashed in Loki's eyes, and he instantly recognized what it was. Psychic storm. In an instant, all the flames on his body disappeared, and the symbols of winter appeared in his eyes. Then, in the release of divine power, the north wind appeared for the first time in this star field that had been dead for countless years. The black universe seemed to turn into winter white at this moment, and the north wind blowing condensed snowflakes looked no different from every winter on the planet. They are blown towards the seemingly terrifying storm, seemingly vulnerable. But at the moment of contact, the strong wind suddenly froze. The north wind spread slowly within it, freezing the soul day by day. Within pocket dimensions. Even the dark strangeness of this moment was startling. The concept of winter has completely emerged after Loki became a single universe. If there had been this level of north wind in the Fire Kingdom, Surti's mind would have been frozen in an instant. This is the power of concepts, which is even more terrifying than absolute extreme cold. If Loki can also reach the level of diversity, this concept will definitely become stronger. By then, it may not only be the mind that is frozen, but also the soul. To be more exaggerated, maybe time cannot pass. Definitely, the other party may not be able to reach the realm of diversity. In his opinion, it not only requires strength, but luck is also very important. But if it was just this battle, he felt that Loki was going to win. A Galactus who doesn't have enough to eat, I'm afraid that's the end of it. Click, click. The frozen sound continues continuously, turning into a spiritual storm that is stagnant in the universe. When completely blown by, the planet Devourer's body surface was instantly covered with ice and turned into huge amounts of water. At this time, the winter symbol in Loki's eyes faded, and he wanted to switch to other powers to pursue victory. But at this moment, a violent roar sounded, and the extreme ice covering the surface of Planet Devourer's body was completely annihilated under the shock. The next second, balls of terrifying energy burst out from his body. From the inside out. First the core is like the sun, then it is blazing gold, then it is as black as the universe, and then blue and pink alternate. And at the outermost periphery, there are layers of red energy rippling like lightning. In it, there are countless white stars twinkling like stars. A wave with a strong aura of destruction comes towards my face. This is the core power of Galactus. He went completely crazy at the moment. Loki's expression remains unchanged, showing no hesitation with his left hand. Catch the fixed star in the distance. This is the only sun that is about to decline in the star field chosen by Ego. But after Loki stretched out his 5 fingers, it shattered in the violent surge, then turned into a fiery fluid and was controlled to fly over. And Loki's right hand sank into the void, and then slowly pulled out the huge amounts of the Vulcan sword. When he was level Godfather, this sword was invincible. But when it comes to monomers, deficiencies have begun to appear. After all, this is just an artifact harvested from the flame giant. The next second, Loki closes his left and right hands. Suddenly the liquid of the sun covered the red Vulcan sword, releasing a dazzling golden light. And this is not over yet. At this time, a thin blue line gradually spreads on the blade of the golden Vulcan sword. Countless people outside the light curtain suddenly felt an extreme sharpness and cutting feeling. I even couldn't help but want to squint my eyes, otherwise it would feel like my eyeballs would be cut open. This is the power of space given by Loki to the divine sword. The next second, runes like stars appeared around Loki's arms, forming a circle. Behind him, he spread out his flame wings that curled up in the space. He raised the divine sword high and with bursts of space fluctuations, he locked onto the enemy in an instant. As if feeling threatened by life, Planet Devourer no longer has any hesitation. He opened his mouth suddenly, and suddenly the layers of terrifying energy began to collapse, and finally they all gathered in his mouth. The next moment, good Zhao Zhao, a laser beam surrounded by countless explosive thunders spurted out. The space wherever it passes is annihilated, and countless granular black spots appear. And at the moment, Loki also wielded the reforged Vulcan sword. In an instant, a bug seemed to appear in the world. The terrifying laser, which is as thick as the diameter of a planet, has been separated into 2 halves. And Loki doesn't know whether he crossed space or came to the Planet Devourer at extreme speed. Cut it down with one sword. Boom! That is, at this same moment, the Planet Devourer detonated the last energy in his mouth without any hesitation in the breath of death. In an instant, an energy explosion hundreds of times larger than the sun rose in the dark universe. Countless bursts of energy are rolling and spreading, annihilating everything nearby. This moment is the real doomsday. After dozens of seconds, all the energy completely dissipated and the space was automatically repaired. In this dark and empty star field, Loki has restored his original file size. He is holding a golden sword, and his green clothes are damaged. However, apart from some instability in the breath, there is no damage at all. But opposite him, originally huge amounts of Planet Devourer, at the moment it is only over 8 meters tall, and can barely become a giant among some races. The huge helmet with a special shape has also had its upper part cut off diagonally scare. The armor on his body is in tatters, and he is floating motionless in the universe, not knowing whether he is alive or dead. The winner stands, the loser falls. The victory and defeat of this battle are clear at a glance. Chapter 73. The universe falls into silence again. Even this time there is no sunshine. The only sun in this star field was used by Loki to reforge the Vulcan sword, and it will enter eternal darkness from now on. At this time, the weak green fluorescent light lights up, and Loki slowly flies above Galactus's head. The next second he straightened the golden sword tip downwards, with a cold look in his eyes. Planet Devourer is not dead yet, and he has no habit of leaving his enemies alive. So, let it end here, ancient life. Let me witness your death. Loki said the last eulogy calmly, and then stabbed downwards. But at this moment, a blue light suddenly lit up, and a very familiar anxious voice came from inside. Loki God King, wait a moment, wait a moment. Don't fall down. Loki heard the voice and immediately stopped dropping his sword, then turned around and looked a little surprised. Ancient One Magician, why are you here? How did you find me? Ancient One walked out of the portal, wiped away the non-existent sweat, and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing that the Planet Devourer was not dead. Fortunately I'm not too late. As she spoke, she floated to Loki and said, Don't worry, I don't have the ability to locate you. I can know your location not because of that person. 1. As she spoke, she pointed upward. Eternal. The other party can indeed do it easily. But Loki is still a little surprised. Isn't this kind of real god indifferent to everything? Why did he suddenly ask Tonri to come over? Definitely, if Sithorn, the cancer in the universe, can be killed, I think 373 would be very happy. The Ancient One pointed at the unconscious Galactus in front of him and said, It's definitely for this guy who never has enough to eat. I hope you can be merciful and spare his life. Loki grasped this special nickname keenly. Ancient One nodded and said, You are right. Planet Devourer is indeed a god. He is a relic of the last Big Bang. 1. Loki didn't expect Galactus to have such an identity, but there seems to be a bit of a mismatch in power. Ancient One seemed to understand what he was thinking and explained. The Planet Devourer is in a state of hunger almost every minute and every second, and hunger will cause his strength to drop drastically. Sometimes he can't even defeat level Godfather. Loki shakes his head with a look of pity. Although I didn't see that scene, a god can't defeat level Godfather. It's really sad to think about it. Ancient One also sighed at this time, and then said, He is not only the scavenger of the universe, but also has another mission. You know there are real metaphysical abstract gods in the universe. Eternity and death represent life and death respectively, and this guy represents the balance of life and death. If he really dies, he will release the incarnation of destruction, the talisman. You just need to know that that thing is very scary. So, this is why I came. Loki has no intention of causing chaos in the universe, and he doesn't mind giving the Ancient One face, but he just doesn't understand. Then he asked. Since this guy's strength fluctuates up and down, how did he survive so many, billions of years? Level Godfather is not safe in the universe, especially since this guy eats wherever he goes. There are definitely not a few people who want to fight him. Ancient One shrugged, indicating that he didn't know. I am only responsible for this time. I guess someone may save him at other times, or he may be resurrected. Actually, I only knew this because I was coming here this time. He didn't tell me the deeper secret. Loki expressed his understanding, thought for a while and said. Then it's okay for me to expel him. This is the Milky Way. If you stay here, you will still get into trouble. I'm afraid I'll really kill him. Definitely, as long as you don't kill him, it's up to you. Ancient One said casually. That's good. Loki nodded and pointed his palm at the still unconscious Planet Devourer. Exile. As the sound fell, the blue light of the space gem suddenly appeared on Galactus's body, and then turned into a dot and disappeared in place in the flash. In just a moment, Loki had already banished the opponent hundreds of millions of light years away. Without the spaceship, it would take a long time for the other party to return to the Milky Way. Yes, the starship was confiscated by Loki. Anyway, the Eternal God only asked to let Planet Devourer go, but he didn't say that he couldn't keep the loot. Ancient One silently stretched out his thumb and gave a thumbs up, then opened a portal and slipped away. At this time Loki turned around and glanced at the dark sky, then stretched out his hand to grab it. Suddenly Hela and Star-Lord were pulled out of space. Hela's eyes were dazed for a moment, but she came back to her senses immediately. "Is it over?" she asked. The energy that exploded in the last scene just now gave her the illusion that the universe there was about to be destroyed. After that, there was complete silence in the darkness, which made her worried. Loki nodded. "It's over, but I didn't kill it, I just exiled it. As for the reason, I won't tell you for the time being." As he spoke, he glanced at Star-Lord and suddenly felt that he was thinking too much. "Because even if I say it, this guy probably won't be able to hear it. Star-Lord is not awake yet." Comparing Hela just now, his mind was completely shocked by the scene of Loki controlling the Sunday. In the dark space, the sun was torn apart and turned into fluid and flew into the hands of the giant. He felt that he would never forget that scene in his life. This kind of power, hey, if you have a younger brother with this kind of power, why doesn't he go to the Nova Empire and become the queen? I heard that in the Shi'ar Empire, the strong is supreme, so maybe that's okay. No, sovereign should be better. Those fools will definitely kneel down when they encounter a higher level being than themselves. We are all predators, and we have this fateful friendship today. I will be prosperous as a younger brother by then. It feels so good to think about those golden shits serving me. Star-Lord completely let himself go as he thought about it. At this moment, Hela suddenly slapped her, then nodded and said, "It's okay, I wasn't scared." Star-Lord covered his head. For a moment just now, he felt that he had seen the dead daddy. It was at this moment that he suddenly noticed another huge creature. The starship is hidden in the darkness and hovering, not leaving. Such a close distance, it seems endless, and I suddenly fell into a sluggish state. Hela had seen it a long time ago, at the moment she said quickly. "Is this considered a trophy?" Loki nodded and said, "Let's go up and have a look." After that, he took the two of them and teleported to the open hatch. But considering the current size, this entrance is a bit too big. Loki thought for a while and then expanded to a body larger than Galactus before. Now he looked at the spacecraft and felt much more comfortable. Then it took several hours for Loki to walk around the entire mothership in detail. The final conclusion is that this can be regarded as an arc. Any ecology can be simulated here, and it can completely support a huge civilization to live here through the end of the world. Thinking of Galactus's identity, Lug felt that this might be the truth. The only trouble is that this thing is too big and there is really no place to put it. It is also inappropriate to use Hela as a predator spaceship. As soon as this thing came out, those interstellar empires probably thought they were going to start a war. After thinking about it, Loki went outside the spacecraft and took out the space gem. A few seconds later, the spaceship, which was 1/10 the file size of the solar system, rapidly shrank, and finally remained at the ordinary planet file size. This is just using the power of gems to compress space. Loki can change this thing back to its original size anytime he wants. "You two wait for me here, I will go back to Midgard." Speaking, he first entered the spacecraft, turned on the stealth mode through the intelligent program, and then controlled the gem to teleport directly back to the nearest Lagrange point on the Earth. If it gets any closer, it will cause tidal and gravitational effects, causing huge amounts of disaster to Midgard. After settling in the spaceship, Loki opened the portal and returned to Hela, taking the two of them back to the void. Star Carrier. Just 10 minutes after Loki left, a very insignificant sleep chamber, only a few meters long, suddenly popped out of the wall. The next second, the hatch opened, white gas evaporated, and 10 girls wearing purple helmets similar to Galactus but countless times smaller sat up from inside. She stretched first, then looked around. "Why do you feel like something is wrong?" Janata muttered, scratched her head and began to release her senses. After a few seconds, the beautiful face under the helmet was completely stunned, revealing a strong contrast of stupidity. What's the situation? Where is my dad? Where did my old dad go? Chapter 74. The Land of Nothingness. The portal glowing with green sparks opens directly in the hall of Hela's starship. In the odd eyes of many predators, Loki, Hela, and a somewhat timid Star-Lord walked out of it. The predators worship the strong and lower their heads at the same time. Loki didn't take it seriously, looked at Star-Lord and said, "You don't need to stay here, you can move around in the void as you like." 1. But I don't think you are stupid enough to want to play some tricks. Absolutely not. Star-Lord's voice rose a degree, and then he said with a sneer, "If you ask me to flush it down the toilet now, I will do it." Joke, this kind of fierce man who is like a god can kill 3 major universe empires by himself, but little Kayla like me dare not go against it. Loki didn't look at him and said to Hela, "Go to your room to talk." Hela nodded, ignoring the strange looks in her hands. After returning to the room, she said with a hint of coldness in her eyes, "Is there something wrong with this kid?" "Not him." Loki shook his head and said, "Who else knows the coordinates of egg besides you?" Hela immediately understood what this meant. "Are you saying that someone leaked the coordinates and the silver glider came here?" Loki nodded. Planet Devourer is Ego's absolute natural enemy. It stays in the hollow area at the edge of the galaxy just to avoid it. Otherwise, with his arrogant character, he would not survive in such a deserted place. Hela thought for a moment and had a candidate in mind. That should be Yondu. He once gave egg many children, so he was not recognized by all the predators. He could only organize a group of stinky fish and rotten shrimps in his hands. In that case, this guy really came to me to save Quill. Loki turned to look out the window, looked at the chaotic street and smiled. He doesn't have that ability. You mean? Haha, it's really not easy, you actually know that we are back. As Loki's voice fell, the communication in the room sounded. Boss, the master of the Land of Nothingness has sent a servant to invite you and Mr. Loki to be guests. Hela didn't answer and looked at Loki. Definitely go. Loki's eyes showed interest. I also want to see who this collector is, who can actually contact the Planet Devourer. Should I ask my men to leave early? Hela feels that the Land of Nothingness may be burned down if it is not managed properly. Loki shook his head. 1. No need, even if there is a battle, I can send them away. Let's go. The two walked out of the spacecraft, and 2 women with pink skin and scantily clad clothes knelt on the ground and saluted at the same time. One of them said in a soft and humble voice, "The collector is already waiting for 2 distinguished guests in the tower, please come with me." There are many people of various interstellar races on the streets on the edge of the starport. At the moment, everyone looked shocked when they saw this scene. There is no one in this Land of Nothingness who does not know the collector's servants. Although it is weak, no one dares to look down upon it, because it represents the majesty of the owner of this place. I thought these 2 people were here to give some orders to this team of marauders, or to bring punishment. Everyone is excitedly waiting to see the show, and then waiting to see if they can get some bargains. After all, this kind of thing has happened not once or twice. But I didn't expect that after the 2 people walked out of the spacecraft, the 2 women had such a humble attitude, as if the person in front of them was the collector. A distinguished guest? The Land of Nothingness has existed for who knows how many years, and I have never heard of the collector inviting distinguished guests. Many people have seen Hela. After all, she has been wandering in the void for a long time. Although this is a very powerful woman who formed a team of marauders in more than 100 days, it is obviously not enough for the collector. So, everyone looks at the man in green clothing standing in front of Hela. The other party's face was calm, without any disturbance, and his eyes did not seem to care about the 2 collector servants in front of him, just like air. Anyone who can hang out in the land of nothingness can use any amount of brains. Understand that such people are either fools, or they are absolutely untouchable big shot. Obviously Collector will not invite a fool as a distinguished guest. Not to mention that the female leader is still half a step behind and dare not go with her. Many people immediately lowered their heads and did not dare to look again, pretending to leave as if nothing had happened. For a while, the noisy starport became quiet. Let's go. As Loki's faint voice sounded, the two maids stood up. Following a cleared street, we soon came to the minaret. After entering from the main entrance, several people followed a golden elevator to the top floor. There are thousands of square meters here, which completely does not match the file size seen outside. It is obvious that the spatial structure has been adjusted. Huge amounts of transparent display cabinets are filled with various rare objects, even an anthropomorphic duck. These are the masterpieces left over from extinct civilizations, as well as various rare life forms. At this time, there was a sound of hands clapping. Wow, the distinguished guest has finally arrived. Hela looked up and saw the neatly arranged display cabinets floating up and moving to both sides, revealing an empty space. A man with silver hair, purple paint on his chin, and an unknown animal fur on his body stood in front of a table filled with items, making an exaggerated sound at the moment. It is the Collector himself. Papa! With 2 rounds of applause, several new servants suppressed their red faces and brought out a long table filled with huge amounts of various delicacies. If Star-Lord were here, he would be able to tell at a glance that all food, whether meat or fruit, is extremely rare and endangered species. And fine wine is unique in the universe. The Collector gracefully spread his right hand and smiled at Loki, who had remained calm and silent. This table is a collection that I have accumulated for more than 1,400 years. That guy Gaster didn't even get the same treatment when he came to my place. As a celebration banquet for the winner, are you satisfied? Loki's calm expression suddenly revealed a smile, and he said regretfully, I thought I could gain a lot this time. As he spoke, he sat down at the other end of the long table. But Hela did not sit down, but stood behind him. The smile on Collector's face became even wider. He also sat down and said with a smile, Your Majesty is joking. The universe is not just about fighting and killing. If the land of nothingness had existed for so many years and made too many enemies, it would have been gone long ago. At this time, he tapped the tabletop, and the servants on both sides immediately bent down and poured out the wine, which was constantly changing colors. Collector raised his glass and took a sip first and said, For a long life, fighting is meaningless. What I want is collection, not destruction. Since you are back, it means that the big guy has lost again, and as the one who provided the coordinates, naturally I can't just pretend that nothing happened. He didn't make any excuses. Tianfen readily admitted that he was the one who told Egg's location. 0 Please give me flowers. Loki took a sip of the wine in the glass, then shook his head and said, The taste is too bland. Just like your excellency. Collector was stunned for a moment, and then his slightly funny smile disappeared, revealing a look of helplessness. The next second, the black pupils in his eyes disappeared, and the eyes turned into a pure white energy state, emitting a weak white light. At the same time, the aura on his body also completely changed, becoming mysterious and powerful. Hela's complexion suddenly changed, and the hairs all over her body stood on end. Really? This Collector is not as weak as it appears. Just the aura it exudes makes her feel uneasy. I really can't hide it from you. Collector sighed first, then his expression became steady, and he said very formally. Let me introduce myself again, I am Tanya Tavan, the Collector among our brothers. After all, not being able to die is too boring. Sometimes I choose to sleep and create a superficial personality to take charge of daily activities. At this time Hela couldn't help but said. So that funny Gao Tianzun too. Collector smiled and said. He probably doesn't know that there is something wrong with his personality right now. I'm waiting for him to wake up next time and laugh at him. 0. Loki is not surprised, at the moment he is more curious about another thing. Inability to die and immortality are actually two concepts. However, it is difficult for him to ask about such a deep-seated secret. But he guessed that Ancient One might know, but he could ask about it next time we meet. Outside the light curtain, Gao Tianzun Gast sighed. Several of their brothers lost their bet with death and were deprived of the right to die. They will never be able to enter the realm of death in this life. Otherwise, he estimated that the gardener might have committed suicide long ago. At this time, Collector spoke again. Now that Your Excellency has called me out, the previous apology is a bit petty. As he spoke, he picked up a fork on the table and slashed it in the air, and the space was immediately cut open. After Collector reached in and fumbled for a while, he took out a test tube-like existence, which contained a starlight-like liquid, emitting a dreamlike light. The moment this thing appeared, Hela suddenly felt a numbness in her scalp, as if she had encountered a higher dimensional existence, and her flesh and blood were filled with instinctive fear. What the hell is this? Hela felt like she could hardly stop shaking. Looks good. At this time Loki's voice sounded. Hela suddenly felt a warm current throughout her body, and every cell no longer felt fear. At this time, Collector couldn't help but shake his head, seeming a little reluctant to give up. Definitely good. It's really a big loss this time. The reward that Guy Galactus gave me was all in pieces, and even 100 pieces of it can't compare to this. As he spoke, he threw it and floated it in front of Loki, and then explained the origin. This is the concentrated blood essence of the Celestial Clan. I squeezed the whole skull dry to get this. This is much better than cerebrospinal fluid. As for how to use it, it's up to you. As he spoke, Collector rubbed his face hard and said without looking. Hurry up and put it away, otherwise I will regret it soon. Loki was not polite at all and put it directly into the portable space. This gift was indeed beyond his expectation. So this time I left Midgard, which is considered a 4-win situation. Swallowed Ego's power, captured Galactus's spaceship, and at least gained a favor from eternity. Now there is the blood essence of the God group. Even with his current strength, he feels that this trip is really profitable. Chapter 75. Not long after, a spaceship left the land of nothingness and set off towards the planet Morag. This is Loki's last stop this time. As for the blood essence of the God group, he hasn't thought of what to use it for yet. Don't be in a hurry and just go back and study it slowly. At the moment, he was more curious about why the cosmic spirit ball that Star-Lord knew was worth 5 billion new star coins. After dozens of jumps, the spacecraft stopped on a dark purple planet. After getting off the spaceship, Star-Lord became obviously nervous. He came out of Yondu's rebellion because he once caught a wandering bounty hunter and got the news from an ancient artifact obtained by the other party. Although the bounty from the Nova Empire is still there, the spirit ball may not still be here. Having not gone far, just when Star-Lord was feeling uneasy, Hela's voice suddenly came to his ears. Are you going to kill them? Seeing Lord felt his scalp numb when he heard this, thinking that this girl was going to kill her. Hear Loki say calmly again. We are the ones who arrived later, there is no need to kill everyone on sight, Hela. It's up to you. Hela shrugged her shoulders indifferently. Star-Lord then realized that the other person was not talking about him. He 950 turned his head and looked around, and found that there were only piles of gravel, weeds and the like around him, and then he regained his attention. The perception of these two people is that they may not know everything about the entire planet. They may have seen other gold diggers operating on this planet. In order to show that he is not a waste and has some use, Star-Lord said casually. Don't worry, this is normal. Not to mention that this planet has an ecological structure and can breathe. Even if it is a Death Star, there will be people digging for treasure. Let's go, the destination is not far ahead. Soon after crossing a cliff, a temple built inside the mountain appeared. A dark stone door blocks the way. There are two concave gaps on it, which look like keyholes. Star-Lord turned his head, raised his eyebrows at the two of them and said, "Look at me." As he spoke, he took out a mechanical key specially designed for theft from his pocket. This is the guy he eats as a predator. No one in Yondu's spaceship uses it better than himself. But just when Star-Lord inserted the key into the air and started debugging, an impatient voice came from his ears. "Trouble." Boom. Hela takes a step forward, and the Japanese fist directly smashes in door. Star-Lord was a little embarrassed holding the master key stuck in the air with both hands, so he squeezed out a sentence. "If there is any mechanism, it may affect the spirit ball." He wanted to say, "It's still very troublesome," but as he spoke, he remembered that any trouble was not trouble in the eyes of the man behind him. Hela pointed forward. "I think it should have no impact." Star-Lord looked up and found that on the mechanical altar not far away, a metal ball with many holes was bound in a high-energy position. "It is the cosmic spirit ball." "Pretty." Star-Lord snapped his fingers and quickly found the super-magnetic suction device from his pocket. After activating it, he saw the suspended cosmic spirit ball in the stand breaking away from its restraints and flying out. Falls into Loki's hands. Star-Lord scratched his cheek in embarrassment again, finally realizing the fact that he was just a human coordinate. "Just this thing is worth 5 billion. Hela took a look and couldn't figure out why this ordinary-looking metal ball was so valuable. Loki showed a hint of surprise at this time. He felt that his spiritual power was blocked by this metal, and he was unable to detect what was inside. This is very interesting. With his current strength that can block his mental detection, this piece of metal is definitely not an ordinary thing. But this doesn't stop him, he will release flames with just one clasp of his 5 fingers. But immediately he looked outside, then turned to look at Hela and said doubtfully, "Your spaceship is being tracked. If it is a mysterious power, such as runes, he can sense it. But if it is a purely technological tracking method, it is really impossible to identify." Hela shook her head. 1. The spaceship I bought at a large price has an anti-tracking program inside it. So it's a coincidence. It seems reasonable, but Loki never believes in coincidences. Star-Lord shrank his neck, he felt that someone was going to be in bad luck. A few seconds later, a roar sounded. A dozen heavily armed interstellar soldiers appear. The leader, a dark-skinned and hairless warrior, first showed a surprised expression after seeing the cosmic spirit ball in Loki's hand. Then the high-energy gun made a pulsing sound and entered shooting mode, aiming at several people, and sneered. "Hand over the cosmic spirit ball." The threat is simple and clear. However, after he finished speaking, he saw the man standing at the innermost part of the temple who had been following him showing pity. Skola suddenly looked at Rage, pointed the gun at the past and said with a cold tone, "Why do you know the cosmic spirit ball is here? Arrest them all, the accuser Ronan will ask you some questions." According to the clues given by Ronan, he searched in this star field for several years but failed to find the cosmic spirit ball. As a result, the signal of interstellar jumping was captured today. When I came over to take a look, I found that someone had arrived first. Ronan doesn't even know the exact location, how do these people know it? Catching it back may be another achievement. As Skola finished speaking, several soldiers behind him immediately walked forward, trying to restrain a few people. But at this moment he saw the woman opposite walking towards him. Court death. Skola pulls the trigger without any hesitation, kills people and establishes his power. There are still 2 people alive anyway. An energy bomb that can even penetrate the alloy of a starship was held in one hand, and then was crushed away without even exploding. In an instant, it became deathly silent outside the temple, and a dozen interstellar soldiers looked like they had seen a ghost. "Do you want to be kept alive?" Hela tilts her head and asks. Loki casually said, 1. Up to you. He doesn't care about these interstellar hunters or soldiers, and he doesn't bother to think about any conspiracy. It's too weak, it doesn't arouse any interest in him at all. That's good. Hela smiled ferociously, and a sword of death stretched out of her heart. The next second, she stepped out like a phantom and instantly cut the throats of the 6 soldiers at the front. 01. Although she can kill everyone instantly, she enjoys the fear of her enemies even more. Skola's expression changed crazily at this moment, and he finally knew why the man just looked at him with pity. In an instant, the remaining soldiers, including him, fired wildly. But as soon as I pulled the trigger, I saw my weapon being split diagonally in front of my eyes. We are. Skola wanted to say something else, but the black sharp blade penetrated his skull from his chin. Star-Lord standing in the temple turned pale and decided to part ways after this time and never work under this madman. Too bloody. A second later, after a few flops, all the soldiers fell to the ground, their faces full of fear. And at the same time, in the spaceship parked outside the broken ancient building, the remaining soldiers received a death signal. The team leader calls for support without hesitation. Suddenly, all spacecraft searching for the cosmic spirit ball within 100 light-years received synchronized quantum entanglement signals. A few seconds later, hexagonal wormholes opened, and dozens of small spacecraft appeared on Morag, their weapons aimed at the ancient buildings. After the rebel pile, the 2 figures looked at this scene in horror, not knowing why everything was completely different from the plan. And at this moment, they saw an even more terrifying scene. The dark clouds in the sky suddenly turned fiery red, and then it was as if the door to hell opened, and countless fire crows poured out from inside. Then all the spaceships that just came out of the wormhole became turtles in the urn. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even escape. He was swallowed by the fire crows and turned into molten iron, which was sprinkled on the ground like a meteor shower. This scene is beautiful, but at the moment it becomes extremely terrifying. A few minutes later, the 2 of them watched blankly as the 3 people who entered before came back, then entered the spacecraft and left. I don't know how long it took. A spaceship painted in orange appears through the space. The spacecraft landed, and 2 men and women wearing black tights walked out. They searched for a while and soon found 2 companions behind a pile of rubble. It's just that his mental state looks very bad. What, Nebula, Rhodes? The man shouted worriedly. The blue-skinned man raised his head, his eyes gradually became clear, and then he said with fear. Ronan's vanguard is gone, they were all melted in an instant. Hawkeye frowned. He didn't know who Ronan was. At the moment, he was concerned about another thing. Where's the power gem, have you got it? Rhodes shook his head and said tremblingly. Loki is here, he just looked over, I was almost scared to death. You don't know what it feels like, it's like being watched by a great terror in the dark. He has seen through my armor. Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff looked at each other, and both saw worry and horror in each other's eyes. Not only did I not find the soul gem there was also an accident here. And Loki, the Battle of New York in 2012 is coming soon. Shouldn't the opponent be in Thanos' Dark Army at this time? And the 2 looked at Rhodes and Nebula. What on earth did these 2 people see that made them so scared? Chapter 76. Holy Place Number 2. Thanos stood with a gloomy face, and in front of him was Nebula bound in mid-air. He just saw some pictures and is in a very bad mood now. It's not death, it's just that I didn't want to invade the Earth so soon. That old guy Odin is not dead yet. More importantly, there is the last scene. Morag Star, the scene of countless fire crows destroying dozens of spaceships in an instant. That kind of terrifying power, he couldn't figure out when such a strong man would appear in the galaxy. Loki, it seems that Ronan is coming here. Thanos murmured a few words, and then looked at the nebula in front of him with cold eyes. Trash that will betray you needs to be reused. Outside the light curtain, Xing Yun knelt on the ground the moment she heard these words. She pressed her forehead against the cold ground, sweating profusely. Father, you have to believe me, I will never betray you. It's just another world. Although she could tell that it was probably because of time travel that two of herselves appeared at the same time, she still had to show her own attitude at the moment. Thanos' eyes were cold. Is the nebula that appeared on Morag really the nebula from another world in the future? Then why did the other self say that he didn't want to invade the Earth so soon? What did he mean? He raised his head and glanced at the green light screen, feeling more and more something was wrong. Earth, New York. The Avengers looked at each other. Although the time travel event that appeared in the light screen is very shocking, the behavior of Hawkeye, Black Widow and Rhodes from another world traveling through 20 Akiko is also too weird? So why are you looking for those gems? And since we went back, why not just get it earlier? Tony Stark scratched his head, feeling that his IQ of 180 was not enough at the moment. Camartage. Wang at the moment had given up thinking, and planned to ask the Great Sorcerer Supreme, and flatter him by the way. But then I saw Ancient One frowning and turning around and said. What do you think, King? Shouldn't you ask Modu? He obviously wants to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Wang blinked and said seriously. I think Thanos deserves to die. Use your fart, Modu glanced at Wang with contempt, then turned his head and said very humbly. What do you think of Sorcerer Supreme? Ancient One blinked and said very seriously. I think Thanos deserves to die too. The corner of Modu's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and he nodded. You're right. Wang is indeed right, Sorcerer Supreme is very cautious. Ancient One smiled and looked back, sighing inwardly. She actually didn't understand why. She would have used Time Gem to look forward. Space. In the number of the dead woman of the Predator. Star-Lord looked excited at the moment and had already begun to dream about the bad days in the future. 1.8 billion new star coins, I can't spend them all, I can't spend them all. Even forming your own Predator organization and buying a giant starship is more than enough. But after jumping a few times, he felt something was wrong. After looking at the star map, he said in confusion. Aren't we going to Xandar? Why do these seem to be the coordinates of the land of nothingness? Hela glanced at it and said, it's the coordinates of the land of nothingness. Star-Lord felt numb immediately, feeling like an interstellar hunter who spent half his life marrying a wife, only to run away the next day. I said, that. He hesitated, his face turned red, and he dared not speak in anger. Loki laughed when he saw this and said. It is true that the cosmic spirit ball cannot be exchanged for bounties. After the news comes out, the Nova Empire may not be able to cover the contents. But I have something to compensate you. Definitely if you don't want to accept it, I will still give you 1.8 billion new star coins. There are still many treasures in Asgard that can be freely exchanged for that collector guy. As he spoke, he signaled Hela to turn off the jump. Seeing Lord was immediately overjoyed and wanted money without any hesitation. Hela stopped the engine and sneered. If I were you, I wouldn't choose any bullshit treasure. Even the gift from the God King cannot be exchanged for 10 billion. You have thought about it. Star-Lord suddenly became hesitation. In his eyes, Loki's power is no different from that of a god. The compensation may really be what Hela said. Can I know what the compensation is? He asked weakly. Loki was not angry, just smiled and said. Don't be too greedy, young people, just follow the guidance of your inner destiny. Maybe it's really not as good as 1.8 billion new star coins. Star-Lord suddenly fell into an extremely entangled state. On one side is 1.8 billion. You can be carefree in this life and live a life that you can't even imagine in your dreams. On the other side is the divine gift from the God King, which is also very tempting. Time passed minute by minute, and the image of a giant snake devouring a planet and tearing apart the sun with a raised hand suddenly appeared in Star-Lord's mind again. That is a scene that no mortal is even qualified to see. Suddenly he gritted his teeth. Maid, you are fat. In the worst case, I will go back to being a plunderer. It's not like I won't have a hard life. He glanced at Hela fiercely, and then was pushed back by the cold eyes, and suddenly smiled coquettishly. Then he showed the only serious expression in his life and said solemnly to Loki. Your power is unparalleled, and your gaze cannot be matched by a mortal like me who walks in the dirt. So I have decided to choose your divine gift. Hela sneered. You can't tell, but he's pretty good at flattering me. The opportunity is very good. Star-Lord fights back hard for the first time. I am very sincere, do you think what I said is wrong? Hela's expression froze, unable to refute in the end. Song Nang rolled his eyes. Star-Lord showed the attitude of a winner, feeling relaxed and happy, and finally took a breath after being caught. Although it can be regarded as success in exchange for hugging someone's thighs, it should also be due to extraordinary wisdom, right? However, the 1.8 billion is gone, and he is still a little disappointed. Loki smiled at this time and said, do you think if you really take 1.8 billion new star coins, you will really spend your life? With such a large amount of wealth, if you don't have the strength to protect it, you will be the fat in others' mouths. You will not regret your choice today. As he spoke, he spread his fingers, and Star-Lord suddenly screamed and was photographed. The next second, Yi Ji's energy burst out from the palm of his hand, spreading on the opponent like an arc. For a moment, Star-Lord seemed to see an endless dark world, and saw a faint bright spot appearing in the Void King. And in his flesh and blood, in the resonance of this power, every cell is trembling crazily, and in the deeper spiral chain, a gene that was originally hidden lights up. In an instant, Star-Lord's eyes were wrapped in God energy, emitting blue-white light. Hela turned her head and glanced at this time, and snorted. Hey, what a lucky guy! Poof! Loki casually threw Star-Lord back to his seat, and the energy in his hand disappeared. After a few minutes, Star-Lord suddenly turned around, touched his body up and down and said in panic. What just happened? Why do I seem to see my damn dad smiling at me? How about him, Lia Ren? Loki explained casually. That's because of your bloodline awakening. Through power resonance, I inspired the power hidden in your genes. That is to say, from now on, you can call yourself demigod body. Definitely, you need to do cultivation by yourself, don't think that I will teach you. Hearing this, Star-Lord was stunned for a moment, and then fell into unbelievable ecstasy. Just like a popping candy, jumping around on the chair and cheering. Ego has lived for millions of years and is still very young, so how many years can he live? Don't think about it, it is definitely a very scary number. What's more, this kind of power is also very powerful, and I also have the opportunity to become a strong person, instead of just a BD who has to run wherever I go. He has always called himself Star-Lord, but he knows that this is actually just to fool others. But now there is hope that this title will become true. Laughing and laughing, Quill burst into tears suddenly, looking at Loki and not knowing what to say. Not to mention 1.8 billion, this gift of 1.8 billion cannot be exchanged for this. This is a great kindness. And without the other party, I am afraid that I will be eaten by my father sooner or later. This is a life-saving grace. At this time, an unbearable voice sounded. Stop giving me that disgusting look. Hela said 670 and almost stabbed him with a sword to end this idiot who just awakened. Star-Lord quickly wiped his tears and said. Although I am just a sneaky predator, I know what kindness is. If you have any instructions in the future, I won't blink even if I die. Loki smiled. Then just eat it for me in the future. Ah! Star-Lord was stunned and almost didn't scream, but looking at the other person's smile, he knew he was being joked. Loki laughed and shook his head. Forget it, I have nothing to use your life for. If you really want to repay the favor, then help Hela expand the team of marauders and collect information for me. The universe is so big, this group of predators are the most sensitive to information. Star-Lord nodded solemnly. Then I will hang out with Boss Hela, and I will talk to Yondu. 1. He is not a fool. After the Yi incident, I realized that the other party has been protecting me for so many years, and in the end, I was even willing to pay as much money as the bounty to redeem myself. This is also a favor. Loki nodded with admiration in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly felt that the seeds he planted casually today might actually be useful in the future. It's been long enough since I came out this time. He looked at Hela and asked. If you are short of money, come to me. It is a waste to throw so many things in Asgard in the treasure house. If there is a danger that cannot be solved, don't forget to hide in the dimension fragments. Just crush this. As he spoke, green light condensed in his palm, forming a gemstone similar to the one left with Thor before. Hela was not used to this kind of concern, so she turned her head and said. Okay, I'm hundreds of years older than you, and I still need your instructions. But even though she said that, she still took the gem in her hand. Loki smiled, snapped his fingers, opened the portal and stepped in. Only a voice with a faint smile echoed in the cabin. Don't forget to call me God King, Goddess Hela next time we meet. Chapter 77. Earth. As a hexagonal wormhole opens, Milano jumps out. Stealth mode turned on, Rhodes sat and looked at a few people and said. Is it really useful for us to return to Earth? I would say it would be better to find information about the mind gem in that void place. Nebula was silent, seemingly still in the shadow of fear. Black Widow said solemnly. The coordinates of Vamir Star are wrong, Loki appears on Morag, and he is even suspected to be more powerful than Thor, and most importantly, the time is wrong. She said and glanced at Nebula. This modified person synchronized the signal of another self and also saw the current time point. At this time, Hawkeye continued. We jumped at the wrong time, which may be the real reason why the mission failed. We only have the returning Pym particles left, so we only have one chance, and that is to wait for Tony and the others to arrive in the 2012 Battle of New York. 1. At this point, it's impossible for just the few of us to complete the mission. Rhodes said in confusion. But, I think something might happen in the Battle of New York, but it won't happen. That Loki is obviously not Thanos' subordinate. Black Widow said meaningfully. It doesn't matter whether the Battle of New York happens or not. All we have to wait for is the time set by Tony and the Captain. We need Hulk. At this moment, a green light suddenly appeared in the universe. The four people couldn't help but turn around and saw a portal of green sparks unfolding, and a person they were very familiar with stepped out of it. In an instant, several people seemed to be frozen by ice and turned into statues. At this time, a faint voice came. Are Earthlings secretly mixed with aliens now? Forget it, that's S.H.I.E.L.'s problem. After Loki took a casual look, he was instantly enveloped in green light and disappeared. But just at this glance, several people in the cabin did not even dare to breathe. At this moment, Hawkeye and Black Widow finally realized what Rhodes said about the feeling of being watched. They didn't believe it before, thinking they were exaggerating. But now they finally understand that not only is this not an exaggeration, but it is even more terrifying. At that moment, it was as if the whole world went dark, leaving only one eye that occupied the entire world looking at me indifferently, feeling as if my soul was freezing. I don't know how long it took, but the vibration of the engine woke up several people. The cabin fell into dead silence, no one spoke. Such a powerful Loki, if the Power Stone is in the opponent's hand, can he snatch it even with Hulk around? Camartage. Thor leaned on the wooden fence on the second floor, eating fruit while watching Mordo teach the magician apprentice below. Too stupid, click. He commented while eating, not sure whether he was talking about the apprentice or Modu. Modu's already dark face below turned even darker. But it's not because of this. This stupid guy is careless. If I had listened to what he said and kept it in mind, I would have been PD to death a long time ago. What he is worried about at the moment is another thing. No, it should be another group of people. On the first day that the temporary Sorcerer Supreme left, someone came to the door, but he left again after finding out that Loki was not there. But this group of people should not be here, and they should not even be on Earth. I just don't know what the God King's attitude is. He shook his head, feeling weak. Haha, you can't teach me anymore, you're so stupid. Seeing Mordo shaking his head in discomfort, Thor immediately laughed and shouted. This time, he finally experienced this kind of happiness. Because when he was a child, Loki would show this expression every time he taught himself phantom magic and runes. But I dare not say anything except being punished. Obviously there are problems with the people in the religion, so why should I be the only one who gets hurt? Having stared at it for so long, this time can be regarded as making up for the childhood trauma. Haha. Modu, who just now said in his heart that he would never care about what a fool says, broke through his defense in an instant. He turned back and stared, pointed his scepter at Thor and shouted. It's a one-on-one challenge. Humph, I am a civilized person. Thor imitates Loki's indifferent expression, smiles disdainfully, then shakes his head and walks away. I glanced at him pretending to be inadvertent, and sure enough I saw Modo's face twitching with anger, and he immediately felt more comfortable. It turns out you can be so happy without fighting. Thor grunted and was about to leave with a happy look on his face. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Why is it so cool? Tell me about it. 1. Thor's expression suddenly froze, and he turned around and smiled. Nothing, I'm talking to myself. Loki was too lazy to scold Thor for such a trivial matter, so he said. Is there anything unusual about my absence these 2 days? It really does. Thor said excitedly. Why are you so excited if there is an abnormality? Loki's perception instantly came to the holy place and found nothing abnormal. At this time, Mordo had already ran up. He first glanced at Thor angrily, and then said quickly. Sorcerer Supreme, on the day you left, the messenger of the Pantheon came over. Pantheon? Loki shows a hint of surprise. The Pantheon is mainly dominated by the gods of the former Olympus Pantheon, supplemented by other so-called gods formed due to beliefs. But in the past, Kamartaj did not even accept Asgard's mere expansion of territory in Norway, and the losers from the Pantheon had long since been driven away. Interesting, I probably know why they came. Loki immediately guessed the reason and smiled playfully. He turned to look at Modu, who was a little nervous, and said. Don't worry, I will handle it, don't worry. Just after he finished speaking, he thought of something again, so he asked again. Is there anything unusual in the Thebes god realm? Hasn't an envoy been sent over? Modu shook his head and said. Except for the moon god Kongsu, who was expelled many years ago and almost died, everyone else stayed in the pocket dimension honestly. Unlike the Greek pantheon, which was expelled from the 9 realms. The gods of the Egyptian pantheon entered a small dimension near the earth, which is what believers call the afterlife, but they are also not allowed to return to the earth. Loki sneered at this moment. Oh, Ancient One died. Even Zeus, who knew how to play with female creatures all day long, had an idea. How could these Egyptian gods, who also rely on the power of faith, not react? 1. No abnormality is the biggest abnormality. Modu's expression changed, he didn't think about it at all. Where is the king? Loki asked. He's practicing teleportation spells, the kind that doesn't use sling ring. Mordo replied honestly. Loki nodded. Let him stop first. You two go to the mirror space to monitor Kongsu. After that, I will teach you 2 techniques to avoid worrying. Yes. Motu bowed his head and saluted, and then hurriedly went to find the king. What about me? Thor looked excited. He was very sorry that the dark elf failed to take action last time. Loki raised his head and glanced, and said angrily. Go back to Asgard and read to me. No, God King, brother, I beg you, let me follow you. Thor almost cried and begged. I definitely won't be in the mood to study when I go back. If you let me stay this time, I'll go back and stay in the library for 100, no, 50, 30, 10, hiss, still. 2 years. I will definitely read the book honestly for 2 years. Reducing 100 years to 2 years, you can do it. Loki Wunadeo. Just this once. Children cannot be beaten all the time, they must also be given some sweetness. It just so happens that he can see how miserable those gods who rely on faith are. Are you going now? Thor looked excited, wishing he could pick up the hammer and have a fight now. Having been educated by Loki since childhood, he also looks down on those guys who rely on faith. No rush, I just want to see what they will do. Speaking, Loki walked towards the direction of the quiet room. The cosmic spirit ball still needs to be dealt with. A few minutes later, as the flames extinguished, a pool of metallic liquid appeared on the ground. The shell of the cosmic spirit ball has melted, revealing the true body inside. A gem emitting purple light floats quietly in mid-air. The power gem is really an unexpected bonus. Loki narrowed his eyes slightly with purple reflected in his eyes, and the 2 people on the planet Mogra appeared in his mind again. The other party came to Midgard with 2 humans. Now it seems that it is not as simple as I thought. Interesting. I have been in Asgard for so many years and have never encountered anything. As a result, various incidents happened one after another in Midgard. The earth doesn't look that ordinary either. Blue light flashed in Loki's hand and he put away the gem. He is not in a hurry, the most important thing now is to deal with those people who have whims. Greece, Acropolis of Athens. Parthenon. 2 men and women dressed in retro clothes walk to the center of the temple. Now there are only huge amounts of stone pillars left here, and only traces of the base remain where the original statue was. At the moment the weather is sunny and there are many tourists traveling here. At this time the woman spoke, Wang Hao. Now all that is left of the former glory is not as good as the ugly pyramids built by those guys in the trash. The man looked calm and said. It doesn't matter, the Ancient One is dead, the age of mythology is about to revive, and the glory of Olympus will reappear. The woman shook her head, the God King of Asgard hasn't come back yet, so he may not be willing. The man sneered. It's just a matter of how much we share. We only want the former territory, and he will agree. Otherwise, if we join forces with the gods, even Asgard won't be able to take advantage. The woman is still a little worried about you and says. But there are many gods in the pantheon, and they once occupied a lot of land in Daxia. The man's eyes flashed coldly, and he said disdainfully. They are just a bunch of trash. They will only rob our faith in the future, and then kill them after using them. String. The woman can't bear it, but she can't refute anything. After all, the other party represents the will of the God King. At this time, the man looked at the many humans around him, with a look of excitement and aloofness on his face, and then ordered. You can start now, Athena. The goddess Athena nodded and put her hands on her chest to perform a miracle. But at this moment, a chill suddenly appeared in my heart. The 2 suddenly saw that all the humans around them turned to look at themselves, their eyes glowing green, with strange smiles on their faces, and they said in unison. Can you tell me what you want to start?